Chapter 351, Meeting the Tigers. The sisters returned from the magic forest Sophia and the others had accidentally created a little while ago by using raw magic to grow a few gigantic trees. It seemed like the plants around there were all affected, as well, because even though it was winter already, everything was perfectly lush, green, and full of life. On the way back, they decided to go and visit the others because the two, with the help of Chloe, who came up with it, wanted to find out if it could be controlled and make the plants and trees look like permanent fall or spring. Sophia and Steph also added some details to their story, so that no one would get too suspicious about the dog's sudden appearance. Alrighty. After briefly returning to the mansion and exchanging a few words with the wolves, who were also back there, Sophia smiled at her sister. I have a portal in the room of the first princess. Should we take that or the scenic route through the castle's main entrance? Scenic route, please. Her reply was instantaneous. I want to see all of it. Sure. The tiger had no issues with that. Shall we head out? Let's go. Like any good dog, her tail was excitedly wagging from side to side after hearing they'll go on another walk. Then again, her tail hadn't stopped wagging since her transformation, but it still got even more intense. It would definitely hurt if someone got too close to it. By the way, how's the tail doing? Naturally, the older sister didn't fail to notice it either. Itchy. Steph immediately got loud. It's gotten a lot better already, though. That's good to hear. She knew how bothersome that was, after all. To the castle. To the castle. Highly motivated, the sisters left the mansion to be on their way. BRR, Sophia started hugging herself 3 seconds after leaving their home while slightly shivering. So cold. Why is it so much colder here compared to the Fox Village? Is it? The dog girl seemed completely unaffected. Feels pretty comfy to me. I wouldn't mind it being a few degrees colder, actually. Sophia stared at her with big eyes. Are you insane? I'm perfectly fine. She smiled at her. If anything, it seems like I enjoy this kind of temperature even more since my transformation. Is it because I mostly thought about a husky when sorting my new features? Okay, my eyes have some slight influence of a Shiba, but my main idea, especially with my tail, was a husky. Did I gain some other traits from them as well? They love the cold, too, after all. I never expected, after having forcefully been ripped out of my world, that this would be the thing to tear us apart. The blonde sounded quite defeated. Oi. Steph didn't like the sound of that. Well, at least you will be really tight with Chloe. She's even more of a freak in that regard. She smiled for a second before glaring at her sister again. I'm this close to giving your inner cat a massive kick in the butt. She pinched 2 fingers together while saying so. Try to get your warmth bubble or however you're going to call it running. You have no idea how much I'm going to tease you once it gets warm again. If you survive until then. Sophia went silent again. Also, I do remember that you weren't the biggest fan of it being too warm either. Has anyone ever told you that you are way too high maintenance? I, heard that a few times, yes. She awkwardly scratched her cheek. About 7,000 times by you alone. I am fairly sure that's way too much of an understatement. Shut up. As Sophia was a little pouty afterward, the sisters continued their walk in silence until reaching the castle, where Steph got excited again. Whoa. Her eyes were sparkling again. It's so much more impressive up close. It is, isn't it? The blonde had recovered from earlier and nodded a few times. For most places in the old thing, castles weren't really a thing, huh? Especially such immaculate ones. Yup. It's great. The dog girl was in a good mood. By the way, why were the guards at the entrance so shocked when they saw us together? Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. I do have a theory. One that could get quite troublesome later. She tilted her head. They know that Maya and I are a couple, and they know Maya. Okay? Everyone in the castle knows that my cat is slightly possessive and quite jealous at times. Now, they saw me walking around with another girl, and we are even holding hands. But we're sisters? Do we look like sisters, though? Ah. Steph saw the issue. Have fun with that. Trust me, I'll take you down with me. That has become my motto whenever I get in trouble that isn't my sole responsibility. Do you mind if I steal that motto? I have the feeling I'll need a lot in the future. As long as you don't use it on me. You just wanted to do the same with me, though. The dog girl got loud. Older sister privileges. No, that's not how that works. Steph shook her head. The little sister is the one with the privileges. Isn't that a little one-sided? Yep. It's hard to defend oneself against such a smile. That's also the power of a little sister. Little sisters are way too strong. Sure are. I wonder how strong you are against Kira. Kira? The violet girl tilted her head. She's the queen of the country. Oh, fancy. She definitely is fancy. Ellie's also with her. Ellie. Steph needed a second. Oh, that's the little girl you so extensively talked about during your recap, no? The one everyone has to love, right? Little tiger girl, to be exact. You're right about the other part, though. She's the bestest. I'm already looking forward to meeting her. Well, both of them just arrived in the entrance hall, so we'll meet them soon. Detection magic is so handy. You have to teach me that ASAP. Sure. It actually is true what the guards and maids told me. Entering the castle, the duo was immediately approached by Kira, who had a stern expression while slowly shaking her head. Bad, Sophia. Ellie, holding the queen's hand, was trying her best to mimic her mother. Ugh. The blonde took some actual damage from that. You do know that Maya will kill you, right? Kira looked at the linked hands of the sisters before staring at Sophia. Okay, I get it. This dog is incredibly adorable, but even so. The little tiger princess let go of Kira and put her hands on her hips. Judging by her impression, she had no idea what was going on, but it was also clear that she was having fun. The queen most likely had taught her that pose just moments before meeting the sisters. Yeah? She only then took a better look at the violet dog girl and her expression. Why you? Immediately after, Ellie dashed away from the entrance hall. Oh ouch, Steph didn't take it too well. Okay, that's a new one, even Kira was surprised by that. Anyway, you two are more important. Sophia, what are you thinking? You were the one who turned Anna down because you said you only wanted Maya, and now this? I mean, it was a good decision because of Ari, but that's a different matter. See, could you calm down for a second? Sophia wasn't expecting it to escalate that much. Why would I? You're in for a stern talking unless you give me one good reason for this. She pointed at both of them, especially their hands, while raising her voice. She's my sister. Oh. The queen calmed down in an instant. That is a good reason. Thank you. The blonde was glad it ended up being so easy. Wait, what? It wasn't going to be easy, after all. She's your sister? She stared right at the dog girl. And nice to meet you. She was a little overwhelmed. My name is Stephanie. Everyone calls me Steph, though. Yes, we are sisters. Really? Kira changed her attention to Sophia again. Yes. The queen's expression changed again. I thought you, well, lost your family. Well, Sophia scratched her cheek. That's what I believed, too. As it turned out, in my sister's case, at the very least, for now, lost seemed to be a more literal meaning. I thought she was gone, but in the end, it seemed that we just got separated a long time ago. Somehow, we managed to run into each other again. Seriously. But, she's a member of the dog folk, and you're a tiger. That isn't supposed to be possible. Siblings should always be tigers when one of the parents is a tiger. I mean, you're an exception in pretty much anything, but this should be different. Then again, the magic I can feel from your sister is completely abnormal, as well. So, what's normal anymore? Steph tried to be a part of the conversation. Sophia and I have different fathers. Neither of us ever met him because he, was gone before she was born, and we grew up with my father and our mother until we got separated. I haven't seen them in a while either, and I have no idea where they are. Oh. Kira nodded a few times. Then, it makes a lot more sense. That way, it would be entirely possible for both of you not to be tigers if your mother wasn't one. Something like that. Both sisters seemed a little awkward. Afterward, the sisters explained what happened the last few days in a way it somehow made sense while leaving out all kinds of details, barely making it believable. Thankfully, as the two made it sound like a touchy subject, Kira refrained from asking about too many details, and they somehow managed to talk their way out of it. Wow. Is there any part of your life that isn't complicated? After having listened to everything, Kira looked at the blonde with a questioning expression. The last few days aside, I'd say my life lately wasn't overly complicated. Wow, she had to repeat herself. She naturally had a hard time believing it after everything that had happened since they met. Sophia could only awkwardly scratch her cheek. Anyway, would you mind telling Menzer about this if he's interested? I somehow really don't feel like explaining everything to him, as well. Sure. She nodded a few times. Once he gets a break from dealing with all the stuff this not complicated girl has done lately, I'll tell him. Thanks. Steph eventually joined in on the conversation. The cute little one. Ellie, right? Did I do something to her earlier? She ran away the moment she looked at me. I don't look scary, do I? If anything, you're adorable, but Ellie's a little shy from time to time. Kira tilted her head. It got a lot better after meeting Sophia, so running away like that was a little surprising. I'll have a talk to her later, that it was a little rude what she dis. She instantly fell in love with Chloe, though. The blonde wasn't sure if that would work as an explanation. That fox is just a big ball of fluff. There's no way that Ellie wouldn't love her after a minute or two. Actually, she actually did need a minute or two to warm up to the girl attached to the tail, so. Steph is also super fluffy, though. Her running away seems a little weird. That's true. Our dear dog here is rather high on the fluffiness scale. Way above the threshold of Ellie unconditionally liking her, the queen had no explanation for her behavior, either. Alright, according to my detection magic, Ellie ran to her room. Let's pay her a visit and find out why she did that. Afterward, Sophia grabbed her little sister's hand, and the two made their way toward the little princess's room. Always good for a surprise, that girl. Waving after them for a moment, the queen eventually also returned to wherever she came from before. Chapter 352, Plushie. Sophia and Steph arrived at the castle and directly ran into Kira and Ellie. Seeing the sisters, the queen immediately started scolding the blonde for two-timing, as she had no idea who this dog girl was. Ellie had an even bigger reaction to the new one and ran away after having taken a better look at her for some reason. Once Sophia managed to explain what was actually going on and Kira stopped being surprised, the sisters went to Ellie's room to find out why she had reacted the way she did. Ellie. Slowly opening the door to her room, Sophia, together with her little sister, entered the room of the princess. Sophia. Plushie. Her eyes immediately lit up when she saw the duo. Plushie. The dog girl noticed the little tiger staring at her during that part. Yes. With a big smile, Ellie walked up to her and presented her a stuffed toy that looked strangely familiar. Here. It was the same plushie she already had during the picnic. A violet and white dog with a super fluffy tail and one kinked ear. Ellie ran back to her room because Ellie thought my plushie had turned into a girl. Ellie was wrong, though. She actually looked quite disappointed. Oh. She glanced at the plushie with great interest. It really looks a lot like me, huh? Similar color scheme, and the ears and tail are exactly the same. How weird. It's a really cute stuffed animal, though. Is that some weird type of self-praise? Sophia stared at Steph and the plush copy with a confused expression. She wasn't sure how to react to that and smiled at the little princess instead. Anyway, it's great to see that you don't seem scared of me after all. I got a little worried when you ran away after seeing me. The little tiger looked confused for a moment. Ellie, sorry. That wasn't. Ellie just wanted to see if the plushie was still there or had become you. She held up the plush dog even higher while saying so. Ellie doesn't know you yet, but she doesn't dislike you at all. That's good to hear. Her mood got even better while her tail wag intensified, as well. By the way, my name is Stephanie. Steph, Annie. Her name was just as complicated as Sophia's for the princess. Everyone calls me Steph, though. Feel free to do the same. Steph. Ellie naturally liked the way easier pronounced name much more. Isn't she a bit too adorable? Slightly flustered, the violet girl then glanced at her older sister. It's amazing, isn't it? Sophia naturally agreed with her. Now you understand why I love her so much, huh? Absolutely. So, Fia. The little princess eventually stared at the older tiger. Is she also a friend? Who? Plushie? Hey. Steph didn't like that. This is so going to be your new nickname. Ugh. Yes. Ellie smiled at her. Plushie. And it's decided. There was no way the dog girl could complain about it after this. Well, I guess it's fine. It's pretty cute, after all. She gave up. Anyway, Sophia and I are more than friends. The two of us are sisters. Sisters? The little princess tilted her head. Really? Yup. The blonde nodded a few times. Amazing. She smiled at both of them. Ellie didn't know so, Fia had a sister. Yeah. We lost each other a long time ago and just found each other again a few days ago. Yay. She didn't fully understand it, but the princess was clearly happy for them. Yay, indeed. The sisters naturally felt the same. Sophia stared at Ellie for a moment before she also started smiling. Plushie and I are a little busy at the moment, but how about we play lots together in a few days? Yes. Let's. She liked the sound of that. Sounds like a plan. Steph also was on board. Great. Alrighty. We'll come back soon, Ellie. Plushie, let's go to the others. Bye-bye, Fia. Plushie. Waving a few times to each other, the sisters then left to make their way toward Anna's room, where the blonde had detected the other girls. Sue. Plushie's officially my nickname now. On the way toward the others, Steph addressed her sister. Ellie likes it, so it is your new nickname. Her word's the law around here, after all. Don't you think that's spoiling her a bit much? Yes. The blonde gave her a big nod. No one, myself included, has any intentions to change that, though. Understandable. Plushie could understand her reasoning. It seems like it would be impossible to say no to her. It is. Sophia was well aware of it, after all. Okay, let's head over to the girls. Sure. Do I need to know anything about the ones I haven't met yet? Anna's the first princess of this nation, but she's super nice and affable. Just like me, she's a tiger. She also looks a bit like a tomboy and is always in when it comes to having fun. She's super tall, around 20 centimeters taller than us, and she's big. An awesome figure, too. Her legs are most amazing, as well. I see. Your leg fetish is still there, huh? Stronger than ever. As usual, the blonde had no intention of hiding it. Well, I have to agree. Legs are great. Not quite as great as boobs or a nice butt, but great nonetheless. Anna's exceptional in all those areas. She's taken, though. So, only looky, no touchy. I see. The other girl's Ari. Their relationship is a little advanced. She's Anna's maid, brain, childhood friend, and girlfriend. Wow. I've never seen a maid before. Well, she's more maid in name only, I think. She is exclusively responsible for Anna because she's the only one who can deal with her in the castle. What a combination. Steph seemed to like it. Also, so much girls loving girls action around here. That's so amazing. It absolutely is. Sophia reacted with a big nod. Besides that, Ari's also really interesting, as well. She's not a tiger but a jaguar with black hair and fur, combined with a yellow and golden pattern. It's beyond amazing. I prefer Maya because she's more my type, but she's, objectively speaking, pretty much the most beautiful girl I've ever met. She's somewhat medium-sized, kinda similar to me, but her proportions and style are perfect, and her legs, wow. Ahaha. Her personality is also pretty fun. On default, she's really level-headed, kinda strict at times, and our voice of reason. Once she warms up to you, she turns quite playful and likes to tease others, though. Which is quite useful because Anna's a bit of an M overall. They're an amazing and very fitting couple. Oh ho, they're setting the bar quite high, huh? In multiple ways, yes, the blonde made a short pause. The two were also as dense as a black hole, though. They haven't been dating for that long yet, and Maya and I went through a lot to help them realize and accept their feelings. It was quite a bit of pain. Sounds quite similar to what Maya told me about you. Steph's lips formed into a smile. Her expression turned awkward. Wait? She told you about that? When? After you fell asleep last night. She told me all kinds of interesting things about you. Ugh, this girl, Sophia hung her head. She wasn't much better most of the time, you know? Really? She hadn't mentioned anything about that, though. Is that so? I wonder why. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. Hee. Anyway, be that as it may, Anna and Ari were on a different level of denseness. Those two were so oblivious about their feelings being mutual that everyone in this castle knew about it before them. Even Ellie was aware of their feelings for each other before we could hammer it into their thick heads. Wow, that's advanced denseness for sure. Steph actually sounded impressed in a way. Indeed. The blonde reacted with a slight nod. Don't you dare to copy them. Just don't. Okay. The dog girl looked a little confused. Once this topic was taken care of, the sisters finally made their way to Anna's room, where the other girls currently were. Whoa, she's adorable. Arriving there, Ari and the princess immediately announced how they felt about the new girl. Steph liked her reaction. Thank you. You two also are amazing. I'm not the biggest fan of experiencing a size gap myself, though it's adorable to look at, but tall girls are great. Same with the stripes. Not mine, but adorable to look at. She then focused her attention on Ari. I absolutely adore your hair. I've never seen anything remotely as amazing as that. I prefer pastel colors, but the black hair with the yellowish golden pattern is just, wow. Your style is amazing. Thank you. The couple got a little bashful over the compliments. Ari felt especially awkward as there was another new girl that loved the hair she used to hate. Calm down, plushie. Sophia rolled her eyes while looking at her sister. Steph noticed that she had gotten a little too excited again. Plushie. Hearing that word, Maya and Chloe tilted their heads in response. Steph's new nickname. The blonde smiled at the two. Ellie came up with it earlier after she noticed that Steph looks really similar to the stuffed dog plushie she has. I love it. It's super cute. The fox girl seemed to be a big fan of it. Plushie. She still had some mixed feelings about it. Seeing Chloe cheerfully address her like that put a smile on her, though. Now that I think about it, you really do resemble that plushie a lot. The pink-haired girl nodded a few times. I actually have your model at home, too. Any resemblance between me and the plushie is purely coincidental. That reminds me, Maya joined the conversation. We have both models in our bedroom. The violet dog and the pink fox plushie that looks suspiciously close to Chloe. Ah. The fox girl had forgotten about the part where she also exists as a plush animal. It's kinda weird how those plushies resemble the general design of the two. It's almost like they were hinting at some future events. Now that's an interesting conspiracy theory. The cat girl rolled her eyes while glancing at the blonde tiger. As if someone would use plushies to hint at people. Ahaha. Afterward, once the silly topic of those plushies ever having had a deeper meaning was over, Steph finally introduced herself to the royal couple for real because everyone continued to chat. Naturally, the dog girl was the center of attention as Anna and Ari wanted to get all the details about what was going on and how the sisters managed to reunite with each other. Steph and Sophia happily told them about everything they were okay to disclose, while also making sure none of the otherworldler or human stuff would come up. As they were pretty interested and confused about one being a dog and the other sister being a tiger, them technically being half-sisters also got a mention. Chapter 353, Throwing the Towel. The sisters visited Ellie after she had run away from Steph once she had seen her, to find out that it was just a misunderstanding. The little princess wasn't scared of her in the slightest and merely wanted to make sure that her dog plushie was still in her room because Steph looked so similar to it, and she thought her plushie had turned into a girl. Afterward, the duo went to the other girls, and Plushie, the dog girl's new nickname, immediately befriended Anna and Ari as she was incredibly sociable. It's beyond amazing that you managed to find each other again, and I'm incredibly happy for you, but Ari looked a little awkward after having listened to the tale of the sisters. Maya already warned me, but it actually does feel like you have even more magic than Sophia. Much more, in fact. Does that mean you're even more ridiculous than her when it comes to that? She sounded pretty worried while facing the little sister. Steph tilted her head. That's hard to say, actually. To be perfectly honest, even though I have that much of it, I don't really know how to use magic. Yeah? Anna and the jaguar got loud while staring at the dog girl, who had gotten comfortable next to Chloe on the sofa after the sisters had arrived earlier. Well, she scratched her cheek, trying to come up with an explanation. I'm aware of my magic at least as long as I remember having a tail, but I somehow only became able to use it like yesterday. Why? The princess naturally couldn't understand that kind of explanation. That's an excellent question. The dog girl scratched her cheek. Why are you sisters so complicated? The jaguar got loud. Well, it proves that you are sisters, but still. In one way or another, the two took it as a compliment. We do know how to make things not boring, after all. Oh no, Ari's face paled a little. From the sound of that, there definitely will be even more chaos from now on. Sounds fun. Steph liked the idea. Maya, Chloe. I hate you. Looking utterly defeated, the black-haired girl glared at both of them. They had nothing to say in their defense. The jaguar looked at the new girl with slightly upturned eyes. How do you feel about catastrophes caused by magic and or lack of common sense? I do feel like I'll relate a lot to the lack of common sense part, but, naturally, as Steph had just arrived here a day ago, her common sense would be even worse than that of Sophia or Chloe. How do you define catastrophes? Something world-ending? No. I mean, yes. But, ugh. Her expression turned desperate. Why is something world-ending your first thought? What's wrong with you sisters? I think the sisters are perfectly fine. Chloe disagreed with her. One's amazing, and the other's even amazinger. You're part of the problem. Ari just glared at the fox. Ahaha. For a moment, Sophia wanted to complain about clearly not being the amazinger sister, but after seeing the nice smile of her while glancing at Steph as she said that, she decided against it. Anyway, the dog girl faced Ari again. I can promise that I have no intention of destroying the world because I love it too much, but I need some examples for regular catastrophes. Sophia, please explain everything you did lately. The jaguar had a handy example ready. Did you forget to tell me some stories? Steph glanced at her sister. I might have skipped a minor detail or so, but I think I mentioned everything of interest that happened lately. The blonde tilted her head. The war thingy was quite unfortunate, but were the other things really catastrophes? The magic accident Fenny and I had that created the lake we visited earlier definitely was. She could admit to that, at the very least. Ah, right. That was pretty baffling, true. The dog girl had forgotten about that for a second. Alright, ignoring the war, and that. I might be able to see a slight pattern. Thank you. Ari was happy that she could understand her. Still, for the most part, nothing seems like catastrophes to me. Just a girl having a ton of fun. Sure, a mishap or two might have happened, but there was no actual harm, was there? I'm all for that. Sorry. Wow, you really are absolutely amazing. Chloe liked her reply a lot. Ehe. Steph let out a happy giggle, before focusing on the jaguar again. Sure, I'm sure it can be a bit of an inconvenience at times, but depending on what happened, maybe also embarrassing for a moment. Even so, everything I heard from Sophia's adventures lately sounded extremely fun. The bits Chloe told me were amazing, too. If you think having a great time in life is a catastrophe, I'll be an absolute disaster. I want to change my previous statement from you being amazing to you being perfect. The fox girl's opinion of her got even better. Thanks, the dog girl took a bit of damage from the increasing praise and started blushing a little. Well, it's hard to come up with a counter if you word it like that. Ari wasn't sure what to say in return. Okay, to be honest, I'm not good with public attention, and all those flashy things gather a lot of it. So, in a way, it is a catastrophe for me. I think I can get behind that. I like attention. Like, a lot, but I can respect that. Are you actually not good with it, or is it maybe more of a question of getting used to it first? Yes. That's not an. Okay, sure. I used this reply more often than I count myself, so Steph couldn't blame her for that. In the end, you aren't really against it, but the attention bothers you as you have a hard time dealing with that because you aren't used to it? The jaguar tilted her head. I have a rather big connection to the royal family, now more than ever after Anna and I. I'm also the only jaguar around with black hair, so I am used to attention in a way, but I really don't enjoy it. I see. Steph, Sophia then looked at her. Ari used to think that she was getting all the attention because people were gossiping behind her back because she's the only one of her type with black hair. She thought everyone would dislike her for that because she's different and it's ugly. The jaguar went silent. Are you stupid? Steph didn't and looked right at the black-haired girl with big eyes. Seriously now? How could you think anyone would be able to hate that gorgeous hair of yours? Exactly. The tigers nodded a couple of times as they felt the same. Anna's nodding was especially vigorous. There was still nothing Ari could say in her defense. I'm sorry. You might be okay with my current number one wish for an activity. It's kinda ridiculous, but it's also super fun and will happen far away from any witnesses. I'm not sure about that. The jaguar had some doubts about how she worded it. What do you want to do? I want to create a massive world tree-like thing in the middle of a jungle and turn everything around it into a magic forest. Oh my gosh. Chloe liked that idea a lot. Let's go immediately. I knew that I could count on you. Steph reacted with a big smile while looking at the fox girl. What now? Ari was just confused instead. It's, more or less, just a massive tree that is a couple of kilometers tall, super thick, and has magical capabilities. I see. Judging by her expression, she had some mixed feelings about it. It does sound a little intriguing to look at, though. It sounds amazing. Anna corrected her. I want to do that, too. I welcome anyone that joins in on the idea. Wait a moment, the princess eventually tilted her head. A few days ago, father mentioned something about being able to see some massive trees in the far distance from his office windows. He also swears that they haven't always been there. Sophia? Hearing that, Ari immediately stared at the most likely culprit. Aya. She looked somewhat awkward for a moment. And Maya's the one who started it. She's the one who grew the first tree. Hey. The cat girl got loud. I mean, it's true, but that was just to prevent you from going insane with it. It was all your idea. Technically, it was Chloe's idea. I have no intention of apologizing here. The fox girl took the blame much better than the couple. It was glorious what you all did. See? The blonde looked back at Ari. See what? I already know that Chloe's as much, if not even more, of a lost cause, and Maya just did it to ensure you don't overdo it. How tall was your tree, Maya? Something between 200 and 300 meters tall. The cat girl's reply was more of a mumble. Yeah? The jaguar hadn't expected that. It was an accident, Maya scratched her cheek. I had planned for half the size, because that still sounded fun and wasn't completely unreasonable. It seems like Sophia messed up my magic a little, though, and it's now twice as effective, and the tree turned twice as tall because of that. So, in the end, it's your fault. Ari went back to staring at the blonde. She had no excuse this time. How big was your tree, then? There's just no way she would have kept it at that, after all. Twice the size, I guess. That would mean around 500 meters. Seriously? The jaguar raised her voice. Wait, actually. I mean, it's still completely over the top, but I was expecting more. Don't tell me you held back? Could you not be so shocked? Sophia didn't like her reaction. Impossible. Don't I have the best friends? There was the slightest hint of sarcasm in the blonde's voice while she glanced at her sister. Absolutely. Steph only showed her a massive smile in return, though. After all, it was perfectly obvious that the group was really tight, and she was incredibly happy about that. I promised Maya to make a tree twice the size of hers, so. That's the reason, I see. You should see the trees of Fenny and Aura. Sophia tried to divert the attention a little. They each created a tree that's over a kilometer tall. Those are probably also the ones that can be seen from the king's office. Fen being the one who taught you magic really had an effect on you. Ari could only roll her eyes. Hee. I want to make such a tree, too. Anna apparently liked everything she had heard so far. Oh, speaking of, the blonde then faced Chloe. Have you already heard what the trees have done to the surrounding forest? She just tilted her head. It seems like the trees we grew completely work on magic now. From the looks of it, they need neither water nor nutrients anymore. Seriously? The fox girl got loud. Even more, they also radiate magic. So much actually, that you can see it with your bare eyes in the air. Wow. It also had an effect on the surrounding forest. Every plant grew a good bit bigger, and everything's green again. The trees and all are full of leaves even though they should have long fallen off. It turned into a magical forest. Steph summarized it in an easier way. It's beautiful there. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Chloe's expression changed into an even bigger smiler. Mythical magic mega jungle, let's go. Let's go. The dog girl was a big fan of the idea. Those two get along quite well already, huh? Anna tilted her head while watching the duo. Also, let's go. She also was looking forward to it. It's official. I give up, Maya. With a defeated expression, Ari then looked at the cat girl. I definitely don't get paid enough to deal with one more. I quit being the voice of reason from now on. Steph also said some very nice things about it, so I'll give it a try. Always happy to help. The cuz smiled at her. The cat girl wasn't smiling, though. She definitely has a point and all, and I look a little forward to the jungle, but. At least when we're in public. At least assist me there. Please. Alright, fine. Ari felt bad about leaving her hanging. Wait. It seemed like Chloe was listening in on them. Does that mean we can officially go nuts when it's just us? The duo didn't answer her. Once that topic was taken care of, the girls returned to chatting again, and Steph was already fully integrated into the group. Chapter 354, Shopping Goodies. The girls were still chatting together in Anna's room, and Steph, to the surprise of none, was splendidly getting along with everyone. She had already become a part of the group. Ari had a bit of a problem with her, though. On a personal level, she liked the little sister a lot already, but she now had the confirmation that she was just as bad as Sophia when it came to the common sense question. One might even say that Steph's the worst of the bunch. Because of that, the Jaguar finally decided to give up on being the voice of reason for good. Luckily, Maya managed to talk her into helping out when they needed a reprimanding in public, at least. The group continued to chat about turning a jungle into a magical wonderland in the future for a while. Still, it was eventually turning late, and the sisters were getting tired after having run around so much the entire day. Or, that was Sophia's excuse, at least. In reality, she really wanted to try out all the things she and Maya had bought in the other world. She still needed to come up with an explanation about all that for Anna and Ari, so she went with the tired excuse for the time being. Oh, it's been a while. After the girls, without Anna and Ari, had returned home and entered the living room, Maya spotted the wolves relaxing on the sheepskin rug there and greeted them. Well, it's not like all of you had much free time lately. Fun looked at her. Be it taking in a runaway princess or casually going to a different world without prior notice. Haha, the cat girl had little to say here. Things were a little weird lately. That's putting it lightly. Aura also faced her. Stop looking at me, you too. I take next to no blame for those hectic days. She raised her voice while gesturing at Sophia next to her. It certainly hasn't gotten boring with me lately. No kidding. That's way too much of an understatement. Everyone glared at her. Hee. By the way, Chloe, sitting next to Steph, with a suspiciously minimal amount of distance, as it already became customs, looked at Sophia and Maya. You mentioned something about having bought many things from the other world, right? Right. The cat girl raised her voice. The vibrating fun. The fox paused for a moment and then focused on Maya again. That, wasn't exactly what I was asking about. Even while saying that, she still looked mighty curious, though. Boring. What is this about? Aura seemed a little confused. You don't want to know. Sophia simply shook her head in return. She was fairly sure that it wouldn't be much of interest to the wolf. Other than that, Maya and I bought all sorts of inventions the humans in our old world made to make everyday life less boring and more entertaining. So we are talking the vibrating things, after all. Go and take a cold shower. No. Maya shook her head. Unless you can use them while taking a shower. You actually can. Steph, knowing what she was talking about, answered her. They're much more fun during a bath, though. Easier and more relaxing, too. Let's go. Liking the sound of that, she grabbed Sophia's hand and stood up from the sofa the two were on. Sit down and shut up, idiot. The tiger just sighed while rolling her eyes. The cold shower was meant for you to calm down. Boo. Her smile changed into a big pout, and the cat girl returned to the sofa again. Huh. Hee. The dog girl's expression changed into a gentle smile while watching the couple. Their bickering is great, isn't it? Chloe had the same look as she glanced at Steph next to her. Very. Then do some bickering on your own. It wasn't overly intense, but Sophia still glared at the rather cuddly-looking duo on the sofa opposite of her. She also wanted to make a comment about how her sister was more and more using Chloe's tail as a pillow, and how the fox girl seemed to be leaning into it, as well, while ever so slightly wrapping the tip of her tail around the dog. She and Maya still had somewhat of a non-intervention pact on that topic, so she managed to hold back. Sue, about the stuff you got from that world, Finn wanted to get back to the topic. He was also more interested in that, rather than the romance flair lingering in the room. Thank you. Sophia was happy that at least one serious individual was left beside her. We got some cameras, tablets, TVs, an obscene number of movies and series, and even a game console with some games. Together with some accessories and equipment to run everything. Yeah, I don't understand a single word you just said. The male wolf lightly shook his head a few times. Wait, you actually got a TV and all that? Chloe tilted her head while listening to the tiger. Yup. She gave her a thumbs up. Now, we can have the cuddly time while watching cheap reality TV, just like you wanted the other day. You were the one with the reality TV stuff. The fox girl got loud. I don't really like that. In the first place, I prefer movies over series 80% of the time. Series have much more entertainment value, though. Sophia disagreed with her. Not this again, her little sister suddenly let out a sigh. Thank you for being on my side with that, Chloe. I had to go through discussion almost every evening with her, because I also like movies better. Yay. Not so fast, my dear fox. The blonde wasn't done yet. Hasn't it been like 20 years since your last movie? Who knows, maybe you like series now better, too. Fair, I guess. Have movies changed a lot since then, though? A lot. Steph nodded a few times. They got worse with each passing year. They look a lot better than in the past, though. Sophia added her own bit. The plot is bad or non-existent most of the time, but they're still quite entertaining, and the visuals are amazing. The same is pretty much true for series, too, though. Chloe got even more confused. I mean, cheap movies are pretty fun every now and then, but shouldn't a good plot be more important than how a movie looks? The sisters had nothing to reply to here. Wait. The fox girl got louder. How are we going to run a TV, anyway? From time to time, it does feel like raw magic is kinda similar to electricity, but there's no actual one in this world. Was solar power already popular for home use 20 years ago? Sophia looked at her little sister with a questioning expression. How am I supposed to know? I was only just born back then. Fair. Well, I know that photovoltaic stuff is much older, so it probably has been? Oh, the stuff that uses the sunlight to generate power? Chloe looked back at the tiger. I remember my father really being into green energy, and he plastered our entire roof with those big blue panel tile thingies. I never really understood, but I do recall how proud my father was about being as good as independent from the electric guys. At least during the day and when the sun was out. He always mumbled that part. So, yeah, they already were popular when I lived in the old world. Great. That makes explaining a lot easier. Does it? Fen didn't sound convinced. If anything, I'm more confused than ever before. Don't worry. We'll get to that later. For now, I want to explain it to Chloe first, because she's from the same place, so there's a higher chance for her to understand. Wait, so you got some of those solar panels for the roof here? The fox girl stared at the tiger again. Don't you need like a company to install those things? It looked pretty complicated from what I can remember. While I was shopping with Maya, we discovered that there are also somewhat portable variants for caravanning and stuff. It comes with several large, but foldable solar panels you connect to some huge rechargeable batteries. In those, you can plug anything electric as it has regular AC outlets and stuff. From what the clerk told me, even with the fewer sunlight hours during winter, all the stuff I got is way more than enough to easily power a regular household and then some. At least unless you don't want too much at once. Oh. Where did you get the money for that? Steph tilted her head while looking at her sister. I had looked into that stuff not too long ago myself, and it was insanely expensive. Fun fact, the currency in this world includes gold coins. You know, made from actual gold. I have a literal ton of gold coins. I mean literal. I exchanged some of those coins for cash in our world. Afterward, Maya and I went shopping. That sounds incredibly sketchy and outright illegal for some reason. I thought so, too. The blonde nodded a few times. Then, I decided not to think too deeply about it. It's not hurting anybody, after all. Wait, if you have that much gold, couldn't we just buy a house or some other place in the old world, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, to hide your portal thingy in? If you own it, there's basically no chance for someone to find out about it. At least, after making sure about it with magic in one way or another. Sophia tilted her head while thinking about her little sister's idea. I'd definitely have the money for it if I get that amount of gold exchanged somewhere, but that alone would probably already be a problem. Not to mention buying a house with cash, or adding that much money to a bank account would probably trigger all sorts of money laundering related alarms. Not to mention property taxes, and all that fun stuff where the government would get suspicious. Those are some valid points. Too bad. I thought it would solve the issues of being readily available to go back and forth. I don't plan to go back often, anyway. Maybe some shopping every now and then to get some inspiration or technical books and the like, but I guess it's best to keep the apartment for a while. Once we get a hold of Mom and explain what is going on, we maybe could relocate the portal to there. We could pay her for it, too. I guess that's the best course of action, yeah. Steph had to agree with her. Afterward, once the talk was done, they were finally about to start the unboxing of their shopping. Unfortunately, as Maya hadn't understood a whole lot of their exchange, she wasn't able to comment on Sophia's unusually high levels of common sense she had shown just now. Chapter 355, Needlessly Elaborate. After having gone to the castle where Sophia introduced her little sister to everyone, the two, including Maya and Chloe, went back to the mansion. Fan and Aura had also returned, and the group got comfortable in the living room. The wolves on the sheepskin rug, the tiger and cat on one sofa, and Steph and the fox girl on one of the others. Once everyone got, some slightly strangely, cuddly, Sophia finally got to the items she and Maya had gotten while shopping in the blonde's old world. Alrighty. Enough of the distractions. While chatting about this and that, Sophia clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. Let the unpacking begin. Afterward, the tiger opened a portal and pulled two somewhat smaller boxes out of it. Nice choice on the tablets. Steph recognized the boxes. They aren't the most powerful, but I heard their displays are amongst the best. That's why we got them. I mean, there's no internet, so there will be no fancy apps that need power. The plan was mostly to use them for pictures. A nice display is most important there. Good point. Tablet. Chloe looked slightly confused while staring at the boxes. What's that? Oh. The dog girl then looked at her. You were already, gone when they became popular, huh? I think it hasn't been much more than 10 years since they became any good and readily available. Okay? Ahaha. Steph had to chuckle in response. Your confused expression is super cute. I am not sure if I'm okay with that. Heh. She enjoyed the pout just as much. There are some other differences, but a tablet is basically just a bigger version of my smartphone I showed you before. Bigger display for more fun. I see. Here. Sophia handed one of the boxes over to her sister. Show it to Chloe. I'll configure the other one with Maya. They usually come pre-charged to some degree, right? I think we don't need the solar battery thing just yet. Thanks. Steph took the box from her. Yeah, they always have enough juice to play around first. Perfect. The tiger then glanced at the wolves. Don't worry. The other stuff we'll get to later will also be entertaining for you. Afterward, she focused her attention on Maya next to her. Let's open it. Yes. As Maya was the one who wanted to open the box, she snatched it from the blonde and looked at it from all angles. Wait, how does this work? She didn't even get inside. Plastic wrap is the worst, isn't it? Sophia could feel her pain. There should be a tab you can pull on somewhere. That should get rid of it. Why is mere packaging in that world so complicated? Asking all the right questions. Chloe joined in on the complaining. I either forgot all about just how infuriating plastic wrap was, or things got much worse since I left. She was also fighting the packaging of the tablet. Ahaha, the sisters had to chuckle a little before Steph continued. That's a good question, actually. It might be because stuff so tightly wrapped is often quite expensive and or easily breaks. It being wrapped like that prevents it from falling out or others getting into the inside without buying it. I see, the cat girl nodded a few times. Still weird, though. Yup. The sisters had to agree. Alright, done. Roughly a minute later, Maya had won the fight against the wrapping plastic and was able to open the box. Wait, the tablet itself is also wrapped? This is way too elaborate. Why are you so wasteful even with something stupid like packaging? Steph and Sophia scratched her cheeks in return. Oh, it's just a paper wrap, the cat girl calmed down a little after closer inspecting it. Still. Wait. After all that, it's not even working. She had freed it from the extra wrap and started tapping the screen, but nothing happened. It's not on yet, saying so, Sophia reached for the tablet and pressed a button on it. See? Soon after, the screen turned on, and the tablet started. She looked slightly embarrassed. Well, there's no way I could have known that. You have quite the adorable girlfriend. Steph liked her reaction a lot. I know. The tiger's expression turned more than a little smug. Ugh. Which button was it? Chloe had also managed to free the tablet from its packaging and was curiously looking at it from all angles. It's amazing how thin and sleek electronic stuff has become. Everything was so bulky and ugly back when I lived on Earth. Unbelievable what 20 years did. Yeah, I guess the design of electronics has become at least as important as the function of it nowadays. Can't say I hate it. The fox girl was a fan. Back to the buttons. Let's see. There seem to be only 3 buttons in total, so 2 are right next to each other and have a plus and a minus on them. Volume? That would mean. Yay. She pressed and held the third option, finally turning the tablet on. I did it. That one's also pretty adorable, though. Sophia pointed at the pink-haired girl while smiling at her little sister. Very true. Steph readily agreed here. Ehe. Chloe was a lot happier about the compliment compared to Maya. Afterward, the sisters took over for the initial configuration because the other two had absolutely no idea how to do that. They, Maya especially, had no clue what the setup questions wanted from them. As there was no internet available, it didn't take overly long because most steps could, or rather had to, be skipped. And there we go. Sophia had finished setting up their tablet and promptly opened the camera app on it. Then, she pointed it at the duo on the sofa opposite of them and took a quick picture of the comfy-looking girls. After that, she got up and gave her tablet to the other two while snatching theirs before returning to Maya. It looks great. Steph then looked at the display and noticed the picture of her and Chloe. I see. Oh, it's us. The fox girl was also looking at it. It's amazing how easily you can take and look at pictures nowadays. She then seemed to have noticed just how much her tail was wrapped around Steph and how the girl had been using it as a pillow. Her cheeks then turned quite red, and she loosened the grip of her tail around the dog a little. Even though it made basically no difference because Chloe really only slightly adjusted her tail, the dog girl's expression still turned into a bit of a pout. Subtle, Maya could only roll her eyes while mumbling to herself. Heh. Sophia was still able to hear it. Oh, while we're at it. She opened the camera on the new tablet, as well, and then pointed it at the wolves to take a picture of them. Also great to look at. The tiger seemed to be quite happy with the result. Then, she got up again and walked over to the wolves to show it to them. Behold! The wonders of technology. What? Oh? Fen was a little confused about her wording and then got really confused after looking at the display and seeing himself and Aura in it. Oh? The female wolf also looked surprised after seeing it. What is this? It's you and Fenny Fenny. No. I mean, yeah, I can see that, but how? This tablet has a camera that lets you take pictures. Should I pretend to understand even a single word, or? A tablet is the thing I'm holding right now. A camera is a thing that lets you take pictures. A picture is what you're seeing right now. An illustration of a scene you pointed the camera at, or something like that. I have no idea how any of that actually works, so don't even try to ask about details. That sounds a lot like when you talk about magic. Fen stared at her, fascinated by it, but also having no idea how it works. I thought there was no magic in your previous world. There is no magic. Living beings have no sort of power inside of them. Creating things out of essentially nothing is not possible, either. Some of the humans in our world are quite clever and inventive, though. Steph continued her sister's explanation. Basically, all of this so-called technology is made out of refined minerals and other substances that are present in our world. In one way or another, at least. Combining a bunch of stuff and using all sorts of processes eventually led to this and many other things. She pointed at the tablet towards the end. Millions of inventions and ideas got realized like this. I see. While they said so, the wolves still seemed quite confused. Don't worry, Sophia could understand their reaction. I kinda understand how the finished product works and all that, but the processes leading to it are completely above me. She scratched her cheek. The theory behind all that kinda makes sense, but if someone would eventually reveal that those steps were based on magic, I would only be slightly surprised. I feel like agreeing. The dog girl nodded a few times. Your world is weird, Fen and Aura could only come to this conclusion. Yup. The sisters agreed. Previous world, that is. They were in perfect sync. Afterward, Sophia and Steph explained a little more about the results of technology, while also showing off some more features of the tablets to everyone. Chapter 356, Was it magic? While everyone was in the living room, Sophia had gotten the tablets she and Maya bought in the old world out of her storage, and the sisters showed how they worked to everyone. Chloe was very impressed by how far technology had advanced since she left about 20 years ago. The wolves were a little more confused, though, as it really looked like, to an outsider at least, that magic very well existed in the world they came from. They somehow could convince them that magic, in the way they know it, definitely isn't a thing, but it was also hard for them to explain how the technology worked because it's rather complex. Alright, should we get to the next thing we got? Everyone was still playing with the two tablets, but Sophia slowly wanted to continue because they had bought many more things, after all. It's camera time. Saying so, she pulled a couple of boxes out of her storage again. It was the main camera she bought, the instant print one, and many accessories, including the paper for the instant one. Fen got confused again while he looked at the boxes and the pictures on them. It looks so different than the, tablet? You said that also had a camera thing? The tiger scratched her cheek. The tablet from earlier has another main function. Its selling point is the big display you can use to look at pictures, for example. They just crammed a camera in there because they could. This is a standalone camera you use purely to take pictures. They're of much better quality. I see. Think of the tablet as activation word magic. Pretty versatile, easy to use, and you can do most moderately well with it. The camera is highly focused chantless magic, designed to do one thing perfectly. Oh. Somehow, this seemed to have made sense to him. We're going to take so many pictures. Sophia sounded really excited about it. Maybe not today, though. She noticed that it had already long gotten dark. I guess we can save the cameras for tomorrow. In the end, it's just a much fancier version of what the tablets can do, after all. The tablets also are about to run out of battery, so, the instant one aside, we also have nothing to look at the pictures on. Not to mention that setting up the cameras would also probably empty their batteries. Steph agreed that playing with them right now wouldn't lead to the desired outcome. You also bought solar generators with battery storage, right? How about we check them out now? They're kinda essential for everything, after all. True, but the tiger then looked out of the window again. I doubt we'll be getting much of a charge out of that. She then pointed at the pitch-black darkness outside. Yeah, but the batteries of the generator should be at least 50% or more charged, as well. That stuff really doesn't like to be fully empty, after all. If you really got as much capacity as you claimed you did, that should last us for a long time. Oh. Sophia's face lit up again. That's true. Let's try them next. She jumped off the sofa in high spirits and then looked at Maya. Can you help me get all the boxes out of the storage? It was quite a lot of boxes. The many and somewhat heavy ones we bought in the camping store, right? She tilted her head in response, before also getting up. Sure. Afterward, the couple stepped into the portal, and a few minutes later, half of the living room was littered with boxes. That's even more than I thought. Just how much did you spend? Once the dog girl got a good look at everything, her eyes grew wide. That must have been a fortune. That is a pretty good description of how much money I left in that store, Sophia reacted with a small sigh. No kidding. Steph raised her voice a little. Well, we went shopping with the intention of getting rid of all the money we had because we were sure that we couldn't come back to get more or replacements, so. Yeah, that's fair enough. I probably would have done the same. I haven't seen any solar generators myself, so I'm also looking forward to this. Oh, that's no good, the blonde's expression suddenly changed. I was counting on your expertise here. I have no idea how any of this works or is even put together. I'm sure it comes with a manual. Alright. Then again, manuals are nowadays often just an online link to a video or something like that. The little sister also got a little awkward. Well, I've always been the learning by doing type, so it'll be fine. Oh, for some reason, Sophia didn't seem to be relieved in the slightest. Let's go. Steph ignored her and energetically started opening the first box. After a little over an hour, a ton of boxes, and packaging material, together with a mess of cables later, the sisters seemed to be finally done setting everything up. Thank everything holy that it came with a manual that even included pictures. The tiger sounded slightly tired. Ahaha. Well, I think it was pretty plug and play for the most part. The dog girl looked a little more confident. Okay, connecting the solar panels was a good bit of pain with how you have to connect them in a certain way with a mess of adapters. She was somewhat confident about it. Why did you two want to plug in all those solar panels in the first place? It's not like those will do anything right now. Chloe tilted her head while staring out of the dark window. It's amazing that those are somewhat portable now, though. It's a great idea to make them foldable. Because I wanted to see how everything goes together. Steph had an easy explanation for her. Okay, I can accept that. It's not like you joined us halfway in and were just as excited about it as Plushie, after all. The blonde was a big fan of the nickname. What is all that? Fen was confused a lot today already, and the array of new and weird-looking things wasn't making it any better. Any electronic device needs something called electricity. Steph tried to explain it to him. All those square boxes are something we call batteries. They're used to storing it. Electricity can be generated in many ways, but we're going to use solar power here. In easy, very easy, terms, it uses the sun's light to generate it. It then gets stored in the batteries, and we can later use it in the electronic devices even when there is no sun anymore. I see, Aura was the one who nodded in return. Long story short, magic is called electricity in your old world, and all of you are just in denial? She had her very own explanation for all the weird-sounding things she had heard just now. The sisters and Chloe paused for a moment. I mean, sure, why not? They gave up. There are many logical explanations, scientific proof, natural occurrences as examples, but same goes for our magic here. Aura had no intention of letting Steph have this. Did our world have magic? The brainwashing was working, and she looked at her older sister with a questioning expression. I mean, if we really want to, we can also create electricity with our own body by converting movement. It's just incredibly low and negligible in general terms. Same goes for the magic power of humans in this world. Fen had to use this chance. We still aren't able to create something out of nothing like we can do with magic here, so Sophia was grasping for the last straw she had. Also, let's just ignore our old world. It's a bad place, so let's just enjoy some of the few good things here, and we're good. Short. The wolves took it as their win. While all this was happening, Chloe started staring at the solar panels again with a curious expression. What's up? Noticing that, Sophia then addressed her. Does it have to be sunlight? What do you mean? She needed a little more context. Light magic to use on the panels. The fox girl tilted her head. If you put some power into it, it has some, well, real power. It can be blindingly bright, and it even radiates some warmth. If used right, it can feel exactly the same as being hit with the warm rays of the comfy afternoon sun. There's a high chance it has the same properties and can be used to generate electricity through the solar panels. Oh. The tiger liked the sound of that. Let's try that. Looking really motivated about the idea, she moved in front of the 6 huge solar panels they had unfolded on the other side of the room and concentrated for a moment. Soon after, a big ball of pure light formed above the panels and brightly illuminated the whole room. It even made the surroundings feel warmer, as well. Whoa! A few moments later, once Steph was done being amazed by the show, her eyes grew even wider when she looked at the 2 base stations of the solar generators. They're each charging with about 1,000 watts. The panels can apparently do 350 each, so it's basically maxed out. Seriously? That's amazing. First, ouch, my eyes. Maya wasn't a fan of the sudden brightness and was covering her eyes. Second, what does that mean? Ahaha. Hearing that, she turned off the light again and smiled at her girlfriend. It means we have unlimited electricity. We'll be able to easily run and use everything we bought in the other world without having to worry. Yay! That was all she needed to know. Alrighty. That went even better than expected. Sophia's mood was excellent. How about we clean up a bit? The boxes and packaging material ended up everywhere, after all. After that, we can continue with the other stuff we got. Okay. Everyone agreed with her, and the group made the living room livable again before they could finally focus on the main attraction, the TV. Maya disagreed with that being the most important thing they got, but that was a different story. Chapter 357, Amazed Wolves. The group continued to test out all the gadgets Sophia and Maya had bought in the other world while also trying to explain everything to the wolves. It only caused them to conclude that the tiger had lied to them and magic did exist there, after all. Electronic devices and electricity were way too alien for them, after all. Also, in their eyes, magic in this world didn't sound that different from what they were trying to explain. After the sisters and Chloe decided to give up on the topic, not only because the wolves somehow had a point and concentrated on the solar generators. They also discovered that the solar panels worked with light magic, which effectively meant unlimited energy. Very handy. Okay, now that we have power, let's try and get a TV running. Sophia's mood was excellent after the solar proved to be even more useful than she had thought. Maya, which one should we use? The biggest one. It wasn't a hard decision for the cat girl to make. Ahaha. Wait, how many TVs did you 2 buy? Chloe got a little curious about their wording. 2. To have a spare and because we weren't sure about the size. Ah, I see. I also put my entire old room inside my storage, though. So, there's another TV in there, among many other things. Wait, you can do that? Steph raised her voice after hearing this. Yup. The blonde smiled at her. Not difficult at all. Can we go back for a moment later and do the same with my room? I only packed lightly because I didn't want to give you any more time to think, but there are some more things I'd like to get. Sure. She gave her a thumbs up. Actually, the guest rooms here and your room in the old apartment are pretty much the same size. If you want to, we can empty it and then put your whole room into it. That sounds fun. The dog girl liked the idea. Let's try that tomorrow or whenever we get the time. No need to hurry. Okay. Alrighty, the big TV, give me a moment. Going back to the topic, Sophia clapped her hands once before entering her storage again before returning with a massive box only half a minute later. Wait a minute. Chloe immediately raised her voice. How would a TV fit inside that? That box is way too big, but also way too thin. TVs are super bulky, right? Ah. The tiger needed a second to understand her complaint. Even for her, she basically was only a little older than Ellie when flat-screen TVs replaced the CRT version for good, after all. They also changed a lot since you left. The era of bulky tech is long over. TVs are also flat. In fact, take away the touch function among some other stuff, and they're just like oversized tablets. I mean, if they're flat, why wouldn't TVs? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. The fox girl nodded a few times. It would make little sense with those smartphones and tablets that are nothing but display for TVs to be different. Although, why is that box still so wide? It may be flat, but it's a big boy. Steph, can you help me get it out of the box? Sophia looked at her sister. I think it's for the best to do that with someone who has done that before. She had just gotten back to the sofa and got comfortable next to Chloe and her glorious tail, so she looked very reluctant to get up again. Okay, the dog girl eventually followed suit, after all. Thank you for your noble sacrifice. The tiger just rolled her eyes. You better be thankful. Look at it that way. Sophia then got closer to her sister so that only she could hear it. I'm sure there are even better chances to cuddle to your heart's content while watching a movie together. You're a genius. Steph's mood soared in an instant. Let's go. And I thought I was easy to read, mumbling those words with a wry smile on her lips. The tiger went over to the box TV, and the sisters started to unwrap it. Whoa, it really is a big boy. Once it was out of the box and standing on its own, Chloe marveled at the size of the 75-inch TV. That's half a cinema. Why do you need a TV this big? Why not? Sophia and Steph tilted their heads in return. The fox girl went silent. Fair point. What is so great about this black mirror? Finn stared at the big rectangular thing while sounding more than a little dubious. It's not turned on yet, my dear. The blonde smiled at him. Let's see. Where did I put it? Saying so, she glanced around for a moment and then grabbed an extension cord lying behind one of the sofas. Afterward, she plugged one end into a solar generator and connected the other one to the cable of the TV. Steph, have you seen the remote while we unpacked the thing? Here. She needed a second but then found it on the floor. Batteries are already in. Thanks. Grabbing it, the tiger then turned on the TV. Yay, it works. Wow, the male wolf sounded even more sarcastic than before. It's impressive how some stuff started glowing on it, but it's all just some sort of text. Ahaha, hearing that, she pressed a few buttons and eventually found the media center that included some demo pictures. How's that? Sophia opened a photo that showed a massive metropolis of her old world at night. Whoa. He sounded much more impressed this time. This is. Wait, what is this? What are those structures, and what about all those lights? Someone took a camera, like the one I showered earlier, and took a picture of one of the human cities from that world while being up somewhere high. That's a city? Those are buildings? Yep. She smiled at him. The city Steph and I came from is a good bit smaller, but it was still relatively comparable to that. And no way, Finn didn't believe her. This looks so advanced and impressive and impossible for humans. Some of them, like those who came up with those buildings or made all this technology, were quite ingenious. Most weren't and or aren't, though, so don't worry too much about your sanity. That's very reassuring. He calmed down again. Oh, speaking of some of them being ingenious, here. Saying so, she selected a different picture that showed the entirety of Earth from space. What is that? The male wolf looked confused again. Whatever it is, it seems seriously impressive. It's the planet Chloe, Steph, and I came from. Some of our more capable humans invented and created things that let us go to space and visit our moon. We've sent cameras far away to other planets, as well. Seriously? Aura got loud. The people from your world managed to leave the planet they live on? And you're seriously saying that they had no magic at their disposal? Even we can't do that. WL. I thought we agreed that it's a matter of perspective. Sophia didn't feel like arguing about it anymore. I want to go to space, too. I've always loved watching the stars. Aura suddenly got even livelier. Let's recreate those things with magic and go. Eh? The blonde didn't seem to be a fan. Absolutely, space is fascinating, but scary and dangerous, too. There's no air or anything at all. Asteroids in all kinds of sizes and speeds, too. Not to mention cosmic rays and stuff can be far from healthy either. I don't understand one half of that and don't care about the other. She was quite serious about it. I'm sure our magic can get around it if your humans and their weird magic were able to. Maya. Sophia's not leaving this planet. The cat girl also wasn't a fan of the plan, but she already did. The female wolf didn't accept this. So did you, for that matter. I'll gladly take you for a visit to my old world instead. Sophia preferred that idea. Space cat wasn't a part of my bucket list. You're a tiger. Same difference. The two agreed to disagree. Seeing my sister, who used to be so shy, having so much fun really is the best. Steph leaned closer to Chloe while she told her this with an incredibly happy voice. The fox girl liked how much she cared about Sophia. Not helping. The blonde had mixed feelings, though. How about a movie with lots of space instead? We can see all about how amazing it is and looks without actually going there. She tried to find an alternative. Oh, did you get some documentaries? The dog girl got a little interested. No, but a bunch of sci-fi stuff. That should work just as well. Yeah, because those movies always focus on the science part of science fiction. Steph rolled her eyes. The fiction part never plays a big role. They show a lot of amazing-looking space regardless, though. Well, I guess that's fair enough. She couldn't argue with that. How about it, Aura? Sophia focused her attention on the wolf again. Let's watch a movie with lots of space instead. It's not the same, but it's much safer. Also, because the TV is so big, it will be almost like looking at it through a window. A movie is like a moving picture. It comes with sound, too. Very fun. I don't really get it, but it sounds very enticing. She bought it. We'll get back to this, though. Or not. Afterward, Sophia entered her storage again to grab one of the Blu-ray players they got together with a few fitting movies to get everything ready for a cozy evening in front of the TV. Chapter 358, Comfy Cuddly Evening. Everyone was still busy exploring all the weird tech Sophia and Maya had bought in the other world, and the TV especially gathered a lot of interest. Chloe was amazed at just how much they had changed in the 20 years since she had left, and Aura got very excited about the sample picture of their old world that was taken from space. She got even more excited after discovering that the humans from there managed to visit space, and she wanted to do the same. The tiger had some very mixed feelings about this and managed to talk her into watching a sci-fi movie instead for the time being. That was basically the same, after all. Oh, are DVDs still a thing? While the sisters were setting up everything, Chloe started looking at the movie Sophia had placed on the table. I somewhat remember it just becoming the new thing, but it's impressive it held up so long. Not quite, Steph answered her. While DVDs are still around, I think, that's the successor called Blu-ray. It can hold way more data, but that's also basically dead. Nowadays, because the internet has gotten so fast and everything is connected to it, everyone watches movies and stuff over that. Not very useful in places without internet, though. The blonde joined the conversation. In other worlds, for example. We also got a ton of DVDs, by the way. Many series still come on those for some reason. Oh. The internet was great for that. The dog girl nodded a few times. It was possible to watch basically every movie ever made without even having to stand up from the sofa. So lazy. I love it. Chloe liked that idea a lot. Hee hee. Sophia let out a small chuckle. Anyway, everything is hooked up and good to go. What does that mean? Aura was still rather confused about the whole thing. It's fine. You'll understand soon enough. The tiger just smiled at her. For now, just choose a movie for us to watch together. She then pointed at the table. Eh? But I know nothing about this? Don't worry about that. They're not that different from each other at the end of the day. Just choose the one with the cover art you like the most. Okay? Not being any less confused, the female wolf then took a better look at the 10 movie cases the tiger had laid out. This one looks interesting. She gestured at a cover showing a massive spaceship with a planet in the background. Sure, let's watch that one. Saying so, Sophia grabbed the case, pulled out the disc, and put it into the player. Time to get comfy. Once a movie was decided again, the group cleaned up a little again by stuffing all the trash, packaging materials, and other things in the corner of the room and out of view before placing the sheepskin rug in front of the TV, which they had put on a short table. After all, the wolves should have a good view from their favorite spot in the mansion. Afterward, the girls got also comfortable on the sofas behind the rug. Sophia got cozy against Maya's side while hugging her arm, and Steph seemed to be in heaven as she sunk into her very own personal pillow. Chloe's tail, that is. The owner of said tail started blushing for a moment or two, but it didn't last overly long, and it didn't seem like the fox girl had anything against it, either. In fact, her comfortable-looking smile suggested the exact opposite. The duo also huddled close enough together that their shoulders ended up touching. The actual couple thought about saying something while glancing at the duo and how they were acting already, but they decided against it. Sophia then pressed the play button on the remote instead to start the movie. W.O. It didn't take long for the wolves to get loud again. This is. Aura was especially invested in the movie as she couldn't peel her eyes away from the TV while her tail was wagging the entire time. Your humans actually accomplished all that? She got even more excited when she saw a scene with a massive spaceship orbiting a planet. Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. Steph, please explain it to her. She didn't want to deal with that. She didn't seem to be a fan of the idea. I want to know, too. Maya, who had also attentively followed the events on the TV, was curious about the same thing before looking at Sophia. You showed me those big things flying in the sky that supposedly transport people, but they can even go to space? They looked nothing like those things, though. She pointed at the TV again. It's made up. The dog girl answered her. Fiction books are a thing in this world, right? Someone just having a good time with coming up with a fun story that doesn't line up with the real world. Sure. The cat girl nodded a few times. Most movies, including this one here, are based on the same principle. It looks like the real thing, but almost nothing you're seeing right now actually happened. Maya and the wolves had the same reaction. The humans are real, but the scenery, the spaceship, and all that are not. They're either partly replicated and made look real by the camera only showing the needed part, like the wall behind them, or it's made on a computer, and everything else, like the people, are added later. She paused for a moment after looking at their confused expression. Computers are somewhat similar to the tablets we showed you before, just much more powerful. Those can be used to create fake environments and other things for entertainment. It's similar to how an artist can draw whatever comes to their mind. Only that it's moving pictures in this case. Yeah, imagine it like actors moving in front of a crafted and moving picture. Something like that, at least. Steph naturally was having a hard time putting it in a way they'd understand it. I see. Aura pretended to have understood her. In short, it's some obscure magic your weird world has come up to keep yourself entertained? The sisters exchanged a few glances. Sure, they went for the easy way out. Amazing. Sure. Once this topic, more or less, was dealt with, the group continued to focus on the movie again for the next hour and a half. That was amazing. Aura seemed to have enjoyed it very much. Yes, it was very entertaining. Fen had a similar opinion. Even though it was very alien and weird. Not to mention there were many things I didn't understand. And most of them being humans. Yeah. Maya agreed with him. Wait a moment. Speaking of, I also didn't understand very many things, but I understood it. The female wolf sounded a little cryptic. Didn't Kinnear give you a gift to make you understand the language of this world? Including your cute mispronunciations in the beginning? There was no need to mention that. The tiger got a little embarrassed. Anyway, yes. He gave it to me because the language I spoke in my previous world is completely different to the one we speak here. Then why did Fen and I understand this play we just watched? She gestured at the TV. Well, for the most part, the male wolf slightly corrected her. Actually, when we called Kinnear to give Steph magic and the same language boost, he briefly mentioned something about giving it to you, too. He had the feeling that even if Steph speaks the same language as we do, you would still be confused a lot because some, or a lot of things don't translate well as the concept's completely different. Whoa, how unexpectedly thoughtful of him. That guy can be reliable if he wants to, huh? The wolf's opinion of Kinnear wasn't the absolute best. Ahaha. Sophia liked their reaction. He seems to have his moments. By the way, Aura then faced the tiger again. I now want to visit space more than ever. Ah. We should have watched something where their spaceship gets destroyed and ends in a big ball of fire, huh? Steph noticed the issue. Do you have a movie like that? It had the opposite effect on her. Big explosions are the best, after all. Ah. The little sister had the same reaction afterward. How about we watch a movie of a different genre next? Chloe decided to save them. It's okay from time to time, but I never was the biggest fan of sci-fi stuff back then. That being said, wow. She paused for a moment. How and why do movies look so amazing now? It looked better than real life? Ahaha. The sisters only chuckled in return. It's something, huh? Yes. She nodded a few times. So, do you have any funny movies, as well? Absolutely. Sophia jumped at the chance to change the topic and pulled a wide selection of comedy movies out of her storage. Choose anything you want. The fox girl looked at the collection the blonde had put on the table before them. Wait a moment, I think I remember this one. I'm pretty sure I've watched it in the past. I liked it, too. It does look like an older movie, but I don't think I know it. The tiger slightly tilted her head while also looking at it. I got this one. Maya spoke up. I liked the picture. It looks very funny, so I added it to the others I picked up. Let's watch it. Steph also got curious about it. The cover really does look fun, and I want to know which movies Chloe used to watch. Eh? Are you sure? Of course. Everyone smiled at the fox. Once they agreed on the next movie to watch, Sophia put it into the player, and everyone got comfortable again. Afterward, they watched another random movie, before everyone eventually fell asleep in the living room. The wolves had huddled up on the sheepskin rug. Maya and Sophia cuddled against each other's sides, and Steph and Chloe had gotten just as comfy, with the dog girl having sunken even deeper into the fox girl's tail while also resting their shoulders against each other. Spoiler. Collapse. Chapter 359, Out Together. The group continued to have a great time with all the things Sophia and Maya had bought. Once they had set up the solar generator and hooked up a TV to it, they ended up watching movies until everyone fell asleep in the living room together. On the day after, they watched some more movies, played around with the tablets, and they also set up the cameras. Once they were running, Sophia took a picture of basically anything and everyone around before looking at them on the TV, as well. The following day went a little differently than planned, though. Ari and Anna had come over to collect Maya and the other tiger, as the couple was needed in the academy because Eluna had planned something she wanted to do a few days ago already when they had disappeared. Sophia really didn't want to, but letting them in and having to explain a lot of things in the living room, for which she hadn't come up with a reasonable excuse yet, would be even worse. Reluctantly, she agreed to go to school with them. Steph wasn't a fan either, because she didn't want to lose sight of her sister again, but the blonde somehow managed to talk her out of coming with them. So, after enjoying the blonde in the uniform for a moment or two, the dog girl stayed behind with Chloe. Let's have a date. It took Steph precisely 5 seconds to get bored in the mansion after everyone except the fox girl left, as the wolves had also decided to go somewhere. Yeah? Hearing that, Chloe's entire body jerked while her ears twitched a couple of times. Let's go. She was very motivated about the idea. Oh, okay. The fox girl wasn't against the plan. Her cheeks turned rather red, though. What do you want to do? I want to see more of everything. If you know any interesting places, please take me there. You're also from a different world, so you can imagine how excited I am, right? Oh, but I'm also getting hungry, so a nice place where the two of us can enjoy some food together first would be amazing. Well, that does sound fun. Chloe was getting excited about it. I don't know much about the capital either, though. I've been traveling until a little while ago and haven't visited this place much. Right now, I'm even just here because of Sophia's portals. Even better. The violet-haired girl didn't seem to mind it in the slightest. Let's go and explore together. Let's find something fun. Just the two of us. Okay. She liked the idea a lot. Food first, though. Ahaha. This caused the fox girl to chuckle. You definitely are sisters. Heh. Food's important. I can't argue with that. Alright, date time. Let's go. Chloe's earlier embarrassment about the plan was gone, and she was more excited about it than ever. She alone was already plenty positive, but with Steph around, there was just no way to be reserved. That's the spirit. Liking the excited tone in her reaction, the dog girl grabbed her hand, and the duo finally left the mansion together. The two had been walking around in the capital for about 15 minutes already, but rather than finding something to explore, Chloe was curious about something else. Why are we still holding hands? Ever since the dog girl grabbed hers in the mansion, she had yet to let go of the fox. Why not? Steph had a very easy and reasonable explanation for it. I see. Not sure what to do with that reply, she continued to glance at their connected hands. Oh, does it make you uncomfortable? The dog tried to guess the issue. I'm kinda bad with personal space and such, so I can stop if it's too much for you. And not at all. Instead, Chloe actually seemed to grip Steph's hand harder. Ehe. She liked her reaction. It's, nice to hold hands, but I'm not used to being so close to people. To this level, at least. Didn't we fall asleep on the sofa together last night? I'd say we were a little cuddly before, as well, no? The fox girl fell silent, and the blush on her cheeks increased a little. That was a first for me, too. I've never done that before. Same with my tea-tail. I'm not that against it when someone comes in contact with it as long as they have no weird or worse intentions, but having someone use it as a pillow. Steph wasn't sure how to react to that. Why are you okay with me being so close with it then, though? I do think I'm pretty sociable and get along with everyone super fast, especially with Sophia, and the others, too, but if we ignore our first 5 minutes. Please do. The dog girl wasn't overly proud of her overexcited meeting with the fox. Hee hee. She let out another small chuckle, before continuing. It sounds pretty cheesy and is super embarrassing to admit, but, even though we basically just met, I've never felt as comfortable and at ease with someone as I do with you. In both lives. Seriously? Steph's tail still had yet to stop wagging since it grew on her lower back, but it just got even more lively. Seriously, Chloe only got more embarrassed in return. Yay! Hearing that, the dog girl let go of her hand, after all, and instead jumped at the fox and tightly hugged her side. I love to hear that. It makes me super happy. Glad to hear. The pink-haired girl was getting uncharacteristically shy a lot lately. Why, you seem to be quite used to all this, though. Giving her another quick squeeze, Steph then parted from her again while pointing at herself. Me? No, that girl over there. Rolling her eyes, Chloe then pointed at a wolf girl quite a bit away from them at the far end of the street. Ahaha, I'm not sure. I've always been pretty clingy and liked to glomp my friends a lot, but walking around while holding hands wasn't something I did often. And something like last night, watching a movie together while being all close and kinda cuddly, that's something that was exclusively reserved for Sophia. Is that so? Yes. Steph nodded a couple of times. I'm quite extroverted. I like to play a little, and flirting is great fun, but I haven't done anything more serious yet because cuddling with my sister doesn't count in that regard. Seriously. With me, it counts, then. Why? That's a good question. The dog girl tilted her head. When I first saw you, whoa, is all I could think about. That never happened before. You're positively amazing. You also are amazing. Ehe. Steph liked that. I wanted and still want to get closer to you, and I don't mean your tail. Okay, your tail is included, but you can't blame me for that. I wasn't going to. Fluff is justice, after all. Chloe stole a short glance at the dog's tail while saying so. While it had a good bit less volume than her own, it still looked incredibly soft and pleasant to the touch. You really are perfect. Steph smiled at her. Sophia's the only one who touched it so far, and she was anything but gentle, so I don't exactly know how it feels, but I already do get that it's something very personal. Still, you can try and cuddle a little with it once we're home. That's only fair, I'd say. She didn't seem to be against the idea. Back to the previous topic. Her smile only got bigger. Aside from you being perfect, it's the same for me, as well. I've never felt as comfortable and at ease around someone as I do with you. Again, Sophia's my sister, so she doesn't count for that. I also agree it's weird because we just met, but maybe it was just meant to be. Really? Really? I'm really happy that I'm not alone with that feeling. Chloe's smile turned incredibly gentle. Yep. The dog girl had a similar expression. That's why I hope you're okay with me wanting to get to know you even better. Get much closer, too. Absolutely. She gave her a big nod. I want the same. Yay. The two seemed to want the same. Alrighty, let's continue our date. Saying so, Steph held out her hand. Okay. Still smiling broadly, Chloe immediately followed suit and gently grabbed it with her own. Though, continue? Let's get it started. The dog slightly corrected herself. Hee hee. Also, I'm even hungrier now. Do you know a nice place with a good atmosphere where we can get breakfast? Or maybe brunch? She noticed that breakfast time was stretching it a little already. I'm not so sure about the good atmosphere part, but I know a place with amazing food. Honestly, that's all that really counts. Fancy is overrated, anyway. Back to the basics? Yes. Alright, let's go. Okay. Once their little chat was over and their stomachs had won, Chloe guided them to a well-liked restaurant of hers. They hadn't let go of each other's hands, not even once on the way. Steph's tail was also wagging so hard that it actually was dangerous to approach her from behind, and Chloe's, too, was gently swishing from side to side in a similar, but slower motion. Chapter 360, Date Time. Steph and Chloe had ended up on their own as the other girls had to attend the academy, and the wolves also had other plans. Because of that, the dog girl decided that she wanted to go on a date with her favorite fox girl. At first, Chloe was quite embarrassed about it because she wasn't used to even the idea of going on a date, but she quickly got into it. While walking through the capital, and holding hands, the duo also had a pleasant conversation about themselves and how they're rather taken by the other. More comfortable with each other than ever afterward, the two continued their date by having brunch together. Welcome. Entering the restaurant Chloe had decided on, they were immediately greeted by an energetic-sounding, white-haired bunny girl in a very cute waitress uniform. I can see why you like this place. Steph's eyes wandered between the bunny and the fox next to her. This and that are completely unrelated, is it? Yes. I see. A table for two? Seemingly used to it, the waitress continued smiling at them in a gentle yet professional manner. Please. The duo nodded in return. Please let me guide you. Saying so, the bunny girl brought them to a small table just big enough to seat two. Shall I bring you the menu, or can I get the fluffiest couple in the capital interested in the lover's course? Yeah? Chloe had a strong reaction to that. Oh? Steph was a lot cooler about it. What do we get with that? It's a best of selection from our brunch menu, with the portions having the ideal size for them to be shared with each other. The way it's arranged also is extra romantic to increase the mood. Also comes with a fancy drink. I like the sound of that. What do you think? She then looked at the fox girl. Huh. Ah, sure. Certainly, I'll bring it to you as soon as possible. Thanks. Steph waved after the disappearing bunny girl before looking at Chloe again. Sorry about that. I'm weak to anything that's marked as special. It's all right. There suddenly was the slightest hint of disappointment in her expression. Even so, it's amazing that she just assumed that we were, a couple like it's nothing. That never happened when I was out with friends in the other place. Chloe's disappointment was instantly gone again. Well, Sophia did mention everyone's sexuality is much more evenly distributed here, right? Two girls walking in here that are dating aren't any less likely than a girl and a boy duo. In fact, it might be even more likely because the restaurant's quite cute looking. She did say that, but Steph paused for a moment. Coming from there, it's hard to believe, is it not? Is it still that intolerant over there? I mean, I left when I was young and only realized who I am when I already was pretty sick and barely went outside, but I watched a lot of TV. It has gotten a lot better, especially lately. Well, depending on the place, I guess. Some regions actually managed to get worse. The dog girl then scratched her cheek and looked a little more awkward. Still, you continue to get a lot of curious and or other glances when just being close to the same sex in public. Boys way more so than girls. Many people don't understand it, or don't want to. It's also much rarer there, so. That's no excuse, though. You don't need to tell me. Fair. Humans, huh? She only whispered those words. Ahaha. Chloe let out a chuckle over the girl who had been a human for the longest time and only just stopped being one. It's a great place, isn't it? The best. Her mood instantly brightened up. I'll never forgive Sophia for hiding it from me for almost a year. I don't think she did that on purpose. I'm sure she would have loved to show you everything much earlier. I'm still amazed she managed to end up back there at all. She definitely thought it was impossible, too. Not to mention that you had your own life you've given up now. She had her fair share of troubles, as well. I know. Steph started pouting. Just let me complain here. I've earned that right. You two sure are similar. We're sisters, after all. Her pouting stopped immediately. Though, that sure is weird to hear from others. I saw this personality of hers relatively often when it's just us, but her being so cheery, fun-loving, and full of life all the time is so different. It's great. Well, I only know the tiger variant of her, but she's indeed great. I'm happy for her that she got over her past. Absolutely. Thank you for waiting. The moment the duo finished talking about the blonde, the waitress returned with their food and placed it on the table. Oh. Seeing all the neatly decorated and tasty-looking food in front of her, Steph got excited again. It looks so tasty. It really does. Chloe agreed with her. The way it's presented is super cute, as well. Enjoy. Smiling at them, the bunny girl then left them alone. They sure didn't hold back on making it romantic, huh? Once the two were on their own, Steph took a better look at the food. It came with 2 croissants, a small heart-shaped bowl with strawberry jam, and another sweet kind of pastry, which seemed to be filled with chocolate. A few slices of heart-shaped toast, with slices of ham and cheese on the side, were next to them. Lots of berries, a sliced apple, and a small bowl of cereals were available, as well. The individual portions weren't big, but the duo definitely wouldn't leave hungry. The waitress had also scattered a few rose petals and put a freshly cut one in a small vase between the girls. How do you even get roses around here at this time of the year? Well, who cares as long as it looks nice. Yeah, after Chloe took it all in, as well, her eyes fell on their drinks. Both got a cup of coffee each, which was fine, but there was also a big glass of what looked like orange juice, which was lovingly decorated with a few extra slices of the fruit itself. It only had one straw in it. One that was shaped like a Y, at that. We can take turns, don't worry. The dog girl noticed her gaze. There's no need to share the food or even feed each other. As long as we enjoy the food, that's all that matters. Ah, alright, the hint of slight disappointment returned to her expression. Or we can do that. Steph focused all her attention on the fox girl right in front of her and stared right into her eyes. I'm getting some mixed signals here. Her cheeks turned a little red. Well. That was so delicious. Roughly an hour later, the girls were back on the capital streets, and Steph seemed quite happy after they left the restaurant. It really was. Quite eventful, too. Her mood got even better. There's no need to mention that. Hee. She enjoyed her reaction a lot. Alrighty, let's continue our date. Saying so, the dog girl grabbed Chloe's hand again. Let's go. So smooth. Mumbling these words, she briefly glanced at their joined hands before looking into Steph's eyes. Gladly. Sure, I'm the smooth one here. She also got the urge to mumble something to herself. Anyway, where should we go next? You were the one who wanted to go exploring, no? Right. The dog girl had forgotten about that for a moment. So, what do you want to show me next? That's not how that works. It was worth a try. It didn't dampen her mood in the slightest. Let's, go that way. In the end, Steph simply pointed down the road on her left. Okay. She liked the plan. Or the lack of it. I love being carefree. You found the right girl, then. Steph puffed out her chest a little. I'm really talented at that. Especially because I have a lot catching up to do on that front after having been busy with Sophia's disappearance for the past year. I look forward to seeing more of your talent. You better be prepared. I should be fine. I'm a little overwhelmed by many things right now, but I'm usually second to none when it comes to that. We're going to have so much fun together. Hee. Once the duo had found yet another thing they shared and loved, they continued to walk around in the capital for a bit while obviously continuing to hold hands, as well. Roughly an hour of exploring later, Steph ran into something that caught her interest more than most she had seen so far. Shrine of Mira. The dog girl had stopped walking once she saw the sign, together with an arrow pointing towards a side street. She has a shrine? She is the goddess of magic, you know? Chloe stared at her. She obviously has some shrines dedicated to her. Kinnear also has a lot, for that matter. I see. Yeah, if you put it like that, it does make a lot of sense. She's an important one, huh? The one who made me able to use magic. I guess that's putting it rather lightly. Ahaha, it was still a little hard to wrap her head around all that. Can we go to the shrine? I want to see how it looks. It's probably also a great place to properly thank her. I guess so. Yay. Highly motivated about getting a little closer to the person who gifted her magic and made this new life possible, Steph gave Chloe's hand a little squeeze and then dragged her towards the shrine. Chapter 361, Shrine Exploration. Chloe and Steph were still on their date while exploring the capital. So far, they had walked around a lot and had a rather romantic-seeming brunch in a chic restaurant. Afterward, the duo continued exploring and eventually found a shrine dedicated to Mira, and the dog girl really wanted to take a closer look. Mira was the one who gifted her magic, after all, and she wanted to properly thank her for that and thought a shrine might be a good place for that. Oh. The moment the two entered Mira's shrine grounds, Steph's face lit up. Rather than a shrine, it's a whole temple complex. There were many buildings of varying sizes that lightly looked like Asian-themed temples in perfect condition, and countless fox statues were placed on pedestals all over the place. In the middle of the main grounds was a massive statue of a very elegant-looking full fox. Whoa, that's the second most beautiful fox I've ever seen. She seemed to like it a lot. She is fluffier than you, though. Sorry. She sounded slightly apologetic while she glanced at the pink fox next to her. Chloe wasn't sure how to react to any of that. Feifei told me a lot about Mira, she seems to be quite a fan, but it's my first time visiting a shrine, too. She really is very pretty. Fluffy, too. Even more than Feifei. Whoa, wait a moment. Steph walked around the statue and noticed something. She doesn't have one mega fluffy tail, but actually multiple ones. Oh, you are right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 9 in total. Wow. Chloe also got more interested in it. Wait, 9. That sounds familiar for some reason. Really? The dog girl tilted her head. Anyway, stop being so greedy, Mira. There is no such thing as being too fluffy, but what if someone else missed out on becoming fluffy because you needed 9 tails? I get it, though. Excellent choice. How about you decide on a stance? Also, I don't think that's how it works. No. Do you mean that no one else missed the chance to become fluffy because of that? Pretty sure. Chloe nodded and rolled her eyes at the same time. Perfect. Good job then, Mira. Ahaha. Didn't the wolf say that she also has a humanoid form? I wonder if there's a statue of that somewhere, as well. Oh, do you think she also has 9 tails in that one? I don't see why she wouldn't. Though, it might be hard to walk or keep your balance with that much tail. I already have some issues every now and then. In your defense, your tail is worth 3 or 4 of Myra's, so, her eyes wandered between the foxes. See, Myra's cheating. You're actually fluffier. You win in both categories. Number 1 in being the fluffiest and most beautiful fox. Again, I don't think that's how it works either. Thank you, though. Chloe's cheeks turned red. No, it's definitely how it works. Also, Feifei only has 1 tail, and it's fluffier than mine. Steph turned silent and started pouting. Shut up, and let me compliment you. I am sorry. You better be. The dog girl pouted even more. If I say you are the best, then you are the best. Oh, okay. Good girl. She was happy that she finally understood it. Alrighty, let's see if we can find a statue or something similar that shows her humanoid form. Saying so, Steph gave Chloe's hand, she was still holding, a short squeezing, before dragging her with her. So eager. That's another thing you have to get used to. The violet-haired girl smiled at her. That's one of my most defining features. That shouldn't be too hard. Chloe smiled back at her. Most of the time, I'm the same. Yay. That's oh? Happy about that, Steph suddenly noticed something inside one of the shrine buildings while the two were walking around. I think I found it. It looks like an illustration of what we were looking for. You're right. Chloe also found the art of a fox woman, seemingly in her mid-20s. Not that her actual age would have to do anything with it. Her ears had the same size and shape as those of Chloe, and she had long pure white hair, with a few strands of it being teal-colored. Her eyes were teal, as well. The most striking feature was her many tails, though. Basically, the entire background was filled with them. All 9 of them had the same coloring as her hair. Most of them were white, with the tip of each also being teal. She looks so pretty and elegant. She really does look so elegant. The dog girl nodded a few times. Her style is amazing, too. She focused her attention on the figure of Mira, of which a lot could be seen as her clothes were somewhat revealing. She was wearing a top with detached sleeves and a bit of midriff showing, combined with a skirt that was open at one side. Both were mainly black with teal highlights and some colorful applications and accessories on them. It was hard to judge her height without a reference, but her overall figure looked similar to Maya's, maybe slightly more slender. Midriff does things to me. Hey! The pink fox girl had noticed her detailed stare. Ahaha, she awkwardly rubbed the back of her head before continuing. In terms of being pretty, she's still number 2, though. There's just no way you'd honestly think that. Chloe pointed at the painting of Mira. She's leagues above. I'm always serious about the things I say. Steph looked right at her. I'd say you actually look somewhat similar, and you're the improved version. Just how do we look similar? We're both foxes, that's all. Yeah, with your ears, color aside, looking almost identical. Also, both of you give out a comfy feel. Mira looks more mature, but your facial features have something slightly familiar, as well. Really? The pink fox took a better look at the white and teal one. I don't see it. Okay, maybe ears aside, that is. It's hard to compare yourself to others. Also, you look much better, so I can understand that you don't see it, but I do think there are some similarities. Shut up already. Her blush got stronger. I will never. Steph had no plans of listening to her. Also, pink is much better than teal. And one mega fluffy tail is much comfier than multiple very fluffy ones. Chloe needed a moment. I don't know how I feel about being compared to a literal goddess. I'm not comparing you to one. I'm putting you above one. That doesn't make it any better. It sure does. The dog girl had no intention of backing down. Just so you know, I'm also just warming up. I can go much harder on the compliments if you don't accept the current ones. Thank you very much. I'm delighted you think so highly of me. You're very welcome. Chloe felt a little bullied, but in a way she could hardly complain. Bullied with love, that is. Alrighty, with this fact clarified, let's go on. While slightly squeezing the hand she was using to hold Chloe's, she raised her other arm high into the air. Gladly. She was very happy about this change of topic. Let's go. The duo walked around on the shrine grounds for a bit longer while taking in the buildings and statues, but this time it was Chloe who found something that interested her. The pink-haired girl suddenly stopped walking while her eyes were peeled on 2 fox statues sitting next to each other on a pedestal. Steph also looked at them. Another beautiful fox. Is that what all of you have going on? Being criminally beautiful? Well, that applies to everyone in this world, but foxes really take the cake. It's also a single-tailed megafluff fox. Very nice. Oh. She might actually be fluffier for real, Chloe. That's Fei. Chloe tilted her head while staring at the fox next to Mira. That's 100% Fei. It has no colors because it's stone, but you can still see the pattern in her fur and her supreme fluffiness. Fei? The dog girl needed a moment. Wait, your mom? Yeah. Why does she have a statue here? Are you sure it's her? Don't you think I would recognize a statue of my own mother? Fair point. There was nothing Steph could say. Maybe they know each other? Are friends, even? Why would my mom be friends with Mira? Why not? Steph looked at her. Sophia's friends with Kinnear, and the wolves seem to be well acquainted with him and Mira. It's not impossible for Faye to be similar, right? She wasn't sure what to reply. Why do I know so many weird and over-the-top people for it to make sense? Fei knows Mira. She never told me, though. It's probably not an easy topic telling someone that you know a goddess? I guess so, Chloe nodded a few times. I can also keep nothing to myself, so. Same here. Don't ever ask me to keep something a secret. Good to know. That's mutual, by the way. Still, the fox girl looked at the statues again. Even so, why does Fei have her own statue here? Huh. Steph tilted her head. Maybe they're very good friends? How good of a friend do you have to be to get a statue in the shrine dedicated to said friend? If I ever become a goddess, there will be tons of statues of you in my shrines. The dog girl was on a roll. I see. How about we ask her once she's back? Steph was also interested in the story here. Yeah, let's do that. I'm really curious now. As they were unable to get any answers right now, as the foxes in question weren't around to tell them, the duo continued their exploration of the shrine for a while until eventually arriving back in the central area with the giant statue of full fox Mira. I guess that's all, huh? Steph noticed they were at the entrance again. Well, it was much bigger than I had thought. Much more surprising, as well. Chloe was still confused about their findings. True. The dog girl gave her a big nod. I would really love to meet Mira and thank her in person. Do you think there's a way to contact her from the shrines? How, though? She tilted her head. Steph thought about her idea for a bit. Soon after, she lifted the hand she was using to hold Chloe's and put both their hands on the side of Myra's statue. Maybe we just have to think about her here and pour some magic into her statue to get a connection? As if it's that EA dash. Without even being able to finish her sentence, their vision suddenly turned white, and the duo disappeared from the shrine grounds. Chapter 362, Myra's Domain. Chloe and Steph were still on their date and had a great time exploring Myra's shrine they had found. Interestingly enough, there, they also found a statue of Faye, Chloe's mother, for some reason. Unfortunately, as neither of those foxes were with them, the duo had no idea of finding out why she had a statue there. Just before leaving, the dog girl got curious about maybe being able to contact Mira on the shrine grounds and tried to come up with a way to do so. In the end, the duo placed their hands on the statue and poured some of their magic into it, unconsciously recreating the way Sophia usually contacted Kinnear in the past. Whoa! Where are we? Once the two could see again, after their vision had turned white, they noticed that the duo wasn't in the shrine anymore. Instead, Steph and Chloe were standing on a grassy hill overlooking a vast, overgrown forest. It looked a little like the forest near the fox village that Sophia and her group had turned into a magic forest, but the one in front of them was on a completely different level. A whole range of trees easily exceeded a kilometer in height, and even the smaller ones had crowns of a size that should be impossible with natural growth alone. In the middle of everything, beneath a tree that easily towered over every other one, there was a small valley with lush green grass and a cozy-looking cottage next to a beautiful pond. It could only be seen from the hill because no trees blocked the view in that area, and a path between them and the valley was carved through the forest. Did we get teleported to somewhere? Steph was still looking around with sparkling eyes. Maybe? Chloe tilted her head. If so, it has to be pretty far away from the capital because it feels so much warmer here. Not a fan, I want to add. Yeah, me neither, the dog girl nodded a few times. Although, the magic forest Sophia and the others accidentally created was also much warmer. This place here is much more impressive and filled with so much magic that the air is sparkling like crazy. Maybe that also increases the temperature? That could mean we ended up wherever. Now that you mention it, I've never seen magic as dense as here. Does that mean this is the place where Mira lives? She tried to come up with an explanation. It would make sense for it to overflow with magic, then. She's the goddess of it, after all. Or overseer, as Sophia and Kinnear insist on for some reason. It could be? The fox girl was still confused about the sudden change. It would definitely make sense. Where else could we be after pouring our magic into one of her statues? Yeah. Wait, so, does that mean anyone who had the same idea could visit this place whenever they want? That sounds like a huge oversight. True. Chloe saw the issue. Everyone with even a shred of intelligence would try that. Exactly. Oh. It seemed like the violet-haired girl had an idea. Maybe you can only go here if you've been blessed by Mira and or have her actual magic inside of you. She's the one who gave me a portion of hers, after all. Why am I here, too, then? The fox girl pointed at herself. I have nothing to do with Mira as far as I know. Aside from the part where your mom has a statue in her shrine? Ah. Or, Steph then looked at their hands that were still connected. We were holding hands when we touched the statue. Maybe because we were connected when I got teleported. Oh, that makes sense. She somehow liked that explanation more. Do you think Mira is here somewhere? Kinnear said she's usually quite busy, so. Do you want to meet her? I definitely want to. I'm a little nervous because of who she is, but Kinnear was relatively normal. Also, I really want to know why there's a statue of Fei-Fei in her shrine. Alright, let's go. Sounding even more motivated, Steph raised her arm high in the air, causing Chloe to do the same as she used the one she was holding hands with her. Go to where? Let's follow that path to the valley under that massive tree. The cottage seems to be the only building around, so that should be our best chance. It does seem like you're supposed to go there if you end up here. Why not get teleported there in the first place, though? So she can boast about her awesome magic forest? That's what I'd do. Good point. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation for the fox girl. Okay, let's head over there. Exploration time. Yes. Once the duo had decided on a plan, the two descended the hill they were on and entered the path leading through the lush and overgrown forest. You can't really see anything down here, huh? While walking through the forest, Chloe tried to take in everything around her. Just trees and other plants. It is surprisingly bright here, though. And warm. Yeah, it feels like summer here. Hot, stuffy, and humid summer. The two absolutely weren't a fan of it. You have a point with the light, though. It almost seems like some plants emit light, and the magic particles in the air are also extra sparkly. You are so right about the temperature. It's almost enough that I want to head home. Chloe really hated it. I feel you, but I'm too motivated to head back now. Oh, don't worry about that. We're definitely going to continue. I just turn into a baby that won't stop complaining when it gets too warm. I overheat super quickly, but this much is still tolerable as long as we aren't going to stay here for days. If I strip down, even that might be possible for now. The dog girl paused for a moment. Wanna move here? No, the fox girl looked right at her while replying. Ah, she looked disappointed. Well, I'm not even sure if I can strip down enough for it to become bearable here, so. I'd try, though. Chloe went silent for a second. And no. She started blushing. I'd still prefer a colder place. Hee hee. Steph liked her reaction. Honestly, true, though. She couldn't disagree with her. Anyway, the fox girl decided to change the topic and looked around again. I wonder if there are any animals in this forest. Magical giant animals? She got even more excited. I was more thinking about the general kind, but do you think there's something mutated in here? Wouldn't that be amazing? That really depends on what. If there's any kind of mutated insect in here, I'm going to burn this forest. Steph looked pretty awkward all of a sudden. I hadn't thought about that. You're also not a fan? I hate them. She raised her voice a lot while confirming it. Ignoring that, I do hear some birds, and they sound normal. Maybe the magic only affects plants and stuff? Let's just assume it does for the time being. Yes. The dog girl agreed. I do be interested in oversized magic animals, as long as they aren't insects, but we have more important things to do. Wait a moment, Chloe seemed to have more to say about it. Is that why Fei, Aura, and Fenny have a big form? Wouldn't I be a giant then, too? Steph tilted her head. Sophia actually became smaller after she got magic. Both of us are supposed to have way too much magic, no? Wait, can I turn into a giant? I like your current size, so please don't try. Okay. She was surprisingly cooperative. Thank you. They put the topic on hold shortly after and continued their walk through the forest. Soon enough, the duo finally arrived in the little valley in the middle of everything. You know, temperature aside, living here might actually be great. I love the little pond, and the cottage looks so cozy. I wouldn't be against it, either. Chloe nodded once. It would be pretty boring to be here all the time, but something like this to return to in the evening after having had fun all day would be quite something. I love that idea. Steph's eyes were sparkling again. Go on an adventure all day, and then relax in a cozy cottage like that in the evening. That's the dream right there. Yes. That sounds even better than the treehouse apartment I have. You have a treehouse? Yep. Sophia has one, too. We're actually neighbors. Wait. That treehouse we arrived in that village near that other magic forest was actually Sophia's? She has a mansion, too? Yup. I hate her. She suddenly looked angry. I keep learning about more amazing things I only now get to experience. Ahaha, well, now you have all the chances to experience that and much more together with us. Yes. Good. Chloe smiled at her. So, what now? She pointed at the cottage. Should we go and knock, or? What's the plan here? I guess? The dog girl tilted her head. Unless you have a better idea. I do. An incredibly soft and gentle-sounding voice suddenly addressed the duo from behind. I have a better one. Really? They answered without thinking but immediately froze when they turned around and saw the person behind them. Welcome to my domain. Mira had appeared behind without having made any sound at all. She was in her hybrid form, as well. Compared to her black clothes from the paintings in the shrine, she was wearing white this time. The design and cut were still similar, though. The fox girl had the same type of ears as Chloe, and her hair was a similarly long and fluffy type, as well. Just not quite as much. It looked a little more tamed. The color was different, as well. Most of her hair and ears were an even purer white than Maya, but a strand next to her face and another one on the back was teal-colored, just like the tips of her ears. The most striking feature was her many tails, though. She indeed had 9 of them, with each being roughly the size of Steph's. On the bigger side, but still nothing compared to Chloe's. Mira having 9 of them at once definitely made it look extremely impressive, though. Each of them was white, with the tip being teal, just like her ears. Mira? Steph was the first to react. Yes, I am Mira. She smiled at her. I'm glad that I'm able to meet you in person now. I'm sorry that I was unable to do so the other day and had Kinnear relay my gift. Oh no, there's no reason to apologize. The dog girl rapidly shook her head. If anything, thank you so much for gifting me a part of your magic in the first place. You really didn't have to, but I'm thrilled to be able to be with my sister and everyone else now. Not at all. Her smile only got brighter. You're a fascinating girl, just like your sister, and I didn't want Kinnear to have all the glory. I'm glad I could help out. I secretly hoped you to become a fellow fox, though. She then mustered her. You did come up with something incredibly adorable, so it's alright. Ahaha, Steph let out a small chuckle. I love foxes, and they're my favorites. Without Chloe, I definitely would have considered it, but, she glanced at the pink girl. I already have her to look at. She's the perfect fox, so there was nothing for me to improve. I want to be the cutest of the species, after all. Dogs are also great, so I went for something complimentary instead. Shush. Chloe started blushing again while she lightly glared at her. Mira then focused her attention on the other girl and looked at her without saying a word. Hello. The pink fox girl wasn't sure how to react to the stare, on top of being nervous about meeting the goddess or overseer of magic. It's a pleasure to meet you. No. Again, the pleasure is all mine. Her smile became the by far gentlest yet. I already, know you, but I am delighted to see you in person here right now. You know me. Chloe got somewhat confused after hearing that part. Mira paused for a moment while she continued to look at the fellow fox girl. I've been watching you ever since you've been reborn in this world. You're aware of me not being from this world. Her confusion only grew. Well, I guess knowing about me not being from here is a given to someone like you. Kinnear also knew, after all. Yes. She nodded slightly. I'm also, well acquainted with Faye, so there were many reasons to check in on you when I had the chance to. So, you do know each other? Chloe raised her voice. Why is there a statue of Faye in your shrine? How about we head inside? Mira pointed at the cottage. It's much cozier in there, and I actually managed to significantly free my schedule for the foreseeable future, so we can talk however long you two want to. The duo liked the idea, especially because there was a lot that they wanted to know from her, so the three entered the cottage to continue their chat there. Chapter 363, Questions and Explanations. Steph and Chloe's date somehow had ended up in a rather interesting place. After exploring Myra's shrine and touching one of her statues there, the duo got transported to her domain, just as Sophia visited Kinnear every so often. The overseer of magic had a much more magical domain, though, as it was a mythical forest type of place. While exploring, they eventually found a small cottage and ran into Mira herself soon after, as well. So, Chloe wasn't sure how to start the conversation. The trio had gone to the living room of Myra's cottage. There was tons of wood, and it looked very cozy, and the duo was sitting on one sofa while the divine fox girl sat on one opposite of them. Can I know more about you and Faye? Why does she have her own statue in your shrine in the capital? Faye and I became good friends a few hundred years ago. Mira smiled at her. I also like to walk on the world when I have the chance. Faye and I were seen traveling together quite often in the past, and... Well, I think you can see where this is going. Oh, I see. The pink fox nodded a few times. Faye never told me about that. She did mention you a lot, though. Wait, is that why the way she taught me magic is so different from how most learned it? Yes, Mira answered her. I've made a rule to myself that I won't interfere with how people learn and understand magic and how it works. Unfortunately, people around here are quite lazy and simply went with the easiest way of using it. Anyway, Faye and the two wolves you met came pretty close to the true way of using it. When we got closer, and I was perfectly comfortable around her, I may ended up letting slip something every now and then. She doesn't know absolutely everything about magic, but besides me, there's no one with a deeper knowledge of the magic system of this world than her. Oh. Chloe liked the sound of that. I guess that means I got twice as lucky with her, huh? She seemed pretty happy about something. The best mom and teacher in one person. The white fox seemed to be struggling to find the right words. Faye's the best. Full stop. Yes. She more than agreed with that. If you know her that well, can I ask something? If it's something I can answer, I'll more than gladly be of help. Is Fei my mother? My actual one? Ah. Mira paused for a second. Am I really the right person to tell you? But Fei always gets so evasive when I start the subject. Let's see, the white fox scratched her cheek. The next time you ask her about it, tell her I said she should be honest about what she is. She listens to me, and I'm sure she'll tell you the truth. Really? Tell her I'll get upset with her otherwise. All right. As hearing that from a goddess sounded quite impactful, Chloe was more than happy with that. But, that does mean you know my parents, right? Both of them? Yes. Yes, I do. She gave her a slight nod. I see. If Fei still doesn't tell me, I will come back and bug you about it. Okay. Mira seemed to be a little overwhelmed by the pink fox. Good. She was very happy about that. You sure got comfortable fast with her. Steph faced Chloe after having watched their exchange. The whole actual goddess, and her overseer thing is pretty alien to me, so I'm not sure how awesome this meeting is, but weren't you a lot more nervous around Kinnear? Initially, at least. She tilted her head while looking at Mira. Why wasn't I nervous with you? The white fox looked back at her. How can I answer that? True. Well, she does seem a lot friendlier, approachable, and easier to get along with compared to Kinnear. He is a good guy, though. The dog girl tried to come up with an explanation. Thank you. Mira smiled at her. That's definitely true. Chloe nodded a couple of times. Is that all, though? She looked a little confused and glanced at her fellow fox again. I do feel really at ease when talking with you. It reminds me a lot of Fei. Is that so? She seemed to have some mixed feelings about that. Yes. I can really see why the two of you got along in the past. Fei has excellent taste, after all. I definitely approve. I love Fei, and so I like you, too. Mira seemingly needed a moment. It makes me very happy to hear that. I love hearing the high praise of Fei. Alrighty, can I also ask some questions? Once it seemed like the duo was done, for the time being, Steph got excited again. I'll happily answer everything I can. The white fox changed her attention to the dog girl. The wolves mentioned it, and I saw it in the shrine, too. You can transform into a full fox, right? I can. She smiled at her. In fact, that's my true or natural form. My hybrid form just is more approachable or relatable for most, so I use that from time to time as well. Not to mention that a humanoid body has its very own merits. Especially the female one. Hee. Steph liked that answer a lot. Anyway, I want to do that, too. Do what now? Turn into a full animal. A big dog, in my case. She sounded extremely excited about it. Eh? Chloe had some rather mixed feelings about the idea, though. You want to become a full. Not forever or anything. She shook her head. But it sounds really fun, and I'd love to experience it at least once. Being fluffy all over and running around on a field on all fours. The pink fox still wasn't sure how she thought about it. Well, it is possible, but I'm not sure if I can recommend it. Mira tilted her head a little while giving her reply. Why not? It's extremely complex and complicated to use this sort of magic. How does your tail feel, by the way? Itchy. Steph's answer was instantaneous. It's gotten much better, though. See? What do you think will happen if you change your entire body to something else? If you mess up, all of those, let's call them features of your new animal self, will be permanently added to your brain and nervous system. Just like your tail and some of the instincts you gained before. At best, you can't change back again. At worst, let's not go there. Oh okay, Steph didn't like the sound of that. It is possible if you're able to create some extra space to put your second, persona. Sorry, it's a little hard to explain. Basically, when you switch between animal and hybrid, everything related to it also switches. 2 in 1, basically. The dog girl tilted her head. More or less. Mira nodded once. You have to exist twice in yourself, where only your personality, thoughts, memories, and things like that are shared between both. That sounds super complicated. That's putting it way too lightly. The white fox looked a little awkward. I'm the overseer and ruler of magic, and even I almost deemed it impossible. Too bad. She didn't like that reply. I was really looking forward to that. Well, despite the warning, it's not impossible. You have basically no control of the magic I've given you right now, but if you train a lot and move towards it little by little, you might be able to succeed eventually. Oh. Her mood improved again. Speaking of, why did you give me so much of your magic? I heard that what Kinnear did for Sophia was already way too overpowered, but I got even more from you. Exactly because of that. Myra's expression became a little cheeky. We can't be outdone by them, can we? Oh my gosh, I love you even more now. Steph liked her reasoning a lot. I am planning to share some of my magic, though. I might end up below Sophia again. That's totally fine. I gave you way more than you can use at once, anyway. Besides, because it's my authority, it recovers even faster than Kinnear's in this world. It literally recovers faster than you can reasonably spend it. I govern the magic of this world, after all. Oh, that's just like Feifi's and my authority. Chloe joined their conversation. It also recovers super fast. Mine's even faster than hers, actually. Did you give some of yours to her, too? That's perfect. The dog girl looked at her. I want to share it with you, after all, and it sounds like our magic is compatible. Why, you really don't have to. I want to, though. Steph had no intention of letting her be humble. I can do that, right? She faced Mira again. Yes. The white fox nodded. That's the privilege of overseer magic. It can be shared. The total amount of your magic will also keep growing much faster than everyone else. Another overseer benefit. Perfect. Wait. She heard something odd in her reply. Did I become a goddess and/or overseer without even noticing? Yeah? Chloe sounded even more surprised than the girl in question. Not exactly. Mira lightly shook her head. To be considered an official overseer, you need a certain level of total authority, be able to create your own domain, and a few other specialized magics. Steph sounded quite disappointed. That sounded so fun, too. You really are most interesting. The white fox was becoming more and more of a fan. You have the potential, though. If you keep growing your magic, which has the properties of overseer authority, as it's mine, it is possible in the future. Awesome. She got even more excited. Well, I'll first lose a good bit, but that definitely goes onto my list of goals. I look forward to your accomplishments. So, how do I share my magic? The dog girl got back on track. You gave me an infused peach. Do I have to enchant a fruit or something like that? Oh, no, that was just because you got it straight from the source. That is. To share yours, a little more effort is needed. And that is? A kiss while thinking about transferring magic should work well. Huh? Chloe reacted before Steph had the chance. Oh. Her eyes started sparkling. How? Where? Cheek? Hand? Lips? Somewhere else entirely? Where do you think would be best to share something? Oh. Hearing that, Steph immediately looked right into Chloe's eyes. Stop looking at me like that. Her entire face turned red. Wait. Sophia was able to share her magic just by holding Anna's hand. Here. She held up her hand that was still connected with that of the dog girl. I assent that enough? That's only because Kinnear's authority is above everything else. It isn't bound to any rules and can be brute forced. He also simply pumps Sophia full of a blank version of it rather than adjusting it for her. Because of that, the two can share it by just thinking about it. With some training, Sophia probably could do it purely by thinking about the person she wants to boost. Mira tried to explain the differences. My authority is bound by more rules because it is the rules. Well, on paper, at least. Let's just say that I can skip a few steps, but I added some extra safeties for Steph's version of my powers. I see, her face only turned redder. Alright. Steph intensified her stare at the pink fox girl instead. Don't alright me. You don't want to kiss me? That's not the issue. It's not? The dog hadn't expected that. She was obviously super excited about everything, but it was rather hard to tell whether she was serious or simply teasing right now. That's not something you do on a whim. Kissing or sharing magic? Yes. I see. A kiss like that is too early. Chloe specified the real issue. Huh? Hearing that, the slight blush that had appeared on Steph's cheeks fully lit up. Someone has no defense, huh? Mira was seemingly enjoying their exchange. Shush. The dog girl wasn't and turned her face away in a huff. It also seemed like she started pouting, but it was hard to tell because of her bright red face. Hee hee. The white fox let out a small chuckle before facing the pink one. PSHH, hey, Chloe. She started whispering to her. Why yes. She naturally also was affected by the current situation. Go for that instead. Saying so, Mira started tapping her cheek with a finger while gesturing at Steph. What? You understand me. But. Trust me. The white fox gave her a thumbs up together with a smile. Being frozen for a moment, Chloe eventually glanced over to Steph next to her, who was still looking away from them to hide her embarrassment. Really? Really? She needed another moment to prepare herself, but the pink-haired girl eventually leaned closer to Steph, and a second later, she lightly pressed her lips against the dog girl's cheek. It only lasted a moment and seemed rather clumsy, but she still managed to do it properly before swiftly putting in some distance between them again. Steph was only able to react with an incomprehensible squeal-like sound while her face managed to turn even redder as she started panicking. Chloe had turned her face in the opposite direction because she was unable to look at anyone either. To be young again. Mira, on the other hand, was doing just fine, though. After everything that happened, the duo was out of commission, and they had to take a break to calm down. Chapter 363.5 Illustrations. The usual. This time, with Mira. Depending on who you ask, the fluffiest of our girls. Original black clothes. Winter theme. And my new passion, animated. Here's the folder for the MP4 versions, including the white one, and a higher quality GIF. Click me. Also, for fun, her initial concept sketches. Initially, I had asked for a black outfit, but the artist surprised me with the white one, and I had to decide afterward. Obviously, that was completely impossible, and I needed to get both. I wasn't the biggest fan of the super long sleeves, though, and we got the shorter ones. Chapter 364, Expectations. The duo was still in Myra's domain and chatting with the divine fox. During that, Chloe learned that Myra is actually friends with Faye, and that's how her mother ended up as a statue in the shrine. Steph also learned a lot about the magic that she had been gifted by her. The dog girl also found out that sharing her magic with others involved a little more work compared to how Sophia was able to do it. She more or less has to kiss the receiving party for it. She got pretty excited about it because she wanted to give Chloe some of it, but once the pink fox leaned into the idea a little, the other two found out that the dog girl's a bit of a glass cannon, who got terribly embarrassed over it. In the end, Chloe even gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, which completely made her panic. Well, that was fun. Mira smiled at the two overly embarrassed girls. Why did you listen to her? After a while, Steph finally turned around to steal a glance or two while also gently touching the cheek that the pink fox had kissed before. Why, you're the one who started it, no? Chloe looked back at her. Why, you almost jumped at me when Mira told us you have to K-kiss me to transfer magic. That's just how I am. I also get excited super easily. So, you would have done that with everyone in this situation. Chloe didn't like the sound of that. That's not what I meant. The dog girl started panicking. No. Eehee. Does that mean you didn't want to be kissed by her? Mira was having a grand time. That's not what I meant either. Steph raised her voice again. Why do you complain so much, then? Because that's what I do. After all, she's the sister of a certain blonde. Stop that and be happy that you got a little kiss from your crush. The white fox was a rather direct one. Steph could only react with incomprehensible noises. She really has no defense, huh? Mira smiled at Chloe once she had had enough of the adorable display of the other girl. The pink fox wasn't doing much better, though. I guess I might have overdone it a little. Looking at them, the divine looked ever so slightly awkward while she scratched her cheek. Why, yes. The duo immediately unionized in their complaint. Alright, I leave the rest of this conversation to the two of you. What conversation? Back to the previous topic, Mira simply ignored how the two got even more nervous while they continued to steal glances at each other. That's how sharing my magic works on you. I'm sorry that it might be a bit much, but Kinnear's way is a bit too short-sighted for me, and I added some safeties. It looked like there were many things Steph wanted to say, but at the same time, it also didn't, and she stayed silent on the matter. Is there anything else either of you wants to know while we're together like this? They needed another minute before Steph then eventually went ahead. Was supporting me with magic and all that really just a whim of yours, or is there anything deeper? What would you prefer? Not beating around the bush would be the best. That was a good comeback. Mira sounded slightly impressed. I have my moments. Well, answering that is slightly complicated, the white fox scratched her cheek. I do like your sister a lot. She smiled at Steph. Ever since she arrived in this world, she's been very creative in the way she utilizes magic. As the one who governs it, that fills me with great joy. The same goes for Chloe here. I love her, way of doing things. She's so creative and inventive. Watching her get all excited when coming up with a new way of using magic excited even me. It's very contagious. The pink fox in question got very happy about her description and praise. Anyway, smiling at the happy girl for a moment, Mira then focused on the dog girl again. After you arrived here and how it seemed like your adventurous and playful side is even bigger than your sister's, I got a little curious. Then, you met Chloe, and the two of you got along very well instantly. I think the three of you will do amazing things for the further development of magic in this world. Quite the expectations you have there. Don't worry about it. My only expectation for you and everyone else is to have fun. That's when the best ideas and inventions happen, anyway. Oh. I can definitely meet those expectations. Steph liked the sound of that. Just what I wanted to hear. The white fox gave her a thumbs up. In the end, it started out on a whim because I simply found you interesting, but it eventually turned into some sort of plan because it could benefit magic as a whole. I see. All that, and one-upping Kinnear, of course. Mira smiled at her. You always use that chance if you can. Is it really such a good idea to openly admit that? Isn't he like the main, person, overseer, god, that kind of thing? Chloe wasn't sure what to call him anymore. I respect him a lot, we all do, but, the white fox paused for a moment. He's way too smug. All of us jump at the chance to put him back in his shoes whenever we can. I see, she wasn't sure how to feel about that. You have no idea how excited we get when he meets Sophia, because she's something else when it comes to bashing his face in when he gets too smug. What did my sister do? Steph wasn't a fan of her wording. Exactly what I just said. Mira smiled at her. She bashed his face in. Multiple times, that is. One time, she even used so much force that she literally punched him out of this world. It was so much fun watching that. Steph and Chloe just looked at each other for a moment. You don't expect me to do the same, do you? The dog girl eventually glanced at the white fox again. I'm not really into punching people. Don't worry about that. You can do whatever in that regard. Gee, great. She looked relieved. Then again, I never thought Sophia would punch anyone, either. Maybe he did earn it? That sounds very promising. No, seriously, do whatever you want in this world. I can provide you with some guidance, but that's all it is. Guidance. Great. Well, unless you try to destroy this word. I'm quite attached to it, so I'll probably intervene then. Why would I do that? Your older sister almost did, so who knows? Yeah? Don't worry, it was an accident. Mira smiled at her. She wasn't actively trying to create a singularity akin to a black hole that almost swallowed this planet. It just happened. How does something like that just happen? Steph got loud. Just spend another week or two with us, and you'll see. Chloe also started smiling. I haven't managed to do something like that myself, but I can totally see it happening. We can think of some fun stuff. Why, you can. Magic is something truly wonderful, the white fox continued. The sky's the limit. And that's just a figure of speech, because it isn't. Some limitations in the system that I included in your magic aside, only your imagination will hold you back. Do those limitations include being unable to blow up this world? I am 94% sure you shouldn't be able to. What with the remaining 6%? Uncertainty factor. Mira scratched her cheek. If you're half as easygoing and creative as your sister, you might find a way. People always called me the easygoing and creative sister, while Sophia was the reserved and overthinking one. She paused for a moment. Okay, I'm 69% certain my limitations will hold. Nice. Somehow, Steph's reply was instantaneous. Wait, that's not nice at all. She corrected herself. Please do your job better. I want to have fun and the time of my life, but I don't want to destroy this paradise. Well, again, it should be safe, but else you just have to listen to Faye. She knows the limits, and she is quite convincing when it comes to making one stop. That is very true. Chloe nodded a few times. But what if I mess up before she's back? I'm sure you can hold out for 2 or 3 days, no? I guess that should be possible. Wait, what? The pink fox tilted her head. What do you mean with 2 or 3 days? Faye's on her way back. She'll be here, or rather, in the fox village soon. Really? Why would I lie about that? Yay! Chloe sounded incredibly happy. I miss her a whole lot, so this is amazing news. I can't wait to meet her, either. Steph also seemed to be looking forward to it. She seems very interesting. She can be a little strict and stuck up at times, though. Mira looked at the dog girl. Please try not to get a wrong impression of her because of that. There's no way that would happen. She smiled back at her. It's simply impossible for the one that raised Chloe not to be a great individual. The white fox paused for a moment before glancing at the pink one. She's a smooth one, isn't she? Way too smooth. She nodded a few times. At least when her defenses are up. Myra's expression changed into a slight smirk. Hey. The trio chatted for a good while longer, but as this meeting was somewhat unexpected, they eventually ran out of topics to talk about. There's one last thing I want to do for now. While the duo was getting ready to leave, Steph faced the white fox. And what would that be? She tilted her head in return. Here, the dog girl spread her arms. I want to give you a hug. Oh? It's my way of thanking you for giving me a part of your magic so that I can have as much fun in this world as possible. I am slightly upset about some things you said and did earlier, but I'm incredibly thankful for the magic. Ahaha, well, I can't really say no to a good hug. Chuckling to herself once, Mira walked over to her, and the two hugged for a moment. You are very welcome. I want one, too. Chloe swiftly raised her voice while watching them. Sure. Once they parted, Steph turned around to face the pink fox and opened her arms again. And not you. She was looking at the magic overseer instead. Eh? Me? Mira looked rather confused as she pointed at herself. Yes. She smiled at her. You did Steph a huge favor, and you told me lots about Fei I didn't know yet. You even helped with finally finding out more about my biological parents and whether or not Fei is one of them, as I can now threaten her with you. See. The white fox wasn't sure how to feel about that. Also, hugs are great, and I like you already, so. Fine, as it was impossible to say no to the fluffy pink being in front of her, Mira got closer to her, and the two hugged each other, as well. Thank you very much. Once they parted again from their hug, Chloe showed her an even bigger smile. For everything we found out and learned today. You are very welcome, as well. Even for Mira, staying calm and collected was hard when confronted with such a pure and bright smile. Dot. Afterward, the duo got transported back to the shrine with Mira's help, while the white fox stayed back on her own inside the cottage. What a twist of events. She sat back down on the sofa and let out a small sigh. I am so glad I wasn't busy today. Although, now I want to see Faye again, and spend some actual time with her. I think it's time to stop being busy for a while and start wandering down there again. I feel like many things will happen soon, and I don't want to miss them. Faye will probably also need a bit of help now that all those troublemakers have met. Yep, I think that's a good excuse for me. Chapter 365, Speed. Chloe and Steph had learned a lot when they ended up in Myra's domain, where they also met the divine fox. The dog girl discovered many things about her new magic that she had been gifted, and the pink fox learned more about Faye, as it turned out that she has a significant connection to the overseer of magic. After a lot of chatting and a final hug at the end of the day, the duo returned to the shrine, and everything went back to normal. Wow, what a turn of events! Steph was still in high spirits while leaving the shrine. Did that really just happen? Chloe was slightly confused. Did we just visit Myra's place and spend half the day chatting with her? We sure did. This world is amazing. She was enjoying every second of her new life. That's definitely true. The fox nodded a few times. It's just, meeting Kinnear, and now even Mira is not something you usually do. As someone who has lived here for 20 years now, that's crazy. I guess so? Their standings didn't have that much of an effect on the dog. Mira was really nice, though. Even if the circumstances were weird, I'm glad we could meet her. Well, something she said and made you do aside. Steph touched her cheek during the last part. Yes, I also like her a lot, but what do you mean by, It took Chloe a moment to process the last part. Should we, get something to eat again? She also seemed a little awkward. We've spent so much time with Mira that it's getting dark already, and I'm a little hungry again. Yeah. That sounds good. It sure has been a busy day, huh? Very. Steph smiled at her before grabbing her hand once again. Let's go. Sure. They, especially Chloe, had gotten used to holding hands before, but after visiting Mira, both had become conscious about it, and the duo had roughly the same level of blush on their cheeks. The two walked around for about 20 minutes before they found a restaurant that struck their fancy. Inside, the duo got seated at an available table, and once they ordered something, the two started chatting again. Looking slightly awkward, Steph looked at the pink fox girl sitting across her at the other side of the table. In fact, after a moment or two, her eyes stopped swimming around, and she locked them with Chloe's. What are we now? Yeah. She looked slightly confused and a little bewildered, but she eventually looked her in the eyes, as well, while tilting her head. Friends. Judging by her intonation, she didn't even seem to fully believe that herself. Do you kiss all your friends? Naturally, the dog girl believed it even less. She got even more awkward. Why, you're the one who started it. Overly excited or not, did you try to kiss me, or did you not? Steph scratched her cheek a few times. I might have. See? So? Slightly enthralled by her somewhat smug smile for a moment, the violet-haired girl tried to be a little more serious again. What are we? Good friends. She tried her luck. Really? Steph wasn't happy about that. Are we dating now? She simply blurted it out. HHUH? Her entire face instantly lit on fire. Let me rephrase that. Do you want to date me? Steph paused for a moment to fight off a little of her own embarrassment. Mira was right. I was happy about getting a kiss from my crush. I still am. You do think, favorable of me, as well, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have done that, no. I do like you. I like you a whole lot. Chloe raised her voice. But we only met each other a few days ago. So? So, she says. The fox girl wasn't sure how to reply to that. Don't you usually get to know the other party better first? I mean, I have no experience, but that's how it works, is it not? Who said you can't do that while dating? But what if we get to know each other better and realize we aren't that good of a match, after all? What if not? Chloe had nothing to counter after hearing that. There's never a guarantee for anything in life. You could even end in another world by the end of the week, you know? She had an oddly specific example ready. We could spend years getting to know each other and then still learn something that could break us apart a day after we started dating. Do you have any experience with all that? None at all. The fox girl looked confused. You sound so knowledgeable about dating, though. I used to be the support character for my friends. Romance is fun, after all. There were 2 girls I was interested in before. I think? I was too young to be sure the first time, and the other ended before I had the chance to explore whatever I might have felt because I waited and wanted to get to know her better first. I see. Chloe started to understand her take. Well, it turned out the second girl was straight, after all, so. It might not be the best example for my story. Also, it felt more like an admiration, now that I think about it again. I definitely am not straight. I can say that for sure. Happy to hear. Steph smiled at her. Same, by the way. Toys are the closest thing to men I have an interest in. As long as they're not too lifelike, at least. If you get my drift. The more colorful and fun-shaped, the better. Wait, did I say that out loud just now? The color on her face changed. Please forget about that. Well, you do have a point. They are. I mean, forget about what? Did you say something? Both of them have next to no filter, after all. No, I didn't say anything. Gee, good. Anyway, back to the topic. Which one? Chloe had lost track. Do you want to date me? The dog girl looked right into her eyes again. We don't have to do anything that makes either of us uncomfortable immediately, and we can take our time growing ever closer, but I don't want to risk wasting my chance with you. If I have a chance, that is. Why me? Because you're amazing. Steph's reply was instantaneous. She had hoped for a more detailed response. You're amazingly beautiful, cute, fluffy, and attractive. Your looks are perfect. She sounded a little excited for a moment. Now, to more important things. Your personality. You're super friendly, attentive, and approachable. What I've heard from the others, when it involves your character and magic, you're super playful and easygoing. Forgiving, too. Sorry about having jumped at you the moment we met. You like to cuddle as much as I do, which is most important. She put some extra emphasis on that. From your stories, you also seem to love exploring, traveling, and other outdoor activities like camping. I constantly did that for the past almost 20 years and enjoyed every second of it. I've spent way more days outside than you can imagine. I love you. The fox girl hadn't expected such a direct follow-up. Are you really fine with me? You're more than I could have ever imagined and dreamed of. I see. So? 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 With each repeat, Steph leaned a little closer to Chloe over the table. Do you want to date me? I definitely want to date you. The fox girl was quite overwhelmed. We can still get to know each other better before, other stuff, right? Steph paused for a moment, as well. We can wait however long you can hold back with it. Why me? You're the one who brought it up just now. I hadn't even thought about that yet. For now, I mainly want to make sure not to lose this amazing girl right in front of me I fell for at first sight and gain the right to brag about it to absolutely everyone we meet. Chloe's face actually managed to get even redder. I am sorry. My mind's a little too horny for its own good from time to time. Why are you apologizing? Also, if anything, that's another thing I'll add to your redeeming features. And not a now topic, though. The fox girl just got more embarrassed. Are you really fine with someone like me? Yes. She reacted with a big nod. I want you. It all depends on your answer now. I do like you a lot, and I was mesmerized by you the moment we met. Even more so later on. You being a dog is a perfect fit for your personality. A personality I like very much. Quirky, outgoing, and adorable. I can't wait to go on more adventures with you either. I feel super comfy around you, too, and cuddling is great, as well. That's definitely a crush, alright? I like the sound of that. Steph was getting even more excited. So? If you're really okay with me. I'd gladly, why you know? No, I don't know. The dog girl smiled at her. You have to tell me. I want you to tell me. Chloe's usually quite confident about her social skills, but this situation, combined with Steph's ultra-direct way of doing things, turned her into a bit of a mess. I feel honored that you want to be my partner, and it makes me really happy because I want the same. It still feels very early, but you're right. Why should it matter? I want to date you, too. Steph liked her response a lot. The fox girl also looked happy. Afterward, as all the tension and excitement calmed down in an instant, the mood got a little awkward as both got rather embarrassed over just how much they had gotten into it. A few moments later, as they were still in the restaurant, the waitress, who had taken their order a long time ago, finally came with their food while apologizing for taking so long. Apparently, it was a busy time, and it had absolutely nothing to do with not having wanted to interrupt the couple until now. Chapter 366, Good luck on explaining that. After Chloe and Steph had returned from Myra's domain, they went to visit another restaurant because after having explored and then chatted with the white fox all day, they had gotten hungry again. While sitting in the restaurant, they started talking about the events and how it seemed like their feelings for each other had taken quite the leap in a very short amount of time. One thing led to another, and even though Chloe initially thought it was a little fast, they decided not to care about the little things and ended up becoming a couple, as that was what both wanted. The couple had left the restaurant again and was back on the capital streets. Their hands had already naturally found and started holding each other, but there was more than a hint of nervousness around them. Why are you so silent all of a sudden? Chloe was the first who couldn't take it anymore. That's the first time you haven't said anything for longer than a minute since we met. Hearing that, the dog girl twitched a few times. I also have my limits, you know? You have limits. Sounding honestly surprised, she tilted her head in return. Shut up. Steph raised her voice a little while her face turned even redder. Yes, I run out of steam. Today was quite eventful, was it not? Even though you were that confident in the restaurant not even half an hour ago. Especially because of that. She got even louder. I wanted to sound cool and gave it my all. You definitely did sound cool. Really cool. It was spot on. Thank you very much. The mood was getting livelier again. I saw my chance, and I had to use it. No matter how much I run out of steam afterward. Worth it, I want to add. She gave Chloe's hand a squeeze at the end. Dot. She liked that gesture at the end a lot. You are right. It was very eventful today. The good kind, though. The fox girl squeezed her hand back. I can't say I saw any of it coming. Expect the unexpected. Steph showed her a big smile. The best motto to live by. One of the best, at least. I should have expected to get transported to another dimension, meet a goddess, find out my mom's besties with her, and get a G-girlfriend. On the same day? Yes. She reacted with a confident nod. How? I think it's quite self-explanatory. Is this how Maya feels with all of us around? I have to apologize to her. She made a slight pause while thinking about the everyday struggles of the cat girl. Speaking about that, if it really is so self-explanatory for you. You're okay with explaining everything that happened today to the group, right? Everything. Steph's smug smile was gone. Everything. Are we going to, tell them about, well, us? Do you think we are, able to hide it? I've never been good at that. Neither am I, Chloe hung her head. Couldn't we just continue like before? The dog girl tilted her head. I mean, we couldn't get much closer with others around, anyway. Hearing that, the fox girl's blush also intensified. We really hit it off fast, huh? Yes. She felt the same. If you know it, you know it. Know what? Yes. Don't you think so, too? Sure. Chloe gave up and paused for a moment. I need to ask Sophia if she has a manual for you. Good luck with that. Her smile turned into a smirk. An impossible task, is it not? Yep. Well, you are sisters, after all, she let out a small sigh. Maya also wants to get a manual for Sophia for obvious reasons. Oh, I'd like to get one of that, too. Steph started laughing. There's no one that knows her better than I do, but that doesn't say much, especially after the last year happened. Poor Maya. I'd say it's more fun that way, anyway. I mean. Yeah, you've got a point. Chloe agreed with her. It's much more interesting to find out all the things on your own. I won't deny that it would be helpful, though. Exactly. Also, fair point toward the end there. She felt the same way. So, anyway, it should be fine if we simply act the same way we did the last few days in public, no? Do you think they'll let us be like that for much longer? Maya's quite sharp with those things, and teasing others is one of her great joys. I'll give her a week before she's on to us if we keep doing what we've been doing. Ugh, Steph didn't like the sound of that. Sophia also knows me quite well and how I act. I wouldn't be surprised if she had already noticed some things about my behavior. At best, I'll give her a week before she starts questioning me, either. So. Chloe looked at her. What are we going to do? The others aside, I'd also feel really bad about hiding it from Sophia. She didn't want to lie to her sister. That means you're going to tell the others? The whole thing is so self-explanatory for you that it should be easy, right? I was a little too motivated there, huh? A little. The fox girl let out a small chuckle. Why you're not going to help me, though? Like, at all? Do you want my help? Please. Steph really didn't want to do it on her own. It can't be helped, huh? Chloe started smiling. Though, I doubt I'll be of much use. I still don't really get what even happened myself. We're a couple now. I got that part, but. I'm really happy about that, but. How, actually? Because we're made for each other. That's the answer to why. I asked for how. Dot. Steph liked how she hadn't disagreed with her claim. How doesn't matter? The only thing that matters is that it happened. Do you think Maya and Sophia will be happy with that much of an explanation? We'll have to come up with something more, or they'll never stop asking questions. Ugh, the dog girl paused for a moment. Oh, how about this? You have a plan? Yes. She seemed quite confident about her idea. We'll do everything like usual when we get together in the living room, and when it's time for bed, we'll quickly say, by the way, the two of us started dating. Afterward, we'll immediately go to our rooms and lock the doors. Chloe tilted her head while thinking about the idea. I like it. Let's do it like that. Seriously? Steph was the surprised one. I didn't think that would work. Why not? That sounds like the easiest way out. I'm a big fan of that. Perfect. It's settled, then. That won't work on Fei, though. Fei. Her face turned pale. As in your mother. That very Fei. The overpowered and very serious fox even the goddess of magic warned me about. You forgot overly cautious, very doting, and overprotective. And not helping. Steph turned even paler. Will I survive her return if she finds out about us? She looked honestly concerned. Hey. It should be fine. Really? Yes. Thank goodness. Probably, Chloe still looked concerned. Stop that. Don't worry, I'll stop her before she does anything too hasty. I don't like the sound of that. Also, neither do I like this way too concerned expression on your face. I'll do my best. Still not any better. Steph got even louder. Is it possible to stop time with magic? I want to go on a training arc to develop my magic to hold a candle to her. There's just no way that's possible. Too bad. I do like the sound of that, though. I know, right? Her eyes started sparkling. It would be so much fun, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Chloe reacted with a big nod. It would be amazing. HRMN. Still, I feel like a proper overseer should have a power like this, no? It sounds like something they would be able to do, right? Not that I know what an overseer actually is. Kinda, I guess? It would be super overpowered, though? Like I said, fitting for them. It only added weight to Steph's theory. Let's ask Mira the next time we see her. You'll likely meet Fei before that, though. Maybe you could ask Sophia? She's, friends with Kinnear, and if he can't do it, no one can. That's a great idea. Also, knowing her, she would be just as interested in it as we are. I am absolutely certain she'd want to find out about it, as well. There's still no way it's possible, but Kinnear's our best bet. Let's go. We first have to tell them about all the other things that happened today, though. Let's not go. The dog girl changed her mind. Well, it's not like that's possible, huh? Not really, no. Alright, let's go. She changed her mind once more. This time, Steph sounded a lot less motivated, though. Has anyone ever told you that you're quite jumpy? First time I've heard that accusation. Really? Chloe tilted her head while she stared at her. I've heard that multiple times when people described me, so I do have some experience with that. Nope, that's a first. I'll ask Sophia once we're home, you know? I might have been called that once or twice before. She reconsidered her stance on it. I somehow still have my doubts. The fox girl only intensified her stare. I never clarified the time frame on these accusations, did I? I see. Once or twice a day. Anyway, let's go. Steph gave Chloe's hand, which she had been holding all the time, a quick squeeze, before dragging her toward the mansion. Maybe it was per hour, after all. There's a challenger to my throne. The fox girl wasn't any different in the end. Well, another one after Sophia, I have to add. Chapter 367, An Eventful Day. The new couple had left the restaurant where they got together and were back on the capital streets. At first, the mood between them was a little awkward as the events had been rather unexpected, but Steph and Chloe got over it fairly fast and had a good time chatting immediately again. They also came up with a plan to tell Sophia and the others. It wasn't an overly elaborate plan, but they had thought of something. Once the dog girl had recovered from the knowledge that Faye, Chloe's mother, would be a much tougher nut to crack, the couple headed back home to get over with everything. Hello. We're back. The couple had returned to the mansion and entered the living room, where they had heard Maya and Sophia all the way back from the entrance hall. You really aren't sorry at all, are you? It was just a tree. Maya and Sophia had yet to notice the arrival of the two because the cat girl was too busy yelling at the tiger. Just a tree? It was older than the school, and it's even on the academy crest. It was important. But it was Anna who burned down the tree. And it has nothing to do with the two of you playing around with chantless fire magic right before it went up in flames? Totally unrelated. Really? I just showed the princess how to properly concentrate so that you can put some real power into your magic. And 30 seconds later, the tree had turned into ashes. Maya stared right at her. That's unrelated to you? I can't be made responsible for Anna having lost control. Is that so? Does that mean it also would have happened without your influence? Knowing Anna, probably, yes. The cat girl suddenly went silent. I can't believe you actually made your excuse work. Huh. Sophia's expression turned smug. But she wasn't done yet. Why did you teach her how to make plants grow with your raw magic like we did in that forest? Because we felt bad and wanted to replace the destroyed tree with one that is about as tall as the castle and can be seen from everywhere in the capital? That was an accident. Sophia hung her head. Once again, Anna's fault. You can't blame her alone this time, though. There's no way she would have been able to do that on her own because she didn't know this magic even existed. The tiger didn't have an excuse for this ready. Just apologize already. Okay. She gave up. I'm sorry that Anna has no self-control. Huh. I feel sorry for Ari. I bet the king has also already noticed what happened. He should be used to headaches by now. Is that really your justification? Someone had an eventful day, huh? You didn't burn down a tree, sis? How did that not happen? Steph and Chloe tried to join the conversation again after being ignored while sounding extra sarcastic. Steph. Finally noticing them, Sophia immediately jumped at her sister and hid behind her. Please help me with her. Meh, kinda sounded like you weren't entirely innocent on that, though. Thank you very much. The cat girl was happy that she didn't blindly side with her sister. Traitor. The tiger had a different opinion on the matter. Wait, why are you holding hands with Chloe? Even though she was upset, Sophia, as usual, got distracted fairly quickly. The couple hadn't even realized they were doing that and quickly let go of each other. I kept getting distracted by everything and got lost way too often because of that until Chloe had enough and grabbed my hand to keep me at bay. Something like that. The fox girl hastily agreed with her excuse. They are sisters, after all. Maya actually bought it. You, getting lost. The blonde didn't, though. You have like a perfect directional sense. You're somehow even able to navigate cities you've never been to before. She just stared at her sister. Abroad cities, where you didn't speak the language, too. Wait, there's just no way that's possible. The cat girl got loud. Are you actually not sisters, after all? Sophia, you're the exact opposite of that. Your directional sense is in the negatives. Hey, that's a bit much. You got lost in a village with only 3 roads. To be fair, they were very confusing roads. The tiger tried to defend herself. They were perfectly straight. Exactly. She raised her voice. Being straight confuses me. I hate you so much. Even though she sounded a little tired, Maya still had to smile at her dork of a girlfriend. Ehe. Wow, I love this improved Sophia way too much. The dog girl was a big fan of the change. Afterward, as the couple had somehow managed to divert their attention, for the time being, everyone sat down on the sofas. Sophia and Maya on one, Chloe and Steph opposite of them, as it had already become customs. I hope your day wasn't as eventful as ours, the cat girl let out a sigh before she smiled at the duo. Did you two do anything interesting while I failed at babysitting two idiots? The couple immediately started looking incredibly awkward. WL. Oh? Sophia leaned forward on the sofa. I smell adventure. Did you run into anything interesting? I want to know. They only got more awkward. What happened? Maya's curiosity was also piqued. The two went silent and looked at each other. As should we. The other plan isn't going to work, isn't it? Doesn't look like it, Chloe scratched her cheek. And maybe you should just rapid fire everything. Why me? Because I just said you. That's unfair. Steph didn't like the sound of that. Well, you could have said it first. Ugh, she hung her head. Everything. Might as well, I guess. Getting it over will make it much easier in the long run. What happened? The tiger couldn't bear it any longer. I want to know everything. Steph took a deep breath before continuing because there was quite a lot to tell. Chloe and I went on a date. We had an amazing brunch together in a fancy restaurant. We found a shrine dedicated to Mira. There was also a statue of Faye. We got teleported to another dimension. We explored an enchanted tropical forest. We ran into Mira herself. She's amazing. We chatted a ton about all kinds of stuff and found out that she and Faye know each other. That's why she knows so much about magic and taught it to Chloe. I learned a lot about the magic she gifted me, as well. If I train really hard, I might be able to turn into a full animal at will. I could become an overseer, too. What else? She had to take a small break to recover her breath. I also learned that my magic has some limitations, and it's probably pretty hard for me to destroy the world. Kinda happy about that. Sharing my magic is harder because of that, too. I tried to kiss Chloe. I failed. Chloe kissed me, though. Surprisingly, Mira is quite playful and likes to tease. Mixed feelings there. She also helped Chloe in finding out whether Faye is her real mom. That was quite nice of her. The two of us went back to this world and continued our date. We had dinner together and then became a couple. Afterward, we headed back and found out that my sister and the princess had burned down the landmark of the academy. That was quite surprising. Yeah, I hadn't seen that one coming either. The tree totally caught me off guard. Chloe nodded a few times. Sophia and Maya first looked at each other before focusing on the couple again while blinking a few times. What? Which part is the issue? Steph tilted her head. It should be pretty self-explanatory, no? I think so, too. The fox girl didn't actually feel that way, but that wasn't important right now. You found a shrine of Mira, and there was a statue of Chloe's mother. Maya looked more than confused. You got teleported? So was Sophia. You explored an enchanted forest? She also sounded envious. Tropical, too? As in warm? That was especially important. Why you met Mira? What kind of things did you learn about magic from her? There's so much I want to know. Wait. The two eventually unionized. You became a couple? It had taken a little while before that part had registered. Is it really that surprising? The dog girl didn't understand their extreme reaction. Yes? Maya and Sophia just became louder. Really? Chloe joined Steph's side. I think we were rather obvious about being attracted to each other the moment we met, though. The other couple looked like they were about to explode for a moment. Well, duh? Why are you so loud, then? The dog girl was having way too much fun. I think I'll bring her back home and leave her there. Sophia had enough and glanced at Maya. This place might not be right for her, after all. That might be for the best. The cat girl nodded a few times. Good luck with that. Steph disagreed. You'll never be able to make me leave paradise. The two paused again. Seriously, what is going on? They looked slightly tired. Could you please start over and add some details this time? That will take a while, though. It wasn't quite as eventful as not burning down a tree, but Chloe and I were really busy today. Shut up about the tree already. Following that exchange, the new couple finally explained what happened in great detail. Obviously, they had to repeat themselves many times as more than just one hard-to-explain thing happened. Chapter 368, No Time Wasted. Steph and Chloe had returned home after a rather eventful day and reunited with Maya and Sophia, who were quarreling a little over a slight mishap in the academy. The new couple soon became the focus of the conversation, though. The cat girl and the tiger naturally were slightly confused when they learned about everything that just happened. Afterward, the fox and dog girl needed about an hour to make them understand everything. Or, at least enough for them to stop asking one question after another. Huh? That happened, huh? After they heard the whole story, Sophia and Maya needed a moment to let it all sink in. Alright, there are many, many things I need to address, but the most important part has to come first. Mira has 9 tails? Maya was the one who finished Sophia's sentence. Exactly. The tiger nodded a few times. That's the most important part? Chloe instantly retorted the couple. Okay, I get Sophia, but you, too, Maya. No, I'm kinda curious about that part, as well, but there are more pressing matters for me here. It's just that I know my Sophia, and she won't be able to calm down before discussing her fluffiness in great detail. Isn't she the best? The blonde looked quite smug while she smiled at her sister. You definitely got yourself a keeper there. Steph was happy for her. Anyway. 9 tails. Her excitement rose. Wait, 9 tails. Does that mean she's a... Well, not that it matters at this point anymore. With fan and all, the tiger's eyes seemed to have lost focus for a moment before she continued. She has to be the most fluffiest person in existence, right? No offense, Chloe. None taken. Chloe's fluffier. The dog girl disagreed. Why do I feel like that's biased? It's not. She raised her voice. Yes, in total fluff levels, Mira might win, but... She paused for a moment. Many very fluffy tails don't beat the fluffy tail. Saying so, she rubbed the back of her head against the fox girl's tail as she was using it as a pillow once more. Quality beats quantity, huh? Sophia nodded in understanding. How fluffy is one of her tails? About the same as mine, I would say. The dog girl gestured at her own tail. They were a little longer, though. That's plenty quality, though. Your tail is quite glorious, after all. Ehe. Steph liked her response. Even so, it's not even 1/3 of Chloe's singular tail, making them an inferior pillow. One big is better than many mediums. A very compelling argument. She could follow her logic. But. The dog tilted her head. 9 individually movable tails. Sophia raised her arms in excitement. They could wrap all around you and cover every inch of you because they're more maneuverable. Her eyes grew wide. I hadn't thought about that part. You're a genius, sis. Is she now? Chloe, for some reason, didn't seem to be too much of a fan of her reaction. I already made clear that I prefer your tail, did I not? Not to mention the rest of you, the much more important part, too. Mira doesn't hold a candle to you. I mean, she is really nice, and I felt quite comfy around her, but the first place is long taken. I still think that my idea would be quite glorious. Sophia looked at Maya. No matter that I definitely, without even knowing her, would prefer you, as well. Understandable. The cat girl reacted with a nod. I mean, it's hard to put the implications aside, but as an enjoyer of fluff myself, I can see the appeal and support it. It looks like I still have a lot to learn if that already made me slightly jealous, huh? The fox girl felt a little awkward while looking at Maya. It will take a while. I'm speaking from experience there, she couldn't fault her for the way she reacted. She really does. Sophia tried her best to stifle a laugh. A good while. Shush. Maya didn't need that jab and focused on the pink fox again. I still can't wrap my head around the fact you're dating already. It's pretty unbelievable, isn't it? Chloe agreed with her. Steph had some very compelling arguments about time not being important in the slightest, and so, as IL liked her since the moment we met, well. Those sisters are way too smooth, aren't they? Yes. You're the last one I want to hear that from. Sophia and Steph didn't seem to agree with them. Anyway, Maya ignored them. The hard-to-believe part really is the already here. Sophia and I had started to argue about how long we were going to leave you alone because of all the obliviousness that was going on. Turns out you two were the exact opposite of being oblivious. Good for you, because I was only giving you a few more days before I would have started my teasing. This time, after having gone through Anna and Ari, I was going to show no mercy, too. Phew, the fox girl looked honestly relieved. Thanks for not wanting to waste any time, Steph. Any time. You can't feel too safe now, though. Sophia glanced at her girlfriend. She'll now probably be twice as motivated to find something else to tease you with. As if I need a reason for that. Naturally, she sounded extra smug while making that claim. Well, it can't be worse than you teasing us about, us. Chloe tried to look on the bright side. That is indeed true. Maya nodded. Teasing you about would have been because I got annoyed by it. I can't deal with that anymore after having had to go through 2 dense tigers already. Now that that's taken care of already, I'm just going to tease you because I like you. Big difference. Fair. Steph agreed with her. Teasing's great. As long as it isn't hurtful, I'm a big fan. Chloe and I also want to figure out things ourselves going forward, though. No excessive teasing in that regard for a while, please. That would be great. I can respect that. That being said, Maya then faced her tiger. Why is the little sister the one who has her act together? Hey. Sophia didn't like this accusation. I have my moments where I am serious and responsible, as well. Just as much as Steph has her moments where she doesn't. Really? She didn't buy it. I think I have to side with Sophia here. Chloe awkwardly scratched her cheek while glancing at her girlfriend. Huh? Steph didn't like the sound of that. I'm the embodiment of having your act together. I guess that depends on how you define that, huh? The fox girl smiled at her. You definitely were amazing during our dinner, but you also came up with the idea to find a way to stop time to go on training arc to be ready to meet my mother, so. I did say that. Unbelievable, right? The fox girl looked at Maya. No one who has her act completely together would be able to come up with something that out of the norm, not to mention impossible. It would be amazing, though. She got incredibly awkward in an instant. What do you think, sis? Steph faced her. I know it sounds ridiculous, but do you think it's impossible? It can't be, right? Magic can do anything, after all. I bet you love the idea, too, right? Sophia had the exact same reaction as her cat. Do you think Kinnear would know more about it? Chloe tilted her head. Mira aside, if anyone would know if it's possible, it would be him, right? The blonde needed a moment. I am sure he would know more, why yeah. Sophia. The dog girl started right at her. Why yes? You already know more about this, don't you? It wasn't hard for her to understand her reaction. Well, how will you get out of that one? A moment later, Maya turned to look at the blonde next to her once she noticed that everything around them, including the couple on the other sofa, had frozen in time. Do you think I need to get out of that? You planning to tell them? I never ever want to have any big secrets from Steph again, and now that she's dating Chloe. The heck, she's dating Chloe? They move fast, huh? No kidding. The tiger raised her voice. I mean, it was obvious that the two are super compatible, but that much? If you know, huh? At least if you aren't a dense idiot. I feel called out. She started pouting. That includes me, Maya scratched her cheek. I tried to sit it out with you, too, after all. That's a bit of a relief, because I do feel called out, still. Are we the prude ones in our group? The cat girl's expression changed. Anna and Ari so amazing sex the moment they became a couple that the whole castle heard them, and those two decided to start dating a few days after meeting. Heck, it's their first time after really being alone together. I just can't. I'm physically incapable of calling you prude, Sophia stared back at her. You're way too much of a pervert for that. That's a compliment for me. She smirked at her. I'm in good company, as well. Yeah, I'm surrounded by perverts. Yourself included. I would know, after all. I'm not prude, I'll admit to that much. Sure. If anything, I guess we're a little slow, huh? Not sure if I like that, the cat girl had mixed feelings about that. So much wasted time. Does that really matter, though? We're basically ageless, after all. That. Also, all of those little things led to where and who we are right now. Don't you think it's great what we have going on at this very moment? I take back what I said earlier. Her expression changed once again. This time, it turned gentle, though. Sophia tilted her head. When it counts, you really have your act together. Ehe. She liked that a lot. Anyway, Anna and Ari, as well as Steph and Chloe, might have a slightly more interesting sounding story, but we have our own thing. Yeah. Also, if we include all the things we can't tell others so readily, we definitely have the most interesting story, as well. True. Well, those two might be able to slightly compete, though. She gestured at the other couple. Wait, they're both from a different world, and just came back from visiting a goddess. That's at least as. Not everything is a competition. Got your act together, idiot. Sophia raised her voice. I hadn't expected for you to be able to turn this on me. You should know by now that I'm the best. Sophia was in a good mood. I see. So, how does the best think about dealing with this situation? She waved her hand around before pointing at Steph and Chloe. Are you going to show them? The tiger paused for another moment. Again, I don't want to keep any big secrets from Steph and Chloe. Well, she's, family, I guess? It's also funny how you were already advertising Steph to her before she even ended up here. I kinda did that a lot, huh? I mean, as I had rightfully predicted, they worked together amazingly. When you're right, you're right. Maya had nothing to say against her claim. Anyway, let's get over with it. Afterward, Sophia got up from the sofa and walked behind the other couple. There, she placed her hands on their shoulders and concentrated for a moment. Stopping time for herself is easy, but if she selectively wants to unstop it for others, she still has to touch them while pouring some of her magic into them. Chapter 369, Overpowered. The new couple had told Sophia and Maya about their day and how they started dating. Naturally, they had many questions about various things. Mira had been a topic for a while. Mostly how fluffy she was. Eventually, it drifted over how Steph was interested in finding out whether it was possible to stop time. This caused the blonde tiger to feel slightly awkward, as she has some experience with that. After a bit of back and forth with her catgirl, she then decided to show it to the other two. Huh? Wait, where's Sophia? She was just there. The moment time unfroze for Chloe and Steph, they immediately got loud. There, Maya simply pointed past them. Huh. The couple looked behind them in return. Hey. Once their eyes met, Sophia smiled at them. Yeah? Wait. You can teleport, sis? The dog girl raised her voice even more. No, even I can't do something as impossible as teleporting. She scratched her cheeks while recalling the whole teleporting topic that has come up way too often. I merely stopped time and walked behind you. Ah. Steph nodded in understanding. Wait, what? You did what now? Chloe was just as surprised. Yeah, I've been able to do that for a long time already. It's quite fun. Useful, too. And scary. Maya added her own bit. Though, you get used to it. It giving us as much privacy as we want is a huge plus, as well. Are you serious? The couple's voices perfectly overlapped. Why yeah, it was quite the shock when I did it on accident the first time, and I had no idea how to revert it. She started shuddering just thinking about that memory. How do you do it? Steph sounded highly excited. I want to be able to do it, too. As far as I've understood it, which doesn't have to mean much. It's thanks to having Kinnear's magic inside of me. I see, her excitement changed to disappointment instead. Maybe it's a general overseer thing, though? Sophia tilted her head. You're using the same magic as Mira, so you might be able to? Let's go. She liked the sound of that. Wait, she mentioned that she added some safeties to my copy of her powers so that no accidents happen. Why is your overseer so much better and more caring than mine? The tiger got loud. Kinnear paid no attention to anything other than having a great time with the stuff I do. I mean, it's fun, but I could have done without having almost destroyed the world once. I was happy about her having given it so much thought, too. Steph smiled at her. She said it's 69% impossible for me to accidentally destroy the world. Nice. Sophia's answer was instantaneous. Wait. That's not nice at all. Why is that number so low? That's your fault. How could that possibly be my fault? The blonde got even louder. I had absolutely nothing to do with any of what happened between you and Mira. She said she was confident about her safeties, but then remembered that I'm your sister. She made a slight pause. Afterward, Mira got a little awkward and a lot less confident about it. You forgot the part where you mentioned being even more easygoing than your older sister, which made her even less confident about everything. Chloe helped her fill in the parts she failed to mention. This world is doomed. Hearing all that, all Maya could do was to hang her head in defeat. Well. Steph didn't want to hear about any of that. Mira also said that, while it will be incredibly hard, it's not impossible for me to turn into a full animal at will. Time stopping might be possible, too. That's the spirit. The tiger liked her enthusiasm. Wait, what? You want to turn into a full? Not forever. Still, I'd like to experience it at least once. Doesn't it sound fun? Her eyes started sparkling. Fully turn into a fluffy and zoom over a field on all fours while chasing something? Like a ball. Sophia tilted her head. Yes. She had no idea what to say in return. Shut up. The dog girl's face turned red. I didn't say a word. The blonde tried her best to hold in a chuckle. It, does sound like fun, though. Maybe not a ball, but stalking and chasing, some prey like that would be fun. Spoken like a true tiger. Chloe was impressed at how true she was to her character. Save for becoming a foal, you did all that already, Sophia. Maya rolled her eyes while looking at her girlfriend. You stalked and chased a lot of animals, and more often than not, you ended on all fours, at least for a little while when you got really into it. Remember all the boars you hunted? Stupid tiger instincts. She also got embarrassed. That's different, though. A full animal surely has all kinds of different attributes that would be super interesting to experience. Exactly. Her little sister nodded a few times. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Knowing you, what happens if you mess up and can't turn back? Aya. Sophia's expression changed completely. That's. I love you, but I can't say I'm very attracted to fools in a sexual way. Things would turn very complicated. Mira also said it took even her forever to change into different bodies. Chloe, once again, decided to help. Alright, the plan's put on indefinite hiatus. Even Sophia was sensible enough to realize it wasn't worth it. Yeah, Steph nodded. I really want to do it eventually, but not until I am 1000% sure nothing can go wrong. Good, Maya and the fox girl sounded incredibly relieved. By the way, once the topic was put on hold, the dog girl faced her sister again. How does it feel when time is stopped? I'd love to experience it. Well, how does it feel? Sophia looked back at her while tilting her head. What is that supposed to mean? Time still stopped. She smiled at her. I only unfroze it for the four of us. Seriously? Steph's eyes grew wide. Huh, for how long can you stop it, then? I don't think there's a limit. The longest I stopped it so far is, the blonde paused for a moment while glancing at Maya. Probably around a day or so. Why did you pause just now? The cat girl wasn't a fan of her reply. And no particular reason. Her eyes got even shiftier. Looks like we're going to have a talk later. Ugh. Wait. Chloe wasn't done being surprised yet. No limit. A whole day? What about your authority? It has to cost a ton to maintain, doesn't it? Not really. Sophia shook her head. It costs a good chunk to stop it, but afterward, it's just, well, stopped. For as long as I want. It only costs a little when I unstop it again. For real? That's way too overpowered. Steph and Chloe were quite impressed with their over-the-top tiger. Yeah, Kinnear's blessings on me were vast and indiscriminate. That's so amazing. The couple was in awe. Debatable on some things, but in general, I very agree. What are you even doing when time is stopped? Steph got curious. It sounds like you're doing that quite a lot. Mostly 3 things, I would say. The blonde scratched her cheek. Thinking about difficult things when you have to answer quickly, and taking naps when the day didn't have enough hours. So you were doing that? Maya's expression changed when she heard that. Those were only 2 things. What about the third you mentioned? Chloe sounded a little confused. To have uninterrupted and as loud and unbridled sex as possible, of course. The cat girl's mood changed quick. Yeah. The tiger nodded. I see. Chloe's cheeks turned red. I want to be able to stop time so bad. Steph got excited instead. HHUH? The pink-haired got even more embarrassed. She needed a moment to understand her reaction. That's not what I meant. I mean. And no, I was just generally speaking. It had nothing to do with the pervert's last claim. Hey. The perverts got loud. Well, true, they had no basis to defend themselves, after all. Oh, okay. Even though she sounded relieved, Chloe's expression seemed slightly more complex, and she quickly tried to change the subject. Is time really still stopped? I don't feel like anything's different from usual. How about you look outside and see for yourself? Saying so, Sophia went to the glass door leading to the garden and opened it. Okay. The couple first looked at each other before getting up and walking over to her. It didn't take them long to notice something. Apparently, sometime after they had returned home, it had started to rain a little. The raindrops of the light shower were still floating in the air and made for a very nice effect to show off the frozen time. This is amazing. Very. Steph and Chloe had the same reaction. Well, let me show you something even more fun, then. Looking a little smug, the blonde closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment. Immediately after, the droplets of rain began to fall again, accompanied by the sound of it, together with several other background noises. You really are way too overpowered. The two came to the same conclusion yet again. Complaints have to be directed to Kinnear personally. I had no sayings in this matter. Once the couple was thoroughly satisfied with the demonstration, Sophia closed the door again. Inside, they returned to getting comfortable on the sofas once more while continuing their chat. Spoiler. Collapse. Chapter 370, Reuniting Plans. While chatting about their day, Steph and Chloe eventually mentioned the part where they wanted to find out if stopping time with magic was possible. Naturally, Sophia got more than a little awkward after hearing that, but eventually decided to tell them that she could do that already. The couple got quite excited about that and loved every moment of the demonstration they got afterward. My own sister can stop time, Steph was still in awe. Whenever I think I can't get surprised anymore, something like that happens. Chloe wasn't much different. And I did lots of unbelievable things myself already. You'll get used to her being ridiculous, don't worry. Maya just smiled at them. Really? The dog girl tilted her head. How long does it take to get used to all that? No idea. She shook her head. I'm mostly trying to convince myself of it by saying it out loud. Her smile vanished. Well, I can't wait to cause that reaction in others, as well. If anything, it only motivated Steph even more. Maya looked like she wanted to say something, but her concerned expression suddenly changed to something more hopeful while she looked at Chloe. Wait a moment. Earlier, when telling us about your day, you mentioned that your mom would be back soon. Yes. She reacted with a big nod. Mira said that Feifei will be with us in a day or two. That is very reassuring to hear. The cat girl sounded rather relieved for some reason. Does that mean she finished burning down the human capital? Eh? This part was still news for Steph, who looked shocked after hearing her sister's casual remark. Guess so. Chloe just awkwardly scratched her cheek in return. The blonde still wasn't sure how to feel about that. Hold on a moment. The dog girl raised her voice. Your mother burned down the human capital of this world? Well, that was what the wolves predicted. The tiger tilted her head. It seems like Faye can get quite angry when something upsets her, so they think she went for revenge. Definitely sounds like something Feifei would do. The fox girl had nothing to add. What in the name of Kinnear? Steph got confused for a moment. No, Sophia immediately shook her head. Whatever. Just what happened for her to be that upset over something? Even if the humans in this world are as bad as described, there's just no way a single event would be enough to warrant the destruction of their capital, right? Right? Feifei and I ran into a few human soldiers, and they said some very mean things to me and implied wanting to do even meaner things to me. Chloe paused for a moment. Afterward, Mom got upset. The dog girl didn't seem to like that very much either, because her expression instantly changed. I hope not even Ash remained of the capital. Her voice sounded completely dry and devoid of emotion. Why do both sisters have so crazy and over-the-top mood swings? Maya couldn't believe it. Come on, Sophia just looked at her. Have you already forgotten how you reacted when I told you that some humans tried to sell me to a brothel? She went silent for a moment. I had suppressed that memory. Excuse me? Steph's expression worsened even more. What was that just now? Don't worry about it. Sophia smiled at her sister. Nothing happened, and they definitely got what they deserved afterward. Fan and I also got a little upset over it and cleaned up. I see. She didn't sound happy in the slightest, though. Nothing happened to you, too, right? She then looked at Chloe again. Nothing at all. The fox girl also smiled at her. Feifei just glared at them, and they disappeared. Afterward, she told me to stay in the fox village for a while, because she's going to visit their capital. I hope she taught them a lesson. Steph had completely changed her opinion on the topic. Anyway, Maya decided that it was enough about that thing. Faye will be back soon, huh? I hope she's at least half as serious when needed as she had been described. Some people, I won't call names, need a bit of a kick to calm down, after all. You won't call any names, huh? Sophia raised an eyebrow. Yeah, it would take too long to list all of them because our group is way too insane. Fair enough. Don't just agree. The cat girl raised her voice. Decide on what you want already. No. I wonder if the name Maya is also on Maya's list. Watching their bickering, Steph then leaned closer to Chloe. Probably the first entry if you ask me. The fox girl had to do it. Yeah, everything else would make no sense. She nodded a few times. Oi. The leader of the list of troublemakers glared at the couple once she was done with Sophia. I'll take that as a confirmation. Yup. The couple wasn't overly fazed by it, though. The cat girl gave up and simply rubbed her temples. Yeah, sure. Again, back to Faye. Does she even know where you are right now? She'll be going to the Fox Village, right? Won't Alex or some of the other foxes simply tell her that she went to the capital with us? Sophia tilted her head. That's true. Why are you the one with the simple and reasonable explanation? Maya instinctively retorted. What do you mean? She only tilted her head even more. As I'm the one on the very bottom of your list of troublemakers, I naturally am the voice of reason here. I love how she was able to say that with a perfectly serious expression. Chloe looked quite impressed. I seriously hate all of you. Maya sounded a little tired. We love you, too. Sophia was much more cheerful, though. She'll definitely find me, but I wouldn't like her having to search for me. The fox girl wasn't a fan of the idea. You going back, then? I guess so. Chloe gave it some thought. Mira said she'll return either tomorrow or the day after. So, if I stay here till tomorrow, it'll be only one night at best, anyway. I'll come with you. Steph was immediately on board with the idea. Huh? You don't have to. But I want to. We just started dating. We aren't going to celebrate that by staying away from each other for 2 days. I see. She got a little embarrassed. Sophia seemed to be thinking about something. What's up? Maya still needed to determine whether she liked her expression or not. When we last went there a few days ago, Alex mentioned that the hot springs would be finished in around a week. I wonder if we go and kick his lazy butt, whether we would be able to use it tomorrow already or not. It would be a great pastime while we wait for Faye, right? I like the sound of that. Steph seemed to be a fan of the idea. Me, too. Maya also liked that very much. Let's invite Anna and Ari, as well. I can't wait for the view of the forest while relaxing in the water, right? The dog girl smiled at her while having a slightly cheeky expression. I'm looking forward to the same reason as you do, my dear. No one could outcheek the cat girl. Great. I knew I could count on you. Always happy to provide. By the way, Sophia then glanced at Chloe. The two are not talking about the forest. Why, yeah. I figured that out myself already. Oh, but speaking about the forest. For real, I mean. The fox girl tilted her head while focusing on the tiger. The magical forest we created on accident, the trees, plants, and all that looked like it was summer for them even though it isn't. Do you think we could make them look like other seasons, as well? Like autumn when everything gets colorful or spring when it's blooming. Exactly. Sophia nodded. I had the idea when thinking about the hot springs the other day. Wouldn't it be amazing for the forest around it to be eternally autumn? The view would be the best. Or forever blooming cherry blossoms if we find some. She was a fan of the idea. Although, snow would be great, too. Oh. Or a bamboo forest. I love all of those ideas. Maybe we could make themed hot springs if there are multiple. One winter, one spring, one summer, one autumn, and then another one like bamboo. The tiger was getting very motivated. Let's go. So was Chloe. How would we be able to do that, though? Controlling how they look, that is. No idea. She gave it some more thought. Could it have to do something with the amount of ambient magic? You said that the forest in the Fox village was so dense with magic that it could be seen with the naked eye, right? It was the same in Myra's domain, too. It was actually much sparklier in Myra's place. Steph joined the conversation. That would actually add to my theory. Her domain was half a jungle and way too warm. I'm sure there are few places with more ambient magic than the home of the magic overseer. So, because we pumped the trees full of magic, the excess one turned the area into perpetual summer. Well, who knows if it's perpetual or dissipates eventually, but it does sound logical, doesn't it? That's for sure. The blonde agreed with her. Does it? Maya looked confused and glanced at Steph instead. I don't get it at all, but I love the sound of it. So, what's the plan? Sophia kept her focus on the fox. Should we try to increase or decrease the ambient magic and see what happens? Sounds like a plan, doesn't it? She had the same idea. Trees lose their leaves to conserve energy, among other things, right? Wouldn't that mean if we reduce the ambient magic, which is supposedly keeping them green right now, maybe we can change them to autumn settings? It really does sound like a plan. Maybe that's also how we can make them look like spring. We increase the magic, but not enough to make them go to summer mode? Only one way to find out. The fox girl sounded highly motivated. Let's go. Steph still wasn't sure what was going on, but she smelled an adventure, and that was enough for her. It does sound like fun and totally not dangerous for a change, so I actually am excited about it, but... Even Maya liked the plan, but then looked out of the window. Today is kinda over, you know? The sun was already setting when they watched the earlier raindrops, but it was fully gone by now. Ah. No one liked that. Afterward, the girls made it their plan for the following day, before relaxing again while chatting some more. Chapter 371, Room Situation. The group had a good time chatting, as usual, and the topic slowly drifted toward the announced return of Phaonis, Chloe's mother. Naturally, the fox girl was beyond thrilled about that and wanted to return to the village to meet her as soon as possible. As her girlfriend and lover of adventure, Steph immediately decided to go with her. Sophia then remembered the hot springs there and how she wanted to try them out and see if she could change the magical forest to an autumn setting for a better view while taking a bath there. Everyone liked that idea, and the group decided to do it the following day as it had already become evening while they were chatting. By the way, after having finished their plans to mess around with the hot springs and relax some more, Sophia looked at her sister again. We still haven't gotten around your room and all that, have we? Right. Steph raised her voice. I always ended up napping on the sofa here because it was so comfy, and during the day, we were busy. She rubbed her back against Chloe's tail she was using as a pillow while mentioning the comfy part. I've yet to even see it. Yeah, we got sidetracked a lot. Nothing new on that part, at least. Maya had to comment on that. Ahaha, she couldn't say much there. Do you want to see the guest rooms and choose one to stay in? Wait, do you even still need your own room now? After you started dating Chloe and all that. It's too early to share a room. The dog girl had mixed feelings about that. Wow, that was a cute reaction. The cat girl saw a chance for a quick tease, and she used it. Shush. Chloe was surprisingly quiet during that exchange. Understandable. Sophia nodded a few times. Sleeping in the same room on the same day you started dating would be way too soon. After all, it took you 4 whole days after meeting each other to start dating. No need to start rushing things now. Shut up. Steph didn't like that. Whoa, that was a good one. I'm so proud of you. Maya enjoyed it a lot, though. Well, I do get it, so it's fine. The tiger smiled at her sister. Also, the guest rooms are a little too small to stay in together permanently, so it's better that way. Though, once you are ready, it'll be fine to tear down a wall for all I care. That's, good to hear. The dog girl wasn't sure how to feel about that. Should we go and take a look? You also wanted to bring your old room over, didn't you? Right. I almost forgot about that again. After they had decided on that, the sisters decided to head upstairs to where the guest rooms were located. Having nothing better to do, Maya and Chloe naturally tagged along. Alright, on the right side, the first room is the guest bathroom, followed by 2 offices. The latter ones I never entered and never planned to. Sophia rolled her eyes while explaining the layout to her sister. Very understandable. Steph nodded a few times. She didn't seem like the type who would enjoy office work either. Then again, the offices are a bit bigger than the guest rooms, so using one of them as a bedroom later on, rather than joining 2 guest rooms, might also be an option. The tiger now also glanced at Chloe. I see. This time, the fox girl got a little embarrassed. What room are you using? The dog girl also looked at her girlfriend. This one here. She pointed at the first door on the left. It's the closest to the bath, after all. Clever. Well, I was planning to get the room next to you, anyway, so that's just an added bonus. Can't say I'm surprised. Sophia and Maya had the same reaction. Well, let's have a look. Ignoring them, Steph opened the second door on the left. That would be her room from now on. The furniture is a little boring, but that's to be expected for a place where guests stay. I can work with the room itself, though. It's about the same size as my old one in our apartment, too. Could we really bring my furniture over? I would vastly prefer it over the default one here. Sure thing. Sophia gave her a thumbs up. We need to go back to the old world to collect it, though. Her expression changed. Leaving paradise to get a comfier room. She didn't seem to be a fan of the idea. It will take like 5 minutes, you know? The blonde rolled her eyes at Steph being needlessly dramatic. Ignoring the part where she was the last to criticize anyone else in that regard. I guess that's okay. I'll also come with you. Maya immediately raised her voice. I'm not letting you go to that world alone. There's no reason for me not to return anymore, though? Sophia pointed at her sister while saying so. Not risking it. Sure, I mean, I don't really mind. Chloe, do you want to come with us, too? It should be quite interesting for you, as well, no? In a way, it also was your home, after all. She seemed to have very mixed feelings as her whole expression crumbled up. I don't really see it as my home. That part of my life is only an old memory at this point. Literally, I want to add. I see. Sophia wasn't entirely sure how to feel about her take on the matter. It's still a different world, though. One of which you have rather outdated memories of. If that doesn't sound like an adventure, I don't know what does. Well, we won't go exploring, but still. You really know how to get me interested in something I didn't want to do. The fox girl changed her mind. Steph, hearing this exact wording from her girlfriend, needed a moment to ignore that again. Let's go? Let's go. Afterward, everyone entered Sophia's extra dimension, where she removed the white walls around the portal to Earth she had made as a safety. Wouldn't it be something for a group of people waiting behind these walls after they somehow found the portal? Don't even joke about that. The tiger started panicking, just thinking about that possibility. Then, she picked up a pillow lying on the ground next to the portal and poured a significant amount of her authority into it. Soon enough, another portal emerged from it. Great, it's still working. Once we're done, and back, I'll remove the permanent portal, and we're using the portable one. Wait, was the other half of the portal still active, or why did it connect? Chloe looked a little confused. No, but I found out that if I pour enough of my authority into it, I can brute force it to still open. Seriously? Yeah, but that portal just now took way more than half of my authority all at once. Almost 2/3, to be exact. Wow. She seemed impressed. For many reasons. Once this topic was over, the girls finally used the portal to visit Earth again. This time, it was a lot more of a conscious choice. Whoa, that's a cute apartment. The group arrived in the living room, and Chloe's mood immediately changed as she looked around before facing the sisters. Is that where you two lived before? Kinda? The blonde scratched her cheek. Initially, it was my apartment, but Steph was here about as much as I did since day one. It's a great place, after all. The little sister looked a little smug. After our idiot found paradise without telling me, I moved in for good because I wanted her to have a place to return to and to make sure that we don't miss each other. Ah, the fox girl liked the last part especially. Anyway. Steph then grabbed her hand and guided Chloe towards the big window in the living room. She went silent, and her expression turned complicated again while watching all the other buildings she could see outside. Is something the matter? No. Well, maybe? Chloe wasn't entirely sure herself. I'm just feeling way more nostalgic than I had thought I would be. I can't say I'm surprised. The dog girl smiled at her. Even though it's just a memory for you at this point, there's still a lot of them, right? Yeah, she reacted with a slight nod. That being said, technology and stuff changed a lot, but housing not so much, huh? Some buildings look a little sleeker than I remember, but it's overall pretty much the same as I remember a city looking like. I'm fairly sure most of those buildings were already there when you still lived on Earth. It's not like you tear down a house and build a new one every 10 years or so. Sophia added her theory on that part. Even 50 years and more isn't rare for buildings. Good point. Going outside would be bad without changing, but Steph, how about you show her some more landmarks you can see from here? I'll go and pack your room in the meanwhile. Okay. She liked the plan. But don't look inside the drawer next to my bed. I wouldn't have. Still, you just publicly announced that you're hiding something in there. I smell something naughty in there. Maya immediately jumped on the chance. Next to the bed. Don't you finish that sentence. Steph's cheeks turned slightly red. The vibrating goodness. The cat girl had no plans of listening to her. Would you stop being so horny already? Sophia lightly glared at her. Not until you finally let me test the ones we bought. She got loud. Let this stupid ban be over already. Okay, fine, the blonde caved in. In the end, you were right, after all. Everything turned out nicely. More than that, even. Alright. Maya got very excited very fast. Let's go home right now. After we got Steph's room over to our mansion. You darn tease. She didn't like that plan. Huh. Let's collect her room. Sighing while rolling her eyes, the blonde grabbed her hand and dragged the cat towards Steph's room. Maya sure is a personality. The dog girl sounded honestly impressed while she watched them leave. So happy for Sophia. Ahaha. Also, sorry about that drawer thing, she suddenly looked a little awkward. I mean, it's nothing to be ashamed of, especially after we talked about it rather openly a few days ago when Maya was so obsessed with vibrating, but I didn't plan to announce it like that. Don't worry about it. Chloe smiled at her. Thanks. While we're on the topic already, though, don't ever open the drawer next to my bed without my permission either. Steph had no idea how to react to that. A few moments later, she slapped her cheeks once before pointing out of the window. See that big building over there? It's, to change the topic, the dog girl then started explaining the scenery that could be seen. Roughly 5 minutes later, the tiger had finished teleporting the insides of Steph's room into her storage, and the girls decided to return to paradise because they had no plans of further exploring for the time being. Back home, Sophia got rid of the furniture inside the guest room next to Chloe's, before placing everything from the other world inside there. It was a bit all over the place, because the rooms weren't exactly the same size, but everything easily fit. Alright. The cat girl raised her voice. Have fun reorganizing and all that, Steph. Chloe, you help her. Sophia. Vibrating goodness. Bedroom. Now. Neither speaking in whole sentences nor wasting any more time, she grabbed the hand of her blonde and dragged her towards their room. If anyone even thinks about interrupting us, they'll die. This was the last time the couple had seen Maya and Sophia that evening. Afterward, the two decided to take their time while getting Steph's room ready. Chapter 372, Hot Spring Preparations. The girls briefly returned to Earth again to collect everything inside Steph's room because she wanted to place her furniture and all the other stuff from there into her new room in the mansion. It was a lot cozier than the default furniture of a guest room, after all. Afterward, things got a little hectic. Maya finally got permission to try out the adult toys she and Sophia had bought during their first trip. The cat girl immediately dragged her tiger off to their bedroom, which was the last everyone had seen of them that day. Morning. On the following day, unusually awake and very refreshed looking, Sophia entered the living room and energetically greeted Chloe and Steph, who had been there already. Good morning. The two weren't sure how to feel about this. Especially because both knew how little of a morning person the blonde usually was. Where's Maya? After how the last day ended, Chloe was a little confused about why she wasn't with her. The tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. Maya, it'll take a while before she can, feel her legs again. What did you two do? Steph got loud. Yes. Sophia just got more awkward. That's not an answer. She didn't let her have it. I would know because I invented that reply. Look, the blonde paused for a moment. We spent like a whole month's salary worth of money, if not even more, in that sex shop we visited and save for some souvenirs we bought for everyone to have some fun with. Maya wanted to test everything. Everything. Oh? The fox girl heard something interesting in there. Everything. Everything. She repeated herself. I tried to warn her that it would be too much, but that kind of thing doesn't work on Maya, and she was very horny. Anyway, she needs some more rest. I was very thorough with her. Everything was 100% consensual, I want to add. That's good. Steph still wasn't sure what to say. She did look a little proud for some reason, though. If anything, after hearing that, I'm surprised we didn't hear you too. Of course not. Sophia showed her a cheeky smile. All that happened while I stopped time for us. I've slept for 10 hours already at this point. My tinnitus caused by Maya's screaming is long gone, too. Wow, Chloe sounded impressed. Wait. If you've slept for 10 hours already now, does that mean it has been at least that long since you two, finished? More or less. And she's still done for? Not wanting to brag, but I'm pretty good at what I do. Her voice turned incredibly smug. Sure sounds like bragging to me. Yup. The couple didn't buy it. Because I am. I have all the rights to. After all, Sophia was quite proud of her achievement. Fair enough, I guess. Anyway, as much as I love talking about my sex life with my sister and her girlfriend, the duo only scratched their cheeks in return. Steph, you didn't bring your phone when we returned to Earth yesterday, did you? I did, and no message from Mom. She hasn't read ours yet, either. The dog girl took a wild guess about her intent. That was about to be expected, though. She told me that they want to go really offline for a good while, after all. I see. Chloe looked a little confused. What's this about? Our parents had a new child and decided to go on an extended vacation with our little sister away from phones, the internet, and all that. Oh. Congrats on the little sister. Thanks. Anyway, they had just left a few days before Sophia's little, return trip back to Earth. That's why we had no chance to tell them in person about me having found her and also going with her. We could only send out Mom a message about what was going on. Is that how it is? Well, far from optimal, but it's better than nothing, I guess? Pretty much. The sisters just nodded. The trio kept chatting for a good bit longer until the door to the living room eventually opened again, as Maya finally decided to join them. Good morning. The cat girl sounded quite energetic. Her looks were the complete opposite of that, though. She looked pretty tired and exhausted, and her legs even seemed a little wobbly while she made her way to the empty sofa. Her hair was completely disheveled and all over the place, as well. Not to mention that her clothes, a pair of black shorts and a blue, very short, crop top, were barely in the place they were supposed to be. It seemed more like luck rather than planning that they somehow, at least barely, covered the important bits. It also seemed like the shorts and the top was all she was wearing, judging by the parts that weren't covered. Arriving at the sofa, she then fell face first down on it while letting out a comfortable sigh. Morning. Whoa, your girlfriend is hot. Steph voiced the first thing that flew through her mind while staring at her attire and overall look, before glancing at her sister. Is that okay to say? She then sheepishly faced Chloe. When you're right, you're right. The fox girl couldn't blame her. Thanks. Maya loved to hear it. Ehe. Sophia did, too. I heard you had a fun night? The dog girl was a little curious to hear her side of the story, even though the picture was speaking for itself already. Oh. My goodness. The cat girl lifted her face to look at Steph. Your world is insane. How can anyone be productive over there when stuff like that exists? Ahaha, she scratched her cheek. You need money to buy them, and a home to use them in, which you have to pay for, too. To get money, you need a job, and so on. Food every now and then is nice, too. I see. Okay, with that explanation, Maya again placed her head on the pillow on the sofa. Good thing we have money. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen her this, useless since meeting her. In a way, Chloe sounded a little impressed. Can you blame me? The cat girl lifted her head once more. You are from that world, too, aren't you? You should know how amazing those things are. I am, but do you remember the part where I left that world when I was 14? Even before that, I spent most of my time being sick. Alright, the cat girl had suppressed this part of her backstory. Well, worry not. We bought many spares for everyone. And used, of course. Thanks. While Chloe couldn't hide her smile caused by that, it was still a rather awkward topic. Anyway, are you coming with us to the Fox Village? She increased her stare at Maya. Walking, seems like a challenge. Give me an hour, and I'll be as good as new. Precisely 2 hours and 48 minutes later, perfectly on time, the group took the portal to the village and directly made their way towards the hot springs to get inspiration for their plan to modify the forest. Maya, who was as good as new, definitely did not lag behind and still didn't seem a little unsteady on her feet. Not at all. Oh ho, what are you all doing here? In front of the hot spring building, Alex, the foxman and leader of the village, was standing while holding some sort of papers when he spotted the group. Wait, what happened to our dear cat? She looks like she has run all the way from the capital to here in one go. Don't mind her. She's just a little tired. Sophia smiled at him. Okay? Speaking of, how do you all come and go all the time, anyway? The wolves are constantly doing the same, as well. Don't worry about that, either. She then scratched her cheek. Kinda complicated to explain. Long story short. Magic. It will probably be announced from the capital soon. Well, soonish. After all, the tiger was planning to tell the king about her portals. Okay. He only got even more confused. So. What brings you here? Are the hot springs done yet? Sophia cut right to the point. Alex tilted his head. We just finished one of the artificial wooden baths today. The second and the natural, stone-themed ones will take a while longer. Good enough. The protective fence still needs to be done, though. It might be a little too open air for you all. That's even better. He hadn't expected that. I mean, all the power to you, but I hadn't thought you'd be the type who's into exhibitionism. I didn't mean it like that, idiot. Sophia raised her voice. We found the cause for the, magic forest with the gigantic trees. It happened because they somehow were subjected to an enormous amount of ambient magic during their growth. Really? That's fascinating. We're thinking about recreating that here on a much smaller scale. Not overgrown like over there at all, but we're hoping to create a themed hot spring. We have the theory that we could even control the season of the plants with the right amount of ambient magic. We could make the backdrop of the bath like a permanent autumn theme, with the trees having their colorful fall foliage all year round. Is it okay if I don't even pretend to have understood what you just said? Alex tilted his head. Long story short, I think we can make the forest around the hot springs look fancy without it causing any harm. I like the sound of that. That was all he needed to hear. Sure, feel free to get creative. All right. Afterward, Alex guided them to the finished outdoor bath, a big wooden tub-style hot spring with a roof on top right next to, and reaching into, the forest surrounding the village. As it had become winter by now, though, it was devoid of any leaves, and the plants no longer provided privacy protection. Once he gave them a quick rundown, the Foxman left the girls on their own. Chapter 373, More Participants. Sophia and Maya had a fun night, where they tested out the toys they got in the blonde's original world during their trip. As the cat girl was very excited and horny, she decided that she wanted to test out everything. This had taken quite the toll on her, to the point where she had completely overslept, was beyond exhausted, and even had trouble standing on her legs, let alone walking on the following day once she eventually did manage to leave the bed. She regretted nothing, though. Far from it. Once Maya had recovered from her impressive night with her tiger, well, recovered enough, the group went to the fox village where they found Chloe because her mother, Faye, was about to return, and they wanted to greet her there. While they were at it, the girls also had the idea to test out the hot springs and also play around with the forest there to create a pleasant and magical scenery around the bath to enjoy while taking a dip in it. Alright, any idea how we turn those trees and stuff more autumn-like? Sophia was looking at the leafless forest while tilting her head. Weren't you the one who came up with the idea? Chloe just looked at her. Exactly. She nodded. And now I need someone to explain it to me. Your idea? Yes. Alright, let me think. Wait, she's actually going to try. Steph looked at Maya while she was watching their exchange. Those two enter their own little world when it comes to magic. Don't worry about it. I see. Okay. Chloe faced the tiger again. If the trees we grew with magic function on it now, and the ample ambient magic sustains everything around them, we might be able to pour some of our authority into a few surrounding trees around here. Only much less, though. Just enough to let them regrow their leaves, and then take back some authority until they turn red and orange. With a little bit of luck, it spreads and stays that way for every plant. Makes sense. The blonde nodded a few times. Does it? The dog girl looked at the cat again. Nothing those two ever say does. Anyway, I don't get it, but let's go. Steph raised her fist in anticipation. That's the spirit. Sophia and Chloe liked her enthusiasm. Right, she's on their side. Maya had forgotten about that for a moment. Alright, can I try to grow a tree? The dog girl sounded really excited. Do you even know how? Sophia stared at her sister. From what I've gathered so far, that's not a requirement, isn't it? Chloe and the blonde looked at each other. She wins that round. Oi. The cat girl didn't like that. So, teach me how to do it. The dog girl didn't care about her complaints. The tiger tilted her head. In theory, sure, I'm all for experiments, but if you mess up even a little, you might destroy this whole village. I promise that I'll take care. Why, you are actually sensible when it comes to experimenting. Maya looked extremely confused. Wait, are you trying to be responsible older sister now? Great. If she destroys the place, we won't be able to go in the hot springs with everyone tonight. The cat girl hung her head. Well, okay, that would be a tragedy. By the way, on an unrelated note, are we going to invite Anna and Ari, as well? Of course. Steph paused for a moment. That would be a travesty, yeah. The destruction of the village or not being able to take a bath with everyone? In some ways, Maya and the little sister were quite alike. Yes. She just nodded. She, really fits in quite nicely in the group, huh? Chloe smiled at the blonde. You, of all people, would know, huh? Sophia smiled back at the girlfriend of her little sister. Yes. Alright, fine, the dog girl scratched her cheek. I'll sit this one out. Still. I want to see how it works, to be able to test it out in some other place soon. Sounds like a plan. The tiger liked the sound of that. Chloe, should we start by pouring some of our authority into a tree and see what happens? Best would be slowly increasing it, though. I feel like we only need a tiny bit. She went silent for a moment. My dear fox, would you like to start? I'm not the best when it comes to using a tiny bit. Good thing Feifei taught me how to finally control my magic. Luckily, the pink girl was exceptionally talented when it came to that. Afterward, she walked closer to the next tree before looking at Steph. When we grew the big trees, we bathed a few saplings with our magic authority and let them soak it up. Immediately after, you can literally watch them grow. Fenny's and Aura's trees, which are over a kilometer tall, took like 10 minutes to reach that size. It was amazing. Sophia added her own bit. Whoa. We don't want that to happen here, though. Maya just started at the sisters. Exactly. The fox girl nodded a few times, before continuing. Afterward, she released some of her magic around the tree in front of her, and it quickly sucked it in. And now we wait. I wonder why trees aren't doing that all the time. While watching the magic going into them, the blonde tilted her head. Normal trees aren't any bigger than everything I'm used to. It probably needs a certain level of magic for it to become an alternative. Chloe tried to come up with an explanation. In Myra's domain, where ambient magic was more than abundant, not a single plant was normal-sized. Sounds like it would make sense. If they'd react to normal levels of ambient magic, the entire world would be overgrown, huh? That sounds fun. Steph liked the idea. I don't necessarily disagree, but, Chloe tilted her head. I also think it would get boring after a while. Ah, that's true. The dog girl saw the issue in her idea. Oh, wait. I think something is happening. She then pointed at the tree where little green spots had started to appear on the twig's buds. Soon after, leaves formed out of them, and before they fully realized it, a perfectly lush green tree appeared in front of them. So cool. It really is. Even Maya had to agree. Though, now I really wonder, Sophia had a confused expression. It's so very easy to influence plants and stuff. Why has no one ever thought about that before? Forget trees and stuff. Imagine what an influence this would have on farming and all that. Maya, explain. The cat girl looked back at her. Before meeting any of you, I had no idea that ambient magic is a thing, let alone that you can control or generate it on your own. It's common sense that magic only works when you use some sort of words or similar intents. No one even dreamed about directly manipulating magic. What kind of boring common sense is that? Steph didn't like the sound of that. Where's the passion? The love for experimenting? Exactly. Chloe and the blonde heartily agreed. Well, what can I say? I even got as far as getting further with magic than 99.6% of everyone else, but still, she was able to learn chantless magic on her own, after all. Looks like I now have an ace up my sleeve when I make Menzer angry again. This could change everything, and there are only positives. You're right. The fox girl nodded at Sophia. I hadn't thought about it, either, but farming crops would never be the same with this. That's nice and all, seriously, but can we change to the really important things for now? Steph looked at the two. Getting a great view in the bath and also having a nice background? She pointed at the tree. I have mixed feelings about your wording, but I don't disagree, so I can't really complain. Slightly rolling her eyes, Chloe then put her hand on the green tree. Soon after, the leaves on the tree quickly turned orange, yellow, and red. Wow, it actually works. I just simply sucked out a bit of magic. The question now is whether the tree stays like this or will start losing its leaves soon. Sophia took a better look at their creation. While I am interested in that, too, I think that's a question for another day. The dog girl seemed to have different priorities. For now, it means we can have a nice background while being in the hot springs with everyone. Fair enough. The older sister could get behind that logic. Alright, Chloe, could you give the other trees the same treatment to make everything look nice? I'll go get Anna and Ari in the meanwhile. Okay. I'll stay and keep her from experimenting. Maya just focused her stare on the fox girl. Ahaha. Steph, do you want to come with me? Sure. Afterward, the sisters left for the castle to collect the couple there. Alright, who wants to go on a trip? The two arrived in Anna's room while seemingly being in an excellent mood. Clothes are optional. Steph paused for a moment. Wait, no. Clothes are banned. I like the sound of that. The princess was immediately in. I'm not so sure about the part Steph mentioned there. Ari had some mixed feelings about it. What's going on? Remember Chloe's Elven or Fox Village? The blonde tried to add some details. There's a hot spring we want to visit today after they finished renovating, and we want you two to come, too. Oh. Anna became an even bigger fan of the idea. Ah, is that why clothes are optional? The jaguar was starting to understand. Well, I also want to see lots of goodies, but it's definitely about the bath, yeah. The dog girl was pretty shameless, after all. Why are both sisters so massive perverts? We are sisters, after all. Hey. The blonde pervert didn't like that accusation. Well, a hot spring does sound like a lot of fun, though. Ari was warming up to the idea. Yay. The sisters liked her reply a lot. No watching Ari, though. She's mine. What's wrong with looking? Steph faced her. As long as it's just watching, I have no issues with you looking at Chloe, either. It would be a crime to forbid it. But Ari is my girlfriend. This and that are different. And Chloe's mine, so it changes nothing. Oh, I see. Also, Sophia glanced at her fellow tiger friend. What happened when you two stayed in the mansion when we all showed off a bit more than usual? I do remember being watched a lot by a certain someone. The princess' face turned a little red. Oh, only looking, okay? She then sheepishly faced the little sister again. Sure. No motivation for anything else, anyway. Good. Wait, what? Ari suddenly looked a little confused before she changed her attention to Steph. Chloe's your girlfriend? Yup. She nodded. When did that happen? Yesterday. The jaguar couldn't follow her. Didn't you just meet each other like a week ago? It hasn't even been a week yet since Steph found me. Sophia shook her head. And you're dating her already? The princess joined the questioning. I do. She kept nodding. You know Chloe, right? With her looks, and even more so personality, you can't afford to waste time, you know. I mean, Ari paused for a moment. The lack of common sense aside, Chloe really is someone special, so I guess? That's one of the best parts. Steph disagreed with her assessment. She ignored her reply. Still, isn't that a little, no? Very fast? Shouldn't you get to know each other better first? Really, who decided you can't do that while dating? The dog girl stared at her. It's not like, just because you start dating, you directly have to jump into bed with each other. You can still take it easy. We just confirmed our developing feelings and want to explore more of them. The couple immediately turned silent. Maya would be so proud of you. Sophia loved her answer. Anyway, hot springs? Let's go. After the couple recovered, the sisters took the two to the Fox Village using the blonde's portals. Chapter 374, Naked Bonding. The group returned to the Fox Village to wait for Faye's return, and while they were at it, the girls also decided to visit the hot springs there. While getting ready for that, they also experimented with the trees there to make them look like it was fall again to give them their colorful leaves back. Once the group succeeded with that, Sophia and Steph went to collect Anna and Ari, because the two should also be there. Whoa, it looks amazing. Anna was the first who finished undressing and entered the bathing area after having taken a quick shower. Her eyes started sparkling while looking at the big wooden tub, the fancy roof, and the waterfall-like faucet. The lush and fall-themed forest in the background had also caught her interest. The view is amazing. I couldn't agree more. Maya appeared behind her while nodding a few times. She wasn't looking at the scenery, though. I couldn't agree more. Steph followed immediately behind her while having the exact same reply. Just like the cat girl, she was focusing her attention on the bare backside of the princess in front of them. I know it was mostly my idea, but this is pretty embarrassing, isn't it? Sophia was a little further behind them and squirmed a little while she was trying to hide her important bits with a white towel that was way too small for the job. Why yeah. Chloe was right next to her and had a similar expression. Just like the blonde, she also tried her best to cover herself with a towel, but it was even more of a losing battle she was fighting. It do be a good view, though. Sophia's gaze alternated between Maya and Anna in front of them. True. The fox girl focused more on all three of them while paying extra good attention to the dog girl. Afterward, she also stole a glance or two at the girl next to her. Wrong sister. The blonde's expression changed into a slight grin when she looked back at her. She wasn't looking at Chloe's face, though. She got even more awkward. Also, my eyes are up here. Why is everyone in our group such a pervert? Ari was following behind the duo with a slight blush on her cheeks as she was fighting the same fight with her towel. Just like Sophia, it wasn't looking good, though. Or very good, depending on who to ask. Do you disagree, though? Maya turned around to smile at her. Especially when you're at the very back where you have a good view of everyone. The jaguar's blush only intensified before she looked away. Forget I comply. Wait, why are there still leaves on the trees? It's winter, and no other tree still has theirs. Also, why does there seem to be light in the forest? Luckily, she found a topic to get the attention away from her. Oh, you're right. Sophia focused on the forest for the first time since returning. There were more important things, after all. What's up with the light? The lights were my idea. Chloe smiled at her. I thought it would add to the mood, so I played around with light magic a little and created some orbs of light to illuminate the forest. Love it. The blonde was a big fan. For the fall theme. Do you still remember the tree Anna created on the academy grounds? Oi. The princess didn't like her pronunciation. What do you mean, remember? Ari raised her voice. That was yesterday. Right. It feels like a week, because so much is going on. Even a week is not enough time to forget about something like that. The jaguar only got louder. Was it hard to explain everything to the king? Yes. Sorry, Sophia looked a little awkward. Anyway, we found out that with the right amount of magic, you can manipulate the growth of plants. For example, letting them grow leaves, or making them look like it's fall. Wow. That's just. Wow. She found no better words. Pretty much. The blonde agreed. For now, it's just a novelty for a better backdrop on the hot springs, but I think there are some actual and very amazing things you could do with this plant modification. Less chatting, more bathing. Steph was getting impatient. Well, you've heard the boss. Smiling at Ari, Sophia then started walking again, while Chloe followed as well. Soon after, everyone entered the water while the somewhat shy girls also got rid of their towels because they would only be in the way, not that they ever fulfilled the intended purpose in the first place. Covering some important areas, that is. Oh, the water's great. The moment Chloe had submerged herself, any hints of her being embarrassed about being naked were gone. And no, I have no idea why hot water's fine. She immediately looked at Sophia because she could feel her stare. Ahaha. Speaking of hot, Maya joined the conversation while looking at every single girl around her. Come on, even for you being your usual horny self, that's a too low-hanging fruit. The blonde immediately shot her down. She went silent again. Everyone here is extremely hot, and the water is nothing in comparison. It didn't stop Steph from finishing her sentence while she was doing the exact same. Becoming more and more a fan of the little sister. Besides the headache-inducing common sense issues, that is. It's good that the two are bonding, right? Slightly unsure about it, Sophia turned her head to look at Ari. Debatable. She scratched her cheek. Your girlfriend getting along with your sister is definitely a good thing. The topic they're bonding over. Well, that's a different topic. Come on, don't try to play innocent now. The cat girl also changed her attention to the jaguar. You were just as horny as everyone else when you stayed at our mansion not too long ago. Just as shameless when looking at the others, as well. The jaguar went silent for a moment before facing Sophia again. Can what? She tilted her head. Anyway, sure. Are your breasts actually still growing? I mean, when we met, I was sure you were smaller than me. Then, my clothes were a perfect fit for you, and now. Her eyes started wandering as she gave up on being embarrassed. They do seem ever so slightly bigger than mine. Hey. Sophia covered her chest with her arms. True. Anna had the same line of sight as her girlfriend. You were 100% smaller than that when you arrived in the capital. Why would you two even pay so much attention to my breasts to notice that in the first place? Why not? Chloe answered for them. You have a great figure. Exactly. The couple nodded a few times. Thanks, the blonde started blushing. Don't see where I'm supposed to be bigger than you, though. She first glanced down at herself before her eyes wandered toward Ari. Seems pretty much the same to me. If anything, the shape of yours makes it seem like. I get it. The jaguar didn't like the reversal and also opted to cover her chest with her arms. The shape is ever so slightly different, but our sizes match each other almost perfectly. Not so much detailed staring. Anna got loud. I agree, same size, somewhat different shape, both very beautiful, but keep it easy. When it came to the two, she always got mixed feelings. Both are very beautiful, huh? It was time for Maya again. Who's doing the most detailed staring here? The princess went silent for a moment but immediately raised her voice again when she looked at Maya. Judging by your line of sight, you. I'm not the first one saying it, but my eyes are up here. I know. The cat girl had no intention of stopping looking where she was looking at, though. Actually, this is also a very interesting battle. She eventually stopped staring at her, after all, but only to change her attention to the fox girl. Anna versus Chloe. Now, finally, without any guessing, Chloe wins. Steph's reply was instantaneous. Unbiased reviews only. Maya slowly shook her head. I understand. The dog girl calmed down a little. Let's see, her eyes then started wandering between the two. This is a difficult one. I think so, too. The white-haired girl nodded a few times. I guess we just have to look harder? And longer. The duo was on the same page. Afterward, the two continued their stares at the two most stacked girls in the group. The princess was starting to get embarrassed. To answer your question from earlier, Chloe glanced at Sophia. I have very mixed feelings about them bonding to this degree. You, might have a point. Also, how can Maya be this horny again after last night and how exhausted she was only a few hours ago? Knowing Maya, it probably just made it worse, or better. The blonde let out a short sigh. She was just too tired to show it in the morning. I see. What happened? Ari felt like she was missing some information. We got new toys. The cat girl briefly interrupted her current research. Amazing toys. Unbelievable toys. Unbelievably amazing toys. One that will change your worldview forever. I shouldn't have asked. Wait, they changed your worldview. The jaguar suddenly sounded ever so slightly interested. It's true. The blonde gave her a slight nod. I see. Don't worry. We have spares for everyone. And used, I want to add. Maya really wanted them to spread. Ari went completely silent. Alright, I think I came to a conclusion. Ignoring their exchange, Steph eventually spoke up. Let me hear it. The cat girl was looking forward to it. In absolute terms, Anna pulls slightly ahead. The dog girl didn't sound too happy about having to admit that. When we factor in the body to breasts ratio, my Chloe definitely wins, though. Maya's eyes started wandering again to confirm her claim. Even Sophia and Ari now joined in and compared them as well. Fair. All three came to the same conclusion. Hey. Anna and Chloe didn't seem to appreciate the sudden unionization and decided to hide their breasts by covering them with their respective arms. Unfortunately, thanks to their size, they only ended up squeezing them, accentuating their chest even more by it. Nice. Afterward, everyone silently agreed to be horny for 5 more minutes, where they continued to stare. Still, the girls eventually got comfortable for good, and they calmed down a fair bit while simply enjoying the water, the background, and each other's company. Steph had some slight difficulties with the calm part, as that word didn't exist in her dictionary, but Chloe somehow managed to gather the brunt of her attention. Chapter 375, Serious Tigers. The girls all got together to visit the hot springs in the Fox Village. Naturally, as they are who they are, things got a little horny for a while, because there was much to see. Once everyone got a good look at everyone, some comparisons were made, and contests had, the girls eventually calmed down, to some degree, at least, and enjoyed the relaxing bath, the lovely scenery, and each other's company. Can I start a pretty uncharacteristic conversation? While still in the hot springs with everyone, Sophia sounded unusually serious. Sure. Everyone looked slightly confused. It's a pretty dry topic based on common sense, though. They all went silent. I know that you're not good with hot water, but that's too much. Maya put a hand on the blonde's forehead to check her temperature. Even for you. I guess I earned that. Sophia couldn't really blame anyone for their reactions. So, what's up? Ari eventually gave her the benefit of the doubt. Anna, how much do you know about farming or general agriculture of the kingdom? The jaguar went silent. Maya, what does her temperature say? It seems normal, but... Yeah, there's no way she's okay. Oi. Sophia started it herself, but she felt the two leaned into it a bit too much. What exactly do you want to know? Anna decided to ignore their sassy girlfriends and faced her fellow tiger. As the princess, I have a rough understanding of what is going on and how the capital especially is fed, but I'm no expert on the matter. Good enough. Do you know if magic plays any role in it? Sure, it does. Anna nodded a few times. Mostly water magic during the hotter summer months. I've also heard that some alternatives are being researched that involve earth magic when it comes to sowing crops, though. Oh, so there's no one using magic directly on it to make crops grow faster and/or bigger? That's possible? You grew a tree out of a tiny sapling in the academy not too long ago, right? Right. The princess raised her voice. Do you think it would work on crops, too? I don't see why it wouldn't. I guess that's true. Plants are plants, huh? I wonder if it would be sustainable, though. Sophia tilted her head. I mean, it had cost surprisingly little to grow this small tree, but... Small tree? The jaguar immediately got loud. Not now, Ari. We're having a serious talk here. The duo didn't have time for her. She didn't know how to react to that and faced Maya. Is it okay to hate them a bit? That's fair. The cat girl nodded. Not that I can take them seriously in the first place. I mean, basically the only time those two being serious obviously has to be when both of them are naked in a hot spring. Yeah, that's a little reassuring. I think otherwise. Steph disagreed with them. The best conversations are made naked. There's nothing you can hide, after all. Chloe looked at her girlfriend. I don't think this and that are overly related. Don't care. Anyway. The princess decided to continue. It did cost surprisingly little magic, but I also have considerably more of it at my disposal than most. Even more so after you increased it by so much for me. She smiled at Sophia during the last part. Accelerating the growth of a whole field the farmer's own might be challenging for the average. Not to mention, isn't it chantless magic? Fair, a whole field really might be difficult. The blonde could see the issue. Though, I'm pretty sure it could also be used with chance. Is it even chantless? It's not like you do anything? Chloe, explanation, please. Why me? The fox girl looked confused. Because you know the most about magic. I do? Well, sure, I can take a guess. She wasn't sure how to take it. It's kinda hard to define what it is. You do use your internal power, but you don't actually use it to activate magic. The plants seemingly use the raw form for nourishment to grow. Basically, it's based on the step before what we call magic. Like, it hasn't changed form into a ball of fire, for example. I would say that with some training, it should be possible for everyone to use it like that. I agree that it would be extremely taxing and/or impossible to do it with an entire field's worth of crops on your own. That is pretty interesting and amazing. Anna nodded a few times. It's most definitely something that needs further testing and research, though. Just to have a way to deal with unexpected crop loss at the very least. Oh, I hadn't thought about that part yet. That's a princess for you, huh? The blonde sounded impressed. Wait, I think it would also be great for out-of-season things, like certain fruits and stuff. Low-volume products, as well. Interesting idea. The princess liked it. Peaches. Chloe suddenly raised her voice. I could get them all year round. Why peaches? Ari couldn't follow her. I love peaches. She wasn't sure what she had expected. We should tell father about the idea. The princess got back to the topic. Obviously, he knows more about all that, and he, together with the experts on the field, could also assess just how much it would really benefit all of us. That's a good idea. Sophia nodded in agreement. I also plan to finally tell them about the portals. Might as well do that together and be over with it. Is it really such a good idea to tell him both at the same time? Ari didn't seem to approve of the plan. Why not? Explosive headache. Maya was the one who replied. He'll be fine. The tigers showed no mercy for him in that regard. Poor King, everyone else felt a little sorry for him. After the topic was exhausted, the girls enjoyed the hot springs for a little longer, but it wasn't like they could stay in there forever. Much to the disapproval of Maya and Steph, they eventually left the water, got dressed again, and returned to Sophia's treehouse. Well, that was fun. In the treehouse's living room, the dog girl sat down with a pretty satisfied expression. Absolutely. The cat girl nodded a few times. We really didn't need to leave already, though. You got enough staring for one day. Sophia just rolled her eyes while bonking her girlfriend with her tail. I mean, it was great, but... Wait. Why yeah, calm down. Very convincing. Ari slowly shook her head. Alright, before this escalates to who was looking and who wasn't and where they did or did not focus on, let's just keep going. Everyone was looking at everyone. Maya wasn't letting her have the moral high ground here. Extensively. The jaguar chose not to reply. By the way, Anna took over. Why were you all here today? Just because of the hot springs? We've been told that Chloe's mom is returning today or tomorrow, and as she will come here, we decided to wait for her. To sweeten the waiting, the idea of the hot springs came up. Steph answered her. Oh. Happy she'll be back soon. The princess smiled at the fox girl. Me, too. She had an even bigger smile. Someone told you? Ari tilted her head. Who? Who and how would anyone know that, and be here when her mom is not? Sophia looked incredibly awkward and immediately put her hands on Steph's lips as they were next to each other because it seemed like the little sister wanted to answer her. Look, alright. Trust me on this, okay? You don't. You seriously do not want to know. Alright? Air. The jaguar looked at Maya for help. You positively do not want to know. She shook her head a couple of times. We'll maybe tell you two once we're traveling together, but right now. It's probably for the better. The blonde didn't want to overload them. I really don't like the sound of this. Ari raised her voice. What kind of special person does it have to be for you to be like that? I'm super curious. It had the opposite effect on the princess. It's an amazing person. After all, Chloe was a big fan of Mira. It's true, though. It's a lot to take in meeting them. The royal couple had the same reaction. Though, their expressions couldn't be further apart. Anyway. Sophia let go of Steph and clapped her hands. Yeah, we're waiting for Faye's return. Once she's back, and we explain what is going on. I mean, she's expecting Chloe and not a whole group, we'll introduce her to you, as well. The plan is for her to become a part of our group, as well, after all. I can't wait for Faye's, Maya let out a small sigh. She's our last hope to keep this group somewhat in check. I'm tired. Faye's, the jaguar seemed to be lost in thoughts for a moment. I keep thinking that I've heard the name somewhere before. Anna, do we know someone with that name? Not that I can remember. The princess shook her head. I'm not sure if it rings a bell with me in the first place. It doesn't feel familiar, but also not unfamiliar. I doubt either of you ever met her, though. Chloe looked at them. I've been with her basically my entire life, and aside from seeing you in the capital a few times from afar, we never met, either. That's true, Ari only got more confused. Well, you can always ask her about it once she's back. True. The group kept chatting for a little while longer, but as it didn't seem like Faye would return anytime soon, Sophia had yet to even notice her with the detection magic. Anna and Ari decided to head back to the capital again while the others stayed behind. Eventually, they got a bit bored and headed to the village's bar, where they also met up with the wolves and spent the rest of the evening there before eventually going to bed. Chapter 376, Sharing is Caring. The group had a great time together in the hot springs, while enjoying each other's company and chatting about various topics. The girls also told Anna and Ari about Faye's return, which only raised more questions. None of which Sophia decided to answer. It was for their own good, too. After all, Mira told them about her coming back, which was too much information to share. In the evening, once the couple wasn't with them anymore, the four decided to visit the village's bar while also reuniting with the wolves there. Once it had gotten late, the girls returned to the treehouse again because everyone was getting tired. Sophia and Maya stayed in the tigers, but Chloe and Steph ended up heading over to the fox girls in the end because it was fully furnished. Do you have a spare blanket and pillow? Steph looked at her fox girl before glancing at the sofa in the living room there. I'm good without, but it would be a little bit comfier. Chloe's expression changed a couple of times while she seemingly was thinking about something. Do you want to sleep in the bed with me? She hadn't expected that. I am not implying anything, okay? It's not that unusual for friends to do that during a sleepover, so, would almost be weird if we don't, right? Absolutely. Steph wasn't going to talk her out of it. Why, you could at least hesitate a little. No. Ahaha. Chloe couldn't really blame her. It even was her suggestion, after all. Let's go. Doing just that, the couple went to the bedroom, changed into something more comfortable, and entered the bed together. In the bed, Chloe quickly noticed that it had gotten much more intimate than she had previously anticipated. Before she knew it, after turning around and looking at the dog girl, she was basically face to face with her, and only a few inches apart from each other. It's not the biggest bed, huh? Steph also looked a little awkward when she locked eyes with the fox right in front of her. It's very comfy, though. That is true. I can still take the sofa, you know? The dog girl smiled at her. That's totally okay with me, because I don't plan to make you uncomfortable anymore ever, if I can prevent it. Admittedly, even I think it's way more intimate than I had thought. That's not it. Not at all. Chloe raised her voice a little. Just aren't sure what to do now. Do we chat some more? Cuddle? Kiss? Just go to sleep and look forward to tomorrow? Gee girl, Steph needed a moment. There was at least one thing in there that definitely goes against your claim of not wanting to imply anything you mentioned earlier. Really? She closed her eyes to think about it. Is she? Does that mean it's okay to? While starting to mumble, Steph took a better look at the girl in front of her while her cheeks were turning red before she closed her eyes, as well. A few moments passed, and the blush on her face only increased. Eventually, she moved her head closer to Chloe, though. Taking a quick breath, Steph then closed the last bit of distance between them. A little clumsy, she first lightly touched Chloe's nose with her own before their lips slightly brushed against each other. Once she found the target of her desire, the dog girl used her lips to brush against Chloe's another 1 or 2 times before she pressed their lips a little firmer together to get a better sensation of the girl in front of her. Doing that a few times, with each repeat being a little more confident, Steph was eventually satisfied enough and put a little bit of distance between them again. It took Chloe a few moments before she opened her eyes to look at the other girl with a bright red face. Not that her expression was the slightest bit different after what just happened. Did we just? Why yes, she weakly nodded in response. The fox girl was still trying to process it. I guess we're even now. Steph was still rather embarrassed over what she did. You kissed me first, after all. There's just no way you can compare my little kiss on your cheek with that. You think so? Then. How about you do whatever you think to make it even? After saying that, the dog girl paused for a moment and then closed her eyes again. That was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it? She remained silent. Her embarrassment was rising again. It wasn't like Chloe was against it, though. Far from it, actually. Needing a short moment to gather some courage, she also eventually closed her eyes and moved closer to Steph. Afterward, she copied the actions of the dog girl before and also first booped her nose before brushing her lips against the others a few times before getting more confident about it. Exchanging a couple of light but actual kisses afterward, the fox girl finally put some distance between them. Was the nose boop really necessary? That was an accident earlier. Steph had mixed feelings about that part. Why you didn't have to copy that, too? But that was so cute. I liked that part a lot. Steph's confident side was having a rough time. If you say so. I guess I don't really mind. Yay. She genuinely was a fan of it. Anyway, I guess we're really even now. How are we even? The dog girl seemed to disagree. Why you easily kissed me twice as often. You were better at it, too. If you think so. On the following day, which started somewhat late, the couple returned to Sophia's treehouse to group up with the other two there. The tiger was circling around them while making all sorts of expressions for a while. Chloe and Steph just awkwardly looked back at her with a rather deep blush on their faces. You two had sex, didn't you? Maya was watching them from the sideline and showed no mercy after she took a sip from the cup of coffee she was holding. So much for taking it easy. Well, not that I'm surprised. We had not. With an even redder face, the couple immediately got loud. Really? She didn't believe them. Really? Sophia, what's your verdict? The cat girl looked at her girlfriend, who was still circling around the couple. Big doubt from me, but I don't care about that right now. She seemed to be bothered by something else. Why do you two have the same amount of magic authority? Oh, you're right. Maya seemed to have noticed it as well. Steph has a lot less, but Chloe has so much more now. The two got even more awkward. Might have shared some of mine with her. The dog girl eventually looked back at her sister. Some, huh? Sophia raised an eyebrow. Wait, didn't you tell me that, thanks to Mira, you have to get quite physical when you want to share your magic? So you two did have sex, after all. The cat girl took it as a confirmation. We did not. Steph got even louder. Just making out with each other was enough. Oh? Maya and Sophia started grinning. The couple was unable to face them anymore. Hee hee. The tiger liked their reaction. That aside, are you okay with having given up so much of your magic? She focused her stare on her sister. Yes. Her reply was instantaneous. I love the dedication. She gave her a thumbs up. Well, you still have like 80% of my authority, so it will have basically no effect on your ability to use magic however you want to. Because of that, having Chloe on that level, as well, is the best possible thing. We will have so much fun playing with magic together. Yay. Somehow, Maya's wording and her expression didn't match at all. Yay. Chloe's did, though. Are you two okay, though? The blonde tilted her head. I shared much less magic with Ari and Anna, but it totally powered us out. I can't imagine how taxing your exchange was. It was totally fine. I barely felt my power increasing. The two felt otherwise. In fact, I only noticed what Steph was doing when she was halfway done already. Sophia looked confused. Why? No idea. Steph had no answers for her. Might it be because of the different origins of the magic? Chloe tried to come up with an explanation. Kinnear's magic isn't native to this world, but Myra's magic, which Steph has been gifted, is the magic of this world. It might be more compatible and doesn't need to be converted or anything. Other than Anna, I also didn't have to empty my magic first or anything like that. It just kept growing like it was the most natural thing. Sounds like it makes sense. The tiger had no better explanation either. Kinnear's really losing more and more in comparison here. Well, it seems like he's a lot more whimsical and easygoing with consequences, which is a bit of a double-sided thing, but it's also fun, so I guess it's an okay trade-off. Not to mention the part where he literally saved my life. That scored a lot of points in my book. In mine, too. Maya and Steph immediately agreed. He's a good one. Sophia did like him, after all. He needs a good punch or two every now and then, though. He gets carried away too easily. And that's why you are so compatible with his magic. The cat girl just had to do it. Ahaha, she only awkwardly scratched her cheek in return. Afterward, the girls kept chatting about the magic topic a little more before the topic eventually drifted towards Chloe and Steph again because the other two still had a lot of questions regarding their last night. Chapter 377, Reunion. Steph and Chloe had somewhat of an interesting night. After the fox girl had offered to share her bed with Steph because she didn't want her to sleep on the sofa, the two had some slight issues with taking it easy and ended up making out a little. This was not all, though. While they were at it already, the dog girl also decided to share a part of her magic with Chloe because, according to Mira, this was the way to do it. In the end, both ended up with the same amount, which roughly correlated with around 80% of Sophia's authority. A more than respectable amount. While they were still questioning the couple, Sophia's ears suddenly started twitching a few times while her tail perked up. Stop that. Maya immediately raised her voice. Whoa, that hasn't happened in a while, but it's still muscle memory, huh? I hate your ass. Alright, then I won't tell you what I just noticed. The tiger started pouting. That's even worse. The cat girl didn't like that either. You sure are complicated. You're the last one on the planet to say that to anyone. The two were having fun. On any planet, actually. Air. Chloe looked slightly confused. What is going on? I noticed something with my detection magic. Sophia smiled at her. Something strong. Very strong. It seems to be heading right towards us. Oh. She liked the sound of that. It has to be Fei, right? I sure hope so. Hey. Maya didn't like that joke. How far away is she? The fox girl was naturally getting excited. She's a fast one. It seems like she'll be here in around an hour or two at the latest. I can't wait. Let's go. Steph was also looking forward to it. Should we collect the wolves and wait for her at the entrance of the village? I bet they are also looking forward to seeing her again. After you two had your reunion, of course. Sophia smiled at Chloe during the last part. Okay. Doing as planned, the girls left the treehouse and went to the inn above the village's bar, as it seemed like Fan and Aura had stayed the night there. What the? The moment the wolves noticed the magic situation between Chloe and Steph, they immediately got loud. What happened with you two? Why is your power on the same level? Chloe used to have so much less, and Steph significantly more. Aura sounded a little less shocked. The two had such steamy and hot sex that they ended up sharing their magic. Maya still wasn't believing them. Really? The female wolf looked at the two. No. They raised their voices. We did not have sex. It was just some kisses. Okay, many of them, but that was it. Ah, I see. Aura didn't sound any less confused. Wait, you two are dating? When did that happen? 2 days ago. The couple got happier again. Congratulations. The feeling of having missed a lot was growing. Fan, we're staying in the mansion more often from now on. I feel so detached and out of the loop right now. I don't particularly mind. The male wolf was fine either way. Anyway, Sophia looked at the wolves. Are you coming with us to welcome Faye? She'll be here in an hour. Eh? How do you know? The two were confused yet again. She entered my detection range about 20 minutes ago. Well, I at least hope it's her. The reaction I'm getting is super powerful, and it's heading right for us. It would be quite something if it's someone else. Stop that already. Maya glared at her. Don't jinx us. Wait a moment. Aura stared back at her. Oh, you're right. I can detect something, too, now. Only barely, though. 20 minutes ago, with the speed I'm sensing, it wouldn't have been even close to my range. Have you overtaken me with your reach? I guess? She tilted her head. It has actually gotten so big that I'm getting difficulties guessing the exact distance. You really are something else. Ehe. Once that topic was dealt with, the group went to the outskirts of the village to wait for Fayanni's arrival. Faye. Not even an hour had passed when Chloe spotted a big ball of white fluff speeding along the path leading through the forest into the village and started running herself. She really missed her, huh? Maya commented on her swift disappearance. Well, I can't blame her at all. Fluffy. The sisters had the exact same reaction while they were staring at the oversized full fox in the distance. Well, I can't say I'm surprised about that. Aura reacted somewhat similarly to the catgirl when she looked at the duo. Can't blame them either. By the way, the catgirl faced the wolves after having looked at the new fox in the distance a bit. The red spots in her pure white fur, like the tip of her ears and tail, and some other strands. She always looked like that, right? It's not leftovers from the human capital, is it? No, she always had those red accents, Fan reassured her. Good. She looks great. Steph was having a good time. Tails aside, she reminds me a little of Mira. She also was mostly white but had teal accents. That sounds great. Sophia sounded slightly envious. I still can't believe you went ahead and met her without me. You're the last one who's allowed to complain about missed opportunities. The voice of the dog girl changed. Ah. She had nothing else to say. Anyway, Faye looks amazing. A welcome addition to the group. Indeed. Steph wasn't angry for long. Chloe. Noticing her daughter running up to her, Faye increased her speed even more. Once she was close enough to her, she jumped and transformed into a size about half as big as the wolves were right now mid-flight and landed in Chloe's arms. I missed you so much. She immediately tightly hugged the fox in her arms. I missed you, too. I'm sorry it took so long. It's alright. It wasn't the same without you, but I had lots of fun. I made a lot of new friends, too. The pink fox girl gestured at the group behind them while saying so. That's great. Eh. Looking at the group, Faye sounded quite confused and jumped back on the ground again while transforming to a size that roughly matched the wolf's. Fen. Aura. She walked a little closer to them. Long time no see. I guess? Aura greeted her while the male wolf nodded a few times. That's putting it very lightly. Anyway, it's great that the two of you are as inseparable as ever. Haha, the female wolf got incredibly awkward. What are you two doing here? I don't even know where to start. Fen paused for a moment. Well, it's mostly her fault. He then gestured at the blonde. Hey. Sophia glared at him. Well, it's not exactly negative and also kinda true, so. And you are? Faye focused on her. Sophia. I see. She kept mustering her. I'm Phaonis. Why is a tiger here? Actually, wait a moment, you're magic. You're magic, are you even a tiger? Yeah? You're magic, it's blank. It's the same as Kinnear's. In fact, I believe it is his. Faye paused for a moment. Don't tell me, are you his daughter? I thought it wasn't possible with his type of blank authority to have. Huh? She immediately froze when she took a quick look at the dog girl next to her. Amira. Steph. She corrected the fox. It's nice to meet you. No, you're magic. It's the same as Mira. Ah. The violet-haired girl connected the dots. Mira blessed me with a portion of her magic to let me use it. I'm not related to her. It's the same in my case. For some reason, Sophia had gotten extremely loud with her reply. I am not, I repeat, I am not Kinnear's daughter. I am definitely not. Because it was important, she had to say it 3 times. Ah. Faye sounded incredibly relieved. Also, I really understand why you felt the need to repeat it. She faced Sophia again during that part. What a curse this would have been. Still, why would those two bless you with a portion of their magic? She tilted her head. The only explanation I could imagine would be. Are you from a different world? One without magic, and you came here without reincarnating? Yup. Steph simply went ahead and confirmed it. There was no way she would keep secrets from her girlfriend's mother, after all. Wow. She had no better reaction ready. By the way, Chloe spoke up again while pointing at herself. Do you notice something about me, too, Fei? She sounded incredibly happy. Eh? The fox sounded surprised yet again. I didn't realize earlier, because it still feels the same, but. Chloe, why has your authority become so massive? Steph gave me some of hers because she wanted us to be the same. Isn't she the sweetest? Dot. The dog girl liked that a lot. What? That should not be possible. How did you do that? The couple immediately started blushing in response. What is the meaning of that reaction? Why, you see, the pink fox panicked a little and tried a different approach. A few days ago, Steph and I ended up in Myra's domain by chance, and we met her. She's super nice. I totally get why you got along so well with her in the past, Mom. Wait. Faye couldn't follow her. Mira told us so many things. Chloe simply continued. We really learned a lot. Why did you never tell me about her? I mean, you did mention her a few times, but never about that. You really shouldn't have kept that a secret. She was talking about the part where they were actual friends. So many things I never knew about you. She also told us more about Steph's authority and its quirks, including that she can share a part of it. She let out the how part. One thing led to another, and here we are. Faye needed a minute. Why you? You met your mother. All sorts of emotions were present in her voice. Yeah. She gave her a big nod. We explored a shrine of her and then. What? It took her a moment before it clicked. What? Everyone else had the same reaction. Chapter 378, Family. Phaonis had finally returned and reunited with Chloe, who had missed her a whole lot during the time they were separated. She also met the others of the group and got confused about everyone except Maya. She hadn't expected to see the wolves again, but the sisters were on another level because of their magic they had been gifted by the overseers. Things got even more chaotic after she found out that Chloe met Mira while she was gone. And Mira is my mother. Chloe had to repeat Faye's words, because there was just no way she could believe it just like that. Wait. The white fox's eyes shot open. As she didn't tell you when you met. No. She got even louder. Faye froze up. I got too emotional and messed up. What is going on? The pink-haired girl couldn't take it anymore. Mira, as in the overseer and or goddess of magic, is my mother? Mother? Wait. She wasn't being loud quite yet. Does that mean you aren't my mom, after all, Faye? The loudness instantly switched over to sadness. Is that why you were always so evasive? Faye tried to collect herself. Mira, and you. This time, the wolves couldn't believe it. Shush. Sophia glared at them. Not now. Alright, they hung their heads in response. I'm the daughter of you and Mira. Chloe couldn't believe it. At first, what did you talk about? I don't want to mention even more that the fox wasn't able to finish her sentence. Don't you think it's time to tell her, Faye? A very soft and gentle-sounding voice suddenly interrupted her. Everything, Mira. She instantly recognized that voice and looked to the side, where she spotted the other white fox girl with the many tails and teal accents. She had appeared in her hybrid form again, as well. Fluffy. This time, Maya and Sophia had the same reaction. The cat girl, while not as extreme, too, was a lover of everything fluffy, after all. Shush. It was Steph's time to glare now. Chloe's eyes alternated between the two other foxes. See, can I please? What is happening right now? Hey. Mira first walked over to Faye and used her hand to glide through the fur on her side before making her way to the pink-haired girl. I'm sorry. She put a hand on her head and lightly ruffled her hair. I'm sorry that Faye kept it a secret and how I didn't tell you, either. Most of all, I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you in person. But, yes, you are our daughter. We had been thinking about it for the longest time, and when we learned about your previous life, we decided to let you reincarnate through us. Tears started forming in her eyes corners. Why did you two keep it a secret from me? Well, the overseer glanced at the other fox. I wanted you to have a normal life. Faye got closer to them while sounding incredibly apologetic. Mira is, well. Mira. Her being your mother changes pretty much everything. Growing up like any other ordinary girl would be nearly impossible. Yes. The teal fox nodded. Things would have gotten extremely complicated if I stayed with you. You would have been the center of attention wherever we went. It's also unheard of for overseers to have children that way. We kind of abused my powers to have you. Literally governing magic has its advantages. It took some time to convince the others it was a good idea, though. I'm also sorry I always was evasive about the topic. Faye continued the apology. I just had no idea what to do afterward. Once I confirmed my involvement, the question of who's the other parent would have followed immediately. She paused for a moment. Looking back at it, it probably was one of the worst decisions we could have made, but... The fox didn't know how to finish her sentence. Chloe also didn't know what to say. We indeed made some mistakes. Mira agreed. We wanted your best, but we failed to realize what exactly that was. As an overseer, this fills me even more with shame. I can only apologize for what we did and promise that it won't happen again from now on. She kept stroking the hair of the pink fox girl. If you let me stay with you, that is. I could understand if this is asking for too much. Does that mean? Faye looked at her again. Yes. She nodded. If I'm welcome, I will walk down here for the foreseeable future again. Why, you'll stay with us? Chloe eventually looked the teal fox in her eyes. Only if you want me to. She went silent again, and instead of answering, Chloe jumped at the teal fox, wrapped her arms around Mira, and tightly hugged her. Is that a yes? Absolutely. The pink fox only increased her grip. I'm still really confused, and I can't believe it, but I don't want to lose you now. I see. Mira was becoming increasingly emotional, as well, and hugged her back while trying her best to suppress her tears. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance. She was failing at holding them back, though, and a few tears had already formed. It's alright to cry a little while watching them, right? Maya was also affected by it and glanced at the sisters for confirmation. She noticed that both of them were way ahead of her already as some tears were flowing down their cheeks. Is that why I felt so at ease with you the other day when we met? Chloe tried to find an explanation about why she got along so well with Mira the moment she saw her. The teal fox let go of her to be able to better look at the pink one. I would be delighted if that would be the case. Then that is what it was. She simply smiled at her. Mira then glanced at Faye, who had been next to them the entire time. I will say it time and time again. You raised her incredibly well. I can't apologize enough for only having been able to support you from the sidelines. Saying so, she petted the head of the fox a couple of times. Seeing you this emotional is something new. She enjoyed being pet and rhythmically moved her head in the same way. I like it. Shush. The teal fox started blushing a little harder. There is just no way you can blame me for that. I wasn't going to. Sounding a little playful, Faye then booped her hip with her nose. I couldn't do that either. I mean, it was foremost my idea. I was the one who wanted Chloe to have a normal life. You agreed to it, but I know just how hard it was for you. It really was. She nodded a few times. I always felt close because I was able to watch and look over her, but seeing her happy and having a fulfilled life was all I wished for, but I understand. Faye booped her again. Were you really watching me, though? Chloe then tilted her head. Because if you did, you would have known that being the daughter of an overseer and having a super interesting life filled with all kinds of things related to that sounds amazing to me. Mira had no idea what to say in her defense. Well, I guess it's easy for me to say now. I can definitely see, and am absolutely thankful for your thoughts of wanting to protect me. You, too, Faye. The pink fox faced her other mother. Thank you so much for raising me with so much love and always having tried to put me first. I love you. I love you, too. This time, Faye pressed her head against the other girl. It's a little early, so it's hard to say what my feelings are right now, but I do hope I want to be able to say the same to you, too. Chloe glanced at the overseer. At the very least, definitely can't wait to get to know you better. Myra's expression got more emotional again. That's already way more than I could have hoped for. Thank you so much for giving me a chance. Of course. Showing her a massive smile, the pink fox girl went ahead and hugged the teal one yet again. While all of that was happening, the other group members started to feel a little awkward. Is it really alright to be listening into this? Aura wasn't sure if it was a good thing that they were still there. It seems rather private. I do agree. Fen nodded a couple of times. Sophia ignored the wolves and looked at her sister. Can we, check on your phone and if Mom has seen your message more often from now on? I want to see her. Tell her everything, as well. Oh, of course, the dog girl smiled at her. I want to, too. The two were pretty touched by the scene in front of them. I think I'm going to visit my parents later. Maya also wasn't unaffected by it. How about we give those three some alone time for now? Aura looked at the girls. They probably have a lot more to talk about, and it's really not within our rights to be a part of that, as well. True. The trio collected themselves, and afterward, the group decided to leave them alone for the time being and headed back to the village to wait for them there. Spoiler. Collapse. Chapter 379, Girlfriend Problems. Not only had Faye returned from her trip, but Mira, the overseer of magic, had also shown up, together with a rather big bombshell. As it turned out, Chloe is the actual daughter of Mira and Faye. Naturally, the pink fox had many questions, and she needed to process even more emotions that came with this revelation. Her mothers felt quite similarly about the topic, and the trio got very emotional and teary-eyed over their reunion. Well, that was something. The group, sans the reunited family, was in Sophia's treehouse again, trying to understand what had just happened. Yeah, the others could only agree with Maya. Did you two really not know about any of this? The blonde faced the wolves. Faye and Mira, getting along rather well? I had no idea. Neither did I. They shook their heads before Aura continued. That being said, as we mentioned before, it's easily been many hundreds, if not 1,000 years, since we last met Phaonis. Who knows what happened since then? We met Mira a few more times since then, but romance wasn't something we usually talked about. The male wolf added a bit of trivia. She wasn't exactly satisfied with that reply. Hundreds of years? Maybe 1,000, even. The dog girl got stuck on that part. Wait. Sophia raised her voice. I did mention that part where we pretty much became and/or are ageless because of our magic, right? With a slightly terrified expression, she looked at Maya for help. You did. She looked back at her. But, it's a difference between being told that and actually having evidence, or however you want to call it. Exactly. Steph nodded a few times. It is a little hard to believe, after all. Wait, how old are you? She then also faced the wolves. Older than that. The two answered her at the same time. I see. She got a little nervous after hearing the tone in their voices. I mean, it has no priority right now because of the events, but I can't wait to get to know them better, too. Sophia got back to the original topic. I've been wanting to meet Faye ever since Chloe first mentioned her. Not to mention that I really want to know what she did in the capital. Now, it seems like Mira will also be with us for a while. She's so fluffy. A welcome addition. I agree. Maya felt the same. Though. I'm not exactly sure if I really want to know what happened with the humans. She had some mixed feelings about that part. Chloe's fluffier. Steph started pouting. The tiger tilted her head. Quite honestly, I can't agree anymore and say you're biased. Nothing wrong with that, I want to add. I am, too, when it comes to Maya, after all. Same. The catgirl nodded a few times. I agree with my perfect tiger, as well. She had to word it like that. Chloe is amazing, and her fluffiness is unbelievable, but Faye's tail seemed ever so slightly fluffier. I might be okay with giving our pink one the win because she's more attractive as a hybrid rather than a full, but against Mira and her literal armada of fluffy tails, I'm sorry. Yes. Sophia seemed to feel the same. I agree with my perfect girlfriend. She needed to respond in kind. I'm willing to agree that Chloe is more attractive for the same reasons as Maya mentioned, which makes her fluff more interesting, but if it's just purely about fluffy, Faye wins. Myra's fluff is attached to a beautiful woman, though. And there's lots of fluff. Yeah, her individual tails are inferior to Chloe and Faye, but there are 9. 9. Grr, the dog started growling. Oh ho, you're good at that already. Aura was proud of her new fellow canine. Chloe's the number one. She wasn't budging on it. And she should. Maya smiled at her. For you, that is. Being biased means she's the best for you, after all. The tiger continued. You should definitely continue to be such a big fan of Chloe, though. The female wolf addressed her. It shows your dedication, after all, and you need to grasp for every straw you have to survive from now on. Then again, how would they react to their fluff being inferior? What's this about? The violet girl didn't like the sound of that. You're dating the daughter of an extremely serious, doting, and protective woman, Faye, and her other mother is a literal overseer. Someone who gets worshipped by millions in this world. Steph's face turned as white as a sheet. Wow, I hadn't thought about that. Sophia's eyes grew wide. You sure decided to go hard mode, huh? Good luck. Maya had nothing else to say. She'll definitely need it. Fen agreed with her. Don't look so smug, sis. The dog girl glared at her. Even with your enhanced personality, I can't even imagine you meeting Maya's parents. I already did. She only got smugger instead. In fact, they love me. More than me, actually. The cat girl looked a little tired. See? And no way, on one side, she was happy for her sister, but it also was the exact opposite of what she wanted to hear right now. Hee hee. How did you do that? I need to learn that fast. I met them in the capital without Maya and not knowing who they are. Sophia scratched her cheek. The two were lost, and I helped them find their way back. While doing that, we ended up chatting a lot and got along super well. How can anyone be this lucky? Steph couldn't believe it. I know, right? Maya sounded tired again. Ehe. Well, that isn't going to work for me. Fenny. Aura. The dog girl faced her wolves. You know Faye, right? How can I win her over? Have common sense, know how to behave, don't be hyperactive, don't overdo things, be calm, don't. Be the exact opposite of Sophia, basically. Aura finished his sentence. Yup. The male wolf nodded a few times. Hey. The tiger didn't like that. Steph's expression turned complicated. I am doomed, huh? Pretty much. Maya patted her shoulder a couple of times. You had a good run, though. I think Mira likes me, though. She had one chance left. She got interested in me and gifted me so much magic. Half of which I shared with her daughter without even knowing that part. She also knew about my crush on Chloe and encouraged her to kiss me when we were in her domain. That doesn't sound too bad for me, does it? That certainly is a start. Aura gave her a bit of hope. For a second, at least. Mira only reunited with them herself, though, and probably has to prove herself first, as well. Faye's the one who raised Chloe, and she's the one you have to win over. I hate you, Steph hung her head. Always happy to help. The female wolf was enjoying herself. Sis, what should I do? She looked at the blonde with pleading eyes. Your puppy eyes are already top-notch, as expected of a dog. Sophia looked impressed for a moment before continuing. Just be yourself? I'm pretty sure faking someone you aren't will only end up even worse in the long run. You would be basically lying to her. Admittedly, I got super lucky with Maya's parents, who put me on a way too high pedestal for some reason. Still, while I tried my best to watch my words, I not once said or did anything that didn't match my usual self. Right? She looked at her catgirl towards the end. I guess? She wasn't sure how to react. You were a lot calmer than usual, but you also did tell them a lot of ridiculous things they loved for some reason, so. Yeah, you did try to show them your best side, but you were honest for the most part. I can't fault you at all. I see, Steph wasn't sure what to do with this information. Yeah, you are right. Pretending to be someone I am not does sound like a bad idea and is asking for trouble. Also, Mira seemed to like my way of doing things. Changing that would mean losing points with one mom to gain some with the other. Even if Faye's supposed to be the tougher nut to crack, that plan can only fail. Oh. How about this? The tiger started smiling. I have no idea what the current relationship between Mira and Faye is, but our dear overseer seems to be in a bit of a tough spot right now. Chloe grew up without her, good intentions or not aside, so she has to prove herself, as well. To Chloe and Faye. If you get along with Mira, this might be the way. I bet she would appreciate the help, and Faye might be impressed about you wanting to help. I think, it wasn't like she had any proof, after all. She's good. The wolves seemed impressed. She really is. Maya also had to give it to her. Hee hee. That does sound like a solid enough plan. Steph gave it some thought. Well, it's at least better than everything I thought of so far. What did you come up with? The cat girl got interested. Nothing. Sophia's plan certainly is better, then. Yeah. The dog girl nodded a few times. Well, maybe, if I'm half as lucky as my tiger here, Faye might also just like me. That's the spirit. Sophia liked that a lot. I also want to see them again soon. We've already been waiting for Faye for so long. Myra's an unexpected and amazing bonus. That meeting earlier was way too chaotic, to say the least. I can't wait. As there was nothing else they could do right now, the group continued to think of alternative ways for Steph to win over Chloe's mothers while waiting for the three to finish their reunion. Chapter 380, One Way to Deal with It. After Chloe reunited with both of her mothers, the rest of the group decided to give the trio some alone time to talk, bond with each other, and do whatever else was needed. They returned to Sophia's treehouse, where they tried to come up with a plan for Steph to win over Chloe's parents. Suddenly meeting them was already one thing, but finding out that Chloe's other parent was an actual overseer didn't make it easier for the dog girl. Both of her girlfriend's mothers seemed to be quite the big shots. A couple of hours had passed since then, but the family eventually seemed to have sorted out the most pressing issues as they had decided to go to the treehouse, as well, and regrouped with the others there. I'm sorry about the slight turbulences earlier. Faye apologized to everyone before looking at Maya and the sisters. It got cut a little short because of something. She glanced at the something with the many tails. Once again, my name is Fayonis. Most decided to call me Faye, though. I'm pleased to meet you and delighted that you seem to get along with my daughter. Likewise. The trio smiled at her before introducing themselves again, as well. You found some interesting friends. Once she heard them introducing themselves while also getting a better look, including their magic, the full fox faced Chloe again. Ehe. So, she then focused on Maya. Are you the only normal one here? Okay, most normal one. The fox slightly rephrased her question. Your magic is still completely out of the ordinary, and I can also feel some traces of Kinnear's properties in it, but it seems like you're actually from here? Yes. The cat girl needed a moment. My magic has always been unnaturally high, and it got even more potent with Sophia's influence, but I've been native to this world and raised by normal parents. Wow, that must have been hard for you. Faye sounded slightly sympathetic. Being the only one with regular native common sense. Yes. She got very emotional in an instant. Finally, someone who understands my pain. Well, I have my fair share of problems in that regard with a certain someone, as well. Faye stole a glance or two at Chloe while answering her. Hey. She didn't like that. Admittedly, she certainly didn't help with the issue after having joined our group. Maya also looked at the pink fox. What did I tell you about that? Her stare turned a little rougher. Chloe flinched under the pressure. It was just too much fun with Sophia and the others. The serious duo let out a sigh in return. It was hard to be mad at her. I guess I left you alone for too long, too. Faye hung her head. I should have hurried more. Speaking of, Sophia stared at her. We heard that you went on a quick sightseeing trip to the human capital. Is it still, there? She looked back at her. You also used to be human, right? I guess you were slightly concerned about them after you heard I got angry at them? You might not know the humans of this world yet, but trust me, you wouldn't be concerned about them if you knew them. They have some serious, let's call it management issues. Hearing that, Fen was unable to hold back his laughter. Glorious! What is the meaning of this reaction? Faye simply stared at him. Well, ignoring some smaller events, our concerned tiger here already went to war with a human army, single-handedly defeated them, and completely broke their minds with darkness-based magic. As Sophia? Steph got loud because the last part was still news to her. I got a little upset that they threatened my loved ones, okay. Oh ho. The voice of the full fox turned warm. Someone who stands up for family and friends, and knows how to get angry? I respect that. Sure, you do, the male wolf started mumbling. What was that? And nothing. He immediately turned his head away. Anyway, the blonde got back to the topic. No, it's not that. I was planning to go to the capital myself, to tell them how I feel about them based on the things I've seen so far, but then I heard about, well, you. I see. Faye nodded a few times. But, wait, does that mean you were the one who messed up their army? Half of them fainted when I came near, while the other half started screaming while, having had pants-related incidents. Ahaha, Sophia wasn't sure how to react, especially to the last part. I focused my, let's call it, brainwashing on making them exceptionally afraid of even coming near a member of the beastfolk, so. Yeah, it sounds like my work. Though, it's not really brainwashing, I guess? More like instigating a deeply rooted fear to prevent them from messing with things they have no right to mess with? Later on, if they've ever become capable of treating the beastfolk as equals, it shouldn't have an effect on them anymore, anyway. Even though I overdid a bit back then and said some things that were out of line, I was angry about what they tried to do. It almost seems like we will get along well in the future. Happy to hear. Maya and Steph had some considerable reservations about that, but for different reasons. One of them had put their whole hope in Faye as their ray of hope for making the blonde calm down, and the other was envious of their bonding. Wait, Sophia tilted her head. How did you meet that army? You should have been way ahead of them, on top of being much faster. Oh, was it on the way back? Not quite. Faye shook her head. Halfway towards the capital, I calmed down enough to think why and headed back. While basically everyone in power amongst the humans is at least close to being hopeless, there are also many that are innocent and or did not have a choice in one way or another. I decided that I'd much rather be with Chloe than doing that. Understandable. Both sisters agreed. There, I found that army. She continued her story. At first, I thought about taking out my remaining anger on them. I mean, they are not innocent. Still, once I noticed what was going on, I changed my plans yet again. I'm confused. Sophia and Chloe had the same reaction. Let me finish. She rolled her eyes. Long story short, I started a revolution in their capital. I'm confused. This time, Fen, Aura, and Maya joined the duo. Faye, my dear, Mira smiled at her. I think you need to add a few more details here. I mean, I watched over you a few times during your expedition, so I know what happened, but you skipped some crucial steps there. I'll get to that. You know that I like to start with the result before explaining what I did. And I never understood why. The voices of the pink and teal fox overlapped. Faye didn't like that. I think it's a great way to explain things. Steph took her chance. That way, you know if you're even interested before having to listen to whatever explanation there is. Exactly. Also, what other explanation is even needed here? The dog girl tilted her head. I think it's perfectly obvious what she did. Eh? Everyone looked at her. Oh ho? Faye also faced her. From what I've heard, humans have a bit of a supremacy thing going on, right? They're, like, the best and all. Even though they are, in fact, not. Which is totally fine. The issue here seems like they're dealing with it. Like, the beast folk is supposed to be under them for whatever reason, even though animal features are a clear upgrade. To me, at least. Anyway, you took the army Sophia broke, taught them how to be humble, and brought them to the capital. Or, at least, the captains or whatever, because that would be easier to organize. And now, they're the new leaders. Steph made a small pause. Again, I haven't met the humans in this world yet, but it's just impossible for an entire race to be that hopeless. It has to be their leaders being responsible for the state of things. Propaganda, lies, isolation, oppression, and all the other good stuff. In our old world, there were regions and countries ruled by dictators and similar kinds that used these tactics to make their people submit and believe in their lies, as well. There, too, it felt like the entire population of that country was beyond saving. However, once you've cut the head of the snake, you quickly realize that there were lots of normal people still around. Wow. The fool continued to stare at her. You're good. That's more or less what happened. Thanks to Mira, I actually managed to bring Sophia's whole army. Her weird portal invention was great for that. Ehe. Steph enjoyed the praise. Portal invention. The tiger got curious about that part. Might have copied your idea when I first saw you playing around with it. The overseer glanced at her. I usually simply teleport back and forth to my domain, but your idea looked fun, so. It's fine. The blonde just smiled back. There's no way the humans in the capital, especially their excuse for royalty, would have gone along with that. Fen didn't believe it. Making the current rulers bow down in front of me and their former army while their castle is burning behind them was quite impactful. Faye's absolutely dry voice made it sound about twice as scary as it already was. Most of the group was speechless. I guess that might have a slight chance of actually working. Even the male wolf sounded impressed. Afterward, Mira let me use her portals again to send the previous nobility to the other side of the continent. After all, we don't want them to come up with anything shady. I thought about simply removing them, but this actually felt more impactful. Killing them also would divert a lot of the folks' hatred towards me, which wouldn't have helped. I love it. Sophia was a fan. She also preferred leaving a lasting impression over the other option. I also stayed for a bit while I quelled every sign of a counter-rebellion by giving the same treatment while also teaching the new rulers some basics. The bar wasn't high, but they still had even less of an idea of how to run a country. They are far from competent, and it will be hard, but the 3 members of the beast folk I left there to supervise seemed extraordinarily competent, so I'm 24% certain it will work out in the long run. They even got accepted by the masses, to a degree. Just as Steph said, once the rotten part was removed, the remaining parts actually started healing, to put in other words. Aren't those some great numbers? Or I had to do it. That's about 24% higher than the previous humanity with their impossible leaders working out in the long run. One day, they surely would have picked a fight with a race that doesn't simply defend themselves and call it a day as the beast folk does. Faye looked back at her. Okay, that's a point. The female wolf took back her sarcastic undertone. Wait a moment, the tiger looked confused. What's that about the 3 members of the beast folk? There shouldn't be any of us near their capital, no? They arrived just before I was getting ready to leave, Faye answered her. They apparently were messengers from the beast folk capital and were sent there to discuss the consequences of the war the humans started and lost. I decided to give them a promotion to a management position. Sounds familiar. Maya stole some glances at her blonde. She awkwardly scratched her cheek. Those poor messengers. Poor Menzer and his headache. The cat girl felt sorry for someone else. I'm not going to explain that to him. Sophia immediately raised her voice. For once, I am innocent. Innocent. She sounded really happy about that. Weren't you planning to tell him some things that will cause some serious headaches, as well? The cat girl didn't let her be smug for long. Shush. Someone is a bit of a troublemaker, isn't she? Faye stared at the blonde again. And not intentionally. Why don't I believe you? She only intensified her stare. Who knows? Sophia's eyes started swimming. I see. The fox let it be for now. Anyway, I was planning to inform the king of the beast folk about the events as soon as possible. Meeting Chloe first had a much higher priority, though. Understandable. The blonde saw no fault in that. Origin aside, you are a tiger, right? From the sound of it, you are able to meet him fairly easily. Would it be possible to get an audience with him for me? I usually waltz right into his office when something's up, but I think I can ask for an audience. She tilted her head while also scratching her cheek. Not an intentional troublemaker, huh? She had nothing to say in her defense. Chapter 381, Mother and Daughter. Chloe, Faye, and Mira reunited with the others after having had some alone time, and the full fox told Sophia and the group what happened in the human capital that she visited to clean up. As it turned out, rather than completely burning it to the ground, she started a revolt. Their castle still burned down, though. She had taken the army Sophia broke during the war some time ago and made them the new leaders, as they're painfully aware of what would happen if they won't change their attitude. Alright, enough about that topic. Faye didn't want to talk about the humans anymore and faced the wolves. I'm still interested in why you two are here. Also, Aura, why is your magic maxed out? It didn't used to be like that as far as I can remember. I met Sophia during spring, and we stayed together because she was and is quite interesting. During our travels, our group kept growing on the way to the beast folk capital she wanted to see. From there, Aura and I went a bit on an exploration and ran into this village. That's pretty much it. About my magic, the female wolf got a little awkward. I had the glorious idea of trying to teleport myself and... Are you an idiot? Faye got loud. Yup. She simply nodded. I had no idea it was basically impossible, okay? Thankfully, according to Kinnear, I somehow got saved by magic because I got extra power to not die from it. Well, I almost died, but I made it. You're welcome. Mira smiled at her. Aura faced her. Did you? Yes. She kept smiling. I noticed what was about to happen, increased the ambient magic around you, and ordered it to guide you through it. We didn't want you to die now, did we? Thank you. The female wolf sounded incredibly touched. Hey. Faye and Fen didn't like the tone in her voice. Ahaha, Mira smiled at the slightly jealous-sounding duo, before looking at Aura again. I wasn't expecting for the authority to stick to you, though. You weren't supposed to end up with the demons either. I see. Thank you. Are you alright with telling them about the authority part? The full fox sounded a little concerned. It's alright. Kinnear already told them about that. Wait, Sophia joined their conversation. Speaking of Kinnear, if I remember right, when he told us about Aura's accident, he never mentioned that part. In fact, he also sounded rather confused about the details. That's because I don't think I've ever told him? Mira tried to recall it. Isn't he the main overseer? Maya tilted her head. Wouldn't that mean he oversees and knows everything? Not even close, my dear. Mira smiled at her. While he has a general understanding of everything, and his magic is the most potent around as it's compatible with every system, when it comes to the fine details of this world specifically, his knowledge about magic covers maybe 1/3. At best. That's why us local and/or specialized overseers exist. Oh, I see. The catgirl nodded a few times. Tell me everything. Sophia's eyes instantly started to sparkle. I want to learn more about magic. No can do. She replied with a rather cheeky expression. There are a few exceptions I do every now and then. The teal fox took a quick glance at Faye. But I usually don't meddle with the magic development. You have to discover it yourself. I do give some tips every now and then, though. To guide you in the right direction if you're onto something. Also, if you've discovered something, I will honestly confirm or deny it without being wishy-washy about it. Oh. The tiger liked the sound of that much more. I hope you're prepared to hear one ridiculous idea after another from me. From me, as well. The sisters were on the same page. Same. So was Chloe. More than prepared, I'm looking forward to it. Mira gave all of them a thumbs up. As the overseer of magic, it fills me with great joy hearing the wildest theories about my system. It seemed like Finn wanted to say something while he faced the teal fox. If you helped Aura survive her experiment, why didn't you bring her back to the place she started out? The expression of the overseer turned a little awkward. I didn't actually know where she ended up for quite a while. Thanks to her change in authority, I lost her. I mean, especially with her magical powers having reached the limit, she has quite the aura. Sorry about the bad pun, but there are a number of individuals on the demon continent who got close enough to the limit, as well. Combined with me overseeing the demon continent quite irregularly because they're doing a fantastic job on their own, it took me a while to notice what was going on. That sounds understandable. The male wolf had nothing else to say. Once I found her, and saw how much fun she was having with the dragons, I infused the strongest of them with a sort of healing-based magic that helped you regain your memories once he bonked you. Dragons? Steph and Chloe got loud. Thank you for helping me, but Aura ignored the excited-sounding duo. Why in such a roundabout way? Why not? Mira had an easy explanation for it. I thought this would be the most, natural way. Again, I usually don't interfere to this degree, unless I confirm or deny some sort of milestones in magic discoveries, but I do like you quite a lot, as you're part of the group that enjoys magic the most in this world. That's why I helped you out more, without making it too obvious. Thank you. Aura's voice changed again. Hey. Once more, Fan and Faye didn't like that. Are those the sorts of misunderstandings Ari and I create every now and then? Sophia noticed a slight similarity between her and the somewhat ambiguous duo in front of them. Yes. The catgirl simply nodded. Could we return to that dragon topic for a moment? Steph had no intention of letting that uncommented. Exactly. Chloe liked the sound of that even more. There are dragons? Yes. Mira smiled at the duo. They are native to the demon continent, and there are many of those fellows around there. They are great fun. Aura joined in. They love to fight and pack a nice punch on top. I'm not sure about the fighting part, but I want to see a dragon. Let's go. What she said. The dog and pink fox were on the exact same page. Don't worry, Steph. Sophia looked at her. Visiting the demon continent and the dragons is already on our travel itinerary. Yay. The couple liked that a lot. You two sure get along great. Faye got a little suspicious over how in sync they were. They instantly got awkward. I know, right? Myra's smile got even bigger when she agreed to the full fox's observation. It's no wonder those two started dating, isn't it? The feeling around Faye instantly changed while she focused her attention on them. What? They had no better reaction to it. Wait. The overseer noticed her mistake. Right. You didn't know about that yet, didn't you? I did not. Mira scratched her cheek. Oops. Don't oops me. Chloe got loud. You're the one who gave us the last push after you made me kiss her. Oh, is that so? Faye stared at the teal fox. Her voice seemed perfectly calm, but it somehow sounded very unsettling. The blonde even started shivering in response. Was that really necessary? Mira stole a few glances at the pink fox. After you just blurted out my relationship with Steph, without me having had the chance to prepare Faye. Yes, it was necessary. Interestingly enough, Chloe's voice had the exact same feel to it as the full fox. Why exactly was Chloe unsure if Faye's her actual mother? Maya was confused as she definitely inherited some traits of her. No idea. The wolves and the tiger shook their heads. So, ignoring them, the full fox then focused all of her attention on Steph. You are dating my daughter? Why yeshin? She bit her tongue. Is that how you're supposed to reply? And no. Mom. Chloe raised her voice again. Be nice to her. Steph did nothing wrong. I don't remember her getting my permission to date you, though. She doesn't need to get your permission. The pink fox got even louder. She has mine, and that's all she needs. It would be great to have it, though. The dog girl tried her best to match the gaze of Faye. I love her, and I only have the best intentions. You love her? Yes. I mean, I undoubtedly fell for her at first sight, and I enjoyed every second we spent with each other so far. I'd say that counts. That doesn't sound too confident. Faye had some mixed feelings. Well, we only know each other for around a week. My feelings are strong and grow with each passing moment, but we're also still getting to know each other. You know each other for a week and already started dating my daughter? Mom, stop that. Chloe glared at her mother. It was a mutual decision. I also fell for her, and I want it to work out. Where's the problem in changing up the usual routine a little? MRMNN. She grumbled a little more before her tense expression eventually loosened up a little. As far as one could tell from a full, at least. The pink fox was her number one, after all, so being glared at by her made even her flinch. So, even then, she wasn't done questioning the dog just yet and looked at her again. You only have the best intentions, is what you said. What are your intentions? My number one priority is to make both of us happy. Shouldn't your number one priority be to make her happy? MOM. The pink fox glared at her again. The one doesn't work without the other. Steph just smiled at Faye. If Chloe isn't happy, I am not happy. It's the same the other way around. The girl in question interrupted her. The dog girl liked that. That's what I mean. Of course, making Chloe happy is part of my number one priority, but how can I make anyone happy without being happy myself? Being with her makes me happy, though. Thanks to that, as long as that's the case, I can do my best to make her happy, as well. Both of us need to be happy to make each other happy. The full fox went silent. She's good. Mira sounded impressed. Shush. Faye didn't appreciate her stating the obvious. What things do you like to do? What brings you joy in life? She continued to concentrate on Steph. She needed a moment. I like taking care of people, I guess. My sister was a major pain, but I loved making her life just a little better. Thanks for that. The pain in question reacted with a wry smile. Anytime. She gave her a thumbs up before looking at Faye again. Other than that, I absolutely adore traveling. If I can be out in nature and explore unknown places, I'm the happiest girl you've ever come along. Is that so? Yup. She gave her a big nod. Unless it gets too hot. I might become a little sluggish and whiny, then. I'll still be interested in the place, though. Even so, I prefer colder places. The full fox went silent again. They're made for each other, aren't they? The overseer just had to say it. The full fox snarled at the teal one. Obviously, no one knew Chloe better than her, and so she was absolutely aware of how compatible they seemed to be. Still, as an overly doting mother, she couldn't just admit that. As a result of that, Faye needed some time to cope with the situation. Chapter 382, A Crafty Ploy. While the group was chatting, Mira revealed that she was involved in Aura's teleportation incident and helped her survive it. Later, she also assisted in returning her memories. That wasn't the only topic the overseer talked about, though. She also blurted out that Chloe and Steph had started dating. Naturally, Faye, who hadn't heard about that yet, was more than a little bewildered about her daughter suddenly being in a relationship, and as any doting mother, she took the partner of her daughter for a ride. Luckily, Steph fared reasonably well, and there was little the full fox could complain about. And she tried. So, after everything calmed down a little, Steph eventually looked at Faye again. Did I, pass? There is nothing for you to pass here. Chloe immediately got loud again. Well, the full fox paused for a moment. I won't challenge you to a magic duel to the death, at least. That's a start. For now. Not now and not ever. Chloe raised her voice even more. I'll get angry if you don't stop now, Mom. Faye went silent. Now, Sophia smiled at the pink fox. What would you do and say when your daughter, hypothetically speaking, enters a relationship without you knowing and with a person you never met before? Chloe also went silent. I know what I would do. The tiger's voice changed a little. A magic duel to the death with that person would only be my warm-up. Our possible future will keep being eventful. Maya wasn't sure how to feel about that. Come on, the blonde glanced at her. As if you would stop me and, secondly, would handle it any differently. She went silent, as well. This sort of reaction seemed to be even more common than usual at the moment. See? Pointing at her girlfriend, Sophia then looked at Chloe again. It's only natural to get protective. You're her child, after all. She has yet to find out that Steph is the best. You might have a point, Chloe couldn't find anything to argue with. Will you give her a chance? She then faced the full fox again. Her gaze alternated between the new couple a few times. Well, your intuition and people skills have always been on point, so. She also seems to know what she wants and how to treat others. She's cute, too. Faye then stared hard at Steph. If you hurt her, I will hurt you. And I will finish you off afterward. Sophia sided with her. She, too, liked the fluffy pink one a lot, after all. Sisters or not. Well, the same is true for Chloe, though. I don't discriminate here. She'd also be done for. Why yes. A chill ran down the spine of the dog girl. I already vowed myself that I won't ever let that happen. Alright, Faye took a deep breath. I still can't say I'm happy, especially about the circumstances, but not giving the person my daughter chose a chance would be incredibly rude in itself. Thank you. Steph relaxed a little again. I won't be a disappointment. Imaramumanen, she still was a little grumbly. Come on, Mira also smiled at her. You knew that this would happen someday, didn't you? Well, yes, but. You. Faye suddenly intensified her stare on the overseer. Me? Yes. You helped Steph getting settled in this world by giving her magic. Why did you do that? Chloe was a special case, but every other person you let reincarnate, in whatever way, you never did that before. Why her? The overseer froze. Mira told me that she had taken a liking to me. The dog girl sounded rather happy about it. Because of how well along I instantly get with the others, especially with Chloe. Also, she wanted to one-up Kinnear and Sophia. Why yes. The teal fox seemed quite evasive for some reason. Faye kept staring at her. Alright, I understand the Kinnear part. If you have the chance to one-up him, you use it, but. You gave her so much, in non-overseer terms, of your magic just because you took a liking to her? Because she got along with Chloe? And more or less. Kinnear told me a lot about Sophia and then her sister later on, and I got interested because our tiger here is having a lot of fun with my magic. I wanted to see what Steph would do with it. Okay, fair enough. She could follow her train of thought. Still, why this much magic? Even after she gave half of it to our girl, she still has an overwhelming amount. So does Chloe now. Mira turned her head away. I see now. You took a liking to Steph, even more so after you noticed how well she got along with our girl. Because of that, you gifted her way more than enough authority for two people. According to what Chloe said earlier, you even talked her into kissing the dog girl, and ultimately was the final piece for them to become a couple. She paused for a moment. I don't doubt all of it being true, but it also was a ploy to boost Chloe's authority behind my back, wasn't it? You had the feeling that Steph would share her new powers with her crush to make things even, right? Mira awkwardly scratched her cheek. Seriously? Steph and Chloe got loud. Well, as long as it wasn't your only motivation, I don't mind, but that sure is crafty. The violet dog wasn't angry. Thank you. The pink fox was quite happy about it. I thought we agreed that giving her a somewhat higher but still reasonable authority at birth was the way to go. Faye sounded less happy. It even was your suggestion, too. You said that her authority will already be worth at least double the normal folk and that she will also inherit your almost instant regeneration. I readily agreed because that meant she seemed more regular at first glance, but why did you change your mind now? That's Sophia's fault. She pointed at the tiger. Why is it always my fault? The girl in question immediately got loud. I know how much our girl loves playing with magic, and having seen just how much fun Sophia was having with the over-the-top amount she got from Kinnear, I wanted to do more for Chloe. It happened in a somewhat roundabout way because of the circumstances, but I wanted her to have even more fun. Okay, I take responsibility for that. The blonde could live with the accusation now. Also, Mira faced the full fox again. I tried my best to add all sorts of safeties that won't hinder the fun aspects, but should prevent actual catastrophes from happening. She glanced at the blonde during the end. Haha, she got a little awkward. Well, I guess you had the best intentions, Faye let out a small sigh. I also trust Chloe to not do anything bad with her new authority because while she loves to play with it, she is aware of the consequences it can have. Still, why didn't you talk about it with me first? I have the right to be a part of such big decisions. You definitely have. Much more than I, for that matter, but, Mira scratched her cheek. I didn't have the time when I prepared the blessing for Steph because everything happened so quickly. Those sisters can't sit still for 3 seconds, after all. Kinda, the duo in question had nothing to say in their defense. I was planning to speak about it with you soon, but even I was surprised when they suddenly showed up in my domain, started dating immediately, and Steph sharing her magic all in the first week, you know? Steph and Chloe started blushing. That seems to be a fair excuse. Faye seemed to be okay with that. While we know that our girl is quite impulsive, that's a record even for her. Not going to apologize. The pink fox had gotten a little shy about it, but she wasn't regretting a single thing. You don't have to either. It was quite a shock for her, but Faye couldn't be angry at anyone for that. Especially not her daughter. We'll intensify your training again, though. Wielding that much authority is a different story altogether. It comes with a load of responsibilities. Okay. Chloe nodded a few times. It does? Sophia tilted her head in return. Isn't it more or less the same, just more? It's much more than that. Faye stared at her. Really? From what I've learned, it just means that you can explode things harder and faster once you have enough magic to use chantless magic. Who taught you magic? Fen? Yep. And no way? Her eyes shot open before she glared at the male wolf. You actually went ahead and taught your whimsical methods to others? Do you have any idea how much could have gone wrong with your approach to magic used by someone who has absolutely no idea how any of it works? He went silent. How much did go wrong? Maya corrected her. See, come on, Fen tried to defend himself. Admittedly, I like to take shortcuts and often enough don't take consequences into account, but I did come up with some pretty interesting magics during my life. My control of it is decent, too. Also, Aura has pretty much the same mindset I have. I know. Faye quickly glanced at the female wolf before concentrating on the other one for a moment again. I definitely do not fault your achievements and control, it's your technique that's concerning. Yours, too, miss. I tried to teleport myself. Both wolves had nothing to say anymore. You. The full fox then focused on the tiger. Me? She pointed at herself. I'm not exactly sure how different it is for you thanks to using Kinnear's blank authority, but you will be joining Chloe in our training. You, more than anyone else, need to be aware of some rules. Sounds fun. Sophia liked the idea. Shut up. Faye immediately glared at the male wolf again. Can I join the training, too? Steph entered the conversation. I really want to learn as much as I can about magic, too. Of course. Chloe answered her first. Yes. Yes, you can. Faye had nothing against it, either. And might things actually get better from now on? Maya sounded strangely emotional for some reason. Chapter 383, The Challenges of Raising Someone. While explaining why Mira had gifted Steph a portion of her magic, Faye found another motivation for the overseer to do it. As the little sister was getting along with Chloe so well from the very beginning, the teal fox was hoping for them to get even closer and gave Steph more than enough authority for two people so that she could share half of it with their favorite pink fox. Faye had some mixed feelings about the matter, but she accepted it and decided to train her daughter even more now because that much authority comes with bigger responsibilities. The sisters also decided to join in on the training. Okay, now that everything calmed down a little after it having been slightly turbulent for various reasons, can I start questioning you for a while? While everyone was still together, Sophia changed her attention to Mira. I won't tell you any in-depth secrets about magic unless you get close enough to them yourself, but other than that, you can ask me anything. Good enough for now. The blonde seemed in a good mood. First, Steph. She faced her sister. You totally lied to me. I love Chloe and all, and sorry about what I'm about to say, my dear pink one, but Mira is way above you on the fluffiness scale. Yes, your single tail is glorious and a gift to this world, but it can't win against her 9. Steph was definitely biased, because Mira needs less than 3 of her tails to match yours. Again, I love you, though. It's totally fine. Chloe smiled at her. I agree with you, too. Happy to hear. The teal fox liked the compliments. I don't. The dog girl got loud. Chloe has the best fluff. I might have overdone it with my claim of Mira needing 3 of her tails to match Chloe, though. She got a little awkward. I'd say that it's around 2 of mine. The overseer seemed to be quite proud of her fluff as she moved all of her tails around a little bit to further prove her point. Chloe's still the fluffiest to me. Steph had no intention of giving up. Yes, you're fluffiest. Sophia looked at her. We're talking unbiased here, though. Anyway, the tiger then got back to Mira. Why 9 tails? Why not? Huh. She needed a moment. I don't know how I can follow up on that. It is a good reason. Maya saw no fault in her explanation. Why 9, though? Because 10 would be too much. The blonde was struggling. Making her speechless twice in a row is quite the feat. The cat girl sounded impressed. Why yeah, she's good. Sophia herself had to agree as well. Still, 9 tails. I do vaguely remember some myths that include 9-tailed foxes from my old world. Is there any relation? Do you really want to know? Myra's smile turned slightly cheekier. Can you handle it? Once again, she had no reply ready. Dang, I have to step up my game if this goes on. Maya's voice almost had a hint of admiration in it. Well, to give you an easy way out, every myth has a hint of truth in it, but I've never been personally to your world. She wasn't sure what to make out of it. I guess that's enough information for me. I'll just enjoy looking at the fluffy. That might be for the best. Still, 9 tails. Isn't that hard? No, they're pretty soft, actually. Myra's smirk increased. I can see that. Sophia got loud. That's not what I meant. Even now, I still get overwhelmed by my singular tail every so often. While saying so, she used the tip of her tail to bonk Maya's forehead. Oh ouch. What was that for? See? Even though I have had it for so long already, it still does whatever it wants from time to time. I can't imagine having 8 more of them. And I don't want to imagine you having that many. The cat girl had her own opinion on that matter and lightly glared at the blonde while rubbing the sore spot on her forehead. For starters, your tail is much more maneuverable than mine are. We can move them, wag them, express emotion, or use them to aid our balance to some degree, but bonking your girlfriend with such amazing accuracy is reserved for only the most skilled felines. That being said, my tails have a bit of a mind on their own, as well, but I can't say they give me much of a problem. Well, unless I want to go through a smaller door. I'm not compatible with those. Sophia stared a little harder at the literal mess of tails behind her. I can see that being the case. Brushing them probably takes forever, too? Not really, actually. The teal fox shook her head. I use magic for that. Else, a single day wouldn't have enough hours for that. Oh, clever. Can you teach me how to do that? Chloe was very interested in that magic. Can you not? Steph seemed to have a different opinion on that matter. Yeah? Why not? The pink fox looked confused. You can't rob me of a future where I can be responsible for grooming your tail. Her face turned red. MRRMN, Faye didn't seem to be a fan of that exchange. Come on, Mira smiled at her. You also always love it when I take care of your tail in my current hybrid form. This and that are different. How so? The overseer tilted her head. They are also a couple, after all. The full fox went silent for a moment. I guess you have a point. Hee hee. She liked her reply. So, do you want to learn the brushing magic? Mira faced Chloe again. I guess I'm in no rush. Yay. Steph liked the sound of that. By the way, speaking of, Chloe looked at her mothers. Are you two still together? Mean, you look close, which is great, but it's almost been 20 years since, me. She pointed at herself. You haven't met since then, no? I mean, I would have noticed that. What are 20 years? At a certain point, that is little difference to 2 years, at best. Also, we met quite often. Eh? The pink fox was more than surprised about both claims. You'll understand once you get older. Aura answered one part of it. Time really doesn't mean much anymore past a certain point. I see. Still. What about you meeting often? I was with Fei almost all the time. Almost is the key here, my dear. Mira smiled at her. We decided I couldn't show myself to you because of the implications, but I've been a much bigger part of your life than you think. I was constantly there during your first months, almost the entire first year. You just can't remember because you were too young. Afterward, I kept visiting during the nights, whenever I had the chance. You're a good sleeper, so even after I had my fill of you, which took quite a while, Faye and I still had enough opportunities for our own quality time. Oh really? Yes. The full fox nodded. That is so unfair. Chloe sounded honestly upset. You should have just stayed. I understand the concerns you had, but the way it happened means that I was the only one that suffered instead of being protected. The two needed a moment. We are honestly and truly very sorry about our actions and the damage we caused. You better be. She had no intention of letting them go that easy. You two have a lot of work ahead of you to make it up to me. Both of you. She was just as angry at Faye now. Why yes. Both hung their heads. We will try our hardest. Good. Sophia tried to get some attention again. Things took a bit of a turn, but I, still wanted to ask Mira some more questions. Oh, feel free to go ahead with that. Chloe's voice instantly became perfectly friendly again. That's a thing between them and me, don't worry about that. Okay. Well then. She faced the teal fox. I heard that you have multiple forms for your body. Does that mean you change every now and then? That is the case. She nodded. My original form is a full, just like Faye and our fellow wolves. I used to have a fully human form, but I did not enjoy that one too much. In the past, I preferred my full form, but my hybrid one is more relatable as most of the beast folk are hybrids, as well. Faye and I also used our hybrid forms when we made Chloe because that ensured her to be one, too, because we thought that to be the best for a former human. I hope this was a good decision. She glanced at the pink fox at the end. Yes. It definitely was. Chloe seemed to agree. I probably would have gotten used to being a full way quicker than I want to admit, but I love having a humanoid body with fluffy extras. Me, too. Steph agreed. For various reasons. I still would like to try it, though. Wait a moment. The pink fox suddenly seemed to have noticed something and stared at Faye with big eyes. You have a hybrid form? Was there really a need to mention that part? Sounding slightly tired, she glanced at her teal-colored partner. I'd say so, yes. Ugh. Yes. Mira talked me into doing it, and I made it after many years of training. In the end, I don't regret it because of you, but I really don't enjoy it. I want to see it. Chloe didn't care about the last part. No, I need to see it. I just said I don't like it. You owe me that much. It will cover around 5.32% of your apology and making up for how much you messed up with your decisions around me with Mira. Why is it such a specific number? Because you taught me to be precise. So, it's my fault? Yes. I see. Can you give me a bit of time, though? I last used that magic when I returned to my full form after you switched to a different style of food, and it's really difficult. I have to train a bit first. I guess that much should be fine. Chloe still looked very bummed, though. Wait, food? Eh? Did you breastfeed me? When you were a hybrid? Of course. Faye stared at her. We thought it would be best for me to do it while I was the same as you. The air composition best for you might have changed. Also, we weren't exactly sure my normal body would even be producing milk after changing back. I see, she was a bit moved by how much thought they had put into something like that. Wait. So, for the first year or longer, you raised me while being a hybrid? Together with Mira, yes. Stupid brain. I'm so mad that I can't remember any of that. Well, that's how babies work. Sophia tried to console her. Your brain is still developing as an infant, and I think some parts that are responsible for long-term memory only start developing at 9 months or something like that. Having actual memories of your life with 2 and under is more or less impossible. You need to be around Ellie's age for it to surely stick. Once again, stupid brain. Chloe didn't find that explanation overly helpful. Ahaha. Then again, I did feel something vaguely familiar when I first met Mira, so. Not only is the brain stupid, but it's also weird, too. The tiger changed her explanation a little. Fair enough. The pink fox hung her head for a moment before facing her teal mother. Okay. If Feifei needs preparation first, I want to see your full form instead. I agree. The sisters liked the plan. Sure, I don't mind. Mira smiled at her. I need 5 minutes of preparing, though. I also need to go back to my domain for it. Is it really that complicated? As Steph was very interested in the magic, she had to ask. Yes. And also, I need to be naked for it to do. Else, my clothes would get destroyed. Ah. Maya lifted her hand while it looked like she wanted to make a comment. Don't you dare to say a word now. The blonde glared at her. She stayed silent. A few minutes later, after Mira had disappeared for a little while, a mostly white fox with 9 tails and several teal highlights returned and was waiting for them outside the treehouse. The color scheme was exactly the same as before. Every single one of her tails had a teal tip. The same was with her ears, too. Instead of the colored strands of her hair, she now had a few teal sprinkles in the fur along her back and side. She had grown a lot, as well. Her shoulder height seemed to be around 2 meters, while she was about 6 to 7 meters long. At least 1/3 of that length came from her tails, though. Fluffy. Chloe, Maya, Aura, and the sisters had the exact same reaction. Chapter 384, Officially Joining. Chloe had learned much more about her early years in the new world and wasn't necessarily happy about everything. She found out that Mira had actually played a way bigger role as her other mother in her life, especially in the earlier years of which she, thanks to having been a baby, had no memories of. In some way, she was happy that the teal fox loved her this much and tried to spend as much time as she could with her while growing up. Still, she was mainly angry that her mothers decided not to tell her about being the daughter of the overseer to protect her, which, in the end, only meant robbing her of one of her mothers. Once she was able to retain her memories, Mira hadn't shown herself to the girl anymore so that she didn't face any unnecessary public attention. The two mother foxes now had a lot of work to do to regain her favor. To help with that even the slightest bit, Chloe made her mothers change their form. Unfortunately, Faye needed some training first, but Mira decided to show them her full form, and everyone enjoyed that very much because the teal fox managed to become even fluffier. I really love how much the fluff in our group has increased lately. After everyone finished admiring the full form of Mira, the overseer shrunk in size to match Faye and the wolves, and the group went inside the treehouse again. There, Sophia seemed to be in an excellent mood while looking at all the members of the group. I agree. Her sister had a similar opinion. Chloe's still the fluffiest, though. Sure, the tiger rolled her eyes. By the way, she then looked at the pink fox in question. What's the plan now? She looked confused. Plan? About my invitation to our group. You said you'd love to stay and travel with us, but only if your mother, Faye, that is, will come along, as well. Okay, you and Steph are now a thing, so. Again, what's the plan? Chloe nodded a few times. Steph definitely wants to stay with you, too, so, she glanced at the fox with the red accents. It would be a shame if my mom decided against my wish to be with you and everyone else. She wouldn't make me part with my loved ones, right? Faye went silent. That's some serious high-level guilt tripping. Maya sounded impressed. I'm not sure if even I would go that far. I would never do that. The pink fox started pouting while looking at the cat girl. I just mean what I said, and I would be really happy if my mom, who has been lying to me about very serious topics for a very long time, would try and use this chance to gain a little bit of favor again. I love you. Steph was just as touched by her as the cat girl was. Faye paused for another moment. I don't remember raising you like that. Like what? Okay, what is this about? She gave up. Sophia invited me to join her, Maya, Finfin, Aura, and two more girls once they returned to traveling and exploring. I really want to stay with them. Steph now, too, of course. I see. Are there any specific plans or details? Nope. Sophia shook her head while smiling at Faye. I just want to explore and see interesting places. I feel like I've heard that before. She glanced at her daughter. You really found some friends to get along with nicely, huh? Yes. Chloe reacted with a big and happy nod. So? Well, it's the same premise we've been following since you could walk on your own, just with more people now. Then? Yes, I do not mind. You already are the easygoing personification of chaos. How much worse can it be? Ahaha. Ahahaha. Maya looked a little broken as she started laughing. Yes. The fox took a look at the very awkward-looking tiger next to the cat with the broken expression before facing her daughter again. It's fine. Yay. Chloe liked that. Thank you. That will give you 2 extra points to make things up with me. We're on a points system now? Sure, why not? The pink fox smiled at her and then faced the teal one. What about you? What about me? Mira tilted her head. Will you also stay with me, us, to gain points? If you'll have me, I'll gladly stay and make up for my errors as long as I have to. Okay. Chloe's mood improved even more. Maya faced Mira. So, that means you're just going to walk around with us out in the open? That's the plan, yes. And here I thought our little group couldn't catch even more attention. Having the overseer of magic might be able to make us stand out even more, though. Sophia only just realized that part. No, wait, that's a good thing. That means all the attention will be focused on her instead of the blonde tiger. Why is that a good thing? Mira couldn't follow her. I mean, I don't care, But from what Kinnear told me so far and what I personally seen when I watched you, it's more than clear that you absolutely love getting as much attention as possible. Why would you be happy about getting less? I do not like getting attention. Eh? She looked honestly confused. Why do you do all the things you, well, do all the time? Because I'm an easily excitable idiot. At least she's pretty self-aware. The cat girl looked on the bright side. It seems like you genuinely enjoy the attention, though? Mira still couldn't follow her. She definitely hated it in the old world. Steph nodded a few times. This seems to have drastically changed here, though. Love it, by the way. Ah, I see. It's the remnants of her old timid self that hates it. That makes sense. I think so, too. The dog and teal fox seemed to be on the same page. Sophia decided to stay silent on the matter. The king's head will most definitely explode when he finds out that the overseer of magic became part of the group, though. Maya scratched her cheek. Sophia alone already is good enough to give him an explosive headache. This should push him over, I think. There, I really am happy about not being the cause for a change. I think it should be fine. The teal fox didn't sound concerned. Unlike Kinnear, for example, I'm known for wandering around. I've actually visited the royal beast folk family many times in the past. Really? Maya sounded surprised. How long has it been since the last time? Visiting the royals? She paused for a moment. 60. Maybe 70 years? 100 at most. Well, that will be helpful for Menzer. Sophia rolled her eyes. He isn't even that old yet. I think. Oh, right. I think it was his predecessor I met before. I'd say it's about time I meet the current rulers. Don't you think so, too? Sure. I'm looking forward to be walking down here again. Mira seemed to be in a good mood. Well, it hasn't been that long since the last time, but still. By the way, Sophia looked at her again. You said that you won't give us any groundbreaking tips related to magic unless we come up with the idea behind it ourselves first. That is indeed my rule. Admittedly, I do make some exceptions every now and then, sometimes on purpose, sometimes on accident because I was having a good time and added more details to a conversation than I should have. She glanced at both foxes, before continuing. You might pick up a hint every now and then, but I try to stay true to my word for most of the time and don't influence the world too much. That sounds a lot like we just have to get on her good side, huh? The tiger looked at Chloe, who reacted with a big nod. I can't wait to play with even more amazing magic. She came to the same conclusion. The overseer stayed silent on the matter. That's not what I meant, though. Sophia faced the teal fox again. As an overseer, you know this world fairly well, right? I know just about everything about it. Is this also under a loose non-disclosure rule? She tilted her head. I want to know about every single interesting and fun place on this planet. Same. Chloe and Steph were just as excited. I see. No, that's not a problem at all. I can guide you to the best places in the world once we're on the go. Yay! The pink fox and the sisters liked the sound of that very much. Well, that should at least act as a distraction for them. Maya was a fan of that for her very own reason. It also sounds very interesting, though. I'm looking forward to it, too. I can't wait for it. Sophia was having a great time. Funny you're saying that. Chloe stared at her. Who's the cat that needs to wait till spring when it gets warm to resume her travels? She only reacted by awkwardly scratching her cheek. Well, in her defense, while I don't care about the temperature, with the exception of snow, winter isn't the nicest to look at season. Thank you very much. The tiger looks a little smug. You should still stop being such a cat, though. Mira had to do it. I am a cat, though. Because of that, I'm allowed to act like one. You are a tiger, my dear. Tigers are just big cats. The blonde started pouting. And guess what? I'm pretty short, and compared to at least half of my friends, I'm on the smaller side, too. What is a small and short tiger? Right, a cat. A striped one, but a cat nonetheless. Mira needed a moment. Are you happy with that reasoning of yours? Not at all. But also, yes. I understand. You do? Maya got loud while she stared at the teal fox. Not at all. Chapter 385, Important Prerequisites. The group officially grew by a few members. When they first met, Sophia almost immediately invited Chloe to join them, and the pink fox was a big fan of the idea. Her requirement was that her mother, Faye, would be okay with that, as well. She needed a slight bit of persuasion, but all worked out well in the end. Not only that, but Mira also decided to stay with them, adding another new member, a rather important one at that, namely the overseer of magic. Should we head back to the capital? After most, or at least some of the details about their new group recruits were taken care of, Sophia wanted to return to their mansion. Sounds good to me. Maya liked the plan. Yup. Chloe and Steph did, too. Already? Faye didn't seem to be a fan, though. I just got here, and honestly, I'm a little tired from traveling so much. It will take like 10 seconds, you know? While saying so, the tiger opened the portal to her extra dimension again, after having removed it a while ago, before Faye and Mira had appeared. Even without them, the portal made the living room more than a little cramped. Oh. Faye's interest was instantly piqued. You also know how to make those domain portals? Impressive. It was quite something when Mira showed them to me not too long ago. Wait, you have your own domain? I have a domain? Sophia sounded even more shocked than her. Sophia is the one who invented those portals. The teal fox smiled at the other foal. As I briefly mentioned before, after seeing her using them, I made my own version based on her idea, because I loved the concept. That's quite the feat. Faye glanced at the blonde again. You really seem most talented with magic. I look forward to seeing more of those things from you. Yeah, sure. The tiger didn't care about that right now. What's this about me having a domain? Did Kinnear not tell you about it? Mira took over. Every overseer eventually gets access to their own domain. Or dimension, how you like to call it. Yeah? She didn't like the sound of that. I'm no overseer, though? You qualify for most of the needed prerequisites already, though. Huh? She hated that news even more. What are they? A blessing by an existing overseer, access to your own domain, good enough control over magic to bend reality with it, and the only thing you're missing, a certain massive level of total authority. Ugh. So unfair. Steph was envious. Wait, Sophia's domain, whatever is just a massive white space, while yours is a fantastical jungle filled to the brim with magic and overgrown plants. You can't really compare those. That's because I changed and designed mine to my tastes. Mira smiled at the dog girl. It just starts out with the all-white blankness. Oh. Sophia tilted her head. Kinnear's place was the same, though? Wouldn't he, out of all people, have the fanciest domain ever? He has multiple ones. You probably only went to his temporary or work-in-progress ones so far, if I had to take a guess. Ah, I see. The blonde nodded a few times. By the way, what is magic to bend reality? Can I do something like that? I don't know, can you? Mira tilted her head. Wouldn't you agree that stopping time would fit that description? The tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. Wait, you know about that? Even Kinnear had no idea that I could do that until I told him. Other overseers aren't affected by the magic of that type. Because you have the same authority as he has, you can influence each other, though. Oh. Wait. Does that mean time wasn't stopped for you whenever I did it? Exactly. She nodded. Don't worry too much about it, though. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't care that much about the concept of time, so, for the most part, it doesn't really matter to me. Also, my own domain isn't affected by it in the first place. Wow. Sophia had no better words. Am I able to learn how to stop time, too? Sounding very excited, Steph looked at the overseer who gifted her magic. Eventually, you should be able to. Right now, I blocked your ability to use magic on that level. For your own safety. The teal fox paused for a moment. It is quite overwhelming magic that can go wrong very fast and easily. Imagine stopping time on accident and being trapped there because you panic and have no idea how things return to normal as you weren't ready for the experience. That would be the worst. The dog girl started shuddering just thinking about it. Tell me about it. The tiger got loud. That's exactly what happened to me. I really could have done without it. That was easily the second most scary experience I had in my life. That's terrifying. Steph stared at her. Huh? Wait, what was the scariest thing, then? When Fenny and I almost blew up this continent. Luckily, Kinnear prevented the worst, and we only created that nice lake I showed you the other day, but it still left quite a scar. Yes. The wolf in question strongly nodded a couple of times. Yeah, that was quite something. Mira looked at the duo while slowly shaking her head. It did come with some benefits, though. Really? Sophia tilted her head. I got to yell at Kinnear for hours afterward. She started smiling. He's the one most responsible for that mess, because he never explained anything to you. It's more entertaining that way, after all. Ugh, I just heard that in his voice. The blonde didn't like that. Wait, was that the real reason it took him so long to visit us after it happened? He mentioned something about having had to recover for a while after it. Yup. Your training on how to hold back and properly use magic will be much more intense than I had previously anticipated. Faye didn't like anything she had just heard. Might really be for the best, Sophia couldn't disagree. A small ray of hope has finally appeared. Maya was almost moved to tears. Anyway, Mira returned to the topic. That's also why you're still affected by Sophia's ability to stop time. You aren't overseer enough yet. And that's a good thing. The cat girl stared at the dog. Sophia and I need some privacy every now and then. Except for the part where Mira isn't affected by it. The tiger looked back at her. If you want real privacy, Sophia might want to start dressing up her domain. Inside that, even I would be affected by the time stop effect. It's basically Sophia's very own world, and her word is absolute there. Even more importantly, only allowed people can enter it. If you go and say no one is allowed to enter my place for the next 2 hours, it's impossible to do so during that time frame. I love the sound of that. Maya looked quite happy about this new information. Oh. The tiger also looked excited about it. That means we have to make it comfy in there. How about we place a whole house inside, after all? Sure. Initially, the cat girl had been very against the idea when Sophia first had it, but things had drastically changed in the last 30 seconds. Yay! You two really are something. The overseer was enjoying their exchange. Are my other overseer abilities blocked, as well? Steph got back to the earlier topic. I would love to play with my own domain. No, I didn't do anything with that. She shook her head. It can't cause any harm, after all. There's no way to tell when you will become able to enter your domain, though. Everyone was extremely surprised when we heard that Sophia had unlocked hers. It's originally supposed to happen much later in the life of an aspiring overseer-to-be. Ah, I see. The dog girl sounded a little disappointed. Don't worry, you can do whatever you want to in mine. Sophia smiled at her. I'm not an aspiring overseer-to-be, but that shouldn't matter. That's a start. It's also possible to connect domains with each other. Mira explained a little more about it. The domain itself is still owned by the respective overseer, But you can switch from one place to another if allowed. Oh. Sophia, can I have a corner for myself that we then later use as an entrance to my domain? You can do the same in mine once I unlock it. Steph was getting excited. Absolutely. So was the older sister. My list of things I never expected to hear just keeps on growing. It's great, isn't it? Chloe sounded a lot giddier about it compared to Maya. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. That being said, the tiger tilted her head while facing Mira again. You said that only people I allowed to can enter my domain. No one had any issues with using my portals, though? It happens unconsciously for the most part. If they're your friends or at least good acquaintances, they're allowed by default unless stated otherwise. How handy. Wait. She suddenly paused. I was planning to show my portals to the king because I think it could revolutionize long-distance traveling. Oh. The overseer's face turned complicated. That's a little. No, wait a moment, you could use the same I did for the human army. As you're the one who invented the portals, I'm okay with telling you. If you connect the portals inside your domain, they'll fuse together, and the outside portals link directly to each other. That way, it could work. I know. Sophia looked right at her. That's what I was planning to use. I felt pretty uncomfortable about having people I don't know use my extra dimension, or domain now, so we came up with this solution while playing around with my portals. I see. It should work, then. Also, the uncomfortable feeling came from the fact that we instinctively want no outsiders in our domains. Interesting. She had nothing else to say. They chatted about the portals and domains a little longer, but once the details were taken care of, the group finally decided to return to the capital after having gotten sidetracked for quite a while. Chapter 386, News with a Chance of Headache. Thanks to Mira explaining many things, Sophia learned a few new details about her powers and how close she was to being called an overseer already. She didn't like that very much. She also found out a few more things about her domain and what exactly she could do with it. Once they finished chatting about their overseer features, the group finally returned to the capital by using Sophia's portals. Before getting comfy in the mansion's living room there, Mira changed back to her hybrid form, rather than the full she showed off before. As it turned out, the sheepskin rug there only had place for 3 fulls, and if she couldn't sit there with Faye and the 2 wolves, what would even be the point, after all? I am quite impressed by the warmth of your floors here. Mira looked towards the ground with a very pleased expression while moving her legs a little. That's such a clever use of the heating ore. I can imagine that you like it. Sophia looked at her bare legs and feet. Aren't you cold? It's winter. You even went barefoot outside when we met. I'm getting chills just watching you. My dear, I'm not the overseer of magic for nothing, you know? She smiled at her. I'm constantly using it to perfectly regulate the temperature around me all year round. I even warm up the floor right before my feet touch it. Wow. See? Hearing that, Steph got loud and stared at her sister. You and your cat friends do that, too, and we can go on our journey to explore the world tomorrow. Shush. The tiger glared back at her. It's not just about the temperature. My cat brain feels cold just seeing the wintry scenery. The dog hung her head. Feel free to explore my domain some more in the meanwhile. Mira faced the violet-haired girl. The jungle you and Chloe visited is just a small portion of it. Not to mention that you only saw a tiny part of that, too. Oh. Her mood instantly improved. Let's go. A jungle definitely tickles my tiger bits, too. Sophia also warmed up to the idea. I thought you were a cat. Steph had to retort. That is deeply offensive. The blonde started pouting. I'm a proud and majestic tiger. I hate you so much, the dog couldn't believe her. To further tickle your feline bits, the overseer kept it neutral. While I don't really care about the temperature because I regulate it to my tastes, I like the look of summer more. I enjoy looking at lush greenery. Because of that, most of my domain has a rather warm climate. High concentrations of magic also cause a higher overall temperature. Let's go. Sophia really liked the idea now. Stupid cats, Steph rolled her eyes. It does sound like a lot of fun. Maya, the actual cat, also liked the sound of it. See, it's okay for her to say. The dog girl glared at her sister while pointing at the cat girl. If Maya's allowed to do it, so am I. Sure, she couldn't believe the proud tiger. It really sounds like a bunch of fun. Chloe ignored the bickering sisters and joined in on Maya's opinion on the matter. I first want to learn more about that temperature regulation magic, though. She looked at the teal fox. The jungle in your place was still mostly okay, but it was borderline uncomfortable already. Sure thing. Mira smiled at her. It's not a type of magic I feel the need to stay out of its discovery, so I'll happily teach you. Yay. Me, too. Steph joined the conversation. I want portable and invisible climate control. Do you want to learn it, too? The teal fox glanced at the blonde. Your feline bits would love that, wouldn't they? Why do I feel like I'm being teased by an overseer? Because you are. Myra's smile got more playful. Another one. It's good that your personality is a lot less punchable than Kinnear's. I also am very happy about that. Anyway, thanks for the offer, but I'm good. I learned that the moment the first leaves started changing colors. My main issue is the mood, after all. No matter how warm I am, I still feel cold when I look at cold weather or see others in warm jackets. You are such a massive pain. The dog girl wasn't the biggest fan of her sister today. You should be used to that already. Sophia didn't see the issue. She just glared at her. Hee hee. The blonde looked a little smug. Alright, she then looked at Maya. How about we go and give Anna and Ari a small headache while they learn the temperature thing? The cat girl tilted her head. Well, we have two rather interesting new members of our group. They should get to know them, too, don't you think? The cat girl got a little awkward. They need to know, huh? Yep, and I want to get over with it quick. That might be for the best. Maya seemed to be looking just as forward to it. Yeah. Going forward with that plan, the couple decided to leave for the castle to break the news to the two missing girls of their group. Before that, Sophia asked Mira and Faye to try not to mention the different world topic to avoid even more chaos because she wasn't sure when or rather how she wanted to tell Anna and Ari about that. They aren't here? After having taken the portal to Anna's wardrobe, Maya noticed that no one was there. They're in Ari's room. As usual, Sophia's detection magic was rather handy. Are they? Can you hear them? Good point. Hee hee. The blonde let out a small chuckle. No, from what I can tell with my magic, their dots aren't over each other, and they are also slightly apart. Ah, that's good. Though, with these two perverts, who knows? Maybe they came up with a new position? Well, even more of a reason to visit them. Maya suddenly got excited. If that's the case, I need to learn and try it on you. Let's go. Oh? On the way toward the jaguar's room, the couple ran into Kira. You really need to tell me how you're getting in and out of the castle without anyone noticing. Soon. Sophia smiled at her. Also, nice to meet you. Of course. It's good to see you too. Speaking of, it's also handy that you're here. The blonde faced the queen. Do I like the direction this is going? She looked at Maya instead. Absolutely positively not. The cat girl shook her head. I'm listening? Kira still was curious. Can you cancel all of Menzer's appointments, meetings, and whatnot for tomorrow? I need a few hours with him, and afterward, he'll need to lie down with a massive headache for the rest of the day. What did you do? The queen didn't like any of that. It's mostly good things. She started pouting again. I want to tell them about some of the magics I came up with that will change the lives of basically everyone. The thing that's related to our travels I mentioned before, among other things. Ah, I see the reason for the headache warning. Still, I'm sure he will be okay with that if it's something to better the lives of everyone. Also, I met someone who did something that made everything I did so far make look like child's play. She'll also be with us tomorrow and explain the massive consequences it will have for the entire continent. Unable to comprehend it, Kira looked at Maya for help again. She's heavily downplaying it, by the way. She only shook her head in return. By the way, I also need some generals, the Minister of War, of Territorial Planning, Transport, Commerce, Diplomacy, and... Now you're just coming up with names of ministers, aren't you? Maya looked at her. How am I supposed to know if there are ministers for that? I need the people responsible for that. Just get the most important ones for running the country or whatever. I'll cancel his plans for the rest of the week. The Queen had a bad feeling about this, but also didn't want to know any more details for many reasons. Might not be a bad idea. Sophia agreed that this sounded like a better plan. Anyway, we leave you to prepare for that. Maya and I are heading over to the loud couple. We have some, news for them, as well. What happened in the few days we haven't seen each other? Stuff. The blonde shrugged her shoulders. Lots of stuff. The cat girl reacted the same. Kira wasn't sure what to say anymore. Alright, who wants to go on a trip? After having parted ways with the Queen, the couple made their way to Ari's room, where they found the other two. I'm in. Again? Anna and the Jaguar reacted slightly differently from each other. What happened this time? Chloe's mother has returned. Oh, that's nice. So far, Ari was liking the news. We also met Chloe's other mother and had a whole family reunion and all that. It was the first time our dear pink fox found out about her, too. That's so nice. The princess also liked the story a lot. So, what's the trip about, then? She failed to see the connection. Both will stay with us and join the group for our planned traveling activities. Sophia looked at the couple. I thought you might want to meet them, too, because we'll be together a lot in the future. Oh, that makes sense. They could follow her logic. Alright, let's go. She raised her arm. Everyone's currently in our mansion, so it won't take long, either. Okay. You really don't want to prepare them any more than that. Maya just looked at her. Mind telling me how I would explain that? She stared back. The cat girl paused for a moment. Fair. What is this about? Ari's mood about the whole thing had considerably changed. Don't worry too much about it. Sophia was still smiling. Everything will be alright. Why, I'm actually not feeling that well today. I'm fighting some really nasty cramps all day already, and I think I'm going to lie down. Any other week of the month would have been fine, but now is really too much. Your week period excuse is not going to help you here. The blonde didn't give her any of that, opened one of her portals in front of the group, grabbed Ari's hand, and dragged her through it before she could come up with anything better. Is it really that bad? Anna looked a little concerned and glanced at Maya next to her after the two had stayed behind. She tilted her head. It's not bad at all. Just very, very, very surprising. Okay. A few moments later, the duo also followed the other two through the portal. Chapter 387, Family and Acquaintances. The group had returned to Sophia's mansion and chatted there for a while longer. After a little bit, the tiger decided that she wanted to take a quick way out and get over with a lot of things. She grabbed Maya, and the two went to the castle. There, they told Kira they needed a whole day of the kings, because there was lots to talk about. Afterward, the couple collected Anna and Ari to introduce the group's newcomers to them. They let out a few slightly important details about them, though. By the way, still in Sophia's portal hub, Maya looked at Anna and Ari. Things will get out of hand really quick soon. Try to keep it down, okay? Yeah? The Jaguar didn't like the sound of that. What is going on? Chloe's parents are. They are quite something. The cat girl wasn't sure what to say. They make everything around me look normal in comparison. Sophia had her very own explanation. There's just no way that's possible. Ari got louder. She's heavily downplaying it, as well. Maya let out another sigh. And my cramps are getting stronger again. I really need to go back and lie down. Oh no, you don't. Saying so with a smirk, the blonde put her hand on Ari's lower abdomen, and it quickly started to shine in a pale blue light. Here, I applied some healing magic. With that, it should be over much sooner, and it's impossible to feel anything for the next while. It's true. Maya also smiled at the jaguar. She's the absolute best when it comes to that. I can't be without that anymore. I also haven't been able to use my period as an excuse since meeting her anymore, though. Alrighty, let's get going. Sophia grabbed Ari's hand again and dragged the uncooperative girl through the portal to her mansion. I hate you, it was all the black-haired girl could say in return before being forced through the portal. I'm still unsure if I love or hate the way the two get along. Anna's expression turned a little complicated again. Ahaha, Maya scratched her cheek. Should I also hold your hand when we go through the portal? That's not the point. Unless my point was to get a reaction out of you. The cat girl smirked at her, then went ahead and grabbed her hand anyway, and the two also went through the portal. I hate you. The princess had a rather similar reaction to her girlfriend. Arriving in the living room and noticing Faye, and much more so Mira, Anna, and Ari had been rendered utterly speechless. Yup. Chloe could only smile while slowly nodding a few times. Sophia. The jaguar stared at the blonde with wide-open eyes. Was that really healing magic you used on me earlier? Because I think I'm hallucinating right now. Everything you're seeing right now is actually happening. There's just no way that can be possible. She got louder. And Mira is sitting on that sofa there. She pointed at the teal fox. That's the goddess of magic. Overseer of magic, my dear. The nine-tailed fox smiled at her. I am very sorry. Ari's entire body, from the tip of her tail all the way to her ears, flinched, and she quickly hid herself behind Sophia next to her. Why is the overseer of magic here? Would you stop acting so adorable? The blonde couldn't believe how the slightly shivering girl was clutching her shoulders from behind while peeking her head over one side. Sophia. Anna didn't seem much less shocked. What? Nice sentence. Maya gave her a thumbs up. Shush. Her face turned red. This is Mira. Why is she here? Why is the overseer of magic here? Why do you know her? Better. The cat girl gave her a second thumbs up, as well. Chloe, would you do the honors and explain what is going on? Sophia had no intention of doing that. Why me? The pink fox wasn't a fan of the plan. Because you are the definite centerpiece of everything here. For once, I am innocent. I am absolutely and fully unrelated to all of this. She sounded really happy about this. Ugh, Chloe had nothing to defend herself with. It was true, after all. Anna, Ari, this is my mother Faye. She pointed at the full fox. Or Faye, or her full name, Fayonis. I am pleased to meet both of you. She slightly nodded at both of them. Likewise, the couple was completely overwhelmed. And, the pink fox then gestured at the teal one and paused for a moment. This is Mira, the overseer of magic. It seems like you were aware of that already, though. It turned out that she's also, my other mother. I am also very pleased to meet you. Mira smiled at the two. I'm honored to meet such an important person as the first princess of this nation. She was a playful one. The two went utterly silent. It's not like I hid it, okay? Chloe tried to explain herself. I also just found out about that myself. I'm still pretty angry, too. She lightly glared at her parents before continuing. If you are shocked, try to imagine how I feel about this. We are deeply sorry, Mira and Faye apologized again. Good. Why you really are trying to tell us that, That Amira is your mother. Ari Wright looked at her. Wait. Faye. Fayonis. The coloring of her fur, she changed her attention to the full fox next to Fan and Aura. She also has statues in all the shrines dedicated to Amira I've seen so far. And I still hate you for that. The full fox stared at the teal one while slowly shaking her head. It's not like that was my idea, you know? It's also not my fault we look this good together that people felt the need to make statues of both of us. Huh. What is going on here? The jaguar finally snapped. Mira is here? You all know her? Everyone's acting like it's the most natural thing ever? Chloe is the daughter of an overseer? What she said. Anna reacted with a couple of big nods. I've never heard that overseers have children. It is not something that is supposed to happen. The teal fox looked at the princess. At least, not like that. Her eyes wandered between Chloe and Faye a few times. Still, as I, thanks to my position, have absolute control over magic, Faye and I decided to bend the rules a little. I mean, I have to abide by most rules of magic, but I'm also responsible for making them and ensuring they are followed. So. She didn't finish her sentence. We also regret absolutely nothing. Faye was glad they did what they did. Well, maybe for the part where we kept it a secret. That was a bit of a mistake in retrospect. Maybe? The pink fox instantly got loud. A bit of a mistake? A massive mistake. The full fox changed her wording. Minus 17 points for that. She got upset again. Faye hung her head. What is my score right now? A negative 11. It can be negative? She raised her voice. Also, what's the math behind that? It absolutely can. It's negative 11 because I just said so. I am deeply sorry. Good. Girls, focus. The jaguar still had many questions. It is true. Mira looked at her. Chloe is the daughter of Faye and me. We wanted her so much that I bent my own rules a little. We also thought it would be best to keep it a secret because of the many implications it would have. Minus 17 points for you, as well. Why? The overseer didn't like that. I'm just explaining what happened. Exactly. And you just made me hear it again. I am deeply sorry. She had the same reaction as Faye. Good. As you can see, the teal fox faced Ari again. We've hurt her a lot with this decision. We wanted to protect her and tried to make her life easier by me not being a part of it, but they were just massive idiots. That. Mira gestured at her daughter. We made an inexcusable mistake, no matter how hard we'll try, but I'm now here with her because I want to try my best and make up even a little for the pain I caused. Wow. Ari wasn't sure what else to say. Is that the actual reason Chloe's magic has increased by so much lately? Anna glanced at the girl in question. As some sort of gift? Indirectly, I guess. What does that mean? The princess tilted her head. Well, she tilted her head. I had also taken a liking to Steph and decided to bless her with a portion of your magic. You're also her daughter? Anna completely misunderstood it. No. Steph shook her head. I wouldn't be dating Chloe, then. Right. Fair point. No, we aren't related. Mira smiled at the tall tiger. I just found our dog here quite interesting and decided to let her have some more fun. She let out a lot of details. Wow. Anna wasn't sure what else to say. Wait a moment. She then focused her attention on the fellow tiger in the room. I have not been blessed by Mira. The blonde already knew where this was going and cut her short. It would have explained a lot, though. Sophia. Ari had recovered enough to notice something odd in her wording. Who blessed you? She averted her face. Why you wouldn't know him? He's a rather minor figure in the grand scheme of things. Wait, it's true? Anna sounded really surprised. Who is it? They're an overseer, so they can't be a minor figure. He's a bit of a pain and can really go on your nerves, so I doubt you can do anything with that information, but he's called CA. Huh, what was it again? Right, he's called Kinnear or something like that. The couple couldn't react in spoken words any longer and just stared at her with gigantic eyes and wide-open mouths. Chapter 388, Headache. Sophia had decided to introduce Anna and Ari to the new members of their group. Naturally, things had gotten out of hand instantly, and the couple had an insanely hard time coping with the situation. Finding out that Chloe's the daughter of Mira, the overseer of magic, didn't make it any better, either. To finish it off, learning that Steph had been blessed by Mira, and the blonde by Kinnear, of all people, sent them over the edge of being able to deal with the situation. I'm tired. Me, too. The princess and her partner sure took a while to accept everything. On the following day, after having told Anna and Ari about what roughly was going on, Sophia, Chloe, and Faye went to the castle and were currently walking through a hallway there. By the way, the pink fox tilted her head while she glanced at the tiger beside her. I still don't get what I am doing here. Moral support. The blonde smiled at her. What about Maya? She didn't want to deal with any of what was going to happen today. She made it very clear that she would make my life very complicated if she had to be present here. Who said that I want to do that, though? Chloe also wasn't a fan of the idea. You helped me with the portals, you were the one that had the idea of growing plants with magic, and, she glanced at Faye behind her. You have to take responsibility for your mother, who went to play in the human capital and has a lot to explain now. -5 points. The pink fox immediately glared at the full one. Why? She got loud. This and that has nothing to do with each other. You just made my life needlessly more complicated, so it still counts. Do you have any idea how often I had the same thought when raising you after you came up with something fun, but I said nothing because you're my daughter, and I love you? Also, the whole capital issue happened because the humans tried to harm you. Something that I never have and never will be tolerating. Chloe went silent. +4 16 points. Sophia liked the false reply. In my book, at least. Thank you very much. Thank you for having put up with me for so long. It has been a pleasure and will forever be one. Faye looked straight at her while saying that. Once the topic was over, in one way or another, the trio walked through the castle for a little while longer until eventually stopping in front of a big and fancy door leading to the main conference room right next to Menzer's office. Ugh, so many people in there. As usual, Sophia was using her detection magic to the fullest as the door was still closed. Well, I asked for it, so. Okay, can you two wait outside for a moment? I want to check the situation first and ask what they want to start with. Of course. The two foxes reacted with a nod. All right. With a rather extensive sigh, Sophia finally opened the door to the conference room. Sophia. Noticing her, Menzer immediately jumped off his chair while Kira and a bunch of tigers and jaguars around them followed after him, though with not quite as much vigor behind it. What is the meaning of all this? He gestured all around him, including the ministers and generals in the room. Kira just said that we all must gather for something or another. Do you have any idea how many meetings and plans we had to cancel for you? Ah, so she forgot to mention the part where you all will leave this room with a massive headache, huh? Everyone glared at the queen, who swiftly averted her face. As if someone would have gathered if I mentioned that. Even my powers have limits, she awkwardly scratched her cheek. What did you do? Menzer didn't like the sound of that and faced the blonde again. In terms of chaos and all that, I'm absolutely innocent for a change. He only increased his stare at her. The topics of today will forever change this nation and the life of everyone, though. Menzer's face went through basically every emotion possible before he and everyone else sat down again. Go on. We have two main topics today. What should we start with? Sophia tilted her head. What are the options? Naturally, the king couldn't do much with that information. A big headache caused by having to deal with a massive pain that will go down in history books, Or a big headache caused by the massive implications of the introduction of some magics that will change the lives of everyone. For the better, though. The entire room fell silent. It's a headache either way? The king was already holding his temples. Oh, absolutely. She had no intention of denying it. Okay. Let's start with the massive pain. Sure thing. Saying so, the blonde opened the door again and gestured the duo inside. Hello. Chloe looked rather awkward when she faced everyone in the room. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Faye had no issues with that, though. Eh? Menzo looked confused over the sudden inclusion of the foxes, but he froze when he spotted the full. Everyone else suddenly started murmuring something, as well. I assent she. Her statue, the aura, and the fur pattern. Are you Phaonis? The follower of the great Mira, goddess of magic? I'm not her follower. Judging by her flat yet intimidating voice, she did not like that. Not at all. Admittedly, she's a little higher on the hierarchy on things, but you will upset her and me if you address me like that. If you want to link us together, one of the acceptable descriptions would be partner. I am deeply sorry for having offended you. It's a common misconception that just doesn't want to die. As long as you all remember it from now on, it won't be an issue. Thank you very much. Everyone was properly intimidated. Also, Mira is the overseer of magic. She does much more than simply overseeing it, but she does not like being called a goddess. MHM. The blonde nodded a few times for some reason. Oh, once again, I can only offer my sincere apologies for my extreme rudeness. The king hung his head even deeper. Sophia. He then stared at the fellow tiger. What is going on here? Our dear Faye here has a little story to share that will probably affect everyone here. The blonde smiled at the king, being more than overjoyed that it wasn't her. I wouldn't go that far. The fool glanced at her before facing the king. I'm sure you are still aware of the war the human race started a few months ago? Well, tried to start not too far away from here. Of course. Menzo looked back at her. Thanks to Sophia, we were able to swiftly deal with it, though. Nearly without any injuries, too. Nearly. The girl in question tilted her head after hearing that part. Well, one of the generals answered her. Some of our soldiers may, or may not, have sustained some mental scars after having gotten curious about it and went too close to someone's darkness magic that was intended to re-educate the humans. Her expression turned awkward in an instant. Not bad. Faye seemed rather impressed. Anyway, there was a lot more that had happened in the background there. Really? Everyone sounded surprised after hearing that. Chloe over there, she gestured at the pink fox, and we were nearby and ran into a party of human scouts, who tried to, or at least mentioned, some things they wanted to do to my daughter. Oh, Menzer wasn't sure what to say. I am deeply sorry that you had to experience something like that. Don't worry. You don't have to feel sorry about us. The fool reassured him. Nothing happened to us. That is very good to hear. I wouldn't feel relieved quite yet. Sophia slowly shook her head. What would you do if some humans said their usual thing to one of your daughters? Faye looked at the queen sitting next to Menzer. I would personally burn down their capital. Kira's expression changed in an instant. And the entire army of the kingdom would support her. The generals stood firmly behind her. That's what I did. The fool's voice sounded perfectly calm. Well, I'm my own army, so I needed no help. The room became loud. The human capital has burned down. Menzer tried to wrap his head around it. Not entirely. Faye slightly shook her head. On the way, I had calmed down a little, and it ended up being too much work for my liking. I didn't like the implication of harming possibly innocent individuals either. I see. Their castle is gone, though. Burned to nothingness. This time, the room fell silent. What about their rulers? One of the commanders spoke up. Replaced. She looked at him. They were the reason is what they were, after all. Two other parties I selected took over for them. 2. The king tilted his head. On one side, there's the human army Sophia had defeated and brainwashed, together with their commanders. Their newly imprinted values seemed quite promising to me. She did a thorough job there. Faye glanced at the blonde at the end. I was slightly upset, after all. I fully understand that. Oh no, Menzer had a bad feeling about this. Wait a moment, the commander from before spoke up again. The capital of the human nation is too far away for the army of the Talaga War to have returned again. This does not match up. Yes, that is true. The fool nodded. Initially, I had given up on destroying their capital and decided to return to my daughter right before I arrived there. On the way back, I ran into their returning army, and I was about to unleash my frustration on them, because they were the ones who would have earned it, when I realized what was going on. I had another change of plans and took the army to their capital. Before someone asks how, magic would be the answer. Menzer took a quick glance at the blonde because her reply felt painfully similar to something she would have said, too. What happened then? I removed the royal family and their aides from their castle, made them kneel before me, and had the entire capital watch me burning down the castle. Once that was done, I made the royals disappear and announced the generals of Sophia's broken army to be the new leaders of humanity. Only with the previous rulers gone, change for the rest of the folk would be possible. Wow, everyone had the same reaction before the king continued. That is quite something. What about the other party you mentioned, though? I spent some time in the capital to teach them some basic necessities to rule a country. Luckily, they couldn't be worse than the previous rulers. Still, without any knowledge about it whatsoever, it probably wouldn't have turned out overly well. Eventually, a group of beast folk messengers arrived from here. Long story short, I made them part of the new ruling faction, as well, and made them watch over them. They will also act as the bridge between the races. What? The room got loud once again. Who gave you the authority to decide that? Menzer didn't like this turn of events. Who will guarantee their safety? They are not trained to do anything like that, either. Even if the human royal family and most of their entourage are gone, there is no way a revolt will not happen in the near future, and who do you think will be the prime target there? I've spent a whole month squashing any signs of revolution or groups banding together to pull any sort of stunt. Killing so many humans will only anger the remaining further. I have not killed a single human during my activities. Faye wasn't sure how to name it, either. I literally made them disappear. While making a public example of every single one of them, including the royal family, I had them transported to the other side of the continent in an instant. It would take them years to return. If they even could, that is. Afterward, once they were gone, and I held some public events with the messengers, the common folk was surprisingly okay. As it turned out, most of them had never seen a member of the beast folk before and only knew about us from the propaganda and lies of their rulers. After having realized that we aren't ferocious beasts who eat their children on sight, and noticed that their living conditions had noticeably improved in just a few weeks without their previous rules, they were quite content with our presence. There is just no way something like that is possible. The king raised his voice quite a bit. Oh, it's quite possible. My beloved Faye would never lie. Before anyone could realize it, another person had joined the meeting. A white and teal-colored hybrid fox with many tails suddenly stood next to the foal while gently petting her head. Afterward, things got slightly more chaotic than they already were. Make sure to watch the much higher quality version, including a simple BG, here. Click me. Chapter 389, Headache Superscript 2. Sophia, Chloe, and Faye went to the castle to tell the king and his entourage a few things. The full fox started and explained what happened in the human capital, which obviously surprised everyone in the meeting. It was quickly overshadowed by something else, though. Mira, what are you doing here? Faye was the first to react, while she looked at the teal fox with the many tails. I mentioned that I wanted to pay the royals here a visit, right? She smiled at her. I thought this was the perfect time to do it. I'd say it was the worst timing, though. Sophia had some rather mixed feelings. Really? The overseer tilted her head. I thought you'd be happy to have even less attention on you. I mean, you mentioned not liking that. This and that are slightly unrelated, I would say. While it's true, it definitely didn't help with making this situation any easier. Absolutely not. Chloe nodded a couple of times. It does help with the how, though. That's a fair point. Thank you very much. Mira smiled at the duo before facing Menzer again. I am pleased to meet the current king of the beast folk race. The last time I showed myself in these areas was when your predecessor was still in his ruling position. I must admit that your folk has grown a little lazy when it comes to the efficient and creative usage of my magic. Everyone used to be much more imaginative with its uses, but you're overall doing a more than decent job ruling your folk. I am deeply sorry for not having met your expectation, dear overseer of magic. He started panicking. That does not bother me. She waved her hand. I have no definite expectations. For the most part, my job is watching over the development, not directing it. I understand. Menzer wasn't sure how to feel about that either. I hope our recent developments, mostly thanks to Sophia, are a little more impressive. She is most entertaining to watch. Mira smiled at the blonde. She even managed to surprise me a few times already. Everyone looked at Sophia. Ahaha, she only awkwardly scratched her cheek. What was that about keeping attention away from me? The blonde glanced back at the teal fox. I humbly apologize, my dear. Shush now. She didn't like her wording. Hee hee. Sophia. The king got louder again while he faced her. What is the meaning of this? Meaning of what? She tilted her head. Why does it seem like you're getting along with the great Mira on a personal level? Because we do. The blonde looked back at him. We recently met, and she's great. Just look at how fluffy she is. Her preferences were clear. Wow. Everyone had the same reaction. Why? Why am I not surprised that Sophia and the overseer of magic get along? Even though she said it, Kira still sounded rather flabbergasted. Menzer had a similar expression as his wife. There are many questions I have to ask, but I first have to return to the topic of the human capital and my messengers. Of course. Mira changed her attention to him again. I helped Faye clean the human capital from the previous rulers and their sympathizers. Using my powers, I transported them to an island on the other side of the continent. It's a massive island with no strong monsters, a vast number of resources, and a favorable climate, so they have the chance to survive. However, leaving that place and returning will basically be impossible. I've also started to actively oversee the capital, and, so far, there are no more signs of rebelling forces. That is, the king needed a moment. I was unaware that an overseer participates in our problems to such a degree. He remembered Faye's warning about the goddess issue and quickly changed his wording. Normally, it is true that we only intervene in actual catastrophes. She stole a quick glance at Sophia before continuing. But this time was different. In fact, me being an overseer was only a secondary concern in this issue, and I simply abused my powers for something of much greater importance. What could be more important than being an overseer? Being a mother, of course. The teal fox started smiling again. I could not personally support Faye in eradicating the human capital, but there was no rule for me stopping her, either. I surely had no intention to do so, as well. Once she changed her plans to something less genocidal, I happily played my part of being an angry mother. It was about time the humans started reassessing their values. Now, after them having approached my baby, more than ever. She focused all of her attention on Chloe near the end. She started blushing a little. P+17 points. Wait, Kira's eyes started wandering between the two hybrid foxes. See, Chloe is your daughter. She's the child of an overseer? Yes, she paused for a moment. Chloe is the daughter of Faye and me. We've kept it a secret for the longest time, though. Even she didn't know about it until recently. And she will be upset about that for the longest time, too. The pink fox started pouting while she spoke about herself in the third person. We wanted her to live a normal life, as being the daughter of an overseer would have made that impossible. The teal fox continued. In retrospect, it was a much bigger mistake for me, having stayed out of most her life, though. Obviously. Chloe got even louder. Yes, we made some mistakes, Faye sounded apologetic. That aside, she then proceeded to look at everyone in the room. I understand that Mira will be treated differently because of her position. Some might even do the same with me, because they think I'm special for some weird reason, thanks to my connection with the overseer of magic. Still, if anyone even thinks about treating our daughter differently in a way that makes her feel uncomfortable, I'll get angry. Does everyone understand that? Her stare turned into a glare. Why, yes. Everyone around the king first gulped, before nodding at the intimidating feeling fox. Good. What a revelation, Menzer was massaging his temples. I still need to put all this aside for a little bit longer, though. How deeply involved are our messengers in the new ruling party of the human capital? Looking at all of this from some distance, it might look like we, the beast folk, have invaded and conquered their capital. Yes. One of the generals nodded. Even if their capital is now purged by their old values, once the word of it starts traveling and some details go missing, things might, no, they will turn quite troublesome. Luckily, any of our settlements are months away from their capital, but this is anything but ideal. While I won't deny the possibility, I think the chances for that are negligible at best. Faye faced the general. We, mostly I, removed around 1/4 of the capital and sent them to their island holidays. Most of the high-ranking people and public figures are gone. So is most of the army stationed in and around the capital. It has been completely replaced by the army Sophia has, let's call it, met before. I'm sure they won't do anything hasty. They can't do anything hasty. The blonde corrected her. I more than made sure of that. Even better. The fool liked her reply a lot. They are patrolling around and make sure nothing out of the ordinary is happening. As far as their skills allow them to, at least. More importantly, almost everything around the capital is farmland to provide for it. The next bigger human settlement is multiple days away, probably even more, now that winter has started. Without protection, it is highly unlikely that they would, or could, make this journey. There also is no army big enough in reach to reclaim the capital. I see, the general paused for a moment. These sound like favorable conditions, but I have no idea how we should act on this. That is indeed very true, Menzer nodded a few times. This might be our one chance to make true peace with the humans. We never sought the conflict in the first place, only defended ourselves and our lands, but now that their highest leaders are gone, and humanity is led by a faction that sees us in a favorable light. Sophia interrupted him. I wouldn't call it, favorable. They are terrified of us. I know it sounds bad, but from a tactical standpoint, that's at least as good, if not even better, for us. The commander scratched his cheek while facing the blonde. I guess that is true. Do you think this is a way to make the humans understand that we are not enemies and want no harm? For them to realize we are not inferior like they claim? To maybe form an actual relationship with their race over time? Or, at least for them to stop trying stupid things. Menzer faced Mira with an expression that was definitely asking for help. I won't be answering that. Mira, unfortunately, just smiled at him. That is for your races alone to figure out. I've interfered more than enough already. It is as you said, though. It is a chance. If it's worth it, that's for you to figure out. I see. He hung his head. It was worth a try. It certainly was. The overseer kept smiling. Regardless of that, thank you very much for your input. The king was glad about it nonetheless, before facing his generals. We need to come up with some options and solutions for that immediately. We must find out if this is our chance. Most definitely. They all nodded. Can that wait just a little longer? The blonde interrupted him again. There are some other topics we must discuss, too. There's more? The room got loud again. I mean, it took a slight turn, but she took a quick glance at the teal fox before continuing. I planned this to be the warm-up before we get to the main attraction. A break was long overdue. Chapter 390, Headache, Superscript 3. Faye had told the king and his entourage about her little trip to the human capital, while Mira admitted to having helped her clean up there. The duo also announced that Chloe was her daughter and was, more or less, the cause for the whole event, which caused even more chaos. They managed to put that aside for the time being, though, and continued to focus on the human capital while trying to devise a way to use this chance to finally make peace with the humans. They had to put that on hold, though, because Sophia wasn't done yet breaking some news to him. What do you mean that this was just a warm-up? Menzer stared at the blonde with big eyes. What could possibly be more important than the human capital effectively being conquered and their rulers having disappeared? I mean, if you put it that way, but... Mine's more of a positive and nice to hear bombshell? From you. He didn't believe her. Ahaha, there was little she could say in her defense. Alright, fine. I doubt my migraine can't get any worse, anyway. Challenge accepted. Oi. Menzer didn't like her reaction. Hee. Sophia let out a small chuckle before continuing. There are two things I'd like to reveal. One is something Chloe initially came up with, which Anna and I then tried to use for a more practical approach. The other one relates to how our group will travel once we leave the capital. You and Anna came up with something practical. The king and everyone around him had a very skeptical reaction. How terribly rude. The blonde pouted for a moment. Anyway, we found out that you can use your raw magic to make plants grow and develop. We might or might now have used it to grow some massive trees some distance away from here. I knew it. Menzer got loud. I knew these trees that can be seen from the higher places in the castle aren't of natural origin. Ahaha. There are many things I want to tell you about that fact, he glared at the blonde. I don't understand how it would be relevant right now, though. It becomes relevant when I add the idea I had. She didn't appreciate the glare. Forget trees and think about crops and other agricultural products. According to Anna, even though it takes very little magic from you, it would still rather taxing, if not impossible, for the farmers responsible for the fields, but it is an alternative way. The princess and I came up with two uses for it. Growing rare or out-of-season fruits and plants, and having a backup if something happened. Like a famine caused by a drought or something like that. With magically grown plants, it would be possible to grow a ton of food almost instantly if enough people come together to bundle their magic. Menzer needed a moment. Are you serious? I always am. Is that really possible? He faced the overseer for confirmation. It is quite difficult to do from scratch, because you need to be rather precise with the amount of raw magic you use. After all, Sophia, the princess, Chloe, and the others are downright gifted with their control of magic. It most certainly is possible, though. As this much has been discovered now, I can provide more information. Be warned, though, while it is a viable way to use in an emergency like the mentioned famine or treat yourself to a specialty every now and then, I advise against making it a habit. Mira paused for a moment. Your body can attune yourself to magical food and won't work with the regular one afterward anymore. Your whole diet would have to revolve around it, then. Relying on it through a harsh winter or a dry summer won't cause this change, though. Neither will be treating yourself to an exotic fruit once or twice a week. Oh, I hadn't thought about that possibility. The voices of Chloe and Sophia overlapped. That is, a lot of information. Menzer glanced at some of his ministers with a complicated expression. We definitely have to further explore our options here, too. Having a fail-safe for food-related emergency situations is beyond valuable. Absolutely. They nodded in agreement. Anyway, the blonde continued. I'm happy to give a demonstration later on, but that's about it for this topic. I hadn't been too invested in it, but I thought it was worth mentioning. Alright, let's get to the main topic. Main? The king took additional damage from that. Let me show you all something. Saying so, Sophia stood up from her chair, and everything, as well as everyone, stopped moving entirely. What are you up to? Well, almost everyone. Mira just turned her head to the side while looking at her. Aya. Noticing her, Sophia did a short jump in surprise. I am really not sure how I feel about you not being affected by my ability to stop time. She had expected to be alone. Look on the bright side. I can't mess with you, either. You also aren't affected by my ability either, after all. That does make it better. Slightly, at least. She still wasn't exactly a fan. So, what's the plan? You aren't going to tell them about this, are you? I would strongly advise against it. Are you insane? The tiger stared at her. I just need a bit of time to prepare some stuff. I want to show them one of my direct portals. Ah, right, you mentioned that before. Why don't you simply open it and let them deal with it themselves? You're kidding, right? She intensified her stare. I want to get home today again, you know? If I did that, they would freak out for 2 hours, it would take me 3 more hours to explain it, and even more to talk one of them into going through it. Afterward, more freaking out will happen once they go back. Menzer will start questioning me for a good while, before I lose my temper and literally throw him through the portal. I admit that the last part sounds like it would be fun, but it's definitely not worth it. Well, I can most definitely see that happening. The teal fox nodded a few times. Therefore, I won't give them a choice and put on a little show. I wanted to check if the other side is clear, connect 2 portals and transport the whole room, and give them a nice surprise. For someone who doesn't like attention, you definitely know how to do things in the flashiest way possible. Mira sounded impressed. Are you still sure about that claim? Shush. Heh, why is everyone around me so playful? People of the same kind tend to flock together. It's not like you're any different, after all. MHMN. Fair, I guess. Are you certain about this, though? The teal fox got a little more serious. I mean, I did something similar with the human army through Fae, but they had absolutely no idea what was going on. Everyone around here will instantly notice just how much of a big deal this really is. Well, Sophia scratched her cheek. I really hated the idea back when the direct portals weren't a thing, but I've grown super attached to everyone here, and these portals will be really helpful. It will be a huge benefit for the entire beast folk, too. Also, even when traveling, I want to come here often for a visit, which is kinda hard to explain without them. I mean, I don't have to explain anything, but while I'm going to keep some secrets from them, I want to be honest about the things I can. Oh ho, that's a nice way of thinking. You really have your heart in the right place. It's also fascinating just how much of a tiger you have become. It's one of their defining traits, to always think about the best for the folk as a whole. Well, it's not like the others don't, but the felines with the stripes always go for the extra mile. Ahaha, the blonde got a little awkward. It's not unconditional, though. If there's even a sign of them misusing my portals, I'll deactivate them immediately. Like using them for excessive personal gains, or even war-related things. Unless it's for defensive purposes, at least. I like how you're pretty thoughtful and easygoing at the same time. It's really nice. I do have my moments. She let out a small chuckle. Whatever, enough of all that. I'll go and prepare the portals and the other side real quick so that we can continue here. Have fun. Mira just waved after her once the tiger disappeared through one of her portals. She'll make a fine overseer one day. She has just the right amount of common sense for that. Our common sense, that is. Let me show you all something. Once everything had been set up, Sophia continued where she had left off, before she stopped time. I'm not sure if I like the sound of that. Menzer had mixed feelings about it. Also, why do I feel like you changed positions in an instant? Don't sweat the small details here. She had forgotten to be in the same position as she had been before stopping time. Anyway, here we go. Immediately after, purple particles appeared all over the room, and soon enough, everyone had changed location. While the blonde was at it, she also took the chairs everyone was sitting on and the big table with her. WWWH. Everyone, except the Fox family, had the same reaction. No one could understand what was happening and why they were at the lake that had suddenly appeared a few months ago. Chapter 391, Headache. Sophia had a mighty fine time going all in on fully destroying the common sense of the king and queen, together with a bunch of ministers and generals. After telling them about the ability to grow plants with magic, she finally came to the main event. Her portals. The blonde immediately went all out and used one to transport everyone and everything to the lake she and Fen had accidentally created a while ago. She doesn't do things half-heartedly, after all. Welcome to the lake thingy Fenny and I created some time ago. Also, kinda sorry about the frontier town that was planned to be built here, or whatever the idea was. Someone really should have told me beforehand. Also, Sophia then faced Kira. I'm not going to name this place. I know myself, and I'll probably just come up with something so embarrassing that I'll level this entire place afterward just to get rid of the name. She remembered that the queen had urged her to name the creation. Naturally, she didn't answer because she was slightly preoccupied with other things at the moment. Whoa, that was such a cool way to use the portals. Chloe's eyes were sparkling. It was so seamless, too. I have to admit that this was quite something. Even Faye seemed impressed. Totally over the top and pretty unnecessary flashy, but the control was exquisite. She has a bright future ahead of her. Mira enjoyed the show, as well. I wonder what you'd be capable of once you stop holding back because you don't like the attention. Shush already. The blonde got embarrassed. I could have portaled the whole capital to here and publicly announced it to everyone at once, you know? Fair point. The teal fox nodded. I don't think I like this duo. I think it's great. The pink fox disagreed with the full one. Sophia. Once the events had finally registered, Menzer sprang up from the chair he was sitting on that had been transported with him. What is going on here? Well, as you can see, I transported us to the accident lake we talked about before. How? What? Eh? The king was properly freaking out. Sophia, could you please explain what is going on here? Kira wasn't quite as loud, but still just as bewildered. It's some sort of magic I came up with. The blonde smiled at her. Do you remember how I mentioned that I have a way to return to the capital almost instantly, no matter where I currently am while traveling? When we talked about taking Anna and Ari with us, I mean. I need more of an explanation. It wasn't enough for the queen. This is too much for anyone to wrap one's head around. Ahaha, she awkwardly scratched her cheek. So much for letting your actions speak, so you don't have to explain anything, huh? Shush. The blonde glared at Mira yet again, before facing the king and queen. It's a little hard to explain the way I did it, because I changed the process a lot to make it look seamless, but, how do I explain this? She looked at Chloe for help. Keep me out of this. The pink fox wanted nothing to do with it. This is so your project. I already have enough going on for myself. She glanced at her mother's towards the end. Ugh, she had hoped for backup here. Can you at least help me demonstrate it? Sophia was still looking at her while she took 2 small stones out of her pocket. They're enchanted with a direct portal to each other. Just take one and walk a little away if possible. Sure, I can do that. Chloe was okay with that much. Afterward, she took one of the rocks from Sophia's hand and walked around 20 meters away from everyone. Ready whenever. Thanks. Smiling at her pink friend, the blonde then faced Menzer and the others. As some of you might be aware of, I like to play around with magic every now and then. While doing so, I came up with something we call portals. We've been using them to get around places instantly for a while already. That's also why I surprised you in the castle a few times, Kira. I have one of the portals in Anna's room we use to get in and out easily. She paused for a moment. With two portals connected with each other, you can immediately go from one place to the other without having to travel the actual distance. What? The king obviously couldn't follow her. I can't really blame you. Sophia scratched her cheek again. Well, just watch, okay? Saying so, Sophia also put some distance between her and everyone else. Let's go? While looking at Chloe, she poured some of her magic into the stone while the pink fox did the same. Immediately after, the two connected portals opened at the same time. WWOAH. The royal couple, the ministers, and the generals all gasped upon seeing the pink gates appearing out of nowhere. That's not the interesting part, girls. The blonde rolled her eyes. Chloe, would you mind coming to my side? Okay. She stepped through the portal and immediately exited the one before Sophia. Things got a little out of hand afterward. A few hours had passed since. Hours of Sophia explaining what was going on, that is. It was rather unbelievable, after all. It even needed Myra's help to get it conveyed to them even a little bit. Once everyone had somewhat stopped being overwhelmed, among many other things, the blonde transported everyone back to the meeting room in the castle because it was way too cold for her liking near the lake. I'm tired. Back in the castle, Sophia's motivation had plummeted significantly. Can we get to the details already? I'm starting to get hungry, and no one wants to see me hungry. Menzer just looked at her. Gee girl. Even you must understand that we can't just nod along with what you showed us. It's too much. Between Mira being here with us, Faye having raided the human capital and overthrown their rulers, and Chloe being the daughter of the aforementioned overseer, are my portals really that much more exceptional? He went silent. Those are completely different things. Yes, the return of the great Mira and the whole human thing is outlandish news, but this is... I don't even have any words for that. It's something else entirely. It's beyond understanding. I have not even dreamed about something remotely close to it. The blonde wasn't sure what to say. Well, I kinda get that, but I'll start going into detail now, anyway. You all better listen now, because I won't repeat myself again. I did that enough in the last hours already. It might be quite important for the entire kingdom, so make sure to focus. Menzer actually went ahead and slapped his own cheek to regain focus. Afterward, he looked at every single one of his ministers and generals. Concentrate, guys. They all nodded while looking back at him. At least half of them seemed like they wanted to make a retort along the lines of funny you're saying this, but they refrained from doing so. For many reasons. Funny you're saying this. Sophia, on the other hand, had no qualms about openly stating it. Alright, back to the portals. She continued after a quick, but very smug smirk. My portals are so versatile that it even surprised me. They still do, actually. Someone likes to boast, huh? Mira smiled at her. Well, it's for a good reason. Those things really are something. If you agree, don't interrupt. She really wanted to get over with it. I'm not going to share the main use of my portals because that would be of no use to anyone, among many other reasons, but I will introduce you all to the alternative way, just like the one I showed you before. I have the ability to connect two portals together. The distance between them does not matter. I mean, the lake we went to in an instant earlier is way over 100 kilometers away from us right now. The blonde made a short pause. It has no time limit, either. Once I open them, they stay open. Any size is possible, as well. That is quite something. The king found no better words. Why yeah, everyone agreed. Continuing, as I've announced many times already, we'll continue traveling in spring. Anna and Ari will also come with us. Even so, I, and they too, still want to visit the capital every so often. That's where my portals come into play. I see. Kira was the one who replied. That's why you promised Ari's parents and us that we'd be able to see our babies as much as possible. Exactly. The blonde smiled at her. I probably could have come up with some excuse to keep beating around the topic of us being able to visit so often, but that sounds like way too much work. Are you really sure this was the easier and less work-involving solution? Faye had some slight doubts about her way of doing things. Sophia stared at her for a moment before facing Menzer and the others again. Anyway, let's get to my main proposition for all of this. While traveling, I want to visit all this continent's interesting places and cities. Well, and all the other continents, but that's a topic for another day. Long story kinda short, I want to create a sort of hub that connects all the places of interest with each other. Wouldn't it be something to only be a literal stone's throw away from everything in the entire kingdom? Travel, tourism, management, trade, all that and more would be turned completely upside down and changed for the better. Everyone looked shocked. Do you have any idea what you're suggesting there? Menzer couldn't believe her. Bad idea? The blonde tilted her head. I thought it would be pretty useful. Useful? He got loud. The kingdom would never be the same. Nothing will stay the way it is right now. I can't even fathom all the implications. Sue. Interested? Not interested. Interested. The king and the ministers sprang up from their chairs. Ahaha. What do you want for it? Menzer sat down again and stared right at her. Sophia scratched her cheek. I only have one absolute rule. My portals, under no circumstances, can be misused. If someone tries to use them for personal gain or profits, or someone plans to use them as an asset in a war, I will immediately deactivate all of them. In an offensive way, at least. If you want to use them defensively, and/or to protect people, I'm all for it. Those are more than reasonable demands. Though, speaking of personal gains, the blonde's expression turned mischievous. I'm okay with the portals being generally monetized. Be it taxes for merchants, some sort of entrance, transportation tickets, or the like. Especially merchants will hugely benefit from it, after all. We should get a slice of their new profits. Anyway, if it's decided to do that, I want a significant portion of it. It's only possible because of me, and I need a retirement fund. The king paused for a moment. If we do monetize it, which seems more than likely, you'll never need to work again, not even for a minute. Even your grand, and so on, children will never have to move a single finger ever again. I very much like the sound of that. Sophia started smiling. I mean, it's not like I have money issues or ever will, but doing stuff without compensation feels weird. I love helping people, and I want everyone to have a better life, but... Well, Sophia's life should be better, too. She gave up on finding a noble explanation. That's fair enough. Menzer couldn't blame her. You most definitely deserve significant compensation, so no one here would even think about denying you. Never. The ministers all nodded. Love to hear it. Afterward, it was time for a break. Menzer and his ministers had reached their limits of ridiculousness for the day and needed to do a lot of thinking and planning before they were able to continue. And to treat their more than throbbing headache. Chapter 392, One-on-One Conversation. The meeting with Menzer, Kira, and most of the ministers and generals had been very eventful. So much so that after Sophia had explained her portals in a more detailed way and offered their usage to better the lives of everyone in the kingdom, everyone decided it was time to break because there were many things to think about now. And even more headaches to cure. I'm tired. After having left the meeting room, the blonde immediately let out a yawn. Well, you were quite busy. Faye looked at her. That being said, if anyone's allowed to be tired, it's the king and his entourage. Fair, I guess. She nodded. I mean, finding out that the human capital got raided and overthrown while your unrelated messengers got used as aides for the new ruling party was quite shocking. The full fox paused for a moment. I don't appreciate these levels of sass. I wonder how well you'll get along with Maya. Sophia suddenly looked a little concerned. Her sass was nothing compared to the cat girls, after all. They arrived at Anna's room before long and took the portal back, but while they were in her hub, Chloe suddenly stopped walking and faced the teal fox. Mira, do you, have some time right now? She sounded a bit awkward. As much as you want. The overseer's reply was immediate. What do you want to do? Talk. The pink fox looked directly at her. Things have been insanely hectic, and I have simply accepted anything that was going on because I was overwhelmed and also didn't want to lose this chance of being with you, but there are so many things I need to know. Questions I want answers to. Ah, I see. The teal one scratched her cheek. I am very thankful you gave me this chance I absolutely have not deserved, and I will gladly tell you everything and explain as much as you want me to. Good. Chloe showed her a small smile before she looked at Faye. You can go home with Sophia. We'll be back once we're done. Yeah? She didn't like the sound of that. You also still have a lot of explaining to do, but I want to hear Myra's side and her feelings without you interrupting her. I understand, she hung her head in response. Well, look at the bright side. Sophia smiled at the dejected fool. If Chloe isn't around at home, you can question Steph all you want without getting interrupted, as well. Oh. She lifted her head again. After having agreed, more or less, on that plan, they went different ways. Sophia and Faye returned to the mansion while Chloe and Mira took the portal to the Fox Village, because they wanted to be alone. Okay, what do you want me to tell you? Where should I start? The duo decided to stay in Sophia's treehouse because the portal was there, and once they sat down there, Mira addressed her daughter. Everything. Chloe stared right at her. From the moment you and Faye decided to have me. Why, too? I see. Yes, it's very understandable that you want to hear the full story. Please start, then. Of course. The teal fox smiled at her before continuing. Let's see. Faye and I met a long time ago. I ran into her during one of my previous times down here, and we immediately got along great. Not entirely sure why, though. Foxes are naturally quite mischievous, and I take especially great joy in that while Faye, well. Ahaha, Chloe let out an awkward laugh. I know what you mean. She's actually the primary reason why I'm often described as calm, collected, elegant, and all that. I mean, I know how to behave myself to keep my image of the overseer of magic, but Faye, when I was with her, I tried extra hard. She paused for a moment. And, well, you don't want to upset Faye. True. Anyway, even with us being so different, or maybe exactly because of that, we became incredibly good friends over the years that followed our first meeting. Faye even constantly accompanied me to my domain when I wasn't able to be here. We got so close that people started to treat us as inseparable. That's the reason how Faye ended up being in my shrines, as well. Friends? The pink fox raised an eyebrow. In the beginning, we definitely were. Mira smiled at her again. It actually took quite a while before it turned into more, because both of us kept dancing around the subject for a literal eternity. It wasn't that easy with me being an overseer and all. I guess that was somewhat of a complicated predicament. Yes. She nodded. Eventually, though, we stopped caring about all that. Interestingly enough, it was Faye who initiated it. Seriously? Chloe looked shocked. Surprising, isn't it? Yes. It happened around the time when I talked her into trying to assume a humanoid hybrid form so that we could do even more together. My theory is, as she's usually so calm and collected, after she got her new body, her new feelings, and hormones she wasn't used to yet, got the better of her and, well. I don't want to tell my daughter what happened afterward. You don't want to know, either. Chloe paused momentarily before her face eventually turned red. That already was too much information. Well, you wanted to know everything. There are limits. She had no intention of learning anything about that part of her parents' relationship. Please skip to the part where I started to become relevant. I mean, technically speaking. Why, you know what I mean. Of course. Mira was still smiling. Please excuse my light teasing. This situation here isn't easy for me, either, she was trying to add a little humor. Anyway, that marked the point where we became a full couple. We were simply happy for many, many, many years, but we eventually started to feel that something was missing. Not between us, we were doing better than ever, but we wanted even more of a connection. A combination of our feelings. A product of our love for each other. And me. You. The teal fox confirmed it without any hesitation whatsoever. For us, that was a lot easier said than done, though. She made a small pause. As an overseer, I'm not supposed to meddle too much with the inhabitants of the world I manage. My whole relationship with Faye was already, but there's little more meddling you can do other than having a child with someone from here. We managed to suppress the dream for a long time and numb our feelings for the subject, but. Chloe tilted her head. One day, I was going through the candidates that qualified for reincarnation, and Faye was helping. Something she really wasn't allowed to do, so please don't tell anyone. Well, we saw you, and both of us immediately fell in love with you. Originally, I was supposed to find a family for the reincarnators to join, but we finally had enough and decided you would become our daughter. By the way, biologically and/or physically speaking, the reincarnators are the full child of their new family. Only their memories will transfer over and become available over time to help shape their personality to some degree. You are 100% the full daughter of Faye and me. There is no doubt about that. I see. The daughter in question needed a moment to let all that sink in. Why me specifically, though? I don't think there was anything interesting about me in my previous life. It was cut quite short, too. Well, unfortunately, reincarnating these, whose life was cut short, is the norm rather than an exception. Even more so then, why me? We were really impressed by your positive outlook on everything. Even though you had always been frail, you never were sad and made the best out of what you had. It didn't even change when your health began to decline even more. It was downright impressive how positive and lively you were. Always having fun and enjoying absolutely everything. Even the most mundane and littlest things were met by pure joy and curiosity by you. It was lovely to read about. Well, there was nothing I could have done, it was either that or being depressed. Exactly. Mira smiled at her. That's why we did something about it. You gave us the push to finally ignore our reservations, and we gave you a second chance. Thank you, very much. Chloe wasn't sure how to react. It was clear that she was incredibly thankful. We thank you just as much. Her smile got even gentler. By the way, I made absolutely sure that your body is in absolute top condition this time. Oh. The pink fox liked that. Though, would have been too much to make me slightly taller while you were at it already? Eh? Your height is adorable. Mira disagreed. Also, your lack in height gets more than compensated by your size. You're bigger than both your mothers combined. Humanoid Faye is actually rather small, too. You have to complain to her about that. You got it from her. Not that I'm the tallest around, either. Also, I did that after you were born. Your body being the way it is, has happened through the natural way. You have Faye's tail, my ears, her height, lots of my personality, both of our breasts combined. Though, I'm not exactly sure where the pink came from. With a bit of fantasy, it could be lots of Faye's red and our white with a hint of my teal, but not quite. Well, it's not always that easy. She paused for a moment. After you were born, I boosted you in several ways to ensure you can handle your magic, and I made you immune to all sorts of diseases, poisonous substances, and the likes. Wow, Chloe seemed a little overwhelmed. Wait, is that why alcohol doesn't affect me? Yes. She nodded. After all, at the end of the day, it's poison. Delicious poison, but poison, nonetheless. Oh. Handy, huh? Should we really be talking about that right now, though? Chloe scratched her cheek. Let me stall for time, okay? I need to sort my thoughts and feelings to know what else I want and need to ask you. I see. Shall we take a quick break? The pink fox heartily agreed to Myra's suggestion, and the two did just that afterward. Chapter 393, Progress and Understanding. Chloe decided to have a chat with Myra because she wanted to find out more about the person who had turned out to be her mother, to see if she should give her a real chance to make up for the lost time and to get some much-needed answers. The pink fox had already learned how her parents met each other and why they decided to let her reincarnate through them. Chloe was very thankful for that, but she still had yet to determine whether she could forgive the overseer for not having been part of her life until now. Alright, enough of a break. Sounding highly motivated, Chloe faced her mother again. Let's continue. Of course. Mira smiled at her. What should I tell you next? I want a coherent and in-depth explanation of why you two decided to mess up so catastrophically after I was born. She was not smiling. The teal fox's expression turned quite complicated. Let me correct my earlier statement a little. There's also a lot of phase personality in you, as well. Let's see. Where to even start? There were so many mistakes when looking back at it. No kidding. Chloe actually sounded quite annoyed. Once again, I am deeply sorry and regretful. Mira had nothing else to add. At the beginning, we did rather well. We lived inside my domain during the pregnancy and the first 7 or 8 months of your life. In fact, it was in the same cottage you and Steph visited me the other day. We wanted to have this special time just for us. And afterward, it was okay to ditch me? She got properly angry. No. It was never okay. It never will be, either. The overseer raised her voice. Please let me finish trying to explain it before you judge our actions. You have every right to be angry, but this definitely was not my intention. She started grumbling before letting her continue. Right after you were born, basically every overseer in charge came to visit us multiple times. It was the first time an overseer had a child with someone normal, and it wasn't something supposed to be possible, so everyone was extremely curious about you. Not that normal is a word that could be used to describe Faye. In all the best ways, of course. Especially the overseer of life had been extremely fascinated. Well, I couldn't really blame her. It's kinda her thing, after all. I was that popular of a baby? That's a fascinating way of wording it, but that was more or less the case, yes. She lightly rolled her eyes. Because of them, Faye and I started thinking about how it would turn out if the general public found out about you when all those overseers got this excited already. We feared that people would have started swarming you. Of course, Faye and I would have put an end to it immediately, but it's hard to blame them, too. I mean, many people like the overseer of magic quite a lot, and I'm really happy about that, too. Also, no matter how cool you think it is now, being the child of someone, important, as a baby, I doubt you would have enjoyed it overly much being surrounded by a literal swarm of people. Well. Chloe scratched her cheek. Baby me probably wouldn't have understood their intention and got scared. Baby Chloe was an idiot, after all. That was the point. The getting scared part, I mean. Babies are unable to understand things like that. Kinnear was the main reason we began to doubt the idea, though. What does he have to do with any of that? Once he heard about our plan of raising you down here, he got really excited and kept saying that we should definitely do that. Mira paused for a moment. If that guy, a lover of chaos and in constant want of the best entertainment possible, is in love with your idea, you know that something is up. Sophia often describes Kinnear in a similar manner whenever he comes up. She knows him quite well. The overseer reacted with a wry smile. All of this made us think about the situation a lot. In the end, we decided that it would be best for Faye to, officially at least, raise you on her own. Even after you two left my domain, I was still constantly with you. It was mostly during your sleep later on, because I, thought it would be beneficial for you not to be aware of my existence. And that was a massive, massive mistake. Oh look, Myra's voice got more emotional. I know it's hard to believe, but I love you above everything. The time the three of us spent together in my domain means more to me than everything I've accomplished in my role as the overseer of magic. It was insanely rough for me to see you grow up without knowing me, as well. We only wanted the best for you in order to have an easy and worry-free childhood. The entire world knows and relies on me, though. That's an insane burden for a child to deal with. Our only goal was your well-being by staying out of the spotlight. I never liked that decision. I hated it. I loathed every second of it, but look at how you turned out to be. Well, now I imagine how amazing I would have ended up being with both parents. Chloe forced a smile. Not that one isn't enough, Feifei was the best. Still, but you know what I mean. There was nothing she could say. Why have you two never considered raising me in your domain? We did. Mira looked at her. Would that have made you happy? Of course. Just you with the two of us? Only us? No one else. In a place that is vast, but ultimately still very limited? Without ever meeting anyone else? Except maybe some of the overseers. No foreign cultures, no awesome areas and biomes, no Sophia and the others. No Steph. Chloe's expression immediately turned awkward. We knew that after your old life, you'd only become truly happy if you could roam around and explore anything that caught your interest. Making friends, as well. Why yes, the pink fox nodded a few times. That was the most amazing part of my new life until now. See? The overseer's smile got warmer. Faye and I made many and big mistakes, but there's no doubt that we only wanted you to have the most fulfilling life possible. Never once have we thought that this would be the easiest way out. It definitely was not. Especially not for me. In our eyes, the situation up until a few days ago was the one to give you the best life with the fewest caveats possible. Our feelings were of no importance. I see, Chloe needed a moment. Was it really not an option to tell me at a later date when I understood what was going on and be able to handle it? When do you think that moment happened? Mira tilted her head. She went silent again. And maybe a few years ago. Well, it seems I was only a little late, then. The overseer scratched her cheek. I've actually been preparing to tell you for a couple of years already. Unfortunately, as you might be able to imagine, as the overseer of magic, I'm quite busy and have to constantly monitor things. I also take care of any, errors and similar things. Thankfully, magic seems to be quite stable lately, and I managed to talk the overseer of nature into taking over my monitoring duties for quite a while. The two of us are quite good friends, because our territories, nature and magic, are very symbiotic. Whenever I feel like walking down on the planet, she's nice enough to take over my duties that need constant attention. In exchange for that, she can use the extra authority over magic to improve the flora. Win-win for both. Oh really? Indeed. Myra's smile got brighter. I'm probably good to go for around 100 years, or you get sick of me, depending on what happens faster. Maybe even longer if we continue with this group because they include like half of the individuals to mess up magic in a way that needs intervention, and I could do that without needing to leave. Is that true? Are you not just trying to come up with a convenient excuse right now? I would never. You are more than free to ask Kinnear or our dear overseer of nature for confirmation. I told them about it and worked hard to finally meet you for real and have enough time to try my best to make it up to you for even the slightest bit. Okay. Chloe's voice turned warmer. That's more than enough for me. I'm really glad you're trying to make it up. I also better understand now why you two messed up so big. You really only had the best intentions. Yes. I have no idea what I would have done in that admittedly very complicated situation. The pink fox tilted her head while thinking about it. Nope, no idea. Even so, I now respect and understand your reasoning. I'm happy that you two put me on such a high priority, too. You still really messed up and have a lot of work ahead to get the same treatment as Fei Fei as a member of my family. That is totally understandable. Mira couldn't blame her in the slightest. I'm still beyond moved that you're even willing to give me said chance. Because I want to give it to you. Chloe looked right at her. I don't hate you, after all. Not at all. I'm really sad that you weren't there for and with me during my life until now. I'm very angry about it, too, but what good would it do to anyone if I were to say no? You would be sad. Faye would be. I would be, too. I still have reservations about calling you family or mom in one way or another. My feelings are still too difficult on the matter, but I would be insanely happy if that were to change. Sooner rather than later, too. Thank you. Mira was getting even more emotional. Thank you so very much. She was so moved that even some tears had appeared in the corners of her eyes. Don't you dare and start crying now. She started panicking. I can't deal with stuff like that. Then stop being such a good girl. There's no reason to complain about that. The pink fox started pouting. Also, that's Feifei's fault. I think she'll gladly take the blame for that. She did a way too good job. Ehe. The complaint was complimenting her, too, after all. Oh, how about I get a little selfish to make you feel better? I'm not entirely sure how I like that. In the end, Mira was still her mother. I am listening, though. I'm pretty sure I'll like you much faster if you tell me some good secrets about magic. Is that so? Her voice turned complicated. I'm not sure if I like that. That isn't going to work at all. Chloe smiled at her. I was just testing. I'm not that cheap. There's just no way I was going to imply that, either. I know. Her mood had significantly improved throughout their conversation. Gee, good. Hee. Smiling a good bit, the pink fox stood up and walked over to Mira before wrapping her arms around her while giving her a good hug. This is a good start, though. I really am happy to hear that. Mira sounded incredibly moved again. She immediately returned her daughter's hug, as well, and the two stayed like that for a moment. That being said, without letting go of the overseer, Chloe's voice turned a little mischievous. You did miss a lot of my birthdays, you know? There are a lot of outstanding presents there. Don't forget the interest rate, either. So, about those good secrets about magic. You're serious this time, are you not? I always am. A certain blonde tiger had already rubbed off on her. Well, mostly. Let me think about something first, okay? Mira couldn't say no to her. Okay. She liked the sound of that. By the way, it's one secret per missed birthday. And another one each for every other important event in my life you weren't with me. As the tense mood from their conversation was now fully gone, once they were done with their hug, the two returned to their previous positions and continued to chat in a more relaxing manner. After all, they still had to get to know each other better. Chapter 394, Boss Fight. Chloe and Mira had a nice and long conversation over just about everything. The pink fox had a lot of questions that needed answering, after all. The overseer gladly answered any single one of them and managed to, at least slightly, explain her reasoning behind the events that led to her mostly staying out of her daughter's life. Chloe was still pretty angry about the matter, and it would need more time for her to fully warm up to her many-tailed mother, but the duo made a step in the right direction. While all this was happening, the group's mansion in the capital had also gotten lively. Oh, where is everyone? Sophia and Faye had returned to the mansion, and the blonde noticed that only Steph was in the living room they had just entered. Wait, I can sense everyone else at the other end of the capital. Maya and the wolves couldn't stand Ari and Anna's constant questions, and after Mira suddenly disappeared as well, they couldn't take it any longer, so Maya and Aura decided to go on a shopping tour to divert the loud couple's attention. Fan, at first, wanted to stay, but Aura decided that he had no saying in the matter. Her little sister answered her. The blonde scratched her cheek. Our dear princess and Ari continued to be a pain after they slept over and woke up, huh? It's a good thing we left early, huh? She then glanced at the full fox. Would you not consider our meeting not having been a pain? Faye looked back at her. She paused for a moment. Fair. There was nothing she could add. Wait, why didn't you go with them? Sophia faced her sister again. I did not think that their idea of a diversion of attention would work out overly well, so I decided to stay behind where there's actual peace. Finn hated me for a moment because he had the same idea but wasn't allowed to, but I can't say I felt overly bad about it. A wise choice. The tiger nodded a few times. Finn still can't hold his ground against Aura, huh? Faye also had something to say. Some things really never change, do they? He's just a big softie, after all. The blonde started smiling. He looks grumpy and tries to be intimidating, but he's all bark and no bite. The fox pondered for a moment. I don't disagree, but that's only because he likes you all. If that wouldn't be the case, our dear softie definitely does have another side. The exact opposite of that, to be exact. It's good that we love each other. By the way, speaking of, Steph interrupted the two. Where is Chloe? Sophia and Faye immediately got a little awkward. Yeah? The dog girl didn't like the sound of that. Don't worry, it's nothing like that. Her sister calmed her down. During our meeting with the king and all that, Mira suddenly showed up, making things extra chaotic. That is where she went to. Yeah. She nodded. Anyway, after we were done, Chloe decided it was due time for a one-on-one mother-daughter conversation, and the two went off on their own. Oh. She liked that a lot more. I hope they manage alright and get over some, reservations. Yeah, Faye agreed. We made some massive mistakes, but Mira suffered at least as much as Chloe did, if not even more, so I also hope they're able to grow closer, to a level where it should supposed to be. It definitely is a difficult situation. Sophia also nodded. Mira seems pretty determined and earnest about the whole thing, and Chloe definitely isn't the type who would reject her just because and all. I'm sure, with enough time, things will work out. I sincerely hope so. It'll be fine. Anyway, I'm way too hungry after having gone through all that in the castle. I'm going to ravage the kitchen. The blonde finally couldn't take it anymore. Steph, you take care of Faye and keep her company. Yeah? The dog girl sprang up from the sofa in shock. Do you not want to be alone with me in the same room? The full fox stared right at her. That's not what I meant. She panicked even more. Have fun. Sophia didn't care about any of that and disappeared towards the kitchen. Things turned awkward pretty fast. So. Yes? Why are we having a staring contest right now? A few minutes had passed since Sophia left, and the duo still hadn't done anything other than looking at each other. You are free to suggest other activities or topics to talk about. She had not averted her eyes for even a moment while replying. Can we talk about Chloe? What about my girl? Faye had no intention of making it easy for her. The dog paused. Alright. How about we talk about you instead? She suddenly got brave. Me? Even she had not seen that coming. What is it you want to know about me? As much as you're willing to share. And then 7% on top of that. She was getting really bold. You're the mother of my girlfriend, so I want to get to know you better, too. I want to get along with you if possible. Wow. The fox sounded actually impressed. I can get behind your reasoning, so I have to give you that. Many things aside, that is. What do I have to do for you to tolerate me? Who said that I don't? Alright, what must I do for you to like me? Steph changed her wording. Faye went silent. I am 100% certain that Chloe would love it if we were to get along. I would like it a lot, too. I still think you're nice, and you seem really interesting, too. A talking fox has been like a dream of mine. It's absolutely fascinating. You seem super caring, as well. With the way how you do your best to protect Chloe. I know this is also why we had a rough start, but I want to get past that. MRMNN, the fox started grumbling again. If anything, I really think you should be impressed by me. How so? Judging by her tone, Faye didn't seem to agree. Because I undoubtedly have the best taste of anyone ever having existed since existing has become a thing. Steph looked incredibly smug. After all, I fell for your daughter. MRMNN, her grumbling got louder. One might even argue that I might be the most amazing person in existence, as well. The levels of her smugness managed to increase even more. It's wrong, because that would be Chloe, but she chose and accepted me, and that does mean I have to be super amazing, right? You know Chloe the best, right? Would she date anyone that isn't great? You really are something else, girl. I know, she smiled at her. Can you refute my claims, though? I cannot, the fox let out a small sigh. I would be denying Chloe's ability to judge people and her intelligence, after all. Hee. Do you think your current approach to win me over, and the way you're acting, is the way to go, though? Faye intensified her stare again. Yes. Steph seemed quite convinced of it. I'm quite good at reading people, the fact you're also a fox aside, and I'm absolutely sure that you like individuals that are confident about themselves. MRMNN, she returned to grumbling. Am I wrong? No, you are correct again. Faye looked at her. I have a lot of respect for confident people who know what they want. I think it signalizes strength and is a formidable character trait. Hee. Hubris is not a formidable trait, though. Her gaze changed ever so slightly. I'm fine, then. Steph kept smiling. I might be constantly overexcited, something I never planned to change, but while I try to push my limits, I want to grow. After all, I know where and what they are and am aware of where I have to stop. She paused for a moment. Except for when Sophia disappeared, because I completely ignored everything, and my only goal was to find her. But even there, while I know that I overdid it, the only thing I would have changed in retrospect would be to go even harder. She's my sister, after all. Going harder than you ever could, not caring about any kind of pain, and ignoring any reason in order to find her was the very least I could have done. The feeling around the fox changed yet again. You know. Before I tell you more about me, and we talk about Chloe, how about you tell me more about you first? She sounded ever so slightly intrigued. Sure. Naturally, the dog girl immediately jumped at the chance to sell herself. Is there anything specific you want to hear? My childhood was nothing out of the ordinary, though. Even when we put into account that we're from different worlds. Whatever you think is the most beneficial to tell the mother of your girlfriend. There was a slight hint of sarcasm in Faye's voice. Right. Good point. She scratched her cheek before continuing. I guess it's probably best to start with when my sister became an idiot. Your sister? Yeah. I don't know how much Chloe has told you about our old world from her memories, but being different there can be difficult, to say the least. Compared to paradise, this world, that is, not exclusively liking the opposite sex, is rather rare and, in a lot of unfortunate cases, quite looked down on. To use friendly words. Downplaying it, too. She let out a short sigh before focusing again. Sophia hadn't taken the revelation of being different well, as she likes girls and made many mistakes because of it. She didn't want to be different and started distancing herself from other girls to ignore it. It ended up being so bad that she actually became afraid of them and was unable to even speak with girls. Unfortunately, she's 3 years older, so the damage was already long gone before I realized what was going on. The whole concept doesn't make much sense before you hit puberty and feelings start to happen, after all. I seriously hate your world. The fox had a very clear opinion on it. I told Chloe the same when she recalled her memories. I'm sorry if that is offensive, but that's how I feel. Offensive? Steph tilted her head. You don't want to know what I think about that world. Sure, I can't deny that humanity made some amazing achievements in many areas, many of which fill me with awe, but they're the absolute worst in many other things. Some are, at least. Why do you think I call this place paradise? I see. Go on, then. Where was I? She needed a moment to get back on track. Right, once I had my, sexual awakening or how you want to call it, and realized that I also only like girls, it immediately became apparent to me what Sophia was suffering from. I was doing better with it because I've always been pretty open with everything, and I even had a friend during that time who was the same as me, and we were able to help each other out. Knowing what was going on with my sister and how sad she had become, my highest priority naturally became to help her, too. That's a very honorable decision. I only have praise for that. Ehe. The dog liked her reaction a lot. Well, I tried my best to help her and even asked a friend to support me to get her used to girls again, but I think I had made it a little worse back then. Thanks to that, because of how much I love my sister, I decided to just be there for her whenever she needed me. And even more so if she said she didn't, because those were the times she needed me the most. Sisters aside, we became best friends, and I really enjoyed being with her. That really formed my personality, as well, because I started to love taking care of people and helping out whenever I could. My friends used to call me the most reliable and caring person they had met, which made me really happy. Well, she made a short pause. That's until Sophia disappeared, and I later discovered she ended up in this world. I kinda disregarded everything and everyone in order to find her. I still don't regret anything, and even ended up in paradise because of it. Again, that is some amazing dedication. I might be caring and all that, but I can be the most stubborn and obnoxious girl you ever meet, as well. I'm not sure about that. The fox shook her head. I mean, Chloe's my daughter, and that's most definitely her thing. You better get used to 2 of those types in your life from now. Steph got smug again. And I'm much more of a handful than our favorite pink girl. More like 3, she let out a small sigh. Chloe inherited a lot of her personality from Mira. Well, she at least not inherited all of her mischievousnesses, so there's still that. Good news. If I'm not currently obsessed with anything, I'm basically always mischievous. Great, she didn't sound too happy, though. The duo kept chatting for a good while longer and actually seemed to bond reasonably well after their first slightly unfortunate meeting. As Faye had to accept that Steph was someone very dear to her daughter, she tried her best to get to know her better. It helped that she thought that the dog girl had some genuinely interesting bits to her. In the end, she even invited her to dinner, where they could continue their conversation. Once they were gone, Sophia finally left the kitchen again. She had been very hungry, after all. It definitely was not because she didn't want to disturb them. Chapter 395, A Challenging Task. After Steph had ended up being alone with Faye, the two engaged in a rather extensive conversation. The dog girl really wanted to get closer because she was interested in her and, of course, for Chloe's sake, as she was her mother. During their chat, after Faye learned a little more about the girl that had started dating her daughter, the fox got a little interested in her, enough even to invite Steph out for dinner to continue their conversation there. We're back. Where is everyone? Chloe and Mira had returned to the mansion, and the pink fox seemed confused that Sophia was the only one in the living room. Welcome back. The tiger smiled at the duo. Everyone went out, and I'm the only one left. Oh, I see. She nodded a few times. Wait, even Fei? Especially Fei. The blonde's smile got bigger. She had an extensive conversation with your girlfriend and then even went as far as inviting her to dinner. That's nice. It took her a moment. She did what now? Surprising, huh? The two seemed to be bonding reasonably well, even. It was really interesting listening to them from the kitchen. Albeit slightly embarrassing, as well. Sophia scratched her cheek. Old world me also was a topic, after all. She had obviously listened in on them while raiding the kitchen for food. Wow. Chloe couldn't believe it. That's so great. I honestly wasn't expecting that. Not so fast, at least. Even Mira seemed surprised. Knowing Faye, I thought it would take her much longer to stop being stubborn. How did your sister manage to do that? Steph is way too good at this using the right words to talk thing. That is very true. The pink girl could relate to that. What did she say to her? Well, it was more the way she said things. She figured out that Faye likes confident people that know what they want. So, she was just that, confident, decisive, and authoritative enough to show how serious she is without being condescending or disrespectful. Yup, that's how you win over Faye Faye. The voices of the two foxes overlapped. She's good. The overseer sounded impressed. I'm so very happy that Steph wants to get along with Faye Faye. Chloe sounded really cheerful. I hope Mom feels the same once she gets to know her better. I don't think it's possible to not get along with Steph. Sophia was quite proud of her sister, after all. Faye does have to be a little stubborn, though. That's just how parenting works. How do you know how parenting works? Chloe tilted her head. Is there something you forgot to mention about your life in the other world? I most certainly did not. She waved her hand. I can't wait to have a chance to give my maternal instincts a go, though. They have always been quite strong in me, and ever since coming to this world, Kinnear having messed with me, and having found out I actually can live them out eventually, the excitement and anticipation are strong. You having a child will change this world forever. Myra's reply was accompanied by a big smile. I don't even care if you're trying to imply anything there. Sophia smiled back at her. This world, any world, matters less than my right now imaginative future child. Nothing and no one will have even the slightest bit of a hint of a chance to get between her and me. We should have met 20 years earlier. Myra's expression quickly turned complicated. I doubt I would have been of much help and/or use when I was 2 or 3 years old. Toddler Sophia probably couldn't have given her many tips. Speaking of, how are you two doing now? Her gaze wandered between the two foxes. Fully having made up would be impossible at this stage, but has it gotten better? Chloe tilted her head while glancing at her mother. I would say so, yes. She showed her a small smile. I'm still really upset and also quite sad over their decisions, but I understand it now. I don't like it, but I understand it. It wasn't easy for Mira, either. It's clear that she didn't do it because she didn't want me, far from that, so I'm more than willing to give her a real chance. She is my mother, after all. I would love to have a relationship representing that in the future, too. We, mostly her, have to put in some more work and time for that, though. I'm looking forward to that day, though. Me, too. Myra's answer was immediate. I'll try harder than I ever did on anything before, to make you trust me again. Sophia liked it. I guess that is the best outcome here. I would think that a situation like this has to take some time to be resolved. I'm really happy for the two of you that you are trying to get closer. Thank you very much. Now we only have to hope that I still have a sister at the end of the day, and most of the awkwardness in our group will be done, huh? The tiger awkwardly scratched her cheek. Hey. The pink fox didn't like her wording. Especially because that isn't 100% impossible for something to happen, because we're speaking about Faye here. There's no way Faye would do anything to her. Mira tried to reassure her daughter. She knows how you'd react, after all. Good, Chloe sounded relieved. Well, as good as that sort of reasoning can be. Well, you can rest assured that there will be no permanent damage on Steph, so I'd say it's a good thing. Hey. She didn't like that wording, either. I can still sense both of them with my detection magic, Sue. Stop it already. Hee. Sophia let out a chuckle. Speaking of that, I also detect that Maya and everyone else went to the castle. They're probably dropping off the high-maintenance couple. Anna and Ari really took some damage from Mira and you having some relations to Kinnear, huh? Chloe reacted with a slight smile. Yeah, but I'd say that her father was worse off. Her mother's smile was much more playful. He got triple hit, as well. It feels a little weird saying that about myself, but that's pretty much a standard reaction when first meeting me. Once I'm around for a while, it usually calms down quite fast, though. If the princess and her partner will be with us when traveling, they will ignore me being who I am before they even notice. That's good to hear. And for the king, he already was half over my appearance at the end of our meeting because Faye, and even more so you, completely broke him with the other revelations. The tiger wasn't sure what to say. The trio kept chatting for a bit longer, long enough for Maya to return from the shopping trip with the wolves after dropping off the loud couple in the castle. Sophia. Flying into the living room, the cat girl immediately jumped at her tiger. Yes, I'm Sophia. She tilted her head in return. What's up? What did you do? What did I do? The blonde looked confused. I need more context before I admit to something you don't know about yet and get in even more trouble. What other things? Maya got louder. Other things? Sophia tilted her head to the other side this time. What are you talking about? I hate you so much. I love you, too. Her mood was great. So, what did I do? I think I behaved pretty well lately, if I dare say so myself. Kinnear has complained about that part already, too. Mira joined the blonde's side. He'd like for her to let loose more again. She smiled at her. In this world and without blowing it up, he also added. See? Sophia looked a little smug. I've been a good girl. Wow, even I thought that sounded way too suspicious. She stopped for a moment. I don't like the sound of that, including various implications of it, either. Wait, where were we again? She got sidetracked. The castle. Maya got louder again. It was like someone had set fire to an ant nest in there. Everyone was running around and being nervous and everything. Why and how do you know what an ant nest on fire is like? Chloe got curious about that part. It's just a metaphor. Her eyes started swimming. The pink fox kept staring at the cat girl, whose expression had become awkward. Anyway. Maya returned to glaring at Sophia. What did you do? Exactly what we talked about, and you decided you didn't want to deal with that much of a pain? You have no right to complain when you send Chloe, Faye, and me to the castle without supervision. But Faye. I thought she's level-headed. She may be. Sophia smiled at her. She's also utterly ruthless and went with us to tell the king about the part where she raided the human kingdom, got rid of their rulers, and put some of his people as aides to the new rulers I brainwashed beforehand. Mira also showed up in the middle of it. Why? Maya now faced the overseer. Because I thought it would be the best time for it. For what? To create maximum chaos? Exactly. She gave her a thumbs up in return. I so hate this group. Maya looked done. Afterward, I told them about my portals, as discussed before. I also made the offer to connect the whole kingdom during our travels. Though, it might have been a tad much all at once. No kidding. Well, I couldn't be bothered to meet with him multiple times. The tiger didn't feel guilty in the slightest. She hung her head. What are the chances that Faye can actually tame her once she's settled down with us? The cat girl glanced at Mira. The overseer scratched her cheek. Our dear Faye's stronger than everyone else combined when it comes to educating someone. And I'm stronger than everyone else combined when it comes to being an idiot. Sophia took it as a competition. Not the word I would have used, but that's what I mean. Taming will be hard, and I doubt Faye would even want to do that. She will teach Sophia the basics of thinking before acting, though. She's really good at that. Chloe nodded a few times. That doesn't sound very convincing coming from you, you pink disaster. Maya just glared at her. Oh, I like that title. The disaster in question started smiling. I know how to think before acting. Faye thoroughly taught me that. She shuddered for a brief moment. That still doesn't mean I don't love to let loose, especially when she's not there to stop me. MMHH, Maya looked conflicted. Hey, it would still be a step up for me. The blonde was having a smug day. Well, that is true. Afterward, as the catgirl needed a break, they chatted about some less pressing matters while waiting for Faye and Steph to return from their dinner. Spoiler. Well, not that suggestive, but whatever XD. Many more variants can be found here. Click me. Some of those are actually quite suggestive. Who would have thought Ari has such a bad sleeping posture, huh? Collapse? Chapter 396, Vacation Days. Maya had returned from her shopping trip with the wolves and the loud couple and was a little upset with Sophia after she found out about the hectic state the castle was in after their meeting with the king earlier that day. Once she was finished trying, and failing, to get some sense into her girlfriend, everyone just relaxed and waited for Faye's and Steph's return from their dinner. A few hours later, after Maya calmed down, Steph and Faye returned to the mansion, just as the two wolves had a few minutes prior, as well. It seemed like those two had also gone for a quick dinner after the shopping trip before. Oh ho, nice, I still have a sister. Sophia smiled at the dog girl after she entered the living room together with Faye. Of course. She smiled back at her. It was a bit of a clutch every now and then, though. That is not a nice thing to say. Faye glanced at Steph. You were at no point in real danger. What's the extra pronunciation on the real about, then? What are you talking about? The full fox kept looking at her. I pronounced it the same way I did with every other word. I see. Must have been my imagination, then. Yes. Chloe looked confused. Are you two getting along now? Yup. Steph's mood seemed excellent. I wouldn't necessarily go that far. Faye sounded a little more reserved. Your pronunciation changed again. The little sister smiled at her. It has not. Is there something up with your ears? Not at all. In fact, they're better than ever after I became a dog. Are you certain about that? I positively am. Faye turned her head away. So you two are? Chloe's smile got even brighter. That's so great. Are you still going to disagree and disappoint her? The dog's smile turned ever so slightly smug. Don't get too cocky now, my dear. I always try to push my limits, so being a bit cocky is part of the menu. I know that much. Faye let out a small sigh. You definitely made that more than clear during our conversation and dinner. Hee. Could I get an answer already? The pink fox was getting impatient. I mean, I have eyes and ears, but I want to hear the right words. It was obviously clear that their dynamic had changed. The full fox paused for a moment. I respect her as an individual, and her personality, albeit too excitable, is most fascinating, as well. She has many traits I think very highly of in a person. Well, some others are debatable, but, overall, it's a net positive. Yay. Steph could live with a net positive. Yay. Chloe had the same reaction. Then, does that mean you support the fact the two of us have started dating without reservation on your part? Oh, no, that's a totally different topic. Faye's voice turned dry. I'm still working on that part. Steph scratched her cheek. One dinner wasn't enough for that. We'll need a lot more dinners for that. It was hard to see and more of a guess, thanks to Faye being a full fox, but she definitely smirked at the dog while giving her reply. I can live with that. Her smile got bigger. I love this. Chloe also looked really happy. Not the dynamic I had expected between you two, but it's lovely. Faye turned her head away yet again. You really are something else. Mira seemed to be impressed by Steph. To win over our stoic Faye so quick. Steph's the best, after all. The pink fox also sounded proud. I hate it here. The full fox started to second-guess the group. She then took a deep breath before facing Chloe and Mira again. I heard that you two had a conversation about various things, too. How? How is the situation? I'm still pretty angry. Even so, Chloe smiled at her. At you, too. I'm sorry, apologizing was still the best Faye could do right now. I really understand you too now, though. I understand your reasoning and how you wanted my best only. I still disagree, but I understand it. I don't know if I would have been able to come up with a better solution in that situation either, though. It was quite a challenging one, after all. Not that challenging. Sophia slowly shook her head. That being said, destroying a world or two because you chose your daughter over them might be more of a big deal when you're an important overseer, so. No. Maya got loud again. Overseer or not, destroying a world will always be a big deal. Meh. The blonde just shrugged. Is the possibility of having kids with you really a good idea? The catgirl's emotions on the topic were very complicated. Absolutely. Sophia's feelings on the matter were the exact opposite of complicated. I think I'll take my vacation days when that happens. Finn sounded done already. Are you against me having children? The blonde faced the wolf. Not at all. That didn't seem to be his issue. The time between you making one and you getting it is what concerns me. Hybrids of your stature take around 9 months, right? Yeah, extended vacation days. I'm okay with unpaid vacation, too. Ah, I see, she nodded a few times. Yeah, no, I'll be a complete menace during that time. That's pretty much guaranteed. Do I also get vacation days? Maya started to like Finn's plan. Not during that time, my dear. Mira, out of everyone, answered her. After all, as of right now, there's a considerable chance of you being just as responsible for it. I'll personally make you responsible for ensuring the world will not be destroyed in the process, too. This world or any world. Sophia, what do you think about having a child in your old world? Not a chance. The blonde didn't like the idea. Very understandable. Steph nodded a few times. Ugh, the cat hung her head. Then, if you task me with such an impossible task, Mira. She faced the overseer. I need to borrow all of your magic authority during those 9 months to even have a chance. As if that would be enough. Sophia looked extra cheeky during her reply. I'm sorry to inform you that that's not going to work. Mira looked back at Maya. There's a significant influence of Kinnear's authority mixed into your own. Probably because you play a lot with Sophia. She smirked at the cat. Feel free to replace the wordplay with whatever else you think is more fitting. Ugh. Yup, you have to ask Kinnear for help on that matter. You borrowing his powers should work. As if he would ever do that. The blonde also smirked at her cat. I'm sure he wouldn't want to miss out on me being an unhinged menace. That's a very valid point. The teal fox nodded a few times. I hate it here, Maya gave up. Oh, so that is a common feeling in this group? Looking strangely sympathetic for a fool, Faye glanced at her while tilting her head. It happens every now and then, Fen was the one to answer her. You'll get used to it, though. Vacation days help a lot, too. How many of them do we get each year? The fool humored him. It really depends on how many of them you can afford. Ah, I see. Well, the vacation policy around here seems quite nice, so that's a definite plus. By the way, listening to them, Sophia faced Maya. Since when do we have vacation days? I want some, too. There were like 10 days total this year that haven't been a vacation for you. She instantly got loud. The blonde paused for a moment while scratching her cheek. And next year, I want 15 more of them. Of course you do. Maya wasn't surprised in the slightest. Okay, all of that aside for the time being. Faye had had enough of that topic and faced her daughter again. If you now understand the reasoning behind Myra's and mine, admittedly questionable decision, even though we had the best intentions only, what does that mean for the three of us? 709 points for Mira and 421 for you. Chloe smiled at her. I decided to give Mira some extra points because, well, reasons. Many of them. Yes. The overseer raised her hand. Not in the negatives anymore. I won't try to make sense out of your point system, because I'm pretty sure it's based purely on your mood when giving them out, but. Minus 17.23 points for you, Fei Fei. Chloe didn't like her deduction. Am I wrong? No, the pink fox shook her head. Another minus 21.5 points for mentioning it, though. Well, I can't say I didn't see that one coming. The fool didn't sound surprised. But no, I was not asking about our points. I want to know what your conversation with Mira means for us as a family. Chloe paused for a moment. Still angry, and I need more time for that to change, but I have given Mira a chance to become a part of my life again. And I will use that chance. Mira looked determined. Let's have a more detailed conversation about that with just the three of us later. Sounds like a plan. Chloe smiled at her. Oh, speaking of which, I need to have a conversation with Kinnear, too. I'm angry at him, too, after all. MHHM? Sophia's ears perked up. What does he have to do with any of that? Did he do anything? He was being himself, Mira answered her. I see. It made perfect sense to the blonde. When we were thinking about whether it was a good idea to live together with Chloe in public, he told us with the biggest grin I've ever seen on his face that we should definitely do it. See? The pink fox looked at the tiger. He definitely was the tipping point for them to turn stupid. Oi, Kinnear. Sophia got loud. Get down here right now. She looked angry while she faced the ceiling. Nothing happened for around 10 seconds before a small piece of paper landed in the tiger's hand that appeared out of nowhere. No, it was all that was written on it. You coward. Get down here. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. Another 10 seconds passed before a second piece of paper appeared. I'd rather be called a coward than being kicked by you. This time, his reply was a little longer. Okay. Sophia jumped off the sofa. Let's go to his shrine, Chloe. I'm afraid that won't work. Mira interrupted her. You won't be able to enter his domain even from there if he doesn't want you to. Hiya, she reacted with a long sigh. This guy. It's not that important. I can be upset at him another time, too. Chloe smiled at her. Okay. She smiled back. And once you're done, I'm going to be angry at him. I plan to only get upset, too, but after that just now, she held up the pieces of paper, I think being angry is more appropriate. I think I like Sophia. Faye enjoyed what she was hearing. Yup, I also am a big fan. Mira felt the same. I can't wait. Hee hee. The conversation went on for a little bit longer, but they ultimately dropped it after some time because else Sophia would have really gone for the shrine, and she most likely would have found a way around the restriction. Everyone wanted to have a relaxing afternoon, after all. Chapter 397, A Message. Roughly 2 weeks had passed since Sophia, Faye, and Mira gave the kings and everyone else in the castle a massive headache, which was slowly starting to subside, as well. The time afterward was quite peaceful, as well. Mainly because the blonde refused to go near the castle, though. Only Anna and Ari were allowed to visit the mansion, too. It was too much of a bother for her else. It also helped the princess and her jaguar to get ever so slightly more used to the overseer that had appeared out of nowhere and became part of their group. Things seemed to get about a little less peaceful, though. The sisters sat beside each other on the sofa while their eyes were peeled on Steph's phone for some reason. What's wrong? Sitting on the sofa opposite of them, Chloe and Maya looked at their partners while tilting their heads. They stayed silent for a moment longer before eventually lifting their heads. We are going back to our old world. They answered at the same time. EEH? The two obviously didn't like the sound of that. WY? No, just for a little bit. The sisters noticed their slightly unfortunate wording. The pink fox and the cat calmed down again and let out a sigh. What is going on? When Sophia and I went back to our apartment to get some supplies from there a few days ago, It seems like my phone received some messages. Steph tried to explain the situation. I barely use my phone anymore since coming here, as I mostly only take pictures of Chloe with it nowadays, after all, so. You constantly take pictures of me. The girl in question raised her voice. What do you mean by you barely use it anymore? How addicted were you to it before? So, when I checked it earlier, I noticed some missed calls and unread messages. She completely ignored her fox. It seems like our mom has gotten my message about having found Sophia, and she tried to reach out to me last week. Oh. Chloe and Maya had the same reaction. She asked if we're still around because she'd get home immediately if that's the case. She wants to see us as soon as possible. Sophia especially. I want to see her, too, Sophia spoke up again. So. Long story short, you two plan to make a trip to your old world, visit your parents, and once everything is taken care of, it's back home? Yup. The blonde nodded. I'll never leave paradise behind. Steph also loved her new home, after all. I guess that's fair. The cat girl saw no issues with that. You absolutely have to go and see your parents. Chloe got loud. Neither of you are allowed to return before that. After everything that happened to her the last few weeks, she had a very strong opinion on the matter. I'll get upset if you don't hurry now, too. You better listen to her. Out of nowhere, Myra's voice suddenly joined the conversation. I know from experience that you don't want her to be angry at you. A few moments later, the teal fox appeared on the empty sofa next to the four girls. I have to admit that you sure know how to have the best entrances. Sophia looked and sounded impressed while she looked at her. I can't believe I'm getting used to stuff like that already. Maya wasn't sure how to react. I didn't even flinch. You're definitely the coolest. Steph was a big fan. Ah, you're still the best, though, Chloe. Ahaha, the pink girl smiled at the dog. It's fine. I don't really care about being cool. My preferred theme is something else. Fluffy. The sisters had the same reaction. Not exactly the word I would have used, but the general direction works. She was happy with their assessment. Happy you like my entrances. Mira glanced at the blonde before continuing. Do you mind taking this with you during your trip to Earth? She held up a rather well-known plushie of a pink fox. Oh, it's plushie Chloe. Sophia remembered having thought about that before once she met the actual pink fox after having had that very same plushie for a while already. It's not plushie me. The girl in question got loud. Actually, the overseer scratched her cheek. It is. Eh? All four had the same reaction. Shortly after I left you in the care of Faye and could only see you during the night, when you were sleeping, I got pretty lonely during the days. Because of that, I asked a toymaker to make a plush that resembles you in a way without it being too obvious. It helped me a lot. Everyone went silent. A moment later, Chloe got up from her sofa and immediately jumped at the overseer, crushing her into a big hug. Mira needed a moment to react before quickly returning the hug and facing Sophia again. As you can see, I managed to reunite with the original one again, so I don't need the little one to cheer me up anymore. I see. The tiger also wasn't sure how to react. Why should I take it with me to our old world, though? Wait a moment, she then took a better look at the plushie. I think. No, I'm pretty sure I can sense some traces of my portal magic in it. The overseer got a little awkward. You've gotten too sharp already, my dear. Hee. I want to see your old world on my own. No other overseer except Kinnear can visit other worlds, and he can only show them to others before your portals became a thing. Sophia started smiling. So, you want to go sightseeing? It's not really a world I would recommend for a holiday, though. Well, there are some nice places, but still. I think I shall decide that for myself. Fair enough. Sophia had no intention of stopping her. Deeply regretful for everyone involved, you'd need to get rid of your tails and ears, though. Everything else animal-related, as well, before going there. I hate that world. Steph let out a sigh. Such a waste. Why did I have to live for 20 years before going to Fluff Paradise? Ahaha, Mira wasn't sure what to say there. Don't worry about that. I'm not excited about it, but I guess I'll dust off my old human form. Well, do as you like, I guess. The blonde shrugged. Sure, I'll bring the plushie with me so that you can use it as a portal. Thank you very much. What is in it for me, though? The tiger started grinning. I mean, it sounds like a big deal if Kinnear's supposed to be the only one to visit multiple worlds. I would be doing you a great service, would I not? We're friends, right? That should be reason enough, no? Friends also share their magical secrets, right? She looked at Chloe for confirmation. Absolutely. She nodded a few times. That's the very least good friends would do. See? Looking even smugger, Sophia faced Mira again. Just a little secret. The overseer stared at her for a moment. You sure are something else. I've heard that one so often that it has lost all meaning. I can imagine, Mira rolled her eyes. Alright, fine, she gave up. I'll think of something fun you'll find most entertaining. Oh my, that sounds lovely. By the way, Steph looked like she was confused and curious about something. There's also a plushie that looks exactly like the full animal version of New Dog Me. Ellie showed it to me before. What's up with that? Nothing? Mira looked at her. It's a cute design, though. She looked honestly disappointed. I mean, what were you expecting? The overseer tilted her head. Some sort of foreshadowing? I mean, the plushie is older than you, no? Boring. Steph hung her head. So, there's no fun stuff like time traveling or future sight in this world. That's what you were going for. Chloe couldn't believe her. It sounds fun, does it not? Well, the pink fox scratched her cheek. Anyway, Mira ignored them and faced the tiger again. Thank you very much for bringing one of my portals with you. I will make sure to repay you. Yay! She was happy about that. I'm tired. Maya wasn't taking their whole conversation so well. Oh, speaking of being tired, Sophia smiled at her cat. Do you want to come with us? I already met your parents, so it's only fair to make it even. She paused for a moment. I do want to meet them eventually, and I'm really happy that I actually seem to get the chance now, though also slightly nervous, but now is not the time for that. It's all about you and Steph. I guess that's fair. Also, Maya glanced at the sisters. We were talking about vacation days not too long ago, right? I love both of you and all, but a day or two without both of you sounds super relaxing. Understandable. Sophia and Steph could only nod. Oh, speaking of peaceful. Mira suddenly looked at her daughter. Do you want to do something with me while the two are visiting their parents? Sounds fun. Chloe was directly on board. What are we going to do? I never make it a secret when I walk down here in the world. I'm planning to visit my shrine and announce my arrival. Afterward, I want to meet all kinds of people in the capital so that everyone can see that I'm back. Faye will also be with us. The two of us have also decided that we're going to introduce you to everyone as our daughter. Oh. She wasn't sure what to say. Whoa, the whole capital will be in a massive uproar. Steph liked the sound of that. But my vacation days, the cat girl had a different opinion. Want to come with us, after all? The blonde just smiled at her. Maya actually needed to think about it. And no, but I think I'll visit my own parents instead. The whole business with those two, she glanced at the foxes, before continuing. Made me want to see them, too. Ahaha, the two in question could only laugh. That's nice. Sophia liked her plan. Oh, ask them again if they want to live in the mansion when you're at it. I'd like that, too, but do you really think they like the idea more now after the overseer of magic has decided to stick around? The royal family had overwhelmed them already, after all. Anyway, before we go, should we make some sort of plan to tell Mom, or? Steph came back to the main topic. Let's go? Let's go. The sisters knew that making any sort of plan was just a waste of time and effort. And so, once they showed Steph how to change her looks without actually turning into something else, the now human sisters returned to their old world to have a rather complicated conversation with their parents. Chapter 398, A Difficult Meeting. During one of their quick trips to get some supplies from their apartment in the old world, Steph later noticed that she had gotten a message from the sisters' mother, and after a bit of back and forth, the two decided to briefly return once more to have a conversation with their parents to tell them everything that was going on. Did you get everything? The sisters were in the living room of their old apartment when Sophia noticed that Steph had just finished a phone call. Yeah, Mom told me where they are and everything. She smiled at her. Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her right now? No. I have no idea what to say over the phone. This is more of an eye-to-eye type of conversation. That's a very understandable point. She nodded a few times. Anyway, she said she'll come home immediately to meet us. It seemed like they weren't that far away either, because she'll be here in 2 hours. Dad and Sari might take a little longer, though. The two apparently went to visit our grandparents earlier today, and they live in the completely opposite direction. I see. I want to see them, too, but I guess this makes it a little easier. True. The little sister agreed. By the way, what and how much are we going to tell her? Everything. Sophia looked quite determined. Everything? Well. Okay, how about we skip the humans part and what they are in the new world? Let's just pretend we never met them. I don't even have to pretend for that. Even better. Also, some stuff around them might be better not mentioned, too. Mom doesn't know that I went to war. Very fair. Steph agreed with her. So, almost everything. Everything good, and let's say neutral things. Tiger and dog sisters included? Absolutely. Does that mean I can change back? The little sister suddenly got loud. I miss my tail. It's the worst, isn't it? Sophia could feel her pain. Even worse, I still don't really understand how this magic works, but it only masks our original looks, so I can still feel my tail a little, just very muffled or something like that. I hate it. The itchiness also just fully stopped last week, and now this. I want to be a dog again. You sure took a liking to it quick, huh? I already loved it before I was fully done with my transformation. Ahaha. Exactly 2 hours later, just as announced, the doorbell of their apartment rang. If anything, she sure is punctual. Why yeah, Sophia reacted with a weak nod. Nervous? Oh, obviously. Well, you better hurry and open the door, then. The sooner you can get over it, after all. I hate you. I love you, too. Ugh, letting out a strained sigh, the older sister then slowly made her way to the door and opened it. A woman in her early 40s with medium-long ash-blonde hair, much like the younger Sophia in the new world before she became a tiger, stood at the other side of the door. It apparently really seemed like she had Sophia when she was quite young. The two just looked at each other for a few moments without saying a single word. After all, it had almost been a year since the two had seen each other after Sophia's sudden disappearance. Not to mention that nearly everything indicated that she had died, up until a month ago. Things were naturally beyond awkward right now. It only lasted a second, though, because they immediately jumped into each other's arms and shared a tight hug. Once they parted and looked at each other, noticing how both had started crying, they immediately returned to hugging each other. It was an even tighter one this time, as well. This back and forth went on for a little while as neither of them had an idea of where to continue from here. So, do you want to come in, or do you two want to continue to cry in the entrance hall? Steph. Noticing her coming closer, their mother grabbed her hand and included the little sister in their hug. I really missed you, too. Yeah, she felt the same. I was on a bit of a mission, after all. You really were. I told you I would find her. Steph almost sounded smug. That you did. There was nothing else she could say. I'm really sorry for the mess I created and the fights I caused. Naturally, Sophia blamed herself for everything. Her mother paused for a moment. What? What happened to you? Where did you go? Why do you look different? You almost seem younger? Why didn't you contact us? I do have a very good reason for everything, but it's quite hard to explain. It will take a while, too. Once they had put a temporary hold on their hugging, the three went to the living room to have a long and rather weird conversation. So, what happened to you? It's been getting close to a year, you know. Sophia scratched her cheek. First, I'm terribly sorry that I worried everyone about me. Steph told me a lot of things. How much it drove her crazy, especially. Hey. I didn't get crazy. Their mother stayed silent. Hey. Anyway, the older sister turned a little more serious. I had a bit of an accident right before my sudden disappearance. So it really was something along the lines of that. Her mother didn't sound overly surprised. As much as I don't want to hear this either, it makes much more sense than any other explanation. Yeah, she nodded. I wouldn't have run away without telling anyone. If I had the chance. Did you get hurt? You've been gone for so long. Wait, don't tell me something overly cliché like some sort of memory loss happened during that accident? That would have been a way easier explanation compared to what I actually went through. Steph nodded a few times. Much easier. So. You didn't get hurt? She tilted her head while continuing to look at her oldest daughter. If it wasn't for the help of a certain someone, I would have definitely, died. She wasn't sure how to word it properly. Huh? Her mother obviously didn't like the sound of that. Don't worry. As you can see, I'm totally fine now. Yes, I can. She nodded. In fact, I don't think I've seen you this, glowing since a very long time. Because I haven't been as happy as I am right now since, well, honestly, ever. For many very understandable reasons. Steph knew what she had been up to lately, after all. In fact, I'm still upset that she had been doing so well for so long without telling me. Do you know what happened and is going on? She faced her younger daughter. It's been a while since you found her, right? About a month now, yeah. Steph nodded. In fact, I've been with her ever since. I can guarantee you that you won't believe a word of what is going on. Could you tell me? Especially as your mother, I would really like to know what happened that changed you so much. That's why we're here. Sophia smiled at her. To tell you everything. I need you to agree to something beforehand, though. What would that be? I'm going to tell you a rather long, completely weird, confusing, unbelievable, and somewhat stupid story. No matter how much you want to make a comment or ask questions, wait until I'm done. Okay? She already was confused. Alright, the girl with the unbelievable adventure took a deep breath before continuing. During last spring, I was a little, let's say careless, and I ended up in front of a rather quickly moving bus. What? I said no questions or comments. But. I won't continue otherwise. Good. Sophia smiled at her mother before returning to her story. From here on out, things will really take a weird turn, so make sure to simply listen. Perfect. Anyway, luckily, I was saved by someone and never made contact with the said bus. It came with a massive caveat, though. Well, in retrospect, this was the best thing that could have ever happened to me, but we'll get to that later. The best thing is heavily downplaying it. Steph added her own part. Hey, I said no comments. The older sister got upset again. Not to me, though. To Mom. Don't get smart on me now. Why would I stop doing that now all of a sudden? She turned silent. Hee hee. The younger sister let out a short giggle. Okay, continued. It really is no wonder that you get along so well with Maya. Letting out a small sigh, Sophia faced her mother again. Seriously, no comments from now on. As I mentioned before, I was saved from my, bus end. I wasn't saved by a human, though. Well, he looks like one, but I don't think he identifies as one. In the first place, as far as I know, he isn't even from this world. She naturally wanted to make many comments here. Should. The older sister simply put a finger on her lips. But. I said shush. Sophia really didn't want to get interrupted. Him saving me came with a catch, though. Kinnear, that's his name, could only save me by bringing me to a different world. I was unable to live here anymore. That's why and how I disappeared without having left a trace behind. She made a short pause to let her mother process things. She still didn't allow any sort of questions, though. Anyway, yeah, I had spent most of the previous year in a different world. A great world, I want to add. Paradise. Steph's opinion was even better. Pretty much. Sophia allowed the interruption this time. This Kinnear guy also helped me make the most out of my new chance. As you maybe noticed, my character and very being have changed in some way or another. As in, it has gotten better. I may still be an idiot, but my social phobias are gone for good. As a parting gift from this world, Kinnear gave me some boosts that kind of fixed my personality. It's hard to explain. It changed some more stuff, but that's not so important right now. Sophia didn't see the need to tell her about the negative side of her boosts, and decided to skip past that part and simply continued her story. The world I ended up in is actually quite different from this one. There's magic. I can use magic now. The inhabitants of that world are far from the same, too. Humans are. My first friend was a giant-speaking wolf. She decided against adding more details to the human part. All my other friends, after I could talk to people freely again, aren't really human either. Well, they're mostly humanoid but have animal ears or a tail. It's the cutest. Humans are way too boring in comparison. Full agree. The little sister decided to join in again. Cutest and fluffiest. Yeah, you can't forget about the fluff. Sophia nodded a few times. Speaking of friends, I even befriended the princess of the nation we're currently living in. How awesome is that? Moreover, I own an actual mansion now. Life is great over there. The best. Basically. Once again, she agreed with Steph. Also, on the animal topic, one thing led to another, and I'm now part tiger. Ears, tail, stripes. Some instincts and behavior, too, but let's not go there. I'm just pretending to be human at the moment. I'm a violet dog now. That happened, too, yeah. Their mother just looked at them for a while and then slowly began shaking her head. What? Chapter 399, Recap for the Family. After having noticed that their mother had tried to contact them, Sophia and Steph briefly returned to their old world to meet up with her to tell her everything that was going on. Once the older sister was done with her slightly emotional reunion with her mother, which included lots of hugging and crying, the two, mostly the older sister, pretty much told her everything that had happened during the past year. Just what are you talking about? After the oldest daughter finished her recap, her mother obviously did not believe a single word. For various reasons. I understand that you might have gone through something, but I am your mother, you know? You can talk about it with me. I was really worried, as well. Is there really a need to tell me such an elaborate yet utterly stupid lie? I am not lying. Sophia stared right back at her. Obviously, I get where you're coming from, though. It is slightly hard to believe. You can't expect me to believe any of this, do you? Her mother kept shaking her head. A different world? Talking animals? A princess? Stopped being human? A dog? Tiger? It's absolutely true. Steph sided with her sister. I've seen it with my own eyes after she told me all about it. I also learned magic. I became fluffy, too. Their mother changed her attention to the little sister. You, too? Really? You must realize just how ridiculous all of this sounds, no? Reality is often stranger than fiction. Steph just smiled at her. In this case, it's clearly fiction, though. It was not something one could easily or readily believe, after all. I'm not forcing you to tell me what happened to you, but could you please not lie to me, at least? Especially not in a way like this? What should I do to prove it? Sophia tilted her head. How can I show you that this is actually what happened the past year? Show me. Use your magic and grow an animal tail or whatever you just claimed. Afterward, once you two are done with this, we can get serious again, and I'd love to hear why my daughter has disappeared. You can't do all this to me in this situation. Oh, I was planning to do that, anyway. Perfect, I want my fluffy tail back and couldn't hold it out much longer, anyway. Even though it had just stopped being itchy, Steph already couldn't be without it anymore. You two are really trying your best to HHUH? Their mother briefly rolled her eyes, before she immediately froze, with a flabbergasted expression. Ta-da. While she was talking, the sisters were suddenly wrapped in thick smoke and turned into their usual selves before long. Tiger Sophia and dog Steph, that is. Yeah. Mom needed a moment. Wait, what? See? Sophia smiled at her. Everything I said was the truth. She moved her tail around to show it was alive, to further prove her point. I missed you so much. The dog girl immediately started to lovingly pet her tail. She simply stared at her daughters for a while. Huh? She couldn't process it. Also, I kind of forget to mention it, but I also became younger when I ended up in that world if you're wondering about my looks. Most of the other changes came from becoming part tiger. And Steph. Well, she went all out with her visuals. You know how she is. She's always been like an overly excited dog that doesn't know how to hold back. Hey! The girl in question got loud. Well, true, though. What the heck is going on here? Their mother finally lost it. Why you two look completely different. Especially you, Steph. Are those actual animal parts? Wait, Sophia. Your eyes also look like those of a cat. It's cute, isn't it? The tiger was quite proud of her eyes. She froze up yet again. Also, that smoke just now, where did that come from? Magic. Sophia's mood was great. We used magic to change our looks. Yup. The dog girl nodded. But magic, that's not supposed to exist. In this world, yes. It doesn't exist here, but in our new world, it does. Why, you're actually trying to tell me that there are different worlds? As much as magic and human-animal hybrids are a thing. As you can see on exhibits 1 and 2. Steph pointed at herself and her sister. And no way, it was still impossible to believe, even when looking at it with her own eyes. Do you want to see it? Sophia tilted her head. I can show the world to you if you want to. Don't worry. I can bring you back again afterward. It's a great world. Oh, and you could also meet my girlfriend while you're at it. You have a girlfriend? Why is that the loudest reaction yet? The tiger glared at her mother. That's really the most surprising part out of all of this, right? The little sister could understand it. I hate you all. But you were so bad with people before. You couldn't even talk with the parents in the kindergarten when they came to pick up their children. She had nothing to say in her defense. It is true, though. Steph tried to defend her sister's honor. Not that she wasn't on the other side mere moments ago. She's really cute, too. Not as cute as mine, but still very cute. Sassy, too. She's a good one. Hey. Sophia didn't like it. I'll admit that Chloe's fluffier, but there's no way Maya isn't the cutest. You have a girlfriend, too? Their mother looked surprised yet again. In fact, she had yet to stop. Okay, that's a lot more believable, and it was more than clear that neither of you were straight, even without formally coming out, but how fast did that happen? She focused on Steph. I mean, things weren't that well between us, but haven't we seen each other just a month ago? Well, it happened after Sophia took me with her to the new world. I met someone there, and I just knew she was the one, so things went pretty fast. I've never been this confused in my life before, things kept being overwhelming for her. I know that feeling. Yeah. After all, the sisters had gone through a lot of confusing stuff. Are those really animal parts on you too? Is this really happening? It sure is. Do they work like the real thing, too? Or is it just fancy decoration? They work exactly like the original thing. Sophia answered her. It really messed with my balance when I first got my tail. Being part animal also means gaining some of their instincts and stuff. That was quite wild in the beginning. Literally, too. Those instincts are also fairly expensive because Steph goes through like 8 balls a week since having become a dog. Hey. The girl in question got loud. It's 3 at best. Not really helping your case. The tiger briefly rolled her eyes before facing her mother again. Well, that's pretty much it. How does it work? How did you two even get those additions? In our case, it was magic. I messed up a little and turned into a tiger. I regret nothing, though, and Steph, well, I wanted to be fluffy. That. I see. I understand. Even though she said, their mother looked more than just confused. Wait, magic is one thing. Wow, what a thing to say, she needed a moment to let that sink in. You know more people with animal traits, right? Yes. Sophia nodded a few times. Actually, pretty much everyone we know has some level of animal resemblance. It's amazing. Steph liked that fact a lot. It's fluff heaven. Did they all use magic to be like that, or? No, they're all born like that from the very beginning. The tiger shook her head. How? Her expression turned slightly complicated. Was one of their parent a human and the other, And no. Their parents usually are hybrids already, as well. I don't know where the very first animal hybrids came from, and I'm not sure if I want to know, but it's just a normal race like humans are here. It's probably just a different type of evolution? Yeah. That's what she wanted to believe, too. Oh, so that's how it is. She looked visibly relieved. I was a little worried there for a moment. It's a lovely world, you know? Sophia wasn't sure how to feel about her reaction. Not that she hadn't had a very similar thought on the matter before or anything. Admittedly, sure, there is some weird stuff going on there, too, but I'd really say that it's a much better place than this one over here. It's paradise. As usual, Steph was loving that world very much. A much better place to live in than this one, indeed. The way you two keep talking about this place, and your new, wild looks. Neither of you has any plans to live here again, right? None. The sisters shook their heads. I see, naturally, she didn't seem to be too happy about that. Children have to leave the nest eventually, not that you two hadn't already done that, but a different world is a bit much to handle. You are more than free to come with us and live over there, too. Sophia was smiling again. You, and Dad, and… Sorry, right? The new baby sister I really want to meet. Why you can't just ask me to move to a different world? I have a lot of responsibilities here. I don't know the place you're talking about. We wouldn't have a place to live. No money, either. I have a daughter who is only a couple of months old. Does that world, or the country you live in there, even have something like a healthcare system? What if Sari gets sick? Let's see, the tiger tilted her head. Responsibilities need to be dealt with first, sure, she got a little awkward because she definitely didn't do that. For everything else, I'd happily buy you a house over there. I'm actually making a lot of money, so that much wouldn't be an issue in the slightest. Neither would be taking care of everything else in that regard. I'd love for you to be there. I'm sure Sari would love to grow up in an environment where the term climate crisis simply does not exist, because neither does excessive pollution and environmental destruction or anything else of that category. Unless you're the cause. Steph had to join in again. Well, unless here, most of the time, you fixed it, and even improved nature, so. Yeah, ignore me. For healthcare, let's just say that if you have access to healing magic, it is unnecessary, because diseases do not matter. I'm pretty sure I could cure someone of cancer in a matter of moments if I wanted to. Neither you, Sari, nor anyone else would ever suffer from anything worse than maybe a common cold or a good old headache, because that builds character. I would personally make sure that no one would suffer from a serious disease ever again. Same for any type of injuries on a similar level. Why you can't be serious right now? I always am. Sophia didn't like her mother's accusation. Since when? She knew her daughter at least a little, after all. Don't sweat the small details. Anyway, you'd need to abide by a couple of rules in the other world, but the payoff would never be having to worry about health and money-related issues ever again. It's a much nicer environment, too. Though, there is no electricity, and obviously no electric devices. Magic makes up for a lot, but not all. There are ways around that, but it's not standard in that world. Unsurprisingly, she looked quite overwhelmed again. Honestly, it sounds too good to be true. I don't understand anything at all, either. I need to think about the idea of considering it first. I need to talk about it with my husband, too. It's not a decision I can make on my own. Though, I have no idea how I could possibly begin to explain it to him. Sure thing. Sophia wasn't expecting to get an answer right here and now. Understandable, too. If anything, I'm still baffled that Steph just decided to come with me. In a way, this reaction is actually quite refreshing. I regret nothing. The violet dog got loud. Well, their mother wasn't sure what to reply here. Anyway, she decided to not further address it. How would this even work in the first place? If it's really a different world, which I'm still unable to process, why are you two here? How are you here? Magic. Is that your new answer to everything now? She briefly rolled her eyes while glancing at her striped daughter. Pretty much. Despite everything, Sophia was a self-aware girl, after all. The first time I returned around a month ago, where Steph found me, was pretty much nothing more than a mistake. The guy who saved me before, Kinnear, made a slight error and sent me back to the place I came from, which ended up being here. Magic can be a little finicky if you don't watch your wording or be a little distracted. Trust me. Ever since, I can basically go back and forth between those worlds whenever I want to. We've been here a couple of times to get some stuff from our apartment and things like that. Steph added some details. That's also how I got your message on the phone. There's no signal in the other world, after all. Seriously? Yup. The tiger gave her a light reply. Interestingly enough, me being in another world now actually shortened the distance between us. It takes around half an hour to get from the apartment here to your house, right? Well, thanks to my magic and stuff, it would take around 15 seconds to get from my place in the other world to visit you there after I've made some preparations once before. No way. Amazing, isn't it? She sounded rather proud. That's also why you could visit the other world at any time, to get your own impression of it. Wow. Their mother struggled to find a better word. Speaking of this apartment and making preparations, Sophia started looking around while scratching her cheek. It doesn't have to be soon, but could you eventually take care of the formalities to, well, unrent this apartment for me? For various and obvious reasons, I don't need it anymore. Neither does Steph. We could afford to keep it, but it would be a waste, in my opinion. Not to mention having to constantly exchange the currency of that world to usable money for it here would be a pain, and suspicious. Yeah, I can understand that. Sure, I can do that once I have a free moment and have gotten rid of that massive headache that started forming around an hour ago. Wait, what? She then also tilted her head. You can exchange the currency? How? That shouldn't be possible, right? The currency in that world is copper, silver, and various types of gold coins. Actual gold. I own a literal ton of gold over there. Last time we went shopping here, I exchanged some gold coins in a cash for gold store, and spending all the money we got in one day was quite hard. That can't be true. Sure is. Saying so, the tiger got up from the sofa she was sitting on next to Steph and walked over to her mother. Here. She took out a gold coin from her pocket and handed it over. I have an obscene amount of those. Whoa, this really looks like some sort of fancy pirate treasure like coin you see in movies. What a fun comparison. Kinda true, too. Sophia could see the similarity. Also, I can see that you're stealing glances at it, so, she brought the tip of her tail closer to her mother's face. It really is real, okay? She stared at it for a moment before eventually lightly touching it with one of her fingers. It actually does feel like the fur of a cat. Maybe a little less soft, though. Well, I am no cat, after all. I'm a majestic tiger. Ah, I see. I hate you so much. Steph suddenly sounded extremely tired. What is this about? Their mom looked confused while she glanced at the younger one. I ignore her. The majestic tiger, who's 85% textbook cat, didn't want her to find out about that. Anyway, if we vacate the apartment, we need another place to go to and from the other world because we obviously can't do that out in the open. Do you have a free room in the house we could use for that? An empty supply room in the basement would already be plenty. Yeah, there's lots of space in the basement. Their mother nodded a few times. I don't really get what you need, but you could also use Steph's old room. She hasn't used it in forever because she was basically living here already before you disappeared. MMHM. I think the basement would be a better place for this. Saying so, Sophia opened one of her purple portals in the living room. What is that? Naturally, she immediately started panicking. It's a thing we call portal. The striped daughter smiled at her. If you go through it, you'll be in our new world. Why, you can go through that? Sure thing. She then faced her sister. Steph, would you mind? Everything for my majestic tiger. Still slightly salty about that, she rolled her eyes before standing up and going through the portal. She's gone. As I said, it's a portal. And I'm back. A moment later, Steph returned to this side, as well. Wow, once again, she had trouble putting her feeling into words. Is there really a different world on the other side of this? Magic really is something else. Things I never thought I'd say, either. Almost, Sophia answered her. It leads to another place where I put a ton of portals leading to all kinds of places in that new world. Kinda like a hub, I guess. What has my daughter been up to the past year? She started holding her head. As usual, one of Sophia's biggest skills, causing a massive headache for others, was going strong. Lots of fun stuff. Her mood was excellent, though. It's a lot to take in, huh? That's the understatement of the century. It certainly doesn't help with the migraine attacks I get every now and then lately. One of the secondary reasons to go offline for a while, as well. Less overstimulation and sensory overload. Wow, you really would love the other world, then. No sensory overload of that kind exists there. Also, migraines, huh? She had some experience with them. Mainly in causing them, though. Are they bad? They are certainly not fun. I can tell you that much. Ahaha, the tiger scratched her cheek before getting closer to her mother. Afterward, Sophia put a hand on her forehead, which then started shining in a pale blue light. How is it now? After the light was gone, she removed her hand again. Huh? Her mother looked even more confused while she touched her forehead. What just happened now? Wait a moment, my headache, it's gone? Healing magic is amazing, right? Sophia smiled at her. I said before that a common cold or a headache is good for character building, but not if it gets too excessive. Because of that, I healed you. And to flex. Steph just looked at her. This and that are unrelated, is it? Why, yes. You healed me. Their mother was still trying to understand that part. That I did. Her smile got bigger. I was serious when I said that magic takes care of pretty much any disease or injury. With me around in my new home, no one, be it friends or family, will ever have to suffer from anything serious. She was speechless again. Hee hee. So, do you want to see that world? Sophia then pointed at the portal again. What? Their mom was still hung up on the healing magic. And no, I don't think I'm ready for it. I want to talk about it with Pete first. If your dad even considers the possibility, we might do, but I don't want to go alone. Especially because I'm starting to feel like I'd like that place. I want to talk with him while having an unbiased opinion. Sure thing. Whatever you think is the best course of action for you. The tiger had no plans to push her into doing anything. At least consciously. Unconsciously, she had been advertising it for quite a while already. The trio kept chatting for quite a while, because there were still many things the sisters wanted to tell their mother. Many hours had passed in the blink of an eye, and more visitors had also shown up. Their father, together with Sari, had cut the trip to the grandparents short in order to see the sisters, who obviously had a much higher priority in this situation. It had just taken a while to return from there. He was quite shocked about their looks, but once he had gotten a rough explanation, more hugging and feels happened for a while afterward because he had missed them, too. Once this was taken care of, he also got told the whole story of the sisters, and he was just overwhelmed. This time, Steph had done all the talking, though. Sophia had more important things to take care of after his arrival. Sorry, that is. She loves kids, after all. Once she had laid her eyes on the little baby, it instantly became her number one priority for the time being. She was immediately taken by her and did her very best to entertain her newest little sister, as she was still too small for actual games. It was too early for Sari to walk and talk, too. She did seem to love the tale of her oldest and striped sister and refused to let go of it for a long time until she eventually fell asleep. Even then, it took quite a while until Sophia got her tale to herself again. Naturally, their father was rather confused about everything, as well, and had a hard time believing the different world story. Still, seeing how the sisters looked and witnessing some magic, there was little room for denial. He also wasn't sure how to feel about the idea of going there, even though he, too, thought it sounded very enticing, especially learning about healing magic and how that world seemed to be in a much better state regarding the climate and general pollution. Just like their mother, as a rational thinking person, who had to take their baby into account, as well, he couldn't simply make a decision on the spot, either. The family kept chatting for quite a while longer, but they eventually decided to take a break for the time being. Their headaches being healed aside, it was still a lot of very tiring news to wrap their heads around. They decided to meet again in a while to further talk about the idea of visiting the new world and maybe even staying there if it became a better option for raising their child. Some other details, like getting a room for the portal in their house's basement, would be a topic at that time, too. It took another little while before Sophia was able to part with the sleeping Sari because she had already gotten attached to her to a very high degree, but the sisters were able to return to their new home before long after a long day. Chapter 400, The Last Big Secret, E&D. A week had passed since the sisters returned to their old world to meet up with their parents and tell them about everything that was happening lately, including the new world. The two had been invited to visit and maybe even stay, as well, but they naturally had to think about the possibility for a while first. Back home, the blonde tiger and her little dog sister had a good time with their girlfriends and regular friends while taking it easy. Having come clean about everything with their parents, Sophia started thinking more and more about something else. Steph, Chloe, how would you feel about telling Ari and Anna that we're from a different world? The four, Maya included, were relaxing in the mansion's living room together when the tiger suddenly addressed the other two otherworldler. Huh? Maya, the native girl, was the first to react. I thought you wanted to keep that a secret at all costs? Because it could turn out quite complicated if they find out that you haven't been a tiger the entire time. I don't think I want and or need to address the part where I had been a human for a while in this world. I very much would be okay with them misunderstanding that I got a similar treatment as Chloe did. I think I want them to know about the other world thing in general. Especially now that we're increasingly gathering more and more stuff here. She looked around in the living room while focusing on the TV and various similar things they always had up until now when the royal couple came to visit. Ah, I see. The cat girl nodded. That might be an adequate middle ground. So, what do you think? Sophia looked at the other two again. Totally fine with me. Steph saw no issues. I didn't understand why you're keeping it a secret, anyway. It only made your life more complicated, after all. I'm also fine with it. Chloe also agreed. I'm already the daughter of an overseer, so this is actually not that much of a big deal anymore, I guess. Your protagonist power is way too high, the blonde let out a small sigh. You're the last one I want to hear that from. Everyone had the same reaction. Ahaha. Is there anything else you don't want to tell them? The pink fox wanted to make sure that nothing unnecessary gets mentioned. I don't think I want to go into detail in general, Sophia tilted her head. I want to tell them about the general thing, like that I used to live in a different world, and that's how I lost my family and stuff. Maybe also that my personality was a little different before, which is why I sometimes seem a little weird. My biggest motivation for telling them is that I don't want to think about what to say first when getting close to that territory. Well, they're also very good friends of mine, so I don't want to keep lying to them. As we all know, nothing good will ever come out of that. True. Maya, Chloe, and Steph heartily agreed. They all had some level of experience with that, after all. If I give them a rough picture about our, origin, I think that's enough for my consciousness to be happy, and it's enough information for them to understand us better, too. A lot of some of the stuff we all went through is truly private, and there's no need to mention all that, in my opinion. Fair enough. The others understood her reasoning. Once they had decided on a course of action, the girls took the portal to Anna's room in the castle. There, noticing that no one was in there, the four went to the place Sophia had detected them with her magic. Sophia. When the group approached the entrance hall, where Sophia had detected them, Ellie immediately ran up to her favorite blonde girl. Ellie. The blonde in question was also happy to see her favorite tiger and happily caught the little one who had jumped into her arms. It has been a while, huh? Too long. The little princess didn't sound too happy about it. Look. She then pointed at Mira, who had also been there, together with Kira, Ari, and Anna. It's the goddess of fluff. Ahaha, said Goddess of Fluff, scratched her cheek. She really is, huh? The blonde had to agree. She's the overseer of fluff, though, you know? It's different. Really? Ellie tilted her head. Mira said she liked it, though. She looked honestly confused. MHM? Sophia looked at the many-tailed overseer. Look, if Ellie calls me a goddess of something, I am one. Even Mira wasn't immune to the bundle of adorableness. There are exceptions to everything, after all. Okay, I can get behind that. The blonde couldn't blame her. By the way, what is everyone doing here? The grouping is a little unusual, I'd say. Anna and I also just got here after we had a snack, so I'm not really sure, either, Ari replied her first. I had a small meeting with the king, Mira continued. And on the way out, Kira and the fluff-loving princess ran into me. Ellie can sense fluff. The little girl looked incredibly proud. What a skill. Sophia sounded quite envious. Wait, can you use magic? MMH? She only tilted her head in return. Let's see. Come here for a moment. Saying so, the teal fox kneeled down and opened her arms while she looked at the little princess. Yay! Liking that idea a lot, Ellie wasted no time and directly jumped at the overseer. At the very last moment, she made a slight course correction and dove right into Myra's many tails instead. So fluffy. She seemed to be in heaven. Ellie. Kira couldn't believe her daughter. I'm very sorry about that. So envious. The sisters had the same reaction. Maya and Chloe just looked at them. Ahaha, it's fine. The overseer smiled at the queen. Alright, let's have a look. Saying so, she put a hand on Ellie's head, who was busy with her tails. 6 months, 17 days, 14 hours, 43 minutes, and 3 seconds. Not bad. She's very loved by magic, as well. Everyone looked extremely confused. That's when her magic will awaken. Seriously? Kira got loud. Wait, how would you know? Scratch that, she remembered that she was talking with the overseer of magic. Really? That's going to be so much fun. Sophia liked the sound of that. I'm going to teach you so many fun magic things when that happens, Ellie. Yay! The little princess smiled at her. Ellie doesn't really understand, but Ellie can't wait. Hee hee. She smiled back at her. Good timing. It's long after I finish my hibernation. You aren't going to hibernate. Steph, Chloe, and Maya had the same reaction. But I want to. Sophia started pouting. It has gotten way too cold lately. Ellie thinks so, too. She felt the same. What's hibernation? Very roughly speaking, you eat a whole lot when it starts getting cold, so much that your belly gets all round because you're going to sleep for as long as winter lasts, and the food needs to last very long. Once you wake up again, the cold is gone. Ellie wants to hibernap, too. She was a big fan of that idea. Oh, I like that new name. Much more fitting, hypernap. Did you really have to tell her about that? Kira had some mixed feelings about it. Every bit of knowledge is good knowledge. Are you also going to teach her the bit of knowledge about where feline races do not hibernate? Maya slowly shook her head while looking at her tiger. She's still small. You can't overload her brain with too many details. More than just one person in the room reacted with a prolonged sigh. Hee hee. Sophia liked their reaction. Anyway, Ari, Anna, do you have some time for me? She changed her attention to the couple. Like an hour or two. Or maybe 7. No, the jaguar's reply was instantaneous. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy today. What are you talking about? Anna looked at her. We've been lazing around all day already and plan to continue just like that after our snack. Shoo. She put a finger on her lips to silence the princess. Whenever Sophia starts a conversation like that, nothing good ever comes out of it. Only headaches. You know me so well. The blonde was touched. True, though. I knew it. Ari raised her voice. Well, after everything that happened with and around you the last few weeks, there's at least no way you can come up with something even more ridiculous, so I guess I can manage. She gave up. Aha. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Maya could only react with a broken laugh. Alright, I'm in my room if anyone needs me. The black-haired girl decided she didn't want to deal with that. Nice try, my dear. Sophia grabbed her shoulder when she actually tried to pass her to leave for her room. Let me go. I don't want another headache. Don't worry. I'll use as much healing magic on you as you want later on. That's not the issue and/or point. Give it up. Maya showed the jaguar a wry smile. We both know that struggling only motivates those tigers even more. True. Anna, Sophia, and Kira nodded. Ari's shoulder slouched down. I hate you. I love you, too. The blonde's mood was excellent. By the way, what's all this about? Kira started to get interested in the topic. Only for core members of the traveling group. Anyway, let's go. Highly motivated to get over with it, Sophia grabbed Ari's hand, as she still seemed ready to run away at any moment, and dragged her out of the entrance hall while Maya, Steph, Chloe, and Anna followed after them. "So, what's up?" The group went to Anna's room, and the princess immediately wanted to know the reason for their gathering while everyone got comfortable. "It's a long and extremely complicated story," Sophia scratched her cheek. "I hate it here already. It didn't appear to be Ari's day. I want to tell everyone here about my past. And Chloe's, because they're quite related to each other. To some extent, Steph's story, as well, but she's more of an addition to mine, I guess." "Wow, are you really okay with telling us?" Anna's eyes grew big. "It's not something easy to share, right?" "Well, it's mostly complicated." The blonde was still scratching her cheek. "Wait, I thought you and Chloe have no past together?" The jaguar tilted her head. "I still remember being curious about it because you two are so similar." "We do have no past together. We have the same origin, though. Same home, I guess?" She wasn't sure how to word it. "We did, in fact, have never met before, though. A few months ago really was the first time." "Okay." The royal couple only got more confused. "Chloe and we come from the same planet." Sophia made a slight pause. "Not this planet, I want to add. Both of our lives ended in our previous world, and that's how we ended up here." "Yeah." The duo was unable to follow her. "That's how Mira became Chloe's mother, as an overseer has the power to give someone a new life after it ended in another world. I met Kinnear because of the same reason. He saved me. Contrary to Chloe's situation, he's not my father, though. He simply gave me a new chance in this world." Anna and Ari were utterly speechless. "I died from an illness when I was little, about 20 years ago in that old world, and was gifted a second chance here." Chloe decided to tell them about her part herself. "I didn't even know that Mira had decided to become my mother here for the longest time, either, after she saved me. I met a similar fate in that old world, only that I had a fatal accident that took me away." As decided on before, Sophia let out a couple of non-crucial details in her recap. "Again, contrary to the situation of our beloved pink fox here, Kinnear is not my father." She felt the need to make this very clear. "I am very thankful for him and get along with him quite well, too. Though, I have punched him a couple of times, as well, because he can be annoying at times. Anyway, he just saved me and let me restart in this world. Nothing parent-like." This part was very important to the blonde. "A month or two ago, our dear Kinnear made a slight mistake and sent me, together with Maya, back to my old world by mistake. There, I reunited with Steph, and she decided to come with me. Once here, she changed her looks to better fit into this world while also making some more adjustments after Mira had gifted her magic because our overseer was already shipping her with Chloe before our many-tailed fox friend even met her in person. Admittedly, quite a weird story in retrospect." The royal couple needed a good minute to process what they had just heard. Everything suddenly makes sense. They eventually finally had a reaction. A loud one. "Yeah." Sophia wasn't sure what she was expecting, but it surely hadn't been that. "Wait a moment." Ari suddenly stared right at the blonde. Did you just say that you punched Kinnear?" "Yes." She nodded. "Multiple times, actually." Seriously? Is that really the most important part here?" Sophia still had no idea what to make out of their reaction. "We just told you that Chloe, Steph, and I originated from a different world, you know." "I mean, yes." Ari awkwardly scratched her cheek. Hearing that from literally anyone else outside this group, I would have been beyond surprised. She made a slight pause. "But after having been with you for, I don't know, half a year, it makes so much sense now. You being you, that is." The jaguar intensified her stare at the blonde. The other two, obviously, too. She also stole a quick glance at Steph and Chloe. "After having met Mira a little while ago, finding out that Chloe's her daughter, and learning that you are, in one way or another, related to Kinnear, getting shocked has become kind of, hard. Also, knowing that you came from a different world before starting your life here is actually kinda relieving." How and why is that relieving? Sophia only got more confused. Look, I really love you, but, the jaguar smiled at her before continuing. You're an absolute disaster. Your common sense and ways to utilize magic are literally not from this world. Ahaha, the blonde could follow her logic. Wait a moment, Maya joined the conversation. It making perfect sense or not, how can you accept them having originated from a different world just like that? After all, it had taken her a full day to accept Sophia's background back when she had found out about it. Well, it's not unheard of, Anna replied to her. I have not personally met anyone myself, or know anyone who did, but I've heard and read about it. It apparently has been a long time since the last one from a different world has lived around here. Same here. Ari nodded a few times. Personally, I've always been rather skeptical about it and was not sure if I should believe the stories, but there were many of them, so I guess I'm not that shocked to finally meet someone, or multiple, individuals that have lived in a different world before. I'm not sure if I should be happy or disappointed that it went so swimmingly. Sophia had some mixed feelings still. Because you do love attention, after all. How this went just now, you definitely didn't get enough for your liking. Shut up, Mira. Sophia glared at the many-tailed fox. Ehe. She just smiled back at her. And Mira? This time Ari and Anna had quite the reaction. Oh, now you are shocked, huh? The blonde actually started pouting. It seems like she really did want to get more attention from them. Mira appears out of nowhere all the time. It's nothing special. You really are cute. The overseer was still smiling at her. I'm sorry my little trick stole your show. It's not even a good trick. It's pretty easy to do. Well, not exactly easy, but I could do it, too. You can do it, too. Maya looked at her tiger. I thought we agreed that teleporting is bad? It is bad. Sophia looked back at her. She isn't teleporting. She's using the thing I'm not affected by. It's actually quite boring if you can see it happening. Hey, no need to downplay it. Mira wasn't a fan of her reply. The thing you're not affected by. The catgirl needed a moment. Oh. She pieced together that Sophia was talking about her ability to stop time. So that's how you do it, huh? Yep. The overseer gave Maya a thumbs up. Anyway. The blonde gave up. Maya. Yes. She didn't like how Sophia had changed her attention to her in such a way. Why do you know as little as I do about this world? She slowly shook her head. Are you secretly from another world, too? Oh, that would also explain a lot. Anna and Ari seemed to could get behind that explanation. What is that supposed to mean? She glared at the royal couple before facing her tiger. What do you mean? I'm not. Then why had you no idea who or what tigers were when we met? Or how it completely shattered your understanding of everything when I told you about having lived in a different world before, when it seems to be somewhat common knowledge? Maya went silent rather quickly. See? Well, she looked quite awkward for a little while longer. I grew up in a small, remote village with little contact with the outside world. Even your parents roasted you about the tiger thing when I told them about it. Sophia didn't let her use that excuse. I also cared very little about stuff like that. As long as I could play with magic, that was all that mattered. Seems like something an otherworldler would say. Chloe smiled at her. I would know because I am one and have that same mindset. Ugh, to be compared to you. It wasn't on that level for me. Also, I'm the one who's keeping this group from accidentally blowing up everything with magic. From my experience with all you crazies, that's not an otherworldler trait. True. Sophia, Chloe, and Steph nodded a couple of times. And Mira, some help, please. The catgirl looked at the overseer with a pleading expression. Her expression turned mischievous. Oi. Maya immediately stopped her before she could make the situation worse. I know that expression. I invented that expression. Not the right situation. Dear, I was already doing this very expression long before your entire bloodline was even close to existing. It would only work if you've reincarnated many times already. Not helping. She kept getting louder. I think you might be the most fun and rewarding to tease in this group. I disagree. Maya disagreed. Hee hee. Mira let out another chuckle, before continuing. No, our dear white cat here has never been to another. Wait, that's wrong. She has visited Chloe's worlds many times by now. Anyway, no, she has been natively born into this world. I can guarantee you that. Thank you very much. Maya was happy the overseer finally got serious. Our dear princess brought up a valid point, too. Reincarnators are relatively rare around here. There's the occasional, let's call them fluff enthusiast, but the vast majority prefers other traits, races, and surroundings. What weirdos. Sophia, Steph, and Chloe had the same reaction. Why even bother then? Well, the demons were quite a popular choice. Cool looking with a sleek tail and wings if you want to. Most of them are tall and handsome, too. It comes with the race. Girls often were a fan of being able to go on without any add-ons. Mira tried to come up with a reason. Funnily enough, what sealed the thing for most was the revelation that succubi exist in that race. The sisters paused for a moment. Fair. Oi. Chloe and Maya didn't like their reaction. Hold up. Wait a moment there, the princess seemed to have gotten interested in something. Maya had visited their world? She looked at the catgirl for confirmation. Yeah, she nodded. The first time was because of Kinnear's little accident, but Sophia's been able to use her portals to go there whenever she wants ever since. Going shopping there is quite, interesting. Seriously? Anna's eyes started sparkling. I want to go. I want to see a different world. Oh no. Ari didn't like any of what she was hearing. You're not ready for that world. Maya slowly shook her head while looking at the tall tiger. You'll need months of training to deal with that kind of shock you'd get from that world. Trust me. I have time. She had no issues with that. Have you been outside lately? It's gotten so cold that I'm seriously considering hibernation. There's nothing else you can do right now. Unfortunately, Ari doesn't allow me to because felines aren't supposed to do that. What do I care? Let's make it a thing for felines. I love you. Sophia sounded way more serious than she should do when saying this sentence. I knew I could count on you. Anna smiled at her. Tigers have to hold together. Exactly. I hate you. Ari and Maya also sounded way more serious than they should be when looking at their partners. Tigers are insufferable. It's not like you've become any less useless lately, my dear. Steph looked at the cat with an equally disapproving expression. She simply turned her head away. Ari's the same. The princess raised her voice again. In fact, I think she got even lazier than I did. Now that's just going too far. The jaguar didn't like that. You've been much worse. I must admit that I'm not that much more enthusiastic about the weather, though. You're all insufferable. The cold-loving dog and pink fox had enough of every cat in the room. None of them could say anything against this duo. This group sure is fun. Mira was having a great time, though. Anyway, Sophia, the voice of reason, tried to get the group, who loves to go on long tangents, back to the topic. Maya is right in saying that you need preparation to visit our old world. It's not a place to visit on a whim. That said, we have many gadgets to show from that world in our mansion. We could go and all play with them together. Their toys are the best. The catgirl sounded excited. I'm still having trouble getting out of bed the day after, because my legs are still numb hours later. That world is in a league of its own when it comes to being horny and perverted. Anna paused for a moment. Wait, you want us all to play with sex toys? Together? As in, together? All at once. Her face turned red. I am not sure if I'm ready for that just yet. Jay, just what are you imagining? Ari glared at her. Probably the same as you do. Maya's expression turned into a smirk. Your cheeks are even redder than hers. This group is amazing. Steph loved her friends. Oi. Chloe also started glaring at her partner. You do know that your face is the reddest out of everyone here, right? The cat girl already found her next target to tease. Girls, the blonde let out a small sigh. I am aware that everyone in our group is pretty horny all day long, myself maybe even included at times, and we are quite tight and everything, but could we stop lusting after each other for like 5 minutes? I was talking about actual games and stuff, you know? Suited for all ages. Everyone went silent while stealing some glances at each other. Afterward, once the girls calmed down again, Sophia decided to bring everyone to the mansion to show the royal couple the stuff she had brought over from the different world. Whoa, what is all this? So many things I've never seen before. Entering the living room, Anna and even Ari quickly became quite excited. Welcome back. Noticing the group, Aura lazily greeted them. With Fen next to her and Faye to the side, they looked rather comfortable on the sheepskin rug in front of the running and lightly crackling fireplace. Faye. Looking at her favorite foal, Mira smiled at the fox. Good to see you back. I'm so envious that Fenny is actually allowed to hibernate. Sophia was staring at the wolf, who hadn't said a single word yet because he was fast asleep. Ahaha, there really isn't much missing for that. Aura let out a small chuckle, before facing her favorite tiger. Why are these two here? I thought you always wanted to hide the otherworld stuff when they're here. She scratched her cheek. We just told them about Steph, Chloe, and me having lived in a different world before, so it's okay now. Oh, I see. She nodded. That makes it much easier when we're traveling together. I could already see the day when someone says something that made it obvious, anyway. Yeah, that was one of the main reasons. That, and not wanting to have any big secrets in our group so that we can be at ease around each other. That's nice. The female wolf liked her reasoning. Sophia. Sounding extremely excited, Anna grabbed her fellow tiger's hands and looked at her with sparkling eyes. How can I be of help? The blonde smiled at her. What is all that shiny stuff here? She gestured around in the living room. So many things. Are those from that other world? What is that huge black and mirror-like thing? Calm down a little, and I might tell you. Sophia was a little overwhelmed by the overly excited huge and striped puppy. Impossible. She let out a small sigh. Well, it's hard to be upset at you. You're quite cute when you're excited. She definitely is. Ari agreed. No matter how much of a headache it can be. So? Tell me. The princess didn't care about their exchange. Yeah, it's all stuff we brought with us from the other world a little while ago when we went there. Do you want a little presentation? Yes. She indeed did. How about we all watch a movie together? I love that idea. Anna got even more excited. What's a movie? Ari, looking slightly tired already, the blonde glanced at the jaguar. Could you calm her down a little? I'm already getting exhausted. I hate you. Ari got a little upset because Sophia had absolutely no right to complain about that. Especially not to her. Also, no, you. You, as a fellow permanently overexcited tiger, you know that this is an impossible task. Fair. Well, let's just get started. Sophia didn't want to give her the satisfaction of leaning more into it. Afterward, she started rummaging through all the movies they had gotten to find a suitable one. Funnily enough, the blonde found the perfect movie for the situation. It was a fantasy one, featuring many non-human races, including elves and a similar-looking beast folk. It made everything much easier for the time being because it wasn't that off compared to their current world. And so, roughly an hour later, as Anna had gotten way too hyper after the TV got turned on, not that Ari and Faye weren't quite fascinated, as well, even Mira was very interested, they finally managed to start the movie while Sophia continued to briefly explain things whenever a question came up. Luckily, back when Kinnear secretly blessed the wolves with the language of the other world, he had done the same with Anna and Ari, as he knew this would happen sooner or later. That was amazing. I don't get how it works at all, but the magic of your old world is amazing. 1.5 hours later, after the movie was done, Anna was just as excited. Also, just like the wolves before, technology clearly was the same as magic for her. Not this again. Sophia, Steph, and Chloe sighed after that topic resurfaced. More. I want to see more like that. The princess was hooked already. I would like to see more, too. Ari, too, had enjoyed it a lot. It was very nice. I have a lot of different movies, but I think this was the only one with those characters. Eh? Anna tilted her head. But, in the end, they said their story had just begun. That means there has to be more, right? More adventure. Sophia awkwardly scratched her cheek. That sentence, unfortunately, is just a lame way to have an open ending for a story. Whenever anyone says that end the end of anything, there rarely is more afterward. It's more of a create your own continuation in your head kind of thing. That's the worst. I hate that. What bad writing. Anna, Ari, and even Faye weren't fans of that trope. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, the blonde agreed. Well, on the bright side, we have so many movies and similar things to keep us busy for literal months. Yay! The princess liked that. Which is perfect, because we have to kill a few months before it gets warm again. Watching movies while being comfy and cuddling was a perfect winter activity. We don't have anything better to do before that because, as mentioned many times before, that's when we finally return to exploring the world. Our story, too, has just begun, after all. Oi. Everyone hated that and glared at the blonde. Hee. Sophia liked their reaction. Don't say that after you just gave us the explanation of what it actually means. Anna raised her voice. That's horrible. Don't worry. The blonde smiled at her. Every rule comes with exceptions. Really? Of course. She gave the princess a thumbs up. I promised to take you, Ari, and everyone else on an adventure, and I never backed down from a promise. Yay! Anna looked genuinely happy again. Afterward, once that topic was taken care of, the group continued to watch some more movies. Their movie marathon, too, had just begun, as there was lots of time that needed to be killed until spring arrived. The end.